Chapter 1. The 3,000 Great States, Tai-Qian State. The Qian Dynasty is one of the supreme rulers of Tai-Qian State. The Qian Dynasty boasts vast territories spanning millions of miles, inhabited by countless formidable beings. The emperor of the Qian Dynasty, Ye Tianming, has ascended to the pinnacle of supremacy, earning the title of Qianhuang. However, all of this has become irrelevant to Ye Tianming. The crown prince of the Qian Dynasty, Ye Tianming, a notorious drunkard, indulged in debauchery and endeavored to commit immoral acts against the consort Shu. He is hereby demoted to commoner status and dispatched to the northern outskirts to guard the imperial mausoleum, with no permission to return to the capital. With the proclamation of the imperial edict, a heavily intoxicated Ye Tianming was escorted by the imperial guards, departing the capital city towards the northern imperial mausoleum. Everyone in the Qian Dynasty was aware that Crown Prince Ye Tianming lived a life steeped in wine, achieving nothing of merit, and had, in a drunken stupor, attempted to violate one of the emperor's 3,000 concubines, consort Shu. Had it not been for the timely arrival of Emperor Qianhuang, Ye Tianming would have succeeded in his nefarious intentions. Listening to the news of his demotion to commoner status and his responsibility to guard the mausoleum, Ye Tianming let out a long sigh. And no matter how he explained himself, being caught in the act of infidelity was an indelible stain that could not be washed away, even in the Yellow River. Were it not for his status as the emperor's biological son, the consequences would have been far graver than mere demotion to commoner. He would have faced execution on the spot. I wonder who orchestrated my downfall, he mused. Ye Tianming's eyes were deep and contemplative. Having been immersed in wine since childhood, he had long since developed an immunity to intoxication, treating liquor as if it were water. Yet, that fateful night, he had consumed little, yet inexplicably found himself inebriated and stumbled into the palace of consort Shu, situated in the opposite direction of his own chambers. He could not bring himself to believe that no one had conspired against him. All of this, it seemed, was merely a ploy for the coveted position of crown prince. As a notorious drunkard, he remained a source of unease for many. Soon, a multitude of figures began to emerge in his mind. After much contemplation, he could not ascertain who was behind his predicament. Was it the second prince, who had the greatest opportunity to inherit the throne? Or perhaps the fourth prince, who commanded an army of 1,000,000 to resist foreign invaders at the borders? Might it be the fifth prince, who had joined the esteemed Qinyan sword sect? Or was it the sixth prince, who had garnered the support of powerful noble families? After a prolonged period of thought, Ye Tianming could not discern the identity of his adversary, so he resolved to cease his musings. "Your Highness, we must depart swiftly," urged the imperial guards behind him. Ye Tianming offered a resigned smile and followed the guards away from the capital of the Qian Dynasty. As Ye Tianming's figure receded into the distance, the silhouette of Emperor Qianhuang gradually materialized in the lofty heights above the capital, accompanied by a shadowy figure whose features remained obscured. That I hope that Tianming, upon reaching the mausoleum, will gain enlightenment and abandon his reckless indulgence in wine. If he continues down this path. Emperor Qianhuang's gaze was laden with complexity as he sighed deeply. "Your Majesty, shall I keep watch over His Highness Tianming, to prevent anyone from secretly plotting against him?" suggested the cloaked figure in a somber tone. "No need. The royal tomb is guarded by the 9 ancestors, and no one dares to commit murder under their vigilant gaze." The emperor gestured dismissively, and his figure vanished from sight. Before long, the imperial guards escorted Ye Tianming to the entrance of the royal mausoleum. This place serves as the eternal resting ground for the ancestors of the Qian Dynasty, shrouded in a heavy aura of malice, deterring ordinary individuals from approaching. Firstly, to avoid disturbing the slumber of the esteemed ancestors, and secondly, prolonged presence here could adversely affect one's cultivation. The royal mausoleum's location, it is intrinsically linked to the fortunes of the Qian Dynasty, further safeguarded by formidable protective formations. Moreover, the mausoleum lies to the north of the Qian capital, with a mountain range stretching 100,000 miles to the north, teeming with a multitude of ferocious beasts, aptly named the Beast Mountain Range. For centuries, the Beast Mountain Range has frequently erupted with beast tides, launching assaults on the capital of the Qian Dynasty. Many martial artists venture into its depths for training, where dangers abound. While it is said that they guard the royal tomb, in reality, they are merely confining themselves within its walls, destined to spend their days here, barring unforeseen circumstances. After delivering Ye Tianming to the mausoleum, the imperial guards departed hastily, wary of lingering too long and jeopardizing their own cultivation. Ye Tianming let out a resigned smile, uncapped the wine gourd at his waist, and took a hearty swig before striding toward the mausoleum. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the system activation task. System loading. System loading 100. Congratulations, host. The system has been successfully loaded and bound to. The drink to become strong system. As Ye Tianming savored the wine, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind, filling him with elation and causing the corners of his mouth to lift in satisfaction. Wow, finally you've arrived. Do you have any idea how I've spent these past 20 years? Like many who have traversed worlds, Ye Tianming hails from the Blue Star, having transitioned into this realm. In his previous life, he was enjoying a drink with friends, when an unexpected drunken stupor led to his awakening as the crown prince of the Grand Qian Dynasty, still in fetal form. In this world, the martial arts cultivation system is remarkably complete. Qi refinement, spirit veins, soul shaping, ascending to the heavens, divine abodes, Taiji, Wuji, radiant. Glories, supreme, 9 calamities, Tao realm, and sacred realm, each tier further divided into 9 levels. Beyond these realms lies the pursuit of countless beings across 3,000 continents, the quest for enlightenment and becoming an emperor. Yet his circumstances diverged from those of other transmigrators upon arrival. The system imposed upon him a task of drinking for 20 years, binding the system only upon its completion. Thus, for 2 decades, Ye Tianming found himself immersed in wine, living in a veritable vat of spirits. This is the reason outsiders perceive him as a man possessed by his love for alcohol. Little do they know, his indulgence is driven by a deeper compulsion. Do you truly believe that daily drinking and languishing in a sea of wine is as delightful as it seems? Well, it does have its charms. However, he never anticipated that after 20 years in this foreign land, he would end up in such a predicament. At long last, the task of system deployment has been successfully accomplished. Regrettably, just as I bound myself to the system, I found myself demoted to a mere commoner, destined to guard the imperial tomb. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received a novice gift pack. Would you like to open it? Are you the fated one? As Ye Tianming was about to unveil the novice gift pack, a voice echoed softly in the air. Suddenly, an ethereal elder, with hair and beard as white as snow, appeared before him. The manner of the elder's arrival was imperceptible to Ye Tianming. Junior Ye Tianming pays his respects to the ancestor. Upon seeing the elder, Ye Tianming hastily bowed in reverence. Although he had never before visited the imperial tomb, he possessed some knowledge of its significance. The imperial tomb was of utmost importance, and naturally, the Grand Qian Dynasty would not neglect its guardianship. Here, there resided an ancestor of the Grand Qian Dynasty, specifically tasked with overseeing the tomb. It was said that this ancestor was a formidable being of the supreme realm. However, his father, Ye Zhan, was a pinnacle master of the supreme realm, whereas this elder was evidently not at that zenith. Since you have been punished to guard the imperial tomb, you shall accompany this old man within its confines. The elder chuckled lightly, stroking his beard as he led Ye Tianming deeper inside, explaining the rules of the tomb. You may freely enter the outer areas of the tomb, but the inner sanctum is forbidden ground. You must not set foot there. However, I will not restrict your movements, he continued. I have heard you are quite fond of wine. Should you wish to indulge, feel free to step outside at any time. Over the years, I have amassed a considerable collection of fine wines, which I shall gladly share with you. When you find yourself with nothing to do, the tomb requires cleaning. You can take care of that. You may also pay your respects at the resting places of some of our ancestors. It is said that others have found fortuitous opportunities within. Perhaps it had been ages since anyone had engaged the elder in conversation, and now, with Ye Tianming's presence, he spoke at length, relishing the interaction. Ye Tianming diligently took note of everything. Before long, the elder led him to an expansive courtyard. This courtyard was sizable and rich in spiritual energy. However, it had become overgrown with weeds due to years of neglect. This tomb is, of course, not as splendid as the imperial palace. You shall reside here, the elder remarked with a smile. Thank you. Ancestor Tianming is deeply grateful. After bidding farewell to the elder, Ye Tianming swiftly opened the novice gift pack bestowed by the system. Ding! Congratulations, host, for opening the novice gift pack. Congratulations, host. Your cultivation has been elevated to the pinnacle of the soul-shaping realm. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the 10 chaotic divine swords. Note: the 10 divine swords are unparalleled weapons of the world, born from the primordial chaos, surpassing even the imperial artifacts, namely, Xin Yuan sword, Zhanlu sword, Qi Shao sword, Teia sword, Qixing Longyuan sword, Ganjiang sword, Moi sword, Yuchang sword, Chunjun sword, and Chengying sword. Upon witnessing the rewards of this novice gift pack, Ye Tianming's excitement was palpable, and he could hardly contain his anticipation. The pinnacle of the soul sculpting realm. Aside, these 10 chaos divine swords are each treasure's birth from the primordial chaos itself. The divine weapons forged by the emperors are known as the supreme emperor weapons, the most formidable armaments in existence. Yet, astonishingly, these chaos divine swords surpass even the supreme emperor weapons in strength. Ye Tianming hastily summoned the 10 chaos divine swords, and before him, an ornate sword box materialized, revealing the illustrious 10 chaos divine swords within. However, these swords had their brilliance subdued. Otherwise, their combined might would be sufficient to obliterate the entire Qian dynasty, even the vast Taishan continent. Each sword radiated an unparalleled sharpness, their distinct patterns shimmering like stars under the sun. Regrettably, Ye Tianming, being at the mere pinnacle of the soul sculpting realm, could not hope to wield all 10 simultaneously. Even controlling a single sword was beyond his capabilities. That to unleash even a minuscule fraction of their power would be a cause for immense gratitude. Haha, how exhilarating! Ye Tianming laughed heartily, unable to resist taking a deep swig from the gourd at his waist. Ding! The host has tasted the spirit wine. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the primordial sacred body. In an instant, an overwhelming pressure erupted from Ye Tianming's body, a tidal wave of force washing over him, cleansing his very essence. The area within hundreds of miles was engulfed by this formidable pressure. Ye Tianming felt every bone, vein, and sinew within him being purged, undergoing a profound transformation. As he assimilated the primordial sacred body, an extraordinary phenomenon rippled across the surrounding expanse. Every martial artist could sense this anomaly, gazing skyward to uncover the source of such an event. What is this pressure? It is utterly terrifying. Could it be that a genius has emerged? What kind of prodigy could generate such formidable pressure? Within the imperial palace of the Qian Dynasty, Emperor Qian Yizhan stood aloft, his dragon robe exuding majesty and authority, resembling a sovereign of the mortal realm, surveying all beneath him. Behind him stood the dignitaries and warriors of the Qian Dynasty, all exchanging bewildered glances, uncertain of the unfolding events. This aura belongs to the primordial sacred body. The emperor mused, his countenance shifting in astonishment. A primordial sacred body has emerged from the Qian Dynasty. It is known that among myriad physiques, the rankings have been a subject of endless debate, yet the primordial sacred body, ranked first, has never faced skepticism. For a fully realized primordial sacred body can contend with an emperor. Investigate. Find out for me, the emperor commanded, sweeping his consciousness across the entire capital, finding no anomalies, and promptly issued orders. If the Qian dynasty could gain a fully realized primordial sacred body, it would ascend to the ranks of the most elite powers across the 3,000 continents. At that time, perhaps he could rival that particular family. Meanwhile, Ye Tianming, the very catalyst of these events, remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding circumstances. System, what exactly are your functions? Ye Tianming's face was filled with hope as he eagerly inquired further. Previously, the appearance of the elder had interrupted him, prompting him to recall the functionalities of the system at this moment. Had he truly just gained the legendary primordial saint body by casually sipping a common spirit wine? One sip of spirit wine had bestowed upon him the primordial saint body. Ding! As long as the host consumes alcohol, a myriad of treasures and even cultivation can be obtained. The more precious the liquor, the more formidable the treasures and cultivation gained by the host. However, the host should note that from the second consumption onwards, the rewards obtained from any particular liquor cannot surpass those acquired during the first sip. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Ye Tianming immediately grasped the situation. As long as he drank, he could acquire treasures and enhance his strength. Could it truly be that simple? Skeptically, he seized the wine gourd at his waist and took a hearty gulp. As the spirit wine flowed into his stomach, Ye Tianming felt a wave of comfort envelop him. Ding! The host has savored the spirit wine. Congratulations. The host has obtained a low-grade Saint tier elixir, the third transformation soul condensing pill. Third transformation soul condensing pill. This elixir can triple the user's spiritual power and allow a dissipated soul to reconstitute. In the realm of elixirs, there are 7 grades. Yellow, profound, earth, heaven, Tao, saint, and emperor, with each grade further divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. A low-grade saint tier elixir is undoubtedly a treasure. Moreover, this particular elixir pertains to the realm of the soul, enabling the reconstitution of a fragmented soul. This is akin to gaining a second life. In the Great Qian Dynasty, and even throughout the entire Taishan continent, such a treasure would incite frenzied competition among countless martial artists. As long as I drink, I can acquire cultivation and various treasures, With the potency of the treasures increasing with the rarity of the wine, Ye Tianming suddenly recalled the words spoken by the ancients. They had mentioned that he possessed a considerable collection of fine wines. If he could partake in these exquisite liquors, he could scarcely fathom the opportunities that would arise. Tomorrow I shall seek out the elder for more wine. Ye Tianming chuckled to himself, preparing to tidy up today. Once he had organized everything, his sole task would be to drink. When he had mastered the art of imbibing, he would then venture forth. As for those who conspired against me, they likely believe me to be dead and will not relent. For now, my strength is paramount. Ye Tianming understood that as long as he remained alive, those lurking in the shadows would not cease their pursuit. However, within the imperial mausoleum, he was under the protection of the 9 ancestors for the time being. His adversaries would have no opportunity to trouble him. Provided he drank daily and achieved unrivaled prowess, he would fear no malevolent beings, regardless of their schemes. Soon enough, Ye Tianming began to tidy up. The courtyard had been uninhabited for centuries, overrun with weeds, making the task quite laborious. By the time he had finished, night had fallen, and he collapsed onto his bed, exhausted from the day's labor. The following day, as dawn broke, Ye Tianming rose early. Yesterday, when the ancestor departed, he did not inform me of where to seek him. Ye Tianming was momentarily taken aback, and then he raised his voice to the heavens, calling out, "Ancestor, are you there? Where might you be?" Ye Tianming's shouts echoed through the once silent royal tomb, reverberating with his presence. "What is the matter?" In an instant, the ancestor materialized before Ye Tianming, inquiring with a tone of curiosity. Ancestor, did you not mention yesterday that you possessed a great many fine wines?" Ye Tianming chuckled, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. The guardian of the royal tomb furrowed his brow, playfully chiding, "You little rascal, you come here and the first thing on your mind is my wine. It is no wonder that the outside world claims you are as devoted to drink as to life itself." With that, he waved his hand, and a stone table accompanied by 2 stone chairs appeared, adorned with several jars of exquisite wine. "Very well, then let us indulge in a few cups together." Upon catching sight of these jars of wine, Ye Tianming's eyes sparkled with excitement. He eagerly uncorked the jars, and a rich, fragrant aroma wafted towards him. This exquisite wine was a century-old brew, crafted by the old man during his moments of leisure. Though it could not rival the imperial wines of the palace, it was nonetheless a rare and exceptional elixir. Ye Tianming hurriedly poured a drink for the venerable ancestor, saying, "Ancestor, allow me to toast to you." With that, he downed the cup in one go. Upon tasting the century-old fine brew, Ye Tianming felt as though his cultivation had increased severalfold. "What an exquisite wine! Truly remarkable!" he exclaimed. "Ding! The host has sampled a century-old fine brew. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the mid-tier sacred martial technique, the Sunluo sword art. The classification of martial techniques parallels that of medicinal pills, categorized into yellow, mysterious, earthly, heavenly, and imperial tiers, each further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. The value of a mid-tier sacred sword technique is simply immeasurable. However, Ye Tianming did not immediately display this newfound martial skill, as he had concealed his cultivation level at the spirit vein realm with the assistance of the system. Thus, the two continued to drink and engage in casual conversation. From the ancestor, Ye Tianming learned that this venerable figure ranked 9th among the 9 great ancestors of the Grand Qian Dynasty, known as the 9th ancestor. "Is there still an emperor among the 3,000 great states?" he inquired. While sipping their wine, they exchanged tales of intrigue. "An emperor?" the 9th ancestor pondered. According to records, since the mysterious disappearance of the last emperor a million years ago, it seems that none have emerged in the 3,000 great states. The 9th ancestor shook his head thoughtfully. However, there should be quite a few sages remaining. Among the imperial forces, many sages likely slumber in repose. The imperial forces refer to those that have been established or produced emperors. Such colossal entities represent the pinnacle of existence within the 3,000 great states. From the 9th ancestor's words, Ye Tianming gathered that the current top-tier powerhouses in the 3,000 great states were likely at the sage level. "I must endure until I become an emperor to emerge." He was well aware of the perilous external environment, where demonic beasts roamed freely, sects proliferated, and the theft of treasures was commonplace. Having been reborn once, he could not afford to falter again. "By the way, 9th ancestor, do you know where my mother is?" Ye Tianming suddenly asked amidst their conversation. He only remembered catching a glimpse of his mother at birth before she departed from the Grand Qian Dynasty. Upon hearing Ye Tianming's inquiry about his mother, the 9th ancestor's body trembled slightly, revealing a hint of helplessness in his gaze. He then set down his cup, saying, "It is late. I shall not accompany you further. Your cultivation is still low, and your fondness for wine is apparent. As long as you remain in the imperial mausoleum, I will protect you, and none shall dare lay a hand on you." With that, the ninth ancestor's surroundings rippled with energy, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished before Ye Tianming's eyes. Observing the ancestor's unusual behavior, Ye Tianming was momentarily taken aback. But the day has only just dawned, hasn't it? Not delving into the ninth ancestor's strange conduct, he glanced at the numerous jars of wine on the table, a smirk forming on his lips. Hee. All of this is mine. As he spoke, Ye Tianming collected all the large jars of wine into his storage ring, intending to savor them leisurely. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had elapsed. During this period, Ye Tianming primarily secluded himself in the courtyard, indulging in wine, while his cultivation soared as if propelled by a rocket. His realm had ascended directly to the pinnacle of the celestial realm. Nevertheless, he chose to conceal his true cultivation level within the spiritual pulse realm, ensuring that even the 9 ancestors could not discern his authentic state. With a deep breath, Ye Tianming took a generous gulp of wine in the courtyard, reveling in the rich spiritual energy within his body, feeling an unparalleled sense of exhilaration. Attaining the pinnacle of the celestial realm now afforded him a modicum of self-protection. Over this time, he had also begun to contemplate the individuals who had previously conspired against him. Ultimately, it was merely a pursuit for the position of the crown prince. However, each of them was backed by formidable forces, and each struggle for the throne represented a contest among these powerful factions, which included numerous formidable warriors. At this moment, although Ye Tianming yearns to uncover the identity of those who have conspired against him, he understands that with his current strength, he must exercise patience. He must wait until the entire Qian Dynasty has no adversaries capable of challenging him. At that point, not only would he feel untroubled by eliminating those who have wronged him, but he would also harbor no fear in vanquishing the powerful families that stand behind them. However, for now, Ye Tianming gazed at the empty wine jars arranged in the courtyard, immersed in contemplation. I must procure some wine. Although my father, the emperor, has forbidden my return to the capital without just cause, I possess a valid reason. Thus, returning would not constitute a breach of the imperial decree. Ye Tianming pondered for a moment and realized, indeed, there was no flaw in his reasoning. Soon, he set off towards the capital with great enthusiasm. Meanwhile, within the imperial palace of the Qian Dynasty, for the past 3 months, Ye Tianming's every move has been under the vigilant scrutiny of the shadow guards, who dutifully reported all occurrences to Emperor Qian. The emperor had hoped that relegating the young man to the imperial mausoleum would ignite his fighting spirit. However, to his dismay, Ye Tianming remained a slave to alcohol, unable to part with it for a full 3 months. Upon receiving the intelligence reports, the emperor found himself in a state of distress. Your Majesty, has not the banishment of His Highness Tianming to the mausoleum only served to provoke him further? Ventured the chancellor of the Great Qian Dynasty, who ranked among the top 3 formidable figures within the realm, possessing supreme cultivation. Alas, this child has been deprived of maternal affection since his youth, and I, as his father, failed to fulfill my duties. I feared his demise amidst the fierce competition for the crown, sighed Emperor Qian softly. In truth, he harbored suspicions regarding the circumstances surrounding Ye Tianming's earlier entrapment. Regrettably, the young man's dependency on alcohol stunted his growth and cultivation, leaving him vulnerable to the machinations of the other princes. In a desperate bid to safeguard him from the political strife, Emperor Qian had no choice but to exile Ye Tianming to the mausoleum, where the protection of his ancestors would deter any ill intentions against him. It was unclear whether the emperor spoke to the chancellor or merely to himself. Perhaps it is a blessing in disguise that Tianming lacks talent and cultivation. Once he has enjoyed a century of peace, it will be time for me to depart. Your Majesty, regarding the matter of the empress. The chancellor, bowing slightly, attempted to broach the subject, only to be interrupted by Emperor Qian. Chancellor, what progress has been made in the search for the whereabouts of the ancient sacred body? The emperor deftly shifted the conversation. Your Majesty, over the past 3 months, I have scoured the entire capital, yet there has been no advancement regarding the ancient sacred body's location, the chancellor replied, his discontent palpable. Despite the extensive efforts, the capital had been thoroughly searched, yet not even a trace of the ancient sacred body could be found. Upon hearing the chancellor's report, the emperor narrowed his eyes slightly. Could it be that the ancient sacred body has already been located by others? Hey, innkeeper, bring forth all your finest wines. Ye Tianming returned to the capital and immediately made his way to the drunken immortal pavilion. This establishment is renowned as the most opulent and luxurious tavern in the Great Qian Dynasty, where the fine wines rival even those found within the imperial palace. Ye Tianming often frequented the drunken immortal pavilion to indulge in wine, often reveling through the night. Moreover, it was rumored that the proprietor of this establishment was a formidable supreme realm expert, affiliated with the Qian Dynasty. The young attendant immediately recognized Ye Tianming and hurried over, his face a mask of obsequiousness. "Your Highness, what brings you here? Was it not said? Was it not said that I have been demoted to a commoner and exiled to the imperial mausoleum?" Ye Tianming interjected. Alas, alas, alas. The attendant realized his blunder and hastily slapped himself several times. "Your Highness, you mustn't misunderstand. During these past months of your absence, I have been yearning for your return like waiting for the stars and the moon. Finally, you have graced us with your presence, despite Ye Tianming's exile." In the eyes of these attendants, he remained a prince of the Qian Dynasty, distinguished and noble. Should he ever reclaim his royal status, offending him now would surely spell disaster for them. Thus, in the perspective of these attendants, whether Ye Tianming was demoted or not, he was an individual they could not afford to offend. "Enough of this trivial talk. Quickly bring forth your finest wines," Ye Tianming declared with grandeur. "Certainly, certainly. It has long been prepared for your Highness." The attendant bowed and hurried into the back courtyard, returning shortly with several jars of wine. "Your Highness, this is the exquisite 9 Heavens jade elixir, worth its weight in gold, reserved especially for you," the attendant said with a grin, promptly pouring a bowl for Ye Tianming. The rich aroma wafted through the air, and with just a whiff, Ye Tianming discerned that this wine was indeed extraordinary. In addition to the 9 Heavens jade elixir, there were numerous other fine wines, such as Drunken Moon nectar and Bichuan spirit wine, all set aside for His Highness. He swiftly lifted the bowl and drank it in one gulp. Ding! The host has tasted the 9 Heavens jade elixir. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ancient divine beast Bifong egg. As Ye Tianming finished a sip of wine, he was suddenly jolted by the announcement of this reward. The ancient divine beast, Bifong. Bifong is a legendary creature from antiquity, possessing an extraordinarily potent bloodline. According to ancient texts, even the weakest adult Bifong can attain the supreme realm. To think that he had actually obtained a Bifong egg this time, it was akin to securing a supreme realm companion for himself in the future. However, why was he not given a fully matured Bifong directly? Was he expected to return and hatch the egg himself? Ye Tianming murmured to himself, though he paid little heed to it. Hatching an egg was merely hatching an egg. What was the significance? Soon, after indulging in a jug of the exquisite 9 Heavens jade liquid, he instructed the waiter to refill his wine gourd with a variety of fine spirits before blissfully departing from the drunken immortal pavilion. As he ambled along, sipping his drink, he became slightly inebriated. Before long, he left the northern gate of the capital, journeying towards the imperial tombs. The tombs were not far from the capital, merely about 50 li away. "Your Highness, this is where you shall stop." Just as Ye Tianming had traveled roughly 20 li from the capital, several figures clad in black suddenly blocked his path, each exuding a formidable presence, all at the celestial realm. Upon encountering these black-clad individuals, Ye Tianming felt a jolt of alarm, instantly sobering. "Who dares obstruct my way?" "Hiki, those who seek to end your life." The leader of the black-clad figures sneered, perceiving Ye Tianming as nothing more than a waste of the spiritual vein realm. He believed any one of his companions could effortlessly dispatch him with a mere slap. Questioning why their master had summoned them all for such a trivial task. "Those who seek to end my life?" Ye Tianming furrowed his brow. Over the years, he had not provoked any formidable enemies, yet now there were those who sought his life. This must surely be connected to the treachery he had encountered 3 months prior. With this thought, Ye Tianming's eyes narrowed slightly, and his consciousness swiftly enveloped a radius of 10 miles, seeking any hidden presence nearby. However, he soon realized that aside from the few cloaked figures before him, there was no one else in the vicinity. It seemed that the puppet master behind this scheme had not arrived this time. "Can you tell me who sent you to kill me? At the very least, allow me to die with clarity." A glimmer of terror flickered in Ye Tianming's eyes. He did not intend to eliminate these individuals outright. It would be more prudent to ascertain the identity of the mastermind behind the scenes before delivering any fatal blows. "Your Highness, it would be best for you to consult the King of Hell regarding this matter." The cloaked figure let out a cold snort, fully aware that divulging information about his master was out of the question. "So, there is nothing more to discuss?" As Ye Tianming's words remained unspoken, Several figures clad in black surged towards him from various directions, wielding lethal strikes that left him no room for escape. Observing this, Ye Tianming acted without hesitation. Summoning a long sword into his grasp, none other than the Qixing Long Duan, one of the 10 divine swords. Clang, clang, clang. A flurry of sword light erupted, accompanied by anguished cries. As the black-clad assailants fell one by one to Ye Tianming's might, the leader of the black-clad figures watched in astonishment, his eyes widening in disbelief. You are not at the spirit vein realm. Everyone in the Grand Qian Dynasty knew that the Crown Prince Ye Tianming was inept and a notorious drunkard. Yet he now exhibited such formidable prowess. With but a single strike, he had dispatched several formidable adversaries of the Qitian realm. You have been concealing your true strength. Your depth of strategy is remarkable. The black-clad leader roared in frustration, incredulous at the perceived dishonor of it all. To possess such power while feigning weakness, how deceitful. Reveal the identity of your puppet master, and I shall grant you a swift end. Ye Tianming pointed his long sword menacingly at the cloaked figure. Taking a swig from his wine gourd, exuding an air reminiscent of a wine-sword immortal. To seek the master's information is to court death. The cloaked man gritted his teeth. And in the next moment, one could observe the tumultuous surge of spiritual energy enveloping him, as countless strands of power surged into his body. Self-detonation. Ye Tianming's pupils contracted sharply as he swiftly retreated. Boom. In the next instant, a thunderous roar erupted from the spot. Upon glancing back, he beheld a pit several dozen feet deep. Observing the desolation, Ye Tianming shook his head, cradled the scattered spatial rings in his embrace, and hastened towards the imperial mausoleum. Before long, formidable individuals from the capital arrived, led by a young man with striking features and an extraordinary presence. Your Highness, it appears that a fierce battle has transpired here. It seems to have been caused by the self-detonation of a Qitian realm expert. After the soldiers conducted their assessment, they reported the circumstances to the second prince, Ye Wushuang. The self-detonation of a Qitian realm expert? Such an occurrence near the capital raises profound questions about what has transpired. Ye Wushuang furrowed her brows, pondering the increasing unrest in the world. Currently, all of her royal brothers were returning to the capital to vie for the position of crown prince, while various factions within the Grand Qian Dynasty began to emerge gradually. Throughout her life, she had tread carefully, lacking the backing of other sects like her fourth brother, the military power held by her fifth brother, and the support of court officials that her sixth brother enjoyed. She found herself uncertain of her chances for the coveted title of crown prince. Ye Wushuang shook her head, dismissing such thoughts, and left a group of individuals to conduct the investigation while she returned to the capital alone. This token, is it from the Prince of Southern Town? Upon returning to the imperial mausoleum, Ye Tianming gazed at the token from the Prince of Southern Town in his hand, lost in contemplation. In the Qian Dynasty, aside from Emperor Qian, when considering other formidable figures, the four princes undoubtedly stand as the epitome of strength. Each one possesses the cultivation of the supreme realm: the Prince of Northern Town, the Prince of Southern Town, the Prince of Eastern Town, and the Prince of Western Town. These four are revered as the four pillars of the Qian Dynasty. Yet, as far as Ye Tianming is aware, the Prince of Southern Town has never aligned himself with any prince nor participated in any succession struggle. Why, then, would he send someone to assassinate him? Could it be that someone is attempting to frame the Prince of Southern Town? That seems implausible. No one even knows that he has reached the Celestial Realm. Dispatching several Celestial Realm warriors to eliminate him would serve no purpose in implicating the Prince of Southern Town. How intriguing! It becomes increasingly fascinating. Ye Tianming murmured softly, tossing the token of the Southern King's manor into his spatial ring. Subsequently, he retrieved from the system's space the egg of the ancient divine beast, by Fong, which he had just acquired. This egg was remarkably smooth, emanating a radiant luster, and was as large as a basketball. It was no wonder that he had received some sort of beast-rearing manual after drinking. Now, at last, it would prove useful. Ye Tianming's lips twitched slightly. Previously, the system had bestowed upon him a reward known as the Manual of Beast Raising. This tome elucidated the intricacies of nurturing magical beasts from a young age, serving as an encyclopedia of sorts within the realm of these creatures. At the time, Ye Tianming deemed it unnecessary and had resorted to using it as a makeshift table-like support. Little did he anticipate that it would soon prove to be of great utility. Ah, he sighed. I have finally found you, my little treasure. Ye Tianming discovered this tome of demon nurturing, which intriguingly contained methods for hatching demon beast eggs. He promptly constructed a platform using spiritual stones, placing the Bifong egg upon it. The next step involved regularly supplying ample spiritual energy to the egg, followed by patiently awaiting its hatching. With everything in place, Ye Tianming took out the exquisite wine he had purchased from the Zuixian Tower and began to indulge in it heartily. Ding! The host has savored the Zuiyu Qiongjiang. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the sacred level technique, Dragon Elephant Suppression Technique. Ding! The host has relished the Bichuan spiritual wine. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the sacred level elixir, Meridian's Cleansing Pill. As Ye Tianming continued to drink deeply, various treasures manifested within his system space. In the ensuing days, Ye Tianming nurtured the Bifang egg while diligently honing his skills. Occasionally, he ventured to the distant mountains of demon beasts, 100 miles from the imperial tomb, to engage in training. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, the 9 ancestors made several appearances. However, Ye Tianming's courtyard was long concealed by the Hunyuan Xianhuang Great Formation he had acquired. This was a sacred level formation. Not even the supreme 9 ancestors, let alone a saint, could unravel its mysteries. To the 9 ancestors and others, Ye Tianming's courtyard appeared to be an ordinary place, devoid of any remarkable features. Yet, in truth, should the Hunyuan Xianhuang Great Formation be dismantled, one would behold an entirely different realm. Within the courtyard, Ye Tianming had cultivated a plot of barren land, flourishing with various spiritual herbs, their fragrance intoxicating. The lowest among them were Dao tier spiritual herbs. According to Ye Tianming, spiritual herbs below the Dao tier were akin to mere weeds by the roadside. However, should one release a celestial tier spiritual herb, the entire Qian Dynasty would compete fiercely for it. Like elixirs, spiritual herbs are also categorized into 7 tiers: Huang, Xian, Di, Tian, Dao, Sheng, and Di. Each tier is further subdivided into upper, middle, and lower grades. In addition to elixirs and spiritual herbs, spiritual artifacts and martial techniques are similarly classified into 7 tiers with 3 grades. Today, just as Ye Tianming had finished tidying up the imperial tomb and returned to his courtyard, the previously motionless Bifang egg suddenly trembled slightly. Although the movement was faint, it was still perceived by Ye Tianming. Oh my, is it finally about to hatch? My meticulous care over the past 6 months has not been in vain. Ye Tianming gazed intently at the subtly trembling Bifang egg, his heart brimming with exhilaration. Before long, a fissure manifested on the egg, which was approximately the size of a basketball. Immediately, spiritual energy from the surrounding area, spanning dozens of miles, began to converge toward this locale. This is bad. Ye Tianming was taken aback and swiftly deployed the primordial Xianhuang formation. He had not anticipated that the emergence of the Bifang would provoke the surrounding spiritual energy. If this were to be discovered by others, it would spell disaster. Fortunately, Ye Tianming acted quickly enough, and no one noticed the unfolding scene. Before long, the cracks on the Bifang egg multiplied, resembling a spider's web that spread across the entire shell. Time passed, and at last, Ye Tianming witnessed a small head protruding from within the eggshell. Soon after, 2 wings and a pair of claws followed. Before long, a creature strikingly resembling a rooster appeared before Ye Tianming. Could this truly be the Bifang? Or was it merely a chicken? Upon encountering this creature, Ye Tianming's jaw dropped in astonishment. The being before him bore no resemblance to the magnificent and imposing mythical beast he had envisioned. Instead, the more he gazed upon it, the more it resembled a mere rooster. This curious sight evoked memories of a dear acquaintance from his previous life on the Azure Star. System, where are you? Are you truly certain this is the legendary Bifang? Have you not mistaken it for a chicken egg? Or perhaps you were trying to deceive me with a mere substitute? Ye Tianming immediately began to curse and grumble. The mere thought of engaging in battles alongside others, who rode magnificent steeds such as white tigers and azure dragons, while he himself mounted a colossal rooster, was a sight too absurd to bear. Master, I am indeed a purebred Bifang, though I have only just come into existence, and my bloodline has yet to fully awaken. At that moment, the great rooster, no, the Bifang communicated telepathically with Ye Tianming, offering an explanation. Upon hearing this, Ye Tianming nodded in acknowledgement. Since you are a Bifang and my very first divine beast, it is only fitting that I bestow upon you a name. Thank you for the naming, Master. Little Bifang exclaimed with immense excitement, nuzzling against Ye Tianming. Your demeanor reminds me of an old friend. Henceforth, you shall be called Yukuan. How wonderful! I am Yukuan, clucked the creature joyfully. Your esteemed friend must surely be an extraordinary powerhouse. Ahem. Upon hearing the call of the young Bifang, Ye Tianming nearly choked on his own saliva. Could it truly be just a mere chicken? After the young Bifang hatched, Ye Tianming resumed his cultivation. In his daily routine, he would often enlist the young Bifang to assist him in tidying up the royal tomb and tending to the vegetable garden. Coupled with the cultivation resources provided by Ye Tianming, the young Bifang eventually reached the soul-shaping realm, allowing it to assume a form. What perplexed Ye Tianming, however, was that upon transforming, Ye Qian appeared with a center-parted hairstyle. Ye Tianming also concealed the demonic aura and realm of Ye Qian with talismans, nearly claiming he was a servant from his former palace who had come to care for him. The 9 ancestors, upon encountering Ye Qian, harbored no suspicions. Thus, a month passed in tranquility. Today, Ye Tianming found himself reclining leisurely in a chair, sipping wine while basking in the sun, gazing at Ye Qian, who was diligently cleaning the imperial mausoleum nearby. Life was indeed indulgent. Big brother, I miss you so much. At that moment, an ethereal voice resonated. From a distance, a graceful figure dashed toward him. Upon hearing the voice, Ye Tianming instantly rose, smiling as he exclaimed, "Ninth sister, what brings you here?" The newcomer was none other than the 9th daughter of the Qian Emperor, Ye Tianming's 9th sister, Ye Xiaoxiao. The Qian Emperor had 9 children, aside from the eldest son, Ye Tianming. The 2nd, 4th, 5th, and 6th were princes, while the 3rd, 7th, 8th, and 9th were princesses. Ye Xiaoxiao was the 9th princess. Xiaoxiao, are you not cultivating at the Qianyu Manor? What brings you back so suddenly? As the 9th princess of the Grand Qian Dynasty, Ye Xiaoxiao held a noble status and had been sent to the Qianyu Manor at a young age for study and cultivation. The Qianyu Manor is one of the paramount forces in Taishan Prefecture and maintains a favorable relationship with the Great Qian Dynasty. Ye Xiaoxiao was sent to the Qianyu Manor at a young age to cultivate her skills. Elder brother, I had been at the Qianyu Manor for some time without any news. Upon hearing that you were exiled to the imperial tombs, I immediately returned to see you. Ye Xiaoxiao, her cheeks puffed in indignation, exclaimed, "How can Father Emperor do this? He has always cherished you the most. I shall go to him at once and demand your release." Xiaoxiao, please do not. I am quite well here. Ye Tianming hurriedly stopped Ye Xiaoxiao, pondering how he could survive if he were truly released. It wouldn't be long before his cultivation was exposed. However, his elder brother, he heard that the heavenly demon sect was stirring restlessly. Without his presence in the capital, it could prove perilous. Ye Xiaoxiao expressed her concerns. The heavenly demon sect? Upon hearing Ye Xiaoxiao's words, Ye Tianming was taken aback, a look of astonishment reflected in his eyes. He had previously gleaned some knowledge about the heavenly demon sect from the royal archives. A millennium ago, there existed a singular, dominant force in Taishan Prefecture that reigned supreme for an entire 10,000 years. Within its ranks were countless formidable individuals, thriving in their strength. However, the disciples of this sect resorted to unscrupulous means to enhance their power, even going so far as to conduct mass sacrifices of millions. This ultimately incited discontent among the other forces in Taishan Prefecture, leading to a collective uprising against them. In the end, the sect was jointly eradicated by the remaining powers of Taishan. This force was none other than the heavenly demon sect. 1,000 years ago, Emperor Qian and the leaders of several other top-tier powers united to vanquish the sect's master. Although Ye Tianming did not experience that battle firsthand, he had learned of it. It was said that nearly half of Taishan Prefecture was on the brink of being submerged in the conflict. The disciples of the heavenly demon sect suffered near total annihilation, causing them to languish in despair ever since. Now, could it be that the heavenly demon sect is rising from the ashes once more? Xiaoxiao, how did you come to know of this? Ye Tianming hurriedly inquired. If the celestial demon sect truly rises from the ashes, then it is indeed a matter of concern for me. I have heard from my master that the leaders of the various powerful factions in Taishan Prefecture are already deliberating on countermeasures, and my father is also aware of this situation. Ye Xiaoxiao spoke candidly. Her master was the deputy lord of the Qianyu Mansion, so she was naturally aware of the significant events in Taishan Prefecture. I see, said Xiaoxiao, please be cautious during this period. It is likely that unrest will soon engulf the entire Taishan Prefecture. Ye Tianming instructed, the celestial demon sect has been dormant for a millennium, and its sudden emergence surely indicates meticulous preparation. All right, I understand, elder brother. Do take care within the imperial mausoleum. Ye Xiaoxiao pouted and remarked. With the 9 ancestors present in the imperial mausoleum, the members of the heavenly demon sect would undoubtedly refrain from approaching. Ye Tianming smiled gently, offering words of comfort. After Ye Xiaoxiao departed, he intensified his training, unaware of when this tranquil existence would be disrupted. Seasons changed, and in the blink of an eye, another year had passed. During this time, Ye Tianming transformed his courtyard into a sanctuary, where the spiritual energy surpassed the outside world by a factor of 10, and he cultivated numerous spiritual herbs. His cultivation level had also ascended beyond the Qitian realm, reaching the pinnacle of the divine mansion realm. All of this was concealed by formations, leading outsiders to perceive Ye Tianming as merely a heavy drinking glutton. Throughout the year, Ye Xiaoxiao frequently visited the royal mausoleum to see Ye Tianming, bringing him a wealth of news. The world outside had undergone tremendous changes over this year. The 5 foremost sects of Taishan Prefecture, Grand Qian Dynasty, Xianyu Mansion, Qingyun Sword Sect, Baiyu Sect, and Dazhou Dynasty joined forces to eradicate several strongholds of the heavenly demon cult. Unfortunately, the results were far from satisfactory, as no word had reached them regarding the cult's formidable practitioners or headquarters. Elder brother, I have returned to discuss my marriage. In the royal mausoleum, Ye Xiaoxiao wore a look of disappointment, clearly unhappy. Marriage? What marriage? Ye Tianming inquired, puzzled. The heir of the southern town king has proposed to our father, and both he and our mother have consented to betroth me to him, but I have no feelings for him at all. I implored our father to retract his decree, yet our mother remained steadfast in her decision. Ye Xiaoxiao sighed in resignation. Upon discovering that the Emperor Qian and her mother had arranged her betrothal to the heir of the southern town king, she had once caused quite an uproar in the imperial palace. Although the Emperor Qian held a deep affection for his daughter, her mother was particularly enamored with the southern town king's heir and insisted that Ye Xiaoxiao marry him. Ye Tianming had some recollection of Ye Xiaoxiao's mother, who seemed to be a cousin of the southern town king, making the heir her distant relative. Once again, it was the southern town king. Ye Tianming's eyes subtly narrowed. Since a year and a half ago, when he was ambushed on the road and discovered the token of the southern king's manor within the assailant's spatial ring, he had been vigilant regarding the southern king's manor. However, whether it was due to alarming the snake by stirring the grass or because those individuals were not affiliated with the southern king's manor, the manor had not taken any action against Ye Tianming in this year and a half. Even if Ye Tianming wished to seize upon their weaknesses, he found himself devoid of opportunity. However, today, Xiaoxiao, since you harbor no fondness for this, let us request Father Emperor to rescind the decree. Yet, Father Emperor has already spoken, and Mother Empress does not consent. How can we possibly retract the decree? Ye Xiaoxiao pouted. I have a solution. Ye Tianming patted his own chest and assured, do you have a solution? Ye Xiaoxiao wore a look of skepticism. How could her alcoholic brother possibly have a solution? She found it utterly unbelievable. Rest assured, it's all on your brother. Ye Tianming chuckled, since father has not revoked the decree. Let us have the heir of the southern king beseech him to do so. With that, he called out to Ye Kuan, come with me. Ye Kuan, who had been sweeping the floor, instantly perked up at the sound. Master, I'm coming. Having spent a considerable time in the royal mausoleum, Ye Kuan had accompanied Ye Tianming on several excursions to the Beast Mountain, yet he found it difficult to remain idle. The moment he realized Ye Tianming intended to take him out, he eagerly followed. Behind them, Ye Xiaoxiao trailed with a look of skepticism, curious to witness the cunning methods of her drunken elder brother. Stop. Just as Ye Kuan relentlessly struck Lu Qingye, a thunderous voice echoed through the room. Inside, the guards and maidservants were so terrified that they prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling in fear. Father, you have finally arrived. Please save me. Lu Qingye shouted desperately. Almost immediately, a middle-aged man strode into the room with an imposing presence, exuding an aura of formidable strength. Merely standing there, he commanded an overwhelming sense of pressure. Meanwhile, Ye Kuan, frightened, hastily discarded the small whip in his hand and hid behind Ye Tianming. Truly cowardly, Ye Tianming silently cursed. Could this truly be the ancient divine beast by Fong? Not only did it resemble a chicken, but it also exhibited cowardice. However, upon his first encounter with King Zhennan, Ye Tianming was thoroughly astonished. As expected of a supreme being, the sheer aura emanating from him was suffocating. It became evident that he was still too weak. Upon returning, he must diligently engage in cultivation. Your Highness, Crown Prince, and Ninth Princess, how dare you arrive at my Zhennan residence and casually strike my son, showing such blatant disregard for the authority of the Zhennan royal house? Is this not excessively audacious? King Zhennan coldly huffed, releasing Lu Qingye and immediately providing him with several medicinal pills. Crown Prince, Ninth Princess, this matter demands a thorough explanation from you, King Zhennan declared, his face etched with fury. Your Highness, if I recall correctly, young Master Lu and my ninth sister are bound by a betrothal. Yet, he continues to frolic about in the Zhengnan estate. Does he believe my ninth sister is inferior even to a mere maid? Ye Tianming retorted directly, asserting that both from an emotional and rational standpoint, they held the moral high ground in this matter and saw no reason to concede. Moreover, his intention in coming here was to demand the annulment of the engagement, leaving him with even less justification to retreat. The lord of the southern town, witnessing the unfolding scene, was acutely aware of the circumstances at play. He had only one son, Lu Qingye, who was the very lifeblood of the Lu family. Consequently, he indulged Lu Qingye greatly, allowing him to grow accustomed to a life of extravagance and indulgence without oversight. However, he never anticipated that Ye Tianming would confront him directly this time. With a cold snort, he remarked, "While it is true that Qingye has acted inappropriately, you cannot treat him in such a manner. Where do you place his majesty in all of this?" Ye Tianming regarded the threat posed by the Prince of Zhengnan with utter disdain and remarked nonchalantly, "Your Highness, Lu Qingye's character is questionable. He indulges in extravagance and debauchery. Surely you wouldn't want such a scandal to tarnish the reputation of the Zhengnan prince's residence, would you?" Upon hearing this, the prince's pupils constricted and his brow furrowed. Although many nobles in the court led lives of excess and immorality behind closed doors, none had been caught. Furthermore, Lu Qingye was betrothed to Ye Xiaoxiao. Should it come to light that he engaged in such excess while bound by this engagement, it would be a disgrace to the imperial family. What is of utmost importance to the royal family? Their reputation, of course, to preserve their dignity. Who could predict what actions the Emperor Qian might take? My lord, I underestimated you, the Prince of Zhengnan thought, his eyes narrowing slightly. Surprised that he would find himself ensnared by a drunken Ye Tianming, he cast a displeased glance at Lu Qingye. What a foolish scoundrel, failing to keep a watchful eye. Now, he has given Ye Tianming leverage to jeopardize the engagement with Ye Xiaoxiao. What are your terms, your highness? Ye Tianming inquired. Simple. I request that the Prince of Zhengnan accompany the heir to the palace with me and, in the presence of my father, annul the engagement. Ye Tianming replied with a smile. The prince nodded slightly. This demand was not unreasonable, and given Ye Tianming's evidence, the annulment was inevitable. Additionally, I have heard that your estate possesses a fine vintage of exquisite wine that I have long yearned for. Might the prince be willing to part with it? Ye Tianming chuckled. For quite some time, he had known of the legendary wine stored in the Zhengnan prince's residence, rumored to be over 200 years old. He wondered what treasures the system might reward him with upon tasting it. The prince's expression darkened instantly. This wine had been his cherished possession for over 2 centuries, and he had never dared to partake in it, only to find himself the object of Ye Tianming's covetous gaze. Indeed, it was not the thief one feared, but the thief's longing. My lord, do not be angry. Consider this. In comparison to the reputation of Lu Qingye, what does this request amount to? Surely, you do not wish for him to become a figure of disdain throughout the Great Qian Dynasty? Ye Tianming continued with a smile. Very well, I shall agree. The Prince of Zhengnan gritted his teeth and acquiesced. My lord, I have not yet concluded. What about my compensation? This matter concerns Xiaoxiao. Who is the true victim here? Who could have imagined her fiancé to be of such character? Should we not offer her some form of recompense? I do not require much. Merely a few top-tier spiritual artifacts of heavenly grade for her would suffice. As Ye Tianming detailed his demands, the Prince of Zhengnan felt an intense urge to rend him asunder. Heavenly grade spiritual artifacts? Did he comprehend their value? In the entirety of the Great Qian Dynasty, there were scarcely a handful, and how could the Zhengnan prince's estate possibly possess any? My brother, I cannot make use of such high-tier artifacts, Ye Xiaoxiao interjected, unable to tolerate the situation any longer. Within this context, a single high-grade, earth-level breakthrough pill possesses remarkable efficacy for cultivators seeking to transcend their current boundaries. And its price is indeed exorbitant. Consider it an apology gift to the 9th princess. The king of southern tranquility snorted coldly and directly handed a pill to Ye Xiaoxiao. Originally intended for Lu Qingye, he could not restrain himself any longer in his desire for Ye Tianming to depart swiftly, and thus presented this pill to Ye Xiaoxiao without hesitation. Thank you, your highness. Ye Xiaoxiao expressed her gratitude promptly upon receiving the pill. It is merely a high-grade earth-level pill. How rather stingy. Ye Tianming curled his lips, contemplating the abundance of Dao-tier and Saint-tier elixirs within his own system space, deeming the Earth-tier superior elixir to be rather trivial. However, his remarks ignited a furious response from the Prince of Zhengnan. Do you have any notion of the value of this earth-tier superior elixir? How dare you look down upon it? Your Highness, let us hasten to fetch the wine and proceed to meet my father. The Emperor, Ye Tianming, quickly interjected, noticing the princess' rising ire. Humph, just you wait. I shall retrieve it for you. The Prince of Jinnan huffed, striding toward the door. Concurrently, Ye Tianming followed suit. What are you trailing behind for? The prince coldly demanded. I merely wish to accompany your highness to ensure you do not mistakenly select the wrong wine, so I can offer a gentle reminder. Ye Tianming replied with a smile. Humph, I have no need for such assistance. The prince scoffed, dismissing Ye Tianming's presence. Yet, Ye Tianming remained close behind, his consciousness probing the surroundings in search of any subtle clues. Before long, the Prince of Jinnan produced a jug of wine and tossed it directly to Ye Tianming. Ye Tianming took it, inhaling the rich aroma of the wine that penetrated his senses. Thank you, your highness, he exclaimed, before taking a generous swig. Ding. The host has tasted a 200-year-old fine brew. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Dao-level skill, Beast Taming. Beast Taming, the ability to control magical beasts below one's own realm, with the number of controllable beasts increasing as the user's cultivation improves. Beast Taming. Upon encountering the introduction of the system, Ye Tianming was utterly astounded. The art of beast taming could indeed manipulate demonic beasts. Just imagine, during a confrontation with an adversary, suddenly unleashing dozens of demonic beasts. Wouldn't they be torn to shreds in an instant, caught completely off guard? Realizing that this beast taming technique was a true treasure, Ye Tianming promptly resolved to venture into the demonic beast mountain range to explore its potential. What are you dawdling for? Come along with me to the palace. Just as Ye Tianming was lost in his reverie, a sharp reprimand from Prince Jinnan jolted him back to reality. Ye Tianming curled his lips and promptly made his way towards the imperial palace. Within the grand palace of the Qian Dynasty, Emperor Qian gazed down at the assembly, his head throbbing with concern. Prince of the South, are you truly determined to cancel the engagement? The emperor inquired. Your Majesty, Qingye is unworthy of the ninth princess. I humbly request your Majesty's understanding, the Prince of the South replied respectfully, bowing deeply and discreetly signaling to Lu Qingye. Upon noticing the gesture, Lu Qingye hurriedly knelt before the emperor, exclaiming, Your Majesty, I beseech you to retract your decree. Observing Lu Qingye's battered appearance, the emperor surmised the situation and nodded. In that case, the engagement between Qingye and Xiao Xiao is hereby annulled. Wonderful, exclaimed Yi Xiao Xiao, leaping joyfully and embracing Ye Tianming. Brother, it's all thanks to you. After the Prince of the South and his heir, Lu Qingye, resolved the matter, they took their leave. It was then that Emperor Qian finally spoke. Now, please enlighten me about what transpired. Ye Tianming then recounted the events that transpired within the Duke of Jinnan's residence. Upon hearing this, Emperor Qian nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, however, you have yet to consider all aspects. What if the Duke of Jinnan were to take action against you? You ought to have brought a formidable ally to the palace with you. Rest assured, father, I will be just fine, Ye Tianming replied with a mischievous grin. Now, let us speak of other matters. The emperor waved his hand dismissively and continued, You have been at the imperial tomb for 2 years now. Do you have any desire to return to the palace? At this remark, Ye Tianming rapidly shook his head as if it were a rattled drum. Father, I find it quite agreeable here in the imperial tomb. The emperor, hearing this, shook his head in resignation, choosing not to elaborate further. With the 9 ancestors present in the tomb, there is little to fear. However, you should drink less and dedicate more time to your cultivation. The situation in Taishan Prefecture is unstable, with the heavenly demon sect lurking ominously. Furthermore, in 5 years, the beast tide shall soon arrive. In such times, how do you intend to safeguard yourself with your current level of cultivation in the spirit vein realm? The beast tide? Ye Tianming was momentarily taken aback, expressing his astonishment. Father, is the beast tide truly approaching in just 5 years? Emperor Qian nodded affirmatively. Every 20 years, the Demon Beast mountain range experiences a surge of monstrous creatures. And we are now but 5 years away from the next upheaval. Furthermore, with the current restlessness of the heavenly demon sect, it seems that Taishan Prefecture will not enjoy tranquility. To the north of the Grand Qian Dynasty lies the expansive Demon Beast mountain range, stretching over 100,000 miles. Every 2 decades, this range unleashes a beast tide that threatens to encroach upon the capital of the Grand Qian Dynasty. In a previous occurrence, this tide devastated dozens of cities, resulting in the tragic loss of millions of cultivators and causing significant harm to the dynasty. This is precisely why the capital was established near the mountain range, as a precaution against such catastrophic losses. Moreover, it is not uncommon for cultivators from the Great Qian Dynasty to venture into the Demon Beast Mountain range for training, a practice that bears both advantages and disadvantages. Tianming, I know you enjoy indulging in fine wines. The palace is stocked with many exquisite selections. Since you have returned after such a long time, do take some to the royal tombs and share a drink with the 9 ancestors. Upon hearing this, Ye Tianming nodded eagerly, pondering how much his cultivation would need to advance to match the vast quantities of wine. After a brief exchange, Emperor Qian bid farewell to Ye Tianming. Ye Tianming took some fine wine before departing from the imperial palace. Elder brother, the situation in Taishan Prefecture is rather precarious. You must exercise utmost caution. Yu Xiaoxiao urged as they parted. Xiaoxiao, rest assured, I shall be fine. Not even the heavenly demon sect, nor a tide of beasts, can instill fear in me. Ye Tianming patted his chest and assured her. Upon witnessing his demeanor, Ye Xiaoxiao couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. Elder brother, I must return to the Xianyu mansion. I will come to visit you again next time. After escorting Ye Tianming back to the imperial mausoleum, she prepared to take her leave. Xiaoxiao, wait. Suddenly, Ye Tianming called out to her, then produced a pill. This pill was given to me by our father. Considering my lack of cultivation talent, I thought you might benefit from it. Ye Tianming presented Yu Xiaoxiao with a lower-grade sacred tier elixir, the returning phoenix spirit pill, crafted from the blood of a phoenix's heart. This remarkable potion possesses the ability to enhance the innate qualities of its consumer. Typically, a cultivator's potential is predetermined at birth. While it may not determine their ultimate limits, it often establishes the foundational minimum for a cultivator's lifetime. Those endowed with superior aptitude, even if their cultivation is lacking, will seldom find themselves at a significant disadvantage. Although Yu Xiaoxiao's aptitude is not particularly poor, it does not reach the level of genius. This elixir is precisely what he needs to enhance his capabilities. The returning heavenly phoenix spirit pill is, of course, a reward from the system. However, Ye Tianming cannot reveal the secret of the system and can only attribute it to a gift from his father, the emperor. No, big brother. This elixir was given to you by our father. How can I possibly take it? Yu Xiaoxiao hastily declined. Xiaoxiao, you are aware that I am merely a drunkard, utterly inept at cultivation. This elixir would be wasted on me. If you consume it, you will surely augment your strength. In that case, wouldn't you be able to protect your big brother? Ye Tianming chuckled as he forcefully pressed the elixir into Yu Xiaoxiao's hands. Yu Xiaoxiao could not refuse him, so she accepted with a smile, saying, Thank you, elder brother. I will surely bring you some fine wine when I can next time. Excellent. Ye Tianming chuckled and remarked. However, Xiaoxiao, you must keep my gift of elixirs a secret. If Father Emperor discovers this, I shall surely face dire consequences. Rest assured, brother. I will not divulge anything to Father Emperor, she assured him. After bidding farewell to Ye Xiaoxiao, Ye Tianming began to organize the spoils of the day. Within the estate of the Southern King, he had procured a rare vintage that had been cherished for over 2 centuries. Additionally, the system had bestowed upon him the skill of beast taming, which he could aptly test in the Beast Mountain range. Who knows? This newfound ability might prove invaluable during the Beast Tide in 5 years. Regrettably, Ye Tianming had not uncovered anything suspicious within the Southern King's residence. The Southern King appeared entirely unremarkable, showing no motive to assassinate him. This left Ye Tianming in a state of vexation. It seemed imperative to enhance his strength. With greater power, he would have no need to fear anyone who sought to harm him, he mused. Moreover, there were exquisite wines obtained from the imperial palace, which he had yet to indulge in, uncertain of what treasures the system might reward him with. Contemplating this, Ye Tianming retrieved a jar of fine wine and drank deeply. This wine was exclusively reserved for the imperial court, unattainable in the outside world and only served during significant occasions. As the warm liquid coursed through him, Ye Tianming felt an overwhelming sense of elation. Congratulations, host. You have savored the royal wine and attained the pinnacle of the Taiji realm. By the heavens, this time, it is indeed an enhancement in cultivation. Ye Tianming was suddenly taken aback. He had unexpectedly attained the cultivation level of the Tai Chi realm. This was indeed the Tai Chi realm, and not just any level, but the pinnacle of it, in the Taishan continent. Practitioners of the Tai Chi realm were regarded as formidable figures, and few would dare to offend a master of such caliber. Moreover, Ye Tianming realized that the probability of receiving cultivation rewards from the system was remarkably low. Typically, the rewards consisted of various techniques, martial arts, and spiritual elixirs. His cultivation at the peak of the Divine Mansion realm was primarily achieved through his own diligent efforts. Initially, Ye Tianming had estimated that it would take him some time to reach the Tai Chi realm, yet unexpectedly, he had ascended directly to this level. Nevertheless, while the Tai Chi realm was indeed a position of power, it was crucial to remain low-key to avoid provoking a master of the supreme realm, lest he be struck down without even comprehending the circumstances of his demise. Ye Tianming remained composed, not succumbing to arrogance. Instead, he settled into a meditative posture, beginning to assimilate the insights gained from the realm of Taiji. A rich and surging spiritual force began to circulate around him, and faint traces of the Tao could be discerned. Standing nearby, Ye Kuan observed the escalating aura of Ye Tianming and could not help but exclaim, "A true master indeed." Even within the Taiji realm, the essence of the Tao manifests. This is destined to be a being on the path to enlightenment. As an ancient divine beast, the Bai Feng, although he had only recently emerged from his egg, possessed an innate legacy of memories. In terms of experience, Ye Tianming might indeed pale in comparison to Ye Kuan. The Tao can only be comprehended within the realm of enlightenment. Prior to that, even the slightest hint of Tao essence signifies unparalleled genius among prodigies. Ye Tianming had just recently ascended to the Tai Chi realm, yet he had already begun to exude a trace of Tao rhythm. After 2 hours, Ye Tianming slowly opened his eyes, having thoroughly consolidated his mastery of the Tai Chi realm. Now, he was filled with an eager anticipation to ascertain the true extent of his newfound strength. "Ye Kuan, come with me. Let us venture to the monster beast mountain range." Ye Tianming waved his hand and instantly vanished from his original spot. He, master. Wait for me." Ye Kuan hastily called out, making his way towards the demon beast mountain range. The mountain range lay a staggering 10,000 miles from the imperial tomb. Yet with Ye Tianming's current speed, he arrived at the very edge of the mountain range in the blink of an eye. Accompanied by a bird, he swiftly ventured into the depths of the demon beast mountain range. This vast expanse of 100,000 miles teemed with countless demon beasts, and at its innermost depths resided 3 sovereign-level demon kings. Ye Tianming had visited several times before, and most of the low level at the periphery had been eradicated. This time, it was an opportune moment to test the beast-taming technique. As long as their realm was inferior to mine, they could be subdued. Ye Tianming made his way directly into the depths of the demon beast mountain range. The beasts of the Tai Chi realm resided in the far reaches of the mountain range, each claiming its own territory. Before long, Ye Tianming had penetrated to a depth of 50,000 li within the demon beast mountain range. Ordinarily, this area would not attract any human cultivators for training. Shortly thereafter, Ye Tianming arrived at the entrance of a cave dwelling. This was the territory of a 5th-level Tai Chi realm beast, the Crimson Flame Tiger. As Ye Tianming stepped into this realm, a resounding roar echoed around him, deafening and causing the very ground to tremble. Shortly thereafter, a fierce tiger, its back, limbs, and eyes ablaze with roaring flames, emerged slowly from the cavern. The Crimson Flame Tiger stood an impressive height of 4 to 5 zhong, resembling a small mountain. Roar. Upon seeing Ye Tianming, the Crimson Flame Tiger bellowed, "Human, a mere spirit vein realm cultivator dares to tread upon the territory of this king, seeking death." Beasts that have reached the soul-shaping realm are capable of communicating with humans, and the Crimson Flame Tiger, being at the Tai Chi realm, naturally had no difficulty in this regard. Upon witnessing the taunts of the Crimson Flame Tiger, Ye Tianming let out a cold sneer, disregarding the creature's bravado. In an instant, he flickered and leaped into the air above the beast, a long sword materializing in his grasp, hurtling towards the Crimson Flame Tiger. "Seeking death," roared the tiger in fury, infuriated that a mere ant of the spirit vein realm dared to strike at him. Without hesitation, it raised its fiery claws, aiming to swat Ye Tianming down. Clang! A sharp sound echoed as metal met flesh, and the Crimson Flame Tiger was sent flying by Ye Tianming's sword. Moments later, Ye Tianming stood triumphantly atop the massive head of the tiger. "Who is the true ant now? Spare me. Great one, spare me. I am but an ant." The tiger growled, now pleading for mercy. Gone was its earlier ferocity. It lay prostrate, resembling a timid kitten. "If you spare my life, I vow to serve you faithfully." Without a hint of deceit, the Crimson Flame Tiger implored earnestly. Upon hearing this, Ye Tianming initially thought that this formidable adversary would at least resist a little. Yet, to his surprise, without uttering a single word, the opponent surrendered without a fight. He had anticipated facing a tough opponent, only to discover that this individual was utterly spineless. "Very well, you have spoken, so submit to me." Ye Tianming directly employed the beast control technique, and the crimson flame tiger felt as though its very soul was ensnared, as if something had locked onto it. The moment it entertained any thoughts of rebellion or defiance, its soul would be instantly extinguished. The crimson flame tiger's realm was already inferior to Ye Tianming's, and this time it willingly submitted, encountering no resistance to the beast control technique. You are the second beast to be tamed by the master, thus you shall hold the second position. As for me, I am the first to follow the master. So from now on, I shall be your elder brother. Do you understand? At this moment, Ye Tianming spoke up, giving a gentle kick to the crimson flame tiger. Determined not to allow this little tiger to usurp his esteemed position in Ye Tianming's heart, the crimson flame tiger cast a glance at Ye Tianming, and in an instant, it was so intimidated that it crouched low to the ground. Previously, it had been oblivious, but now it noticed the formidable bloodline emanating from Ye Tianming, which evoked an involuntary sense of submission within it. The crimson flame tiger was filled with curiosity towards this human before it, pondering what manner of being could compel a top-tier beast like Ye Tianming to bow in deference. Master, I am aware of another place, the domain of the Cicada King. What do you think? The crimson flame tiger spoke softly. The Cicada King referred to a golden-winged cicada of the 7th tier in the Tai Chi realm, whose territory lay not far from that of the crimson flame tiger, and the two beasts were bitter rivals. Unfortunately, the crimson flame tiger's realm was 2 tiers below that of the golden-winged cicada, and after several encounters, it had been thoroughly defeated. Now that it had finally found an exceptionally powerful ally, the crimson flame tiger was unwilling to let this opportunity for revenge slip away. Ye Tianming was well aware of the thoughts of the crimson flame tiger. He stroked his chin and immediately mounted the creature, requesting it to take him to the territory of the golden-winged cicada. Having nothing else to occupy his time, he seized the opportunity to tame a few more beasts. In no time, the crimson flame tiger brought Ye Tianming and Ye Tianming to the domain of the golden-winged cicada. As the trio, 1 man, 1 chicken, and 1 tiger, stepped into the cicada's realm, the golden-winged cicada swiftly detected their presence. Tiger King, how could a majestic beast of the Tai Chi realm submit to a human? You have truly brought shame upon our kind. The cicada mocked from the air. Foolish creature, this king owes you no explanation for his actions, roared the crimson flame tiger. Cicada King, I have come today to settle the score. All our grievances, both new and old, will be reckoned. Upon hearing the tiger's furious declaration, the golden-winged cicada laughed heartily. You think that by allying with humans, you can contend with me? Master, he underestimates you. Strike him down, urged the crimson flame tiger, fully aware of its own inadequacy against the cicada. Master, allow me to take this one. It looks quite delectable, Ye Tianming suddenly interjected, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth. For some inexplicable reason, the sight of the golden-winged cicada made him feel an overwhelming urge to devour it. At this moment, Ye Tianming's cultivation had reached the Tai Chi realm, albeit only the 3rd level. Nevertheless, he was a purebred ancient divine beast, the Bai Fong, endowed with an extraordinarily formidable bloodline. Even a peak-level monster in the Tai Chi realm would struggle to exhibit much power in his presence. Ye Tianming nodded. As long as they did not kill him, that would suffice. Wretched creature, how dare you confront this king? Above, the golden-winged cicada let out a furious roar, poised to strike at Ye Tianming and his companions, yet the words failed to escape his lips. Before him appeared a creature resembling a crane, entirely cloaked in azure, its feathers adorned with crimson streaks. This was none other than Ye Tianming's true form, the ancient divine beast, Bai Fong. In this moment, Ye Tianming's body loomed immense, spanning dozens of yards, akin to a towering mountain. The golden-winged cicada appeared as a mere insect before him. At that instant, a surge of bloodline power emanated from Ye Tianming, enveloping a 1,000-mile radius. All the surrounding beasts were rendered immobile, suppressed by Ye Tianming's ancestral might. The ancient divine beast Bai Fong was incomparable to these mixed-blood creatures. In the next moment, Ye Tianming snapped his jaws, instantly devouring one of the golden-winged cicada's wings. The cicada let out a pained cry, plummeting from the sky. Immediately afterward, Ye Tianming pinned the cicada down with a foot, growling, little insect. You dare to disregard Lord Ye Tianming? Who are you? The golden-winged cicada's eyes widened in horror, disbelief etched across its face. Merely relying on bloodline power, it was rendered immobile. How formidable was this creature before him? Moreover, this great beast was subservient to a human? In that moment, he began to comprehend the choice made by the crimson flame tiger. Cicada King, let this serve as a lesson to your arrogance. At that juncture, The crimson flame tiger dragged Ye Tianming to the side of the golden-winged cicada, raising its paw to deliver several slaps, leaving the cicada bewildered. You. The golden-winged cicada felt a tinge of grievance. Previously, this tiger would strike at will, but now it had climbed atop him. Just don't kill me. Ye Tianming, with a sense of resignation, turned his gaze towards the golden-winged cicada and proclaimed, "You are presented with two options, submit or perish. I am, after all, at the Tai Chi realm." He continued, "Ye Kuan, consume him." Ye Tianming was too indifferent to engage in idle chatter. He was prepared to let Ye Kuan devour him. Bai Fong was considered a bird-like demon beast, while the golden-winged cicada belonged to the insect category. For Bai Fong, the golden-winged cicada was a rare delicacy. "I submit." Upon hearing that he was to be eaten, the golden-winged cicada hastily shouted. He had intended to bargain with Ye Tianming, but to his surprise, the latter offered him no opportunity. Seeing the golden-winged cicada submit, Ye Tianming smiled faintly and directly employed beast-taming arts to recruit the cicada. "Little cicada, from now on, you shall be the third. Lord Ye Kuan is the first, and I am the second. You shall follow your master as the third. Do you have any objections?" The red flame tiger extended its paw to pat the golden-winged cicada, exuding an aura of authority. The cicada dared not disagree and nodded vigorously in assent. Meanwhile, deep within the Demon Beast mountain range, 3 towering peaks pierced the clouds. Overlooking a vast expanse of 100,000 miles of demon territory, this was the domain of the 3 supreme demon kings. At that moment, an intense aura of demonic energy erupted from the 3 peaks, causing the surrounding demon beasts to tremble in fear. "Chihua, did you sense that presence just now?" A deep voice resonated. It was one of the 3 supreme demon kings, Yuming. The demon king known as Chihua nodded. "What a pure bloodline. It feels as if it belongs to the Tai Chi realm. Yet beneath that bloodline, I sense a hint of fear. What's this? Even you are afraid?" The final supreme demon king, Lei Tang, spoke with gravity. They were aware that Chihua's true form was a Chihua Qilan, albeit not a pure blood, possessing merely a trace of Qilan blood. However, that was sufficient for Chihua to ascend as the foremost among their trio of demon kings. The faint aura inadvertently released by Ye Kuan had been perceived by them, instilling a measure of trepidation even in Chihua, who bore the Qilan bloodline. "His bloodline is exceedingly pure. If he were to reach our level, it is likely that even the 3 of us combined would not be his match," Chihua stated with solemnity. The human race typically valued physical prowess, while the strength of demonkind was intricately linked to their bloodlines. Any demon beast possessing even a trace of divine beast blood was significantly stronger than others of the same rank. "Can you discern the nature of his bloodline?" "No, I cannot," Chihua replied, shaking his head. "What shall we do then?" Lei Tang continued. As soon as he spoke, the world fell into a heavy silence. After a considerable pause, Chihua finally spoke. "We should first send demons to search for his whereabouts. Once located, we shall devise our next course of action." Upon the conclusion of Qian's words, silence enveloped the air. Yuming and Lei Tang also vanished without a trace. The events transpiring in the Beast Mountain range were unknown to Ye Tianming and Ye Kuan, who remained occupied with subduing various magical beasts, employing beast-taming techniques to inscribe slave marks upon them. However, Ye Tianming lingered at a distance of 40 to 50,000 miles. Venturing further would lead him to the magical beasts of the Wuji realm. Not only could his beast-taming skills not exert control over them, but collectively, they were also no match for such formidable opponents. 2 days passed, during which Ye Tianming successfully tamed 2 magical beasts of the Taiji realm. One, a 6th-level Taiji beast known as the Holy Ghost Leopard, and the other, an 8th-level beast known as the Sky-Swallowing Python. Following their expedition in the Beast Mountain range, Ye Tianming prepared to return to the royal mausoleum with Ye Kuan. As for the newly acquired beasts, the red flame tiger, golden-winged cicada, Holy Ghost Leopard, and Sky-Swallowing Python, Ye Tianming decided to allow them to remain in the Beast Mountain range. Thus, time flowed steadily, and half a year slipped by. Ye Tianming's cultivation successfully broke through to the 1st level of the Wuji realm. During this period, Ye Xiaoxiao visited several times. Since receiving the Rejuvenation Phoenix Spirit Pill from Ye Tianming, her strength had progressed rapidly, reaching the Qitian realm. Moreover, Ye Tianming continued to capture various magical beasts within the Beast Mountain range, amassing over 100 Taiji beasts, ranging from the 1st to the 9th levels. He even captured 3 magical beasts of the Wuji realm. On this day, within the royal palace of the Grand Qian Dynasty, The commander of the Imperial Forest Army arrived unexpectedly at the royal mausoleum, bearing a decree. Upon hearing this, Ye Tianming promptly accompanied Ye Tianming outside to receive the edict. He harbored no resentment toward his father, fully aware that the emperor cared deeply for him. In fact, during a previous drinking session with his ancestor, he learned that the emperor frequently inquired about Ye Tianming's well-being and sent exquisite wines his way. He had even dispatched individuals to covertly protect him, though these guards could not detect Ye Tianming's presence. General Qin, what brings you here? The royal mausoleum is hardly a pleasant place, Ye Tianming greeted with a cheerful smile. Ha ha ha, Your Highness, I come at the behest of His Majesty, General Qin replied with a smile. Your Highness, do you know what significant day lies a month ahead? What day is that? Ye Tianming inquired, a perplexed expression crossing his face, having genuinely forgotten the special occasion. It is the 2000th birthday of His Majesty. His Majesty has specifically requested that you attend the birthday banquet, and he mentioned there would be many exquisite wines you have yet to taste. Upon hearing this, Ye Tianming's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he nodded vigorously. Rest assured, General Qin, I will return in a month to celebrate my father's birthday. Ha ha ha, splendid. With the emperor's command delivered, I shall take my leave. General Qin laughed heartily for a moment, bid farewell to Ye Tianming, and promptly returned to the capital. A month slipped by in the blink of an eye. Ye Tianming had prepared everything and was making his way to the royal palace. The leaders of the 5 great powers of Taishan Prefecture were all formidable beings at the pinnacle of the supreme realm. However, Qian Huang stood as the foremost among them. He was rightly regarded as the most powerful individual in Taishan Prefecture. Today marked his 2000th birthday, and the other 4 powers had sent representatives to celebrate this momentous occasion. Furthermore, all the princes and princesses from afar had returned to the capital. Qian Huang had few offspring, having only married his first consort a century ago and giving birth to Ye Tianming 2 decades prior. By the time Ye Tianming arrived at the palace, Ye Xiaoxiao had already been waiting outside for quite some time. Big brother, you have finally arrived. You were the last one missing, Ye Xiaoxiao exclaimed with excitement, promptly leading Ye Tianming to the rear garden. The venue for this grand banquet was indeed the rear garden, where numerous powerful individuals had already gathered, each adorned with smiles, offering their congratulations to Emperor Qian. Oh, is that not my elder brother? What brings you here at father's behest for this banquet? Just as Ye Xiaoxiao had seated Ye Tianming in their designated area for princes and princesses, an incongruous voice immediately resonated. Ye Tianming raised his gaze and discovered that the voice belonged to his 5th brother, Ye Hongxue, the 5th prince who had joined the Qingyun sword sect. The Qingyun sword sect is one of the 5 great powers of Taishan Prefecture, with disciples predominantly skilled in swordsmanship, possessing formidable strength. Ye Hongxue had been sent to the Qingyun sword sect for training from a young age, surpassing his peers in strength and ranking among the top 3 disciples of his generation. The Qingyun sword sect was also inclined to support Ye Hongxue behind the scenes, as his ascension to the throne of the Qian Dynasty would undoubtedly bring considerable benefits to the sect. Although the eldest brother had been demoted to commoner status, it was evident to all that their father held a bias. 5th brother, you should be cautious. If our father hears your words, you might find yourself in trouble, remarked the 4th prince, Ye Yuanming, with a scoff. For many years, Ye Yuanming has been honing his skills among the border troops, commanding an army of 1 million, and is the most acclaimed figure within the forces of the Grand Qian Dynasty, making him a formidable contender for the throne. Furthermore, Ye Yuanming possesses remarkable cultivation, having reached the pinnacle of the Qi Tian realm in his 20s. 4th brother, 5th brother, what do you mean by this? He is our eldest brother. How can he be barred from attending our father's birthday banquet? Ye Xiaoxiao interjected, unable to contain her indignation. 9th sister, he has been relegated to the status of a commoner by our father. Why must you defend him? The 3rd princess, Ye Shuiyu, responded with a tone of indifference. Ye Shuiyu, though a woman, has long coveted the imperial throne. Moreover, her mother was the former saintess of the Baiyu sect, one of the 5 great powers, thus boasting an extraordinary lineage as well. At this moment, Ye Tianming also glanced around, observing the numerous princes and princesses present, all of whom displayed profound animosity towards him. However, this was hardly surprising. As a mere drunkard with cultivation limited to the spirit vein realm, he was naturally the least favored among the royals. Yet, it was evident to all that his father, the emperor, held a particular fondness for him. Enough. Today marks the emperor's birthday banquet, and all attendees are esteemed figures from Taishan Prefecture. We should prioritize harmony and avoid becoming a source of ridicule. Just as others were about to engage in further disputes, the second prince, Ye Wuxuang, interjected with a stern reprimand. Observing this, the remaining princes and princesses fell silent. Nonetheless, their disdain for Ye Tianming was palpable, with only Ye Xiaoxiao willing to converse with him during the entire gathering. Ye Tianming remained unfazed by their sentiments. He had come solely for the purpose of revelry. The emperor had prepared an array of exquisite wines for this birthday celebration, many of which Ye Tianming had yet to taste. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in a dragon robe, exuding an aura of dominance and power, gradually made his entrance. With each blink of his eyes, it seemed as if stars were falling, and the essence of the Tao flowed around him, emanating waves of profound resonance. Behind him, the imperial dragon Qi coiled majestically, and his mere presence instilled a sense of formidable pressure in the air. "Look, it is the emperor," someone exclaimed loudly, swiftly capturing the attention of the guests. Upon the emperor's arrival, many attendees knelt in reverence, paying homage to the might of a true sovereign. "Haha, thank you all. Please, you need not be so formal." The emperor chuckled warmly as he took his seat at the head of the table. At this moment, Ye Tianming, Ye Xiaoxiao, and the other princes and princesses also rose to respectfully bow towards the emperor. Upon noticing Ye Tianming, the emperor's eyes sparkled with delight. "Tianming, come here." Ye Tianming, perplexed, swiftly approached the side of Emperor Qian. "Tianming, my son, it has been far too long since we last met. I am aware of your fondness for fine wine, and I have taken the liberty of having a multitude of exquisite vintages brought for your enjoyment today. Indulge to your heart's content." The emperor beamed with delight, gesturing grandly as an array of fragrant wines appeared before Ye Tianming, each barrel emanating an enticing aroma. Witnessing the emperor's affectionate demeanor towards Ye Tianming, the other princes and princesses, including Ye Hongxue and Ye Shuiyu, were consumed by jealousy. Had Ye Tianming dedicated even a fraction of his time to cultivation, it seemed evident that the position of crown prince would have been beyond their reach. Not only the princes and princesses felt this way, even some formidable figures sensed the emperor's unique regard for Ye Tianming. Several ministers sighed, pondering that if Ye Tianming were to invest effort into his training, who else could possibly claim the title of crown prince but him? Alas, the emperor's most cherished son was a wasteful drunkard. Ye Tianming gazed at the exquisite wine before him, his heart soaring with joy as he quickly clasped his hands in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, Father." Without hesitation, he seized one of the jars of fine wine and consumed it in one gulp. Ding! The host has tasted the amber spirit wine. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the mid-grade sacred martial skill, Shadowless Sword Technique. Shadowless Sword Technique. Shadowless Sword Technique. When this technique is executed, the sword gleams like lightning. Swift as a meteor, its shadows flicker, rendering it nearly impossible to trace, hence the name Shadowless. Upon absorbing the description of the Shadowless Sword Technique in his mind, Ye Tianming immediately began to comprehend it. Within his thoughts, countless sword techniques unfolded, moving with incredible speed, darting like lightning, elusive and intangible. Before long, a gleam of sword light flashed in Ye Tianming's eyes, exuding an astonishing might. However, he quickly concealed it. In a mere instant, none were the wiser. He then picked up another jar of wine and indulged in it with great delight. Ding! The host has tasted the 9 fragrant spirit wine. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 9 Heavens Star Vision Diagram. The 9 Heavens Star Vision Diagram? What on earth is this? Ye Tianming inquired with curiosity, promptly examining it. 9 Heavens Star Vision Diagram. By visualizing this diagram, one can communicate with the power of the stars. At night, under the celestial influence, one's combat strength can be enhanced ninefold. Hiss. Upon reading the description of the 9 Heavens Star Vision Diagram, Ye Tianming inhaled sharply. The prospect of augmenting his combat prowess ninefold was astounding. Just imagine, amid a fierce battle, suddenly elevating one's strength 9 times, an unsuspecting opponent could be felled in a single blow. Alas, the 9 Heavens Star Vision Diagram could only amplify strength under the star's blessing, rendering it nearly useless during the day when the stars were absent. Soon, after several rounds of wine, the second prince, Ye Wuxuang, stood up. "Father, to celebrate your birthday, I have specially sought this treasure for you." With that, the second prince produced a jade box. A eunuch, upon witnessing this, hurried over to receive the box and presented it to Emperor Qian. As the box was opened, a rich fragrance of medicine wafted through the entire rear garden, leaving the guests astonished. It is the supreme grade 9 heavens snow lotus. Upon recognizing the rare herb, exclamations of awe erupted from the crowd. The 9 heavens snow lotus is the pinnacle among supreme grade spiritual herbs, maturing once every 900 years and must be harvested within a mere 9 days. If left unpicked, it will dissipate into the ether, making it exceedingly precious. Who would have thought that Ye Wushuang managed to procure the 9 heavens snow lotus? Ha ha Wushuang. Acquiring this 9 heavens snow lotus must have taken considerable effort. As long as it benefits father, I would not hesitate to sacrifice anything, he declared. Emperor Qian laughed heartily, accepting the 9 heavens snow lotus. Following Ye Wushuang's lead, the third princess, Ye Xueyu, also rose to present her offering. Father, this is the supreme grade elixir, Ta Ching divine pill, prepared for you by your daughter. This treasure was unexpectedly acquired by the prince from the cave dwelling of a formidable being at the 9th tribulation realm. Upon hearing about the precious offering presented by Ye Xueyu, the guests and attendants were once again taken aback. It turned out to be the supreme clarity divine pill. Although categorized as a heavenly grade elixir, its value surpasses that of certain Tao grade pills. This miraculous potion can eradicate inner demons, providing immense assistance during the tribulation crossing. It is well known that the supreme realm was once the 9th tribulation realm, which necessitates practitioners to endure 9 heavenly tribulations. For some cultivators burdened by inner demons, the tribulations can easily result in failure, leading to their ultimate demise. The Supreme Clarity Divine Pill is a celestial remedy designed to dispel such inner turmoil. The 9 heavens snow lotus is already exceedingly rare, yet to think that the Supreme Clarity Divine Pill would also make an appearance at this banquet is truly astonishing. Upon presenting the elixir, even the Emperor Qian found his breath quickening. The 9 tribulations realm had eluded him, largely due to the presence of his inner demons. However, with this Supreme Clarity Pill in hand, it would not completely eradicate his inner turmoil, yet it would undoubtedly enhance his chances of ascending to the 9 tribulations realm. Xueyu, you have truly outdone yourself, Emperor Qian exclaimed with hearty laughter as he accepted the Supreme Clarity Pill. Witnessing this exchange, the 4th Prince Ye Tianming and the 5th Prince Ye Hongxue exchanged glances, their expressions slightly altered. The treasures they had prepared were indeed rare and precious. Yet they paled in comparison to the Supreme Clarity Pill. Only the 6th Prince Ye Xiuzhu maintained a slight smile, confident in the value of his own offering. Subsequently, the 4th Prince Ye Tianming and the 5th Prince Ye Hongxue presented their own treasures to Emperor Qian. Yet these offerings seemed somewhat inferior when placed beside the Supreme Clarity Pill. It was only when the 6th Prince Ye Xiuzhu unveiled his gift that the atmosphere shifted. Father, what I present is the culmination of a lifetime of insights from a 9 tribulations expert, which I hope will assist you in your own ascent, he declared, producing a tome and handing it to Emperor Qian. At this revelation, the breaths of the gathered guests grew even more rapid. Insights from a 9 tribulations expert. Such knowledge was invaluable to those at the sovereign realm. While it might seem merely a common book to some, its true worth lay in the potential it offered. Those who grasped the teachings of the 9 tribulations would find the trials of the 9 heavenly calamities considerably easier to navigate. Conversely, failure to comprehend them could lead to calamity in the very first trial. Despite the risks, many sovereign realm experts would eagerly seize the opportunity. Any glimmer of hope for ascending to the 9 tribulations realm was not to be dismissed. This tome, if presented to the outside world, would undoubtedly attract a throng of sovereign realm experts, especially those at the pinnacle of their strength, even if they could not attain the 9 tribulations realm. The allure of such knowledge was irresistible, for beyond it, nothing else could captivate their interests. Emperor Qian accepted the tome and began to study it intently. After a considerable time, a spark of enlightenment flashed in his eyes as he murmured, "So that's how it is. Ha ha ha, Xiuzhu, you have truly aided your father immensely." His laughter was filled with unrestrained joy. With the insights left by this esteemed predecessor of the 9 tribulations, I shall reach that realm within 500 years at the latest. Upon hearing this, many powerful officials and dignitaries congratulated him. Congratulations, Emperor Qian, they chorused. With this treasure, the 9 tribulations realm is within reach, and the heavenly demon sect shall be of little consequence. Xiuzhu, speak your desires. What reward do you seek? Do not hesitate. Emperor Qian appeared exceedingly pleased. Father, it is my duty to relieve your burdens. I dare not covet any reward, Ye Xiuzhu replied hastily. Not so. You lack neither techniques nor spiritual artifacts. How about I grant you a day in the ancestral grounds to contemplate the Tao? The Emperor of Qian spoke softly. Upon hearing this, everyone in the venue, except Ye Tianming, who continued to drink, turned their envious gazes toward Ye Xiuju's face. The ancestral land of the royal family is the very origin of the Grand Qian Dynasty, where every monarch of the dynasty has left their insights. Spending just one day within for cultivation would undoubtedly lead to a significant advancement in one's cultivation level. Ye Xiuju, whose previously calm demeanor was now filled with fervor, immediately knelt before the emperor, exclaiming, "Thank you, father." Witnessing Ye Xiuju being granted access to the royal ancestral grounds, Ye Wushuang, Ye Shuiyu, Ye Yuanming, and Ye Hongxue exchanged glances of dismay. They had believed that the treasures they presented would sufficiently please Emperor Qian, only to realize that none could rival the worth of Ye Xiuju's offering. Although this was merely a simple presentation of gifts, the significance lay in the potential impact each treasure could have on the emperor's favor, the greater the support garnered. The more advantageous the position in the contest for the title of Crown Prince, it appeared increasingly evident that Ye Xiuju emerged as the most formidable victor in this endeavor. Subsequently, the sixth prince, Ye Xiuju, was likely to gain the emperor's favor, bolstered by the backing of numerous ministers and noble families within the court, making the crown prince's title a strong possibility for him. Soon after, the seventh princess, eighth princess, and ninth princess, Ye Xiaoxiao, each presented their gifts. However, in the presence of the profound insights of the nine tribulations realm experts, these treasures seemed trivial, prompting the emperor to offer only brief praises without further elaboration. "Brother, do you not have a gift to present to father?" At that moment, a smirk appeared on Ye Xiuju's lips as he turned his gaze towards Ye Tianming, who was drinking heartily nearby. Me?" Ye Tianming wore an expression of confusion, pointing to himself. "Indeed, elder brother, you are our sibling. Now that we have all presented treasures to our father, could it be that you have made no preparations?" The fifth prince, Ye Hongxue, remarked with a cold laugh. Although they were all adversaries in the contest for the crown prince position, they surprisingly found themselves united against Ye Tianming. Furthermore, the likelihood of Ye Tianming ascending to the position of crown prince was exceedingly low, verging on impossible. Yet, who could decipher the thoughts of their father? In the current circumstances, the elimination of even one contender was a prospect that all would welcome. The more individuals that were removed from the competition, the clearer the situation would become. Ye Tianming is undoubtedly the finest choice. "Oh, father, your son has also prepared a gift for you." Ye Tianming chuckled lightly and promptly approached the Qian emperor. "Oh, Tianming, what have you prepared for your father?" The Qian emperor appeared thoroughly intrigued, eager to discover the gift Ye Tianming had in store for him. The others present regarded Ye Tianming with expressions of astonishment, not expecting this wine-loving grand prince to have brought a gift. Yet, there was a palpable curiosity regarding what that gift might be. However, it seemed that no one in the gathering was particularly invested in Ye Tianming's offering, as it was unlikely to surpass the treasures prepared by Ye Xiuju and Ye Shuiyu. "Brother, you actually brought a gift? I hope it is not merely a bottle of wine." Ye Yuanming suddenly interjected. His remark elicited laughter from many in the crowd. If Ye Tianming were to present nothing more than a barrel of wine, it would certainly be deemed unworthy of the occasion. Nevertheless, it was indeed a possibility that Ye Tianming could entertain such a notion. "Humph." Ye Tianming let out a dismissive snort, paying no heed to the others. "Father, I have composed a poem for you." With that, Ye Tianming produced a piece of silk adorned with a poem written upon it. "Ha ha ha, elder brother. Of all things you could prepare, you chose a poem. Ha ha ha, elder brother. I thought a jar of wine would suffice, yet you surprised us with a poem instead." Unfazed by the jests of his younger siblings, Ye Tianming remained composed. "Elder brother, I have never heard of your prowess in poetry. I hope you haven't hastily penned a verse to present to father." Ye Yuanming sneered, implying that their elder brother, aside from being favored by their father, possessed no extraordinary qualities. "Fourth brother, this poem is no ordinary composition. As a mere brute skilled only in battle, you should refrain from speaking." Ye Tianming retorted immediately. "What did you say?" Ye Yuanming was instantly filled with fury. How could he be labeled as a brash fool? Upon witnessing the scene, Ye Hongxue spoke calmly. "Elder brother, if you truly have made no preparations, simply inform fifth brother. As your younger sibling, I shall assist you in making arrangements in advance. There is no need to embarrass our royal family before so many formidable figures." Hearing the mockery from his younger brothers, Ye Tianming could not help but smirk internally. Once he presented his poem, he would see whether their laughter would persist. How can you speak of elder brother in such a manner? Today is Father's birthday. Regardless of what elder brother has prepared, it is a manifestation of his heartfelt intentions. Ye Xiaoxiao retorted, unable to contain herself. Ha ha ha, Xiaoxiao. If the crown prince were to casually present something trivial, would that not imply he holds no regard for Father's birthday? We are merely looking out for the crown prince's best interests. Enough. The Qian emperor interjected, halting the quarrel among the princes. Regardless of what Tianming has prepared, it is his sincere offering. At this, the princes shot Ye Tianming resentful glances and fell silent. Bring forth the poem that Tianming has prepared. Upon the emperor's command, a eunuch promptly took the silk from Ye Tianming's hands and presented it to the Qian emperor. As the emperor unfurled the silk, his initial intrigue soon transformed into solemnity upon reading its contents. He could not help but recite aloud. The grand winds of the Taishan rise in the vastness. The heart of the Tao reflects the heavenly light. Thousands of peaks and myriad ravines conceal hidden paths. A single leaf boat traverses the great river. Those who had anticipated a jest from Ye Tianming found their smiles frozen upon the emergence of these verses. Some formidable figures in attendance also sensed something amiss. Their gazes fixed on the Qian emperor, eagerly awaiting the continuation of the poem. The stars and celestial bodies follow predetermined fates. The sun and moon cycles are commonplace. Comprehending the myriad affairs of the mortal realm, one finds freedom and joy without bounds. Boom. As the final line was recited, it resonated through the space. Akin to a colossal Tao bell tolling, its sound waves flowing, stirring profound realizations among many present. Even the Qian emperor gazed at Ye Tianming in astonishment, as if he were seeing his son for the first time. Marvelous, marvelous, marvelous. After a considerable time, a powerful figure spoke up. I did not expect the crown prince to encapsulate such profound insights into the Tao within just a few verses. Truly remarkable. Indeed, the imagery of thousands of peaks and a single leaf boat vividly depicts the challenges faced on the path of cultivation. The celestial movements and the cycles of the sun and moon symbolize the laws of the universe and the principles of nature, especially the final line, which reflects the crown prince's carefree and unrestrained state of mind. Immediately, another powerful figure concurred. What we pursue in fame and fortune, our cultivation, has become the shackles that confine us, preventing our ascent to new realms. In contrast, the crown prince's unrestrained mindset aligns more closely with the Tao. They are all formidable beings of the supreme realm, with insights into the Tao unmatched by anyone present. With merely a few lines of poetry, Ye Tianming elevated their comprehension of the Tao to new heights. Listening to the admiration from the numerous powerful figures around, Ye Yuanming and Ye Hongxue wore expressions of dismay. They had initially thought that Ye Tianming had merely composed a casual piece of doggerel, anticipating his folly. Yet, to their astonishment, he was now being praised by so many strong individuals. Regardless, you remain a mere drunkard, a feeble waste of potential. The sixth prince, Lin Xiuzhu, glared fiercely at Ye Tianming. Even if your poetry inspires enlightenment, what does it matter? You are merely at the spirit vein realm. Without advancement and cultivation, the throne shall forever elude you. Ha ha ha. After the first prince's remark, this old man suddenly felt enlightened, took his leave, and returned to seclusion, perhaps to further his own cultivation. At that moment, an elder burst into hearty laughter and promptly bowed to the Qian emperor to bid farewell. Besides this elder, several other powerful figures also rose to take their leave, evidently having gleaned insights from Ye Tianming's poem, requiring time and seclusion to assimilate their newfound understanding. Even the Qian emperor was profoundly moved. After a lengthy pause, he turned to Ye Tianming and inquired with a smile, Tianming, did you compose this poem? Ye Tianming quickly explained, Father, this poem was composed during a drunken stupor when I felt a profound sense of mystery. Now, I fear I can no longer recapture that feeling. To this, Emperor Qian harbored no suspicion, responding that the path of enlightenment is indeed enigmatic. Some individuals, while still in the mortal realm, serendipitously attain enlightenment in a single moment, subsequently traversing their cultivation journey with ease, devoid of any obstacles. Conversely, there are those who, even upon reaching the ninth tribulation realm, fail to grasp the essence of enlightenment, spending their lives without ever stepping into the realm of Tao. Who would have thought that your indulgence in wine would yield such profound insights? Emperor Qian chuckled. This poem of yours far surpasses the insights of any adept at the ninth tribulation realm. Originally, I would have required 500 years to reach the ninth tribulation realm. but now it seems it will not be long before I attain it." Upon hearing this, Yi Xiuzhu's countenance darkened. Did this not imply that his own preparations paled in comparison to a mere poem by Ye Tianming? With this realization, regret washed over him. Had he known, he would not have targeted Ye Tianming, only to now find himself with a self-inflicted wound. "Congratulations, father," Ye Tianming quickly exclaimed. Emperor Qin nodded slightly. "Speak. What reward do you desire? I shall grant all your wishes." Ye Tianming scratched his head and chuckled. "Father, you know I have no particular preferences. I simply enjoy indulging in fine wine. If you could spare some of your treasure collection, that would suffice." Upon hearing this, Emperor Qin burst into hearty laughter. "No problem at all." Afterward, he turned his gaze towards Ye Yuanming and Ye Hongxue, saying, "Yuanming, Hongxue, if my memory serves me correctly, you also possess a considerable selection of exquisite wines. Please ensure that you send some to Tianming as well." Upon witnessing the situation, Ye Yuanming and Ye Hongxue could only grit their teeth and nod in acquiescence. The Qian emperor was not merely requesting wine. He was subtly admonishing them. After all, they had just ridiculed Ye Tianming, inciting the displeasure of their father. The emperor had always been exceedingly fond of Ye Tianming, and now his affection had only intensified. Following the conclusion of the banquet in the rear garden, the Qian emperor summoned Ye Tianming privately. "Tianming," he said earnestly, "you ought to devote more attention to your cultivation. Your profound understanding of the Tao is remarkable. If you were to apply yourself diligently, you might very well attain the realm of Tao." At these words, Ye Tianming scratched the back of his head, feeling a touch embarrassed. "Father, you are aware that I possess little interest in cultivation. My inclinations lie solely with indulging in wine." Ye Tianming would not allow the Qian emperor to uncover his secrets. At present, he had yet to identify those who conspired against him and dared not expose himself too recklessly. Should he reveal too much too soon, he would easily find himself in peril. "I understand, but your father cannot shelter you for eternity. Even if you have no interest in the throne, you must possess the strength to protect yourself," the Qian emperor said, a bitter smile gracing his lips. How was it that his son had not inherited his own diligent and industrious nature? Currently, Taishan Prefecture was unstable, with the resurgence of the demon sect followed by an impending beast tide. If chaos truly descended upon the realm, it was imperative that he acquire the means for self-preservation. "Your father cannot protect you forever," the Qian emperor reiterated, his words laden with a fondness for Ye Tianming. "Father, you treat me better than my younger siblings. Is it because of my mother?" Ye Tianming could no longer contain his curiosity. In the past, he had not understood why his father showed him such favor while also exiling him to the royal tomb. However, having heard his father's words today, imbued with concern for his inadequacies, he began to comprehend that the Qian emperor feared he might fall victim to the machinations of others. It was evident to all that the other princes, even the princesses, cast covetous glances at the position of crown prince. His father had no reason to be oblivious to this reality. By relegating him to the royal tomb, and with the presence of the 9 ancestors, his safety would be considerably enhanced. Then, Ye Tianming continued, "Since childhood, you have not divulged anything about my mother," and the 9 ancestors also evade the topic. "Father, what about my mother?" Upon hearing Ye Tianming's inquiry, the Qian emperor appeared momentarily stunned. After a long pause, he sighed deeply. "You may return. Your mother passed away during your difficult birth. Your father has failed her." Ye Tianming did not believe the Qian emperor's explanation. The secret of his being a transmigrator was known to no one. He distinctly remembered that his mother had not died during his birth. However, given the Qian emperor's assertion, Ye Tianming refrained from pressing further. He performed a deep bow to the Qian emperor and departed the palace. Watching Ye Tianming's retreating figure, the prime minister of the Grand Qian Dynasty emerged from the shadows. "Your Majesty, should we truly keep the empress's fate from His Highness Tianming?" the prime minister inquired. "What good would it do for him to know? Even I cannot change what has transpired. I only hope that Tianming can live a peaceful life." The Qian emperor replied with a resigned smile, his eyes reflecting a sense of helplessness as he murmured, "My time is running short. At the royal tomb, brother? It is said that there are supreme realm powerhouses within the royal tomb. Are we truly safe?" 3 cloaked figures stealthily approached the royal tomb. "Do not worry. Today marks the Qian emperor's 2000th birthday. Everyone has gone to the capital to celebrate. Yi Yuan has left only a clone at the Wuji realm, which poses no threat to us." The leader of the cloaked figures spoke in a calm tone. "Judging by the aura emanating from the trio, It was evident that they were all formidable beings of the Wuji realm. Our mission is to dismantle the seal of the royal tomb. Once accomplished, the grand plans of our divine sect shall unfold, placing the entirety of Taishan Prefecture under our dominion. The leader of the cloaked figures stated gravely, while the other two nodded in agreement. Let us proceed to the royal tomb. At that moment, a somewhat languid voice emerged from behind the three cloaked figures. They were instantly taken aback. Anyone who could approach them so silently must undoubtedly be a peak-level warrior of the Wuji realm. However, upon turning around, they found Ye Tianming standing not far away, casually holding a wine gourd and pouring the liquor into his mouth. Who are you? Do not fear. He is the useless prince of the Grand Qian Dynasty, a slave to wine, possessing only the cultivation of the spirit vein realm. Upon seeing Ye Tianming's appearance, the leader of the cloaked figures immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Ye Tianming, the debauched prince with an insatiable thirst for wine, was indeed scrutinized by the celestial demon sect. Upon further investigation, it was confirmed that he was, without a doubt, a prince steeped in vice and lacking in any scholarly pursuits. Consequently, they ceased to regard Ye Tianming with any measure of respect. Oh, you are still familiar with me? Ye Tianming, inebriated, mused that he had not anticipated his fame to be so considerable. Humph, there's no need for idle chatter. We must not attract the attention of the other formidable beings from the Grand Qian Dynasty. The leader of the black-clad figures snorted coldly, unleashing a lethal strike towards Ye Tianming. Despite his efforts to conceal his aura, fearing detection by other powerful entities, Ye Tianming discerned his presence with ease. The opponent was a 6th-tier practitioner of the Wuji realm, accompanied by 2 5th-tier practitioners. However, Ye Tianming merely scoffed. Such proficiency might indeed classify one as a notable force in the outside world, yet he regarded it with utter disdain. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, and the surrounding light began to vanish, an endless void emanating from behind him. In an instant, the three adversaries found themselves ensnared in an abyss of darkness. Their consciousnesses devoured, unable to glean even the slightest insight. Clang, clang. Following this, the leader of the black-clad men perceived a warm liquid splattering upon his face. He reached up to touch it, finding it disturbingly viscous. At that moment, as the darkness receded, horror gripped him as he beheld Ye Tianming still standing in place. The events that had transpired seemed like a fleeting illusion. It was then he noticed that the two companions who had accompanied him had inexplicably lost their heads, leaving behind 2 lifeless corpses, gushing forth blood. The liquid that had splattered on his face was the blood from his fallen comrades. Why you? The black-clad man was unable to process his terror when Ye Tianming pierced his body with a sword, the ferocious sword energy instantly ravaging his internal organs and soul. Why you lack martial ethics? You concealed your strength so well. At this juncture, the black-clad man realized that all of this was orchestrated by the so-called worthless prince whom they had scorned. Little did they know he was a hidden top-tier powerhouse. TCH. Am I to follow the conventions of tales, making the entire world aware of my extraordinary prowess? Ye Tianming took a swig of wine and stowed away the space rings of the 3 individuals. Just as he was about to investigate further, he sensed a powerful presence rapidly approaching. Sighing softly, he instantaneously vanished from his original position. In the next moment, the figure of the 9th ancestor appeared at the scene. His brow furrowed as he gazed upon the 3 lifeless bodies on the ground. In a moment of negligence, someone had infiltrated the royal mausoleum he was guarding and had been slain. Who could it be that committed such an act? The 9th ancestor murmured softly, and with a ripple in the fabric of space, he vanished from sight. Shortly thereafter, formidable beings arrived at the royal mausoleum from within the palace. Ye Tianming stepped out of his courtyard with an air of nonchalance. General Chun, Xiao, are you not attending His Majesty's birthday banquet? What brings you to the imperial mausoleum? He feigned confusion. Since his encounter with Empress Qian, he had departed from the banquet, only to unexpectedly stumble upon the intruders cloaked in black. Elder brother, are you unharmed? Upon seeing Ye Tianming, Ye Xiao rushed to embrace him, her tone laced with concern. Elder brother, it is such a relief that you are safe. Ye Tianming smiled gently and inquired, Xiao, what has transpired? At that moment, General Chen, clad in armor, bowed and replied, approximately an hour ago. Several individuals in black infiltrated the imperial mausoleum. We have come here specifically to investigate. The 9th princess, concerned for His Highness's safety, decided to accompany us. Upon hearing General Chen's words, Ye Tianming feigned a look of alarm. What? Someone has breached the imperial mausoleum? General Chen, have they been apprehended? General Chen nodded. By the time the ninth ancestor arrived, those individuals had already been eliminated by a mysterious powerhouse. Eliminated by a mysterious powerhouse. Ye Tianming let out a sigh of relief. It appeared that his actions had gone unnoticed. Your Highness, has something amiss occurred within the imperial mausoleum? General Chen inquired further. No, I am unaware of anything. Ye Tianming quickly shook his head. Observing this, the others harbored no suspicions. The matter of Ye Tianming being deemed a worthless individual is well known throughout the vast Qian dynasty. The three deceased were all formidable beings of the Wuji realm, and thus, it is inconceivable for anyone to suspect Ye Tianming. General Chen conducted a thorough investigation before taking his leave. Brother, perhaps you should return to the palace. This place is exceedingly perilous. Ye Xiaoxiao expressed her concerns. The palace is heavily fortified and protected by various grand formations. There is no fear of assassination, Ye Tianming reassured her with a smile. After offering Ye Tianming additional words of caution, Ye Xiaoxiao finally departed from the royal tomb and made her way back to the palace. Not long after Ye Xiaoxiao departed, the palace dispatched numerous exquisite wines. All of these were bestowed upon Ye Tianming as gifts from the emperor. Many were the imperial wines reserved for royal consumption, while others were meticulously collected by the emperor himself. The remainder had been provided by the fourth prince Ye Yuanming, the fifth prince Ye Hongxue, and the sixth prince Ye Xiuzhu. Gazing upon the several carts filled with fine liquor, Ye Tianming could not help but lick his lips. Waving his hand to store all the wines within his spatial ring, he mused that his attendance at his father's birthday celebration was indeed worthwhile. In the palace, he first acquired the mid-tier sacred martial skill, the shadowless sword technique, followed by the 9 heaven star visualization diagram. Additionally, he obtained a variety of miscellaneous treasures, and now, he had amassed such a bounty of fine wines. He wondered what rewards the system would bestow upon him. 9 ancestors. Soon, Ye Tianming stood before the royal tomb, shouting. In the blink of an eye, the space before him began to ripple, and the figure of the 9 ancestors emerged, materializing before Ye Tianming. What is it? Do you require something? Inquired the 9 ancestors. Hee, 9 ancestors. I have brought back a considerable amount of fine wine from the palace to pay my respects to you. Ye Tianming chuckled and immediately retrieved an assortment of exquisite wines from his spatial ring, arranging them before the 9 ancestors. Well done, my boy. Upon witnessing this, the 9 ancestors also smiled knowingly, waving his hand to conjure a stone chair behind them. The two began to indulge in the fine drinks. Ding! The host has tasted the Bailuo spring. Congratulations to the host for acquiring alchemy skills. Alchemy. The host can master the art of alchemy, from imperial-grade elixirs to yellow-grade elixirs. Remarkably, it is indeed the art of alchemy. Ye Tianming inhaled sharply, immediately immersing himself in the art of alchemy. An abundance of knowledge regarding the crafting of elixirs surged into his mind. Regardless of the grade of the potion, he now possessed a comprehensive understanding of both its formulation and process. However, even with this newfound knowledge, mastering alchemy required profound contemplation. The essence of alchemy lies in the adept control and comprehension of each type of spiritual herb. Many herbs may appear similar, yet each possesses distinct effects and characteristics, with their medicinal properties varying significantly. This necessitates meticulous discernment by the alchemist. Furthermore, the practice of alchemy demands patience and a tranquil mind. Should one rush the process, it could easily disrupt their mental state, leading to failure in potion crafting. Numerous alchemists have faltered due to their impatience, unable to resist the urge to open the cauldron before the appropriate moment. Subsequently, he grasped a wine jug and gulped down several hearty swigs, acquiring a substantial amount of elixirs, which prompted him to cheerfully reach for another jug of wine. Ding! The host has savored the Zixio Qiongjiang. Congratulations on acquiring the Heavy Eyes. Heavy Eyes, a gaze technique that allows one to perceive the essence of all things and see through all illusions. Upon witnessing this system reward, Ye Tianming gasped in astonishment, realizing it was the fabled Heavy Eyes. He had encountered references to it in ancient texts, where it was heralded as the pinnacle of ocular techniques, capable, when mastered, of striking down foes with a single, deadly glare. Elated, he resolved to delve into the understanding of Heavy Eyes immediately after finishing his drink. After a few rounds of wine, Ye Tianming finally inquired, 9 ancestors. Who were those individuals that previously visited the royal tomb? How audacious they must be to infiltrate the imperial mausoleum. They truly seek their own demise. Ye Tianming inquired with a trace of confusion, aware that the newcomer was undoubtedly a formidable figure from the heavenly demon sect. However, the purpose of their visit to the imperial mausoleum eluded him. Thus, he seized this opportunity to extract some insights from the ninth ancestor. These individuals, being members of the heavenly demon sect, likely sought to unravel the seals of the imperial mausoleum. After a moment of hesitation, the ninth ancestor spoke up. To unravel the seals of the imperial mausoleum? Ye Tianming furrowed his brow in perplexity and inquired, could it be that beneath the imperial tomb lies something coveted by the heavenly demon sect? Jiuzhu nodded and replied, indeed, you should be aware that a millennium ago, His Majesty and the leaders of various powerful factions joined forces to suppress the then leader of the heavenly demon sect. However, the demonic energy within the leader was so overwhelming that His Majesty chose to seal him within the imperial tomb, intending to extinguish the leader's essence with the fortune of the Grand Qian Dynasty. Upon hearing this, Ye Tianming's eyes widened in astonishment. So, you mean to say that beneath the tomb lies the suppressed leader of the heavenly demon sect? Precisely, Jiuzhu affirmed with a nod. The previous leader of the heavenly demon sect possessed immense power. Should he be released, it is likely that no one in the entire Taishan continent would be able to stand against him. Thus, Jiuzhu implied that the imperial tomb ahead was fraught with peril. Ye Tianming expressed his astonishment, contemplating whether he should indeed consider returning to the imperial palace if such were the case. Rest assured, if the opposing forces were to launch a significant assault on the royal tomb, it would indicate the annihilation of the major factions in Taishan Prefecture. Otherwise, they would only dare to send a few mice to discreetly lift the seals. He was reassured by Jiuzhu, who urged him not to worry. Furthermore, the demise of the Tianma sect members at the hands of a mysterious powerful entity was, in fact, a fortuitous event for us. Jiuzhu, who could this enigmatic figure be? Ye Tianming feigned curiosity. I do not know, but the ability to silently eliminate 3 formidable beings at the Wuji realm suggests that it could very well be the work of a supreme realm expert. Jiuzhu pondered for a moment, racking his brain but failing to deduce the identity of this mysterious individual. Observing Jiuzhu's expression, Ye Tianming chuckled. Perhaps it truly is a mysterious powerhouse safeguarding our Deqian. Haha, if so, it would indeed be a stroke of good fortune for Deqian. Jiuzhu laughed in agreement. Investigations into the Tianma sect cultivators who had infiltrated the royal tomb continued for several days. Yet no clues surfaced regarding the identity of their assailant, leaving the matter unresolved. The emperor commanded that the security of the royal tomb be tightened. Meanwhile, Ye Tianming, having created a clone of himself, frequently ventured into the monster beast mountain range for training. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. During this time, Ye Tianming's cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the Wuji realm, having subdued nearly all the Wuji and Taiji realm beasts in the monster beast mountain range. With their numbers reaching a staggering level, he entrusted the management of these beasts to Ye Kuan. How peculiar. Why hasn't He Xiaoxiao visited recently? Ye Tianming pondered while sipping wine in the courtyard. Previously, Ye Xiaoxiao would come to see him once a month, yet now, as the end of the month approached, she had yet to appear. Could something have delayed her? He mused. Master, if you missed the 9th princess, why not visit her at Xianyu Mansion? A stunningly beautiful woman behind him, Bai Lingyan, suggested playfully while massaging his shoulders. Bai Lingyan was a 7-layered fox demon of the Wuji realm that Ye Tianming had tamed in the monster beast mountain range. Generally, once a demon reaches the soul-shaping realm and cultivates a spirit, they possess the ability to transform, to prevent others from detecting her true nature. Ye Tianming concealed her demonic aura, making her appear merely as an ordinary maid. At her words, Ye Tianming chuckled softly, choosing to ignore her and continuing to drink. Just then, a palace eunuch unexpectedly arrived at the royal tomb, seeking Ye Tianming. This old servant pays his respects to His Highness. The eunuch promptly knelt before Ye Tianming and spoke. Wang Gonggong, why have you come to the royal tomb instead of remaining in the palace? Ye Tianming recognized the eunuch as the head servant who attended to his father. Your Highness, this is a message from His Majesty for you. The eunuch hastily retrieved a letter from his bosom and handed it to Ye Tianming. After delivering the missive, the eunuch promptly departed from the imperial mausoleum. Ye Tianming opened the letter, and his expression immediately turned grave. Master, what has happened? Bai Lingyan inquired, noticing Ye Tianming's demeanor. Xiaoxiao is in trouble. My father has written to inform me that Xiaoxiao has gone missing during her training outside. He has instructed me to remain in the royal mausoleum and not to venture anywhere. Having said this, Ye Tianming commanded, Ye Kuan, Ling Yan, accompany me. We must find Xiao Xiao. Ye Kuan and Bai Ling Yan were acutely aware of the gravity of the situation and promptly followed Ye Tianming as he departed from the royal tomb. Before leaving, Ye Tianming took the precaution of creating several clones to prevent any vulnerabilities from arising due to his absence. The letter indicated that Ye Xiaoxiao had gone missing at the juncture between Xianyu Prefecture and the Qian Dynasty. Upon receiving this distressing news, Ye Tianming did not hesitate for a moment and hastened to the border of Xianyu Prefecture and the Qian Dynasty. This area was known as the Mysterious Valley, a natural barrier where any cultivator who entered would become disoriented, unable to escape even by flight, rendering it a perilous trap. Rarely did cultivators dare to venture into the Mysterious Valley. When encountered, they would typically take detours to avoid it. My lord, Bai Lingyan explained, according to the information, the 9th princess disappeared while on a training expedition, and there have been sightings of members from the Heavenly Demon sect in the vicinity. Previously, a practitioner from the Heavenly Demon sect intruded into the Mysterious Valley, leading us to suspect that the 9th princess may have been taken into its depths. As Ye Tianming guided them towards the Mysterious Valley, he had already communicated with the myriad beasts residing within the Beast Mountain range, commanding them to investigate the whereabouts of Ye Xiaoxiao. Although most of the beasts remained concealed within the deep mountains, many had transformed into human forms and were scattered throughout Taishan Prefecture. Under the command of Ye Tianming, it wasn't long before a monstrous beast delivered the intelligence. Listening to Bai Lingyan's report, Ye Tianming nodded and proceeded directly towards the Mysterious Valley. Master, the Mysterious Valley is exceedingly perilous. If we enter now, no worries. It is merely the Mysterious Valley, nothing of consequence. Ye Tianming spoke softly, and soon his pupils began to split into two, emanating two brilliant beams of light. These beams seemed capable of penetrating all illusions, rendering everything transparent. Under their glow, nothing could hide. This was a reward bestowed upon Ye Tianming by the system 2 years prior. After 2 years of comprehension and cultivation, he had nearly mastered its power. Unexpectedly, today marked the moment he would put it to use. For others, entering the Maze Valley was akin to courting death. Yet for Ye Tianming, endowed with, it was as effortless as child's play. Swiftly, he led Ye Kuan and Bai Lingyan directly towards the Maze Valley. Deep within the Maze Valley, the air was thick with blood energy, saturated with the stench of carnage. The place was teeming with practitioners from the Heavenly Demon sect. In truth, this location was not the forbidden ground of legend, but a stronghold established by the Heavenly Demon sect before its downfall. Numerous formidable members of the sect were stationed within, which was why any cultivator daring to enter the Maze Valley would invariably meet their demise at the hands of these powerful foes. This grim reality forged the fearsome reputation of the Maze Valley, deterring ordinary cultivators from approaching. A millennium ago, following the cataclysmic battle that led to the Heavenly Demon sect's destruction, this place became a bastion of the sect. Coupled with the notorious reputation of the Maze Valley, many cultivators regarded it with dread, ensuring that this stronghold of the Heavenly Demon sect remained undiscovered. At this moment, in the core of the Maze Valley, a vast blood pool bubbled violently, exuding an intense heat. This pool was formed from the accumulated blood of countless cultivators, imbued with a rich and potent aura. Within the pool, a strikingly handsome, naked man was immersed, cultivating amidst the crimson depths. His long hair, a vivid red, and eyes shimmering with a hellish glow, rendered him an otherworldly figure. His presence radiated an aura of terror, far surpassing that of ordinary strongmen. This red-haired man was named Jibudwan, one of the holy sons of the Heavenly Demon sect. The holy sons were never limited to a single individual. There were 9 of them, each vying for dominance, with only one ultimately surviving to become the next leader of the sect. This fierce competition was one reason for the formidable strength of the sect's leader, raised amidst slaughter. The lesson was clear. If you did not kill, you would be killed. How could one not grow powerful under such conditions? At this moment, Jibudwan slowly emerged from the blood pool, absorbing the blood into his very being with each step. Surrounding him, members of the Heavenly Demon sect promptly draped a blood-red robe over his shoulders. Why is the blood pool still insufficient? How many cultivators have you captured? Jibudwan inquired from his throne, surveying the practitioners below. Reporting to the Holy Sun, all the cultivators captured in this batch have been delivered, came the response. At this moment, a formidable figure from the Heavenly Demon sect stepped forward. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, hundreds of cultivators were forcibly brought forth. Among these practitioners, the lowest possessed the Qitian realm, while the highest had even reached the Tai Chi realm. Indeed, Indeed, once I have perfected the bloodthirsty great method, the position of the leader of the heavenly demon sect shall be mine. Gazing down at the multitude of cultivators, Ye Tianming erupted into laughter. However, Holy Son, among these individuals, there is one who may pique your interest. At that moment, the heavenly demon sect expert took a step forward, sneering as he spoke. Oh, who might that be? I would be intrigued to know. Ye Tianming scanned the captured cultivators and chuckled. Bring her forth. With a clap of his hands, two members of the heavenly demon sect promptly dragged a woman forward. This woman was none other than the missing Ye Xiaoxiao. She had originally intended to visit Ye Tianming and the Great Qian Dynasty, but unexpectedly fell victim to an ambush during her journey. Upon regaining consciousness, she discovered herself in this place. Through communication with the surrounding practitioners, she learned that she had been captured by the heavenly demon sect. Who is she? Ye Tianming inquired, narrowing his eyes. Holy Son, this individual is the 9th princess of the Great Qian Dynasty, Ye Xiaoxiao, a direct disciple of the Xianyu mansion, endowed with extraordinary talent. If the Holy Son were to utilize her in cultivating the bloodthirsty great method, the results would undoubtedly be remarkable. The heavenly demon sect expert quickly elucidated. What? She is actually the 9th princess of the Great Qian Dynasty. Ye Tianming immediately rose from his throne, coldly fixating his gaze upon Ye Xiaoxiao. After a prolonged silence, he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Back in the day, our heavenly demon sect was defeated by the Great Qian Dynasty, and the former leader was sealed within the imperial tomb of the Great Qian Dynasty. I never imagined that today we would capture a princess of the Great Qian Dynasty. Ye Tianming transformed into a streak of bloodlight, appearing before Ye Xiaoxiao. He grasped her neck with his hand. Today, I shall collect some interest from the Great Qian Dynasty. You, my father will surely kill you. Ye Xiaoxiao felt her face flushed from his grip. And after a long pause, she finally uttered, When this Holy Son's divine powers reach their zenith, will I still fear the Great Qian Dynasty? At that time, I shall personally slay your father, allowing you to reunite with him below. Jibo coldly scoffed. Today, I shall use your blood to honor our fallen disciples. What do you intend to do? Ye Xiaoxiao felt a surge of fear. Although her cultivation was formidable, she had always been like a flower in a greenhouse, seldom experiencing the brutal trials of life and death. Now, confronted with such a dire situation, her face had drained of color from terror. What do I intend to do? Just watch as this Holy Son reveals his intentions. Ye Tianming sneered, waving his hand, prompting the other practitioners of the heavenly demon sect to comprehend his unspoken command. They seized one of their fellow cultivators, pushing him towards the blood pool. In an instant, a long blade was raised, severing the unfortunate cultivator's head. With a resounding splash, a torrential flow of blood surged forth, replenishing the once dried blood pool. Soon after, another practitioner was thrust forward, and the blade swung again, claiming yet another head. As one after another fell, the blood pool swelled once more, bubbling and seething with an intense heat. Do not worry. This Holy Son shall not dispose of you so swiftly. I will extract your blood gradually, allowing you to witness firsthand how our divine sect will slay your father, annihilate the Great Qian Dynasty, and unify Taishan Prefecture. Ye Tianming's words dripped like the whispers of a demon in Ye Xiaoxiao's ears. At that moment, she was rendered speechless by fear. With each stroke of the butcher's blade, an increasing number of cultivators became sustenance for the blood pool. The blood previously absorbed by Ye Tianming began to boil anew. Fear not, your turn shall come soon. Ye Tianming cackled, producing a dagger in his hand, eagerly anticipating the moment he would draw Ye Xiaoxiao's blood. Meanwhile, Ye Tianming had reached the heart of the mysterious valley. Who dares to intrude upon the mysterious valley? Another soul seeking death. Quickly capture him and deliver him to the Holy Son. Ye Tianming strode confidently towards the stronghold of the heavenly demon sect, immediately attracting the attention of its disciples. Upon noticing the impending threat from these disciples, Ye Tianming wasted no time. A long sword materialized from the void in an instant. This sword, as if it had pierced through the fabric of space, appeared before Ye Tianming. It was none other than the Xianyuan sword, one of the 10 chaos divine swords. Ye Tianming grasped the Xianyuan sword and unleashed a powerful strike. With a resounding clang, the air was filled with a fierce resonance of the sword, instantly cleaving the incoming disciples of the heavenly demon sect in twain. Witnessing this spectacle, the remaining disciples of the heavenly demon sect were taken aback, astonished by the formidable prowess of their adversary. Charge together, shouted one of the disciples, prompting the rest to converge upon Ye Tianming with ferocity. In the blink of an eye, they encircled him completely. Having witnessed Ye Tianming's earlier display of strength, their expressions shifted from mockery to solemnity. Ever since the notorious reputation of the Misty Valley spread, few cultivators dared to tread its grounds. Those who did often traveled in groups, only to meet their demise at the hands of the heavenly demon sect disciples before reaching the core of the valley. It had been centuries since a solitary cultivator had ventured into the heart of the Misty Valley, much less one as audacious as Ye Tianming. Do you comprehend the peril of this place? How dare you intrude? One disciple of the heavenly demon sect intoned ominously, seeking to gauge Ye Tianming's capabilities. Yet, Ye Tianming, uninterested in idle banter, wielded the Xianyuan sword once more, unleashing a torrent of radiant sword light, with waves of sword intent emanating from the blade. As a chaotic divine sword surpassing the pinnacle of imperial weapons, he could only muster a fraction of its true power, 1,000th or even 1/10,000th. However, such power was more than sufficient to vanquish the disciples before him. The sword energy surged forth, sharp and relentless, dispatching the encircling disciples of the heavenly demon sect with ease, many of whom perished before they could even react, dissolving into crimson mist. Meanwhile, an increasing number of disciples surged forth from within, intent on surrounding Ye Tianming. Yet, with a mere thought, 10 chaotic divine swords materialized, piercing the void and hovering before him. Go! Ye Tianming uttered a soft command, and the 10 chaos divine swords seemed to possess their own sentience, wildly weaving through the ranks of the disciples of the heavenly demon sect. With each strike of the chaos divine swords, countless heads of the heavenly demon sect disciples fell to the ground. An overwhelming surge of sword energy was unleashed from the chaos divine swords, and under this onslaught, the disciples of the heavenly demon sect were mercilessly slaughtered, with not even their souls able to escape. Ye Tianming's gaze was frigid as Ye Kuan and Bai Lingyan stood beside him, not needing to intervene at all. The master's power was truly terrifying. Bai Lingyan swallowed hard, a hint of fear flickering in her eyes. Humph, this is merely the beginning. Our master is formidable, Ye Kuan scoffed. Who dares to intrude upon the territory of my heavenly demon sect? A thunderous roar erupted from within, followed by an overwhelming surge of demonic energy that engulfed Ye Tianming in an instant. The emergence of Ye Tianming had already stirred the formidable warriors within the heavenly demon sect. Initially, they dismissed him, but as they witnessed Ye Tianming effortlessly slaying thousands of their disciples, they could no longer remain indifferent. They rushed out in haste. One elder of the sect, whose visage resembled withered wood, charged forth, emanating a powerful and commanding aura. He was at the pinnacle of the boundless realm. Behind him, several other elders of the same realm followed, each exuding an overwhelming demonic energy, akin to true demons. Within the heavenly demon sect, the hierarchy was strictly enforced. Aside from the sect leader, who was at the supreme realm, there were 10 guardians of the supreme realm. Following them were the 36 palace masters, all of whom were formidable beings of the radiant light realm. As for the elders of the boundless realm, their numbers were countless, with at least hundreds existing within the sect. You are from the Qinyan sword sect, an elder inquired, but before he could finish his sentence, the Yuchong sword, one of the 10 chaos divine swords, appeared before him, and with a single strike, it cleaved through the air. Boom! In the blink of an eye. The elder had no time to react before being shredded by the ferocious sword energy, reduced to mere scraps of flesh, which fell from the sky. Upon witnessing this scene, the remaining elders of the heavenly demon sect changed their expressions dramatically. What manner of warrior was this? Merely wielding a flying sword, he had slain a boundless realm elder. However, before they could process this, each of them found a chaos divine sword hovering before them. Gazing at the swords, they broke into a cold sweat and immediately retreated. They moved with astonishing speed, quickly distancing themselves to 1,000 feet away. Yet, the chaos divine swords were swifter still, appearing as though they transcended space itself. Each sword unleashed a fierce radiance, obliterating the elders of the heavenly demon sect entirely. In an instant, countless blood mist rained down, landing before the eyes of the disciples of the sect. Were the elders truly dead? In that moment, the disciples of the heavenly demon sect collapsed in despair, fleeing in panic. In their eyes, the once invincible elders of the sect could not withstand even a casual strike from their opponent. What kind of warrior was this? Could it be a being of the supreme realm had arrived? Flee! Someone shouted in terror, prompting the disciples of the heavenly demon sect to scatter frantically. Previously, they had not fled because they believed in the strength of their elders, confident that once the elders intervened, Ye Tianming would be swiftly dealt with. But now, The invincible figures they had revered had been effortlessly slain by a single sword strike, shattering their faith in an instant. Fear gripped their hearts. They dreaded that if they hesitated, they would meet the same fate. Escape? Was it even possible? Ye Tianming let out a cold snort, and with a mere thought, 10 chaos divine swords soared into the heavens, forming a formidable sword formation. In an instant, countless sword shadows emerged, cascading down like torrential raindrops upon the ground. Before long, the disciples of the heavenly demon sect were decimated by Ye Tianming's prowess. Simultaneously, deep within the stronghold of the heavenly demon sect, the captured cultivators had all been slain by its disciples, leaving only Ye Xiaoxiao alive. What? An elder at the pinnacle of the Wujijing was killed in a single encounter? Who is this person? Ji Buduan exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes betraying a sense of disbelief. Your Highness, this individual is a sword cultivator capable of simultaneously manipulating 10 flying swords. He appears to be a formidable figure from the Qingyan sword sect. One of the disciples of the heavenly demon sect reported hurriedly, his body still trembling from the shock of Ye Tianming's display of power. The Qingyan sword sect? Even I, the Holy Sun, am aware of its formidable cultivators. To control 10 flying swords requires not only an extraordinarily powerful soul but also exceptional cultivation. Such prowess is non-existent within the Qingyan sword sect. Ji Buduan furrowed his brow, unable to fathom the existence of such a strong individual within the sect. Controlling 10 flying swords necessitates an immensely powerful soul. A typical cultivator can manage only 1 flying sword competently. Those who can handle 2 are already considered prodigies. To manipulate 10 is a testament to the strength of one's soul, a disciple of the heavenly demon sect remarked in a hushed tone. Ji Buduan nodded in agreement, a smile gracing his lips as he declared, "It seems we have lured out a significant catch. Let us venture forth." He then cast a glance at Ye Xiaoxiao and added, "Consider yourself fortunate. Once I have dealt with the intruders outside, I shall return to eliminate you." In due course, Ji Buduan stepped outside, where he spotted Ye Tianming standing a short distance away. Clad in black attire that concealed his visage, Ye Tianming was wary of being recognized. "Are you from the Qingyan sword sect?" Ji Buduan inquired with a serious tone. However, before he could finish his sentence, he felt an overwhelming aura of murderous intent, as if he had been marked for death. Acting swiftly, he employed a secret technique, transforming his body into a puddle of blood. Just as one of the 10 chaos divine swords, the Qixing Longyuan, pierced the very spot where he had stood moments before. Ji Buduan's reaction was quick, yet the other heavenly demon sect disciples who had followed him were not so fortunate. They had no time to react, and were swiftly impaled by the remaining chaos divine swords, their souls and bodies shattered into a fine mist of blood. "You cowardly ambusher!" Ji Buduan shouted in fury, incredulous that an adversary would strike without uttering a single word. "Is it customary to inform one's opponent of the timing and method of one's attack?" Ye Tianming scoffed derisively, questioning the sanity of the holy son of the heavenly demon sect. How could one with such a feeble mind ascend to such a prestigious position? "You seek death," Jibo bellowed in fury, charging directly at Ye Tianming. "Bring forth the sword." Ye Tianming let out a tremendous roar, and 10 chaos divine swords swiftly soared from all directions, encircling him. Flash! With that single utterance from Ye Tianming, the 10 swords lunged towards Ji Buduan with lethal intent. Ji Buduan erupted with an overwhelming aura, revealing his cultivation at the Yaoguang realm. Nevertheless, Ye Tianming remained undaunted. The 10 chaos divine swords surged forth in unison, swiftly subduing Ji Buduan. These 10 swords transcended the realm of supreme imperial weapons, manifesting as divine artifacts born of the very essence of heaven and earth. Ye Tianming could only barely manipulate 10 chaos divine swords simultaneously. Yet, even in this constrained state, Ji Buduan was no match for him. With multiple sword wounds appearing on his body, blood gushing forth. This was precisely why Ye Tianming chose to practice on him. Otherwise, he could have effortlessly slain him with a single strike at any moment. Ji Buduan attempted to resist several times, but his attacks were so futile that they could not even graze Ye Tianming, who effortlessly deflected them. "You leave me no choice," Ji Buduan roared in frustration, feeling utterly suppressed and unable to retaliate. If he were to perish here, all of his years of scheming would be in vain. He did not care about the Tianma sect's dominance over Taishan Prefecture. What truly mattered to him was the position of the sect's leader. Devil transformation. With that fierce cry, Ji Buduan's body began to swell dramatically. His muscles exploded, tearing apart the crimson robe he wore. As he grew from his original height of 7 feet to over 3 zhang tall, countless barbs protruded from his body, each one comparable to an inferior-grade Earth-level spiritual weapon. His aura surged uncontrollably, escalating from the first level of the Yao Guang realm to the formidable presence of the 5th level in the blink of an eye. The secret technique he employed was an ancient magic art passed down within the Tianma sect, renowned for its immense power, reserved for the Holy Sun, Palace Masters, and Guardians. Utilizing this technique could instantaneously elevate the user's cultivation, albeit at a significant cost, risking severe damage to one's meridians. The consequences could range from a regression in cultivation to becoming utterly incapacitated or even death. As the Holy Sun destined to become the next leader of the Tianma sect, Ji Buduan felt robbed of that destiny because of Ye Tianming. Today, I shall surely kill you. You will find no escape from suffering, nor a release from your agony. I shall make you experience the torment of hellfire. Ji Buduan's gaze was fierce. After employing this secret technique, he would undoubtedly fall behind the other holy sons of the Tianma sect. The competition for the sect leader's position was far more ruthless than that for the crown prince of the Ye Tianming dynasty. Any slight misstep would see him pounced upon by the other holy sons, leaving him with nothing to show for his efforts. Observing Ji Buduan's transformation, Ye Tianming remained expressionless as the Xianyuan sword gradually materialized in his hand. The other 9 Chaos Divine swords circled around him, forming a protective sword array that enveloped him completely. One sword determines life and death. Ye Tianming bellowed fiercely, thrusting his sword towards Ji Buduan. This strike was a martial technique previously bestowed upon him by the system, devoid of any grade. However, as per the system's description, Ye Tianming understood that this technique was not merely a simple sword maneuver. With this thrust, one must confront the enemy with the utmost resolve. For it was a true killing move. It was a matter of survival. Either the adversary perished or he himself would meet his demise. This sword strike, it was said, could cleave through emperors above and slay mortals below, showcasing immense power. Clang! Roar! With a single stroke, Ye Tianming summoned a faint golden dragon silhouette, launching it directly towards Ji Buduan. The roar of the dragon resonated thunderously as the golden behemoth swiftly engulfed Ji Buduan. Boom! The sound of an explosion reverberated, and Ji Buduan's corrupted form was cleaved in two by Ye Tianming's blade, collapsing like a deflated balloon. He gazed at Ye Tianming with disbelief, pondering the identity of this formidable opponent. Could one be so exceedingly powerful? How was it possible that he could not withstand a single strike? Ultimately, Ji Buduan succumbed to his endless confusion and resentment beneath Ye Tianming's sword. My lord, I have gathered the necessary intelligence. All disciples of the heavenly demon sect in this location have perished, save for one female cultivator, whom I have brought forth. Bai Lingyan emerged from the shadows, accompanied by a young girl, none other than Ye Xiaoxiao. Moments prior, while Ye Tianming was vanquishing the disciples of the heavenly demon sect, she and Ye Kuan had infiltrated the sect's inner sanctum, discovering Ye Xiaoxiao and managing to escort her to safety. I am Ye Xiaoxiao, your junior. I am eternally grateful for your life-saving grace, esteemed senior. Ye Xiaoxiao gazed upon the multitude of corpses belonging to the disciples of the heavenly demon sect, realizing that it was the sword cultivator before him who had saved her. She promptly bowed in deep respect. Observing this, Ye Tianming hastily assisted Ye Xiaoxiao to her feet, disguising his voice to adopt a weathered demeanor. It is of no consequence. The heavenly demon sect has committed numerous atrocities, and it is our duty as cultivators to eradicate them. Senior, may I inquire your name? I shall certainly repay your kindness in the future, Ye Xiaoxiao continued. Cough. I am merely a solitary cultivator who fortuitously entered the mysterious valley and stumbled upon the traces of the heavenly demon sect. There is no need for repayment. Ye Tianming replied with a light cough, deliberately concealing his true identity from Ye Xiaoxiao. He then proceeded to inform her of the route taken by Bai Lingyan and Ye Kuan, as he intended to scour the stronghold of the heavenly demon sect for any treasures that might be found. For others, this mysterious valley may pose a significant challenge to navigate. However, for one possessing the Eye of Rebirth, like Ye Tianming, it was merely a grand illusion array, hardly worthy of concern. Ye Xiaoxiao wished to inquire further, yet upon noticing that Ye Tianming remained reluctant to disclose his identity, she could only depart in disappointment. Ye Tianming gradually made his way into the stronghold of the celestial demon sect. As his divine consciousness swept across the surroundings, he indeed uncovered a plethora of treasures. To his surprise, he found a considerable collection of exquisite wines, which piqued his interest. Ye Tianming gazed at the jars of wine nestled in the corner and promptly stored them within his spatial ring. It turned out that this mysterious valley was, in fact, an expansive illusionary formation, with the control center of this array located right here. Ye Tianming observed the flowing spiritual energy beneath his feet, and with a swift motion of his hand, he discerned the location of the formation's core. Over the years, he had delved into the arts of alchemy, formations, talismans, weapon crafting, and cultivation, achieving considerable mastery in each. Thus, unraveling an illusionary formation was a simple task for him. He produced the Chungying sword, one of the 10 chaotic divine swords, and plunged it into the formation. Boom! In an instant, the formation erupted with a resounding roar, radiating a dazzling brilliance. As the light faded, the formation within the stronghold of the Tianma sect began to fracture inch by inch. Meanwhile, within the mysterious valley, the white mist began to dissipate. Bai Lingyan, Ye Kuan, and Ye Xiaoxiao, who were on their way, were astonished by the changing scenery. It must be the master's doing. Who would have thought that the infamous abyss would be resolved by our master today? Giggling, Ye Kuan chuckled beside them, flattering with unrestrained enthusiasm. Let us move quickly. Bai Lingyan cast a glance at Ye Kuan and, leading Ye Xiaoxiao, hurried ahead. Understood. Ye Kuan promptly responded and hurriedly followed behind Bai Lingyan. As they exited the misty valley, they beheld a figure cloaked in black already awaiting them. Bai Lingyan and Ye Kuan quickly offered their respectful salutations. Ye Tianming gave a slight nod, casting a glance at Ye Xiaoxiao. The formidable beings from Xianyu Mansion and the Grand Qian Dynasty are approaching. We must depart at once. After speaking, Ye Tianming, accompanied by Bai Lingyan and Ye Kuan, vanished from the spot. Elder, Ye Xiaoxiao wished to express more. Yet Ye Tianming and the others had already vanished without a trace, leaving her with no choice but to lower her head in resignation. Xiaoxiao, are you unharmed? Your Highness, I apologize for my tardiness. I hope you can forgive me. Shortly thereafter, the formidable figures from Xianyu Mansion and the Qian Dynasty arrived. Upon seeing Ye Xiaoxiao safe and sound, the warriors from both sides breathed a sigh of relief. Master, General Chun, you have come. Ye Xiaoxiao exclaimed with a smile upon seeing them. Xiaoxiao, please tell Master how you managed to escape. The beautiful matron from Xianyu Mansion embraced Ye Xiaoxiao. Unable to hold back her tears, Ye Xiaoxiao recounted her experiences, including the subsequent rescue by Ye Tianming. To the formidable figures of Xianyu Mansion and the Grand Qian Dynasty, the swordsman, with a voice imbued with age, inquired whether it was the legendary figure of the Qingyun sword sect. The beautiful matron of Xianyu Mansion, who is also Ye Xiaoxiao's master, softly murmured, "Could it be the ancient entity from the royal mausoleum? Princess, could it possibly be that formidable individual we encountered at the imperial tomb?" Our investigations at the scene revealed that the powerful presence at the royal mausoleum was indeed a sword cultivator, capable of acting under the very noses of the 9 ancestors. Such prowess would undoubtedly allow for safe passage in and out of the Mizu Valley. At that moment, General Chun interjected, "Indeed, the likelihood is substantial. We must hasten back to report this matter to His Majesty." Ye Xiaoxiao was overwhelmed with excitement upon finally receiving news of her benefactor. She was determined to express her heartfelt gratitude. Shortly thereafter, the group arrived at the stronghold of the heavenly demon sect within the mysterious valley. The perilous illusionary array of the valley had been dismantled by Ye Tianming, rendering it devoid of danger. As they surveyed the scene, littered with the bodies of countless disciples of the heavenly demon sect, the powerful onlookers gasped in shock. Who could have engaged in such a fierce battle here? Such formidable prowess could not belong to an inconspicuous individual. Who, indeed, was safeguarding our great Qian dynasty? Soon, the formidable figures of the great Qian dynasty escorted Ye Xiaoxiao towards the capital, a perplexing thought lingering in their minds. If the savior of Ye Xiaoxiao was the same as the one who had slain the heavenly demon sect's infiltrator in the imperial mausoleum, the coincidence would be astonishingly fortuitous. The only plausible explanation was that this individual was covertly protecting the great Qian dynasty. In Taishan Prefecture, a mountain range lay shrouded in dense mist, swirling enigmatically. At the heart of this range, a colossal, broken sword was impaled into the ground. This gigantic blade, measuring several hundred zhang, bore the ravages of time. Its surface long since reduced to ruin. This place was one of the forbidden areas of Taishan Prefecture, the abyss of fallen swords. No cultivator who had entered this domain had ever returned alive. Over 300 years ago, an entire mid-sized sect ventured into the abyss of fallen swords, led by their most powerful master, a peak impermanence realm sovereign. Yet, by the following day, every soul lamp within the sect extinguished, and not a single one of the 30,000 cultivators returned. Since that time, no one dared to enter the abyss of fallen swords again. Within the abyss lay a blood pool, enveloped by a thick miasma of demonic energy. A man clad in white sat cross-legged beside the blood pool, holding a fishing rod, casting it into the crimson depths. Strangely, the rod bore no bait, only a hook, which hovered just above the surface of the blood pool. Suddenly, a blood-red fish leaped from the depths, biting the hook. The white-clad man swiftly reeled in the rod and grasped the fish in his hand. In mere moments, the blood fish transformed into a pool of blood, which the man absorbed. Master, the stronghold in the mysterious valley has been obliterated, and St. Ji has perished. An elderly man announced as he approached, delivering the news of the stronghold's destruction to the white-clad man, who was, in fact, the leader of the heavenly demon sect. "Oh, what transpired?" the leader inquired, his tone laced with curiosity. The elder, not wishing to delay, recounted the events leading to the downfall of the stronghold in one breath. Upon hearing the account, the leader remarked, "So, it seems this destruction of our stronghold is somewhat connected to the Great Qian Dynasty?" "Indeed," the elder nodded, continuing. "We suspect that the sword cultivator responsible for annihilating our stronghold in the mysterious valley is the same individual who killed our cultivator in the imperial mausoleum of the Great Qian Dynasty." The leader of the heavenly demon sect gazed at the blood fish that incessantly bit the hook, lost in contemplation. A millennium ago, his father, the previous leader of the sect, was imprisoned within the imperial tomb of the Great Qian Dynasty. Over the past 1,000 years, the heavenly demon sect has evaded detection and nurtured its strength, gradually regaining some vitality. However, the former leader has remained confined in the royal mausoleum all this time. Should they succeed in rescuing him, the heavenly demon sect would be on the brink of unifying Taishan province. After all, 1,000 years ago, the leader of the heavenly demon sect was the most formidable figure in Taishan province. Even after such a span of time, the current members of the sect firmly believe that their predecessor remains the unrivaled champion of Taishan province. Among the 5 major forces in Taishan province, the Great Qian Dynasty stands as the most powerful. Moreover, if they are to achieve unification, the first to be vanquished must be the Great Qian Dynasty. It seems the time has come to utilize the contingency plan left by his father. The leader of the heavenly demon sect softly commanded, "Relay the order. Let him take action." "Yes, leader." Upon returning to the imperial mausoleum, Ye Tianming promptly retracted his doppelganger. During his absence, nothing of note transpired within the mausoleum, and no one had discovered the existence of the doppelganger he had left behind. Ye Tianming reclined on his chair, while Bai Lingyan, with a keen sense of propriety, approached him from behind and began to massage his shoulders. Watching from the side, Yukun felt an overwhelming sense of envy. When would he be able to liberate himself from such a burdensome fate? Elder brother. Before long, as Ye Tianming had anticipated, Ye Xiaoxiao arrived at the royal mausoleum. "Xiaoxiao, are you all right?" Upon seeing Ye Xiaoxiao, Ye Tianming feigned surprise and quickly inquired, "I heard from father that you had gone missing. You nearly drove your brother to despair." Ye Tianming's face was etched with concern, pretending to be exceedingly anxious. "Do not worry, elder brother. I am safe and sound, thanks to the timely rescue by the esteemed sword cultivator." Ye Xiaoxiao stood proudly, her chest puffed out. "Big brother, you have no idea. I encountered a senior sword cultivator this time. If it weren't for him, you would never see me again." Observing Ye Xiaoxiao's demeanor, Ye Tianming affectionately ruffled her hair as he listened to her incessantly recount tales of the senior sword cultivator. "Big brother, what do you think this sword cultivator looks like? From his voice, he seems to be of advanced years. Do you think he might be the formidable sword cultivator who appeared at the royal tomb a year ago?" Seeing the admiration gleaming in Ye Xiaoxiao's eyes, Ye Tianming couldn't help but smile inwardly. He wondered how she would react if she were to discover that he was the very sword cultivator she spoke of. "Xiaoxiao, you must be cautious during this time. Do not let any mishaps befall you." After giving her a few more words of advice, Ye Tianming watched as Ye Xiaoxiao nodded earnestly in agreement. Once he bid farewell to Ye Xiaoxiao, Ye Tianming retrieved the exquisite wine he had obtained from the heavenly demon sect. Regrettably, there were only a few jars of this fine wine, not much in quantity. Besides the wine, he also discovered some elixirs, spiritual artifacts, and martial techniques within the spatial rings of Jibudwan and several elders of the heavenly demon sect. Unfortunately, Ye Tianming found these items unworthy of his attention. After a brief glance, he carelessly tossed them into the corner. As Ye Tianming uncorked the wine jar, an intoxicating aroma wafted towards him. However, this fragrance was unlike any wine he had previously savored. Perhaps it was a consequence of being tainted by demonic energy, for within the delightful scent lurked an unsettling, sinister undertone. Would consuming this wine lead to poisoning? Ye Tianming was slightly taken aback. However, upon reflection, he realized that despite being poisoned, he possessed a considerable supply of high-grade spiritual herbs and elixirs. Thus, he immediately indulged in the drink. As the liquor coursed down his throat, it ignited a fiery sensation. After a hearty gulp, Ye Tianming exclaimed, "What a fine wine!" He then seized the wine jar and continued to drink. Ding! The host has tasted the netherworld demon wine. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the soul-devouring goo. Soul-devouring goo. This can be implanted upon the spirit of a cultivator. Should the imbued individual dare to resist, their spirit shall be annihilated in an instant. This item indeed possesses intriguing qualities. Ye Tianming gazed at the description of the soul-devouring goo, realizing that he no longer needed to fear treachery from others. In the blink of an eye, a month had elapsed since Yu Xiaoxiao was rescued. Throughout this month, Ye Tianming had remained sequestered in the imperial tomb, diligently honing his skills. Following his battle with Jibudwan, he had gained profound insights, successfully advancing to the first level of the Yaoguang realm. In addition to Ye Tianming's advancement, a momentous event had transpired in Taishan Prefecture that sent shockwaves through the entire sect of cultivators. The Great Zhou Dynasty, one of the 5 major powers, declared war on the Grand Qian Dynasty. Millions of troops from the Great Zhou Dynasty amassed at the borders of the Grand Qian Dynasty, seizing 72 cities in a single day. Emperor Qian summoned his forces, commanding the supreme realm experts, the northern and eastern kings, to lead the army in defense. Moreover, numerous sects and families allied with the Great Qian Dynasty dispatched their disciples to the borders. Even many sons of ministers, along with princes and princesses from within the Great Qian Dynasty, hastened to the front line. Their motivations were twofold: to gain experience and to vie for the position of crown prince. Those who distinguished themselves in this war would undoubtedly gain significant advantages in the struggle for succession. The princes and princesses were not foolish. They understood this logic well. Even Yu Xiaoxiao journeyed to the borders, claiming the need for self-cultivation. To safeguard her from peril, Ye Tianming had deliberately left a doppelganger with her. Should Ye Xiaoxiao encounter life-threatening danger, he would not hesitate to reveal his identity to rescue her. However, Ye Tianming harbored no concerns. Having reached the first level of the Yaoguang realm, he was now poised to venture into the Beast Mountain range to subdue the Yaoguang-level beasts. Ye Tianming smiled broadly and immediately set off towards the Demon Beast Mountain range. Master, ahead lies the territory of the Fire Thunder Tiger. This little one has just ascended to the first level of the Yaoguang realm. Ye Kuan, accompanied by Ye Tianming, swiftly made their way to the territory of the Fire Thunder Tiger. Ever since Ye Tianming entrusted him with the command of the formidable army of beasts he had subdued within the Demon Beast Mountain range, Ye Kuan had frequently ventured into the heart of the mountains. Apart from the domains of the 3 supreme realm beast kings, he had thoroughly familiarized himself with many areas. Today, however, his focus was resolutely fixed upon this target. Ye Tianming let out a light chuckle as he stepped into the territory of the Fire Thunder Tiger, only to be greeted by a low growl. Before him stood a fierce tiger, towering like a small mountain, the first level of the Yaoguang realm's Fire Thunder Tiger. Upon seeing this magnificent beast, Ye Tianming's mind conjured the image of another tiger, the first beast he had tamed upon entering the Monster Beast Mountain range, the Crimson Flame Tiger. However, unlike the Crimson Flame Tiger, the Fire Thunder Tiger's skin was adorned with numerous lightning patterns, through which electric currents danced. Its forepaws and tail, much like those of the Crimson Flame Tiger, were engulfed in blazing flames. Oh, how intriguing. A human dares to intrude upon the Monster Beast Mountain range. Truly a foolhardy endeavor, the Fire Thunder Tiger remarked disdainfully. Cough, cough. Ye Tianming lightly cleared his throat and extended 2 fingers. I present you with 2 choices. 1. Submit to me. 2. Endure a beating before submitting to me. Upon hearing Ye Tianming's audacious words, the Thunderfire Tiger was instantly engulfed in fury. How dare you demand my submission, you insolent human? You are courting death. Though he had only recently ascended to the realm of Yaoguang, he was nonetheless a formidable beast renowned in the Beast Mountain range. Now, a presumptuous human dared to request his submission? It seemed this insolent youth needed a lesson to understand that one should never tread upon the tail of a tiger. I trust he will maintain such defiance in the moments to come. Ye Tianming chuckled, seeking death. The fire thunder tiger unleashed a torrent of flames, interspersed with crackling lightning, charging towards Ye Tianming. Moments later, Ye Tianming patted the tiger's tail and perched atop its back. The fire thunder tiger whimpered, its spirit dampened, displaying an unexpected docility. Regardless of how Ye Tianming fondled its tail or playfully smacked its rear, it remained obediently grounded, unwilling to resist. I still prefer your earlier rebellious demeanor. At Ye Tianming's teasing, the fire thunder tiger cast a mournful glance. Rebelliousness requires the assurance of survival, having just fallen to this human with a single strike. It dared not act defiantly. After taming the fire thunder tiger, Ye Tianming meandered through the Beast Mountain range for a while before returning to the imperial tomb. As he departed the mountains, he gazed back at the vast expanse of mountains stretching for 100,000 miles, his eyes reflecting deep contemplation. With 3 years remaining until the impending beast tide, he pondered whether he could subdue the 3 supreme beast kings residing within the mountain range during this time. Should he succeed in taming these formidable beings, he would have no cause for concern regarding the beast tide. Even if he failed, he aimed to capture as many Yaoguang realm beasts as possible. In that scenario, only the 3 supreme kings would remain, effectively neutralizing the threat of the beast tide. Upon returning to the imperial tomb, Ye Tianming seized a jar of wine and began to indulge in the pleasurable moment. Finally, he could savor this leisurely time. Thus, 2 years swiftly passed. During this period, the Qian Dynasty and the Zhou Dynasty clashed on the borders multiple times, each experiencing victories and defeats, alongside numerous significant events. Meanwhile, Emperor Qian had attempted to negotiate peace, not due to an inability to contend with the Zhou Dynasty, but rather because the Tianma sect of Taishan Prefecture was stirring restlessly, hoping the Zhou Dynasty would prioritize the greater good. However, the Zhou Dynasty ignored these appeals and remained resolute in their desire for war. Even the other 3 major factions intervened, urging the Zhou Dynasty to consider the broader implications, yet they were met with a firm refusal. Left with no choice, the Qian Dynasty was compelled to engage in battle. Unexpectedly, during one fierce confrontation, the 5th prince, Yi Hongxue, met with demise. Even the formidable warriors of the Qingyun sword sect, who had sworn to protect their territory, fell victim to slaughter. Enraged, the Qingyun sword sect dispatched 3,000 sword cultivators to soar across millions of miles towards the borders of the Great Qian Dynasty, uniting their strength to confront the threat. Turning our attention to Ye Tianming, his cultivation progressed remarkably over the past 2 years, now reaching the pinnacle of the Yaoguang realm. He has successfully tamed a multitude of beasts from the Beast Mountain range, including those of the Taiji, Wuji, and Yaoguang realms, employing his mastery over beast taming. As for the beasts below the Taiji realm, their feeble strength rendered them unworthy of his attention. The 3 supreme beast kings of the Yaoguang realm remain beyond his current capabilities to subdue. However, since attaining the apex of the Yaoguang realm, Ye Tianming's actions within the Beast Mountain range have grown increasingly audacious. On one occasion, he ventured deep into the territory of these 3 supreme beast kings accompanied by Ye Tianming. Fortunately, he departed in time, evading detection. The Great Qian Dynasty sprawls over vast territories, encompassing 1/5 of the entire Taishan continent. At its borders, countless corpses of cultivators lay strewn across the battlefield, belonging both to the Great Qian Dynasty and the Great Zhou Dynasty. A fierce battle had just erupted here, with the Great Zhou Dynasty launching a sudden assault that caught the Great Qian Dynasty unprepared. Thankfully, the intervention of the Qingyun sword sect allowed the Great Qian Dynasty to quickly repel the attackers. Nevertheless, the conflict resulted in numerous casualties on both sides. Xiao Xiao, are you all right? The 3rd princess, Ye Shuiyu, approached, offering a precious healing pill to Ye Xiao Xiao to aid her recovery. At that moment, Ye Shuiyu was also stained with blood, her once cold and elegant demeanor now a distant memory. Sister, please take this pill. You were injured last time, and you have yet to recover. Ye Xiao Xiao returned the elixir to Ye Shuiyu, a fleeting glimmer of melancholy crossing her gaze. 3rd sister, when do you think this war will finally come to an end? Upon hearing this, Ye Shuiyu could only offer a bitter smile and shake her head. I do not know. The Great Zhou dynasty is resolutely intent on severing ties with us. Unless we obliterate the Great Zhou dynasty, this conflict will never cease. In the past, skirmishes frequently erupted between the Great Qian and Great Zhou dynasties along the borders, yet they never escalated into full-scale warfare. However, the current situation suggests that the Great Zhou is determined to annihilate the Great Qian, disregarding even the menacing gaze of the celestial demon sect. Meanwhile, the Great Qian Dynasty, in a bid to avert the impending beast tide a year hence, must station numerous powerful warriors to defend the capital, resulting in a lack of significant progress on the battlefield. Even the fifth prince, Ye Hongxue, has fallen in combat. I am terrified that if this continues, what will become of you, third sister, and second brother, fourth brother, and sixth brother? The mere thought of Ye Hongxue's demise brought tears to Ye Xiaoxiao's eyes. Xiao. None of us wished for this war, yet as princes and princesses of the Great Qian Dynasty, we have no choice. At that moment, the second prince, Ye Wushuang, approached. Xiao, if you are frightened, you should return to the capital. With our father there, it is safe. I refuse. Ye Xiao immediately rejected, second brother. I am also the daughter of our father, the emperor. I too wish to partake in the battle. Witnessing Ye Xiaoxiao's unwavering determination, Ye Wushuang refrained from further discussion, merely nodding before departing from the scene. As night fell, the moonlight bathed the battlefield, where the scent of blood lingered ominously. Your Highness, the celestial demon sect has sent someone. Within the depths of the mountains bordering the Great Qian Dynasty, an elderly man spoke reverently to the young man clad in ornate garments before him. The young man, shrouded in darkness, remained indistinct in appearance. Upon turning to face the suddenly materialized figure of the old man in black robes, he expressed his surprise. I did not expect the Blood Demon Protector to personally arrive. This is truly unexpected. The Blood Demon Protector, one of the 10 guardians of the celestial demon sect, and a formidable being of supreme power, had effortlessly infiltrated the territory of the Great Qian Dynasty without detection. The sect leader has issued a secret order. Today, the Great Zhou Dynasty will join forces with the Holy Sect to launch a surprise attack on the Great Qian Dynasty and the Qingyun Sword Sect. We hope your Highness will cooperate. A grim voice emanated from his throat. No problem, but I must request that the sect leader refrain from making promises on my behalf. It has been 2 years, yet only one Ye Hongxue has perished. The young man in ornate garments expressed his dissatisfaction. 8 years prior, the sect leader of the celestial demon sect had sought him out, proposing a collaboration. The sect would assist him in ascending to the throne of the Great Qian Dynasty, while he would provide essential cultivation resources. Once the celestial demon sect unified Taishan Prefecture, they vowed not to interfere with the Great Qian Dynasty. At that time, the young man had readily agreed without hesitation. Your Highness, you are well aware that the other princes and princesses have their own backing. The Holy Sect's assassination of Ye Hongxue has drawn the attention of the Qingyun Sword Sect. If the Xianyu Mansion and the Baiyu Sect also join in, our pressure will be immense, the Blood Demon Protector remarked. Is this the extent of the celestial demon sect's power? To fear the other factions? If so, I should not collaborate with you. The young man retorted angrily. Seeing this, the Blood Demon Protector chuckled lightly. Rest assured, Your Highness. Tonight, we shall first assist you in dealing with Ye Shuiyu to demonstrate our sincerity. Furthermore, the sect leader has devised a plan. We will not eliminate Ye Shuiyu this time. Instead, we will capture her and transform her into a puppet. The Blood Demon Protector continued. All you need to do is stage a heroic rescue, which will not only bring you closer to the position of Crown Prince, but also grant you a puppet in Ye Shuiyu, allowing you to forge an alliance with the Baiyu sect. Excellent. Let us proceed with this plan. The young man exclaimed with delight upon hearing the proposal. Once Ye Shuiyu became a puppet, would not the Baiyu sect, which stood behind her, effectively become half of his own power? At that point, among all the princes and princesses whose influence could rival his, the position of Crown Prince would undoubtedly be his for the taking. Your Highness, await our news. After the Blood Demon Guardian finished speaking, he let out a sinister laugh, and his figure transformed into countless crows, taking flight. Once the Blood Demon Guardian departed, the elder beside the young man in splendid attire remarked, Your Highness, collaborating with the heavenly demon sect is akin to seeking shelter with a tiger. Enough. I am well aware of that. Do you truly believe I am unprepared? The young man in the splendid attire replied with a hint of dissatisfaction. Observing his reaction, the elder refrained from further protest and continued. This time, aside from Ye Tianming, it appears that all of your competitors will likely be eliminated. Should we not arrange for someone to find an opportunity to eliminate Ye Tianming? That is of no concern. My royal brother is nothing more than a drunken wastrel. What if our father favors him? Is it conceivable that our father would truly bestow the title of crown prince upon him? The young man expressed his disdain. Gazing at the night sky, he uttered calmly, "Let us proceed. The great Zhou dynasty and the heavenly demon sect are poised to launch their assault." In the Grand Qian Dynasty, many soldiers and disciples of the Qin sword sect, alongside other cultivators, began to tend to their wounds. The fierce battle of the day had left many of them injured. Yet, even in their recovery, they could not afford to let their guard down. No one knew when the forces of the great Zhou dynasty might strike again. To relax on the battlefield was tantamount to jesting with one's own life. Ye Xiaoxiao reminisced with Ye Shuiyu about their childhood escapades in the palace. "Sister, I firmly believe that elder brother is not incompetent. Do you recall that time we were together, and I fell into the pond in the back garden? Second brother and fourth brother were too afraid to jump in. But eldest brother leapt in without hesitation and rescued me." Ye Xiaoxiao chuckled. Indeed, at the last birthday banquet of our father, his poetry enlightened many formidable individuals. If he were to dedicate himself to diligent cultivation, he might achieve remarkable feats. Alas! Upon hearing this, Ye Shuiyu fell silent. In the past, she had urged Ye Tianming to devote himself to cultivation, yet her words seemed to fall upon deaf ears as he dismissed her counsel. Uttering phrases about not underestimating the young and their poverty, he proclaimed that once he had indulged in sufficient revelry, he would soar like a great rock, ascending to the heavens with unparalleled vigor. Gradually, Ye Shuiyu ceased her entreaties regarding his cultivation, leading to an ever-widening chasm in their relationship. "I shall persuade him again upon my return," she contemplated. At that moment, a series of thunderous shouts erupted, causing everyone to rise from their seats, their expressions grave as they gazed towards the outside. In the next instant, a myriad of magical techniques and martial skills descended from the distant horizon, heralding the commencement of yet another wave of assault from the grand army of the great Zhou dynasty. Upon witnessing the scene, Ye Xiaoxiao and Ye Shuiyu were taken aback, hastily setting forth towards the battlefield without uttering another word. In conflicts between two great dynasties, warriors of varying realms engage in distinct arenas. For instance, those of the supreme realm typically maintain their positions at the center, keeping a vigilant watch over their counterparts from the opposing faction. This unspoken understanding among them is paramount. Otherwise, should a supreme realm warrior lose control, they could effortlessly decimate thousands of lower-tier cultivators in the blink of an eye, resulting in mutual devastation for both sides. Ye Xiaoxiao and Ye Shuiyu, both possessed the cultivation level of the celestial realm, naturally found themselves engaged in battle on the battlefield designated for cultivators of the celestial realm. "Xiaoxiao, be cautious," Ye Shuiyu advised, aware that amidst the chaos of war, she would have no time to attend to Ye Xiaoxiao's safety. Ye Xiaoxiao nodded, drew her longsword, and charged towards an enemy. Strangely, why did it feel as though the opponent, a practitioner of the Qitian realm, was becoming increasingly formidable? After slaying a cultivator of the Qitian realm, Ye Shuiyu furrowed her brow slightly as she continued to vanquish her opponents. An increasing number of cultivators began to take notice of her. Numerous adversaries converged upon her position. In that moment, Ye Shuiyu had no time for contemplation and could only wield her sword with fervor, dispatching the foes before her. Time passed, though she could not ascertain how long, until she suddenly sensed an overwhelming intent to kill, prompting her to swiftly retreat several dozen yards. When she regained her bearings, she was appalled to discover that she had fallen into a trap set by the great Zhou dynasty. She found herself encircled by several powerful beings. With even the skies above being dominated by formidable foes, her escape via flight was rendered impossible. Now, the number of those surrounding her amounted to no fewer than 10. Were they experts of the divine mansion realm? Ye Shiyu's expression turned icy as she swiftly identified the formidable practitioners of the divine abode realm among the crowd. Although these powerful beings were not engaged in the battle at this location, it was customary during large-scale conflicts to assign higher-tier experts to various battlefields. For instance, divine abode realm warriors would infiltrate the battlegrounds of celestial ascension realm cultivators, while those of the celestial ascension realm would enter the arenas of soul sculpting realm practitioners. The objective was to eliminate the equally challenging adversaries within the opposing forces. However, while such tactics were employed discreetly by all parties, they were seldom executed on a grand scale. Should such maneuvers be detected, the opposing supreme realm experts would swiftly intervene, mercilessly striking down the lower-tier practitioners. Ye Shuiyu cursed inwardly, never anticipating her misfortune and being targeted by a formidable opponent at the Divine Mansion realm. Just as she contemplated her escape, her adversary from the Divine Mansion realm launched an attack, charging directly towards her with lethal intent. Ye Tianming possesses formidable strength, having reached the pinnacle of the Qitian realm. However, when confronted with an opponent at the Divine Mansion realm, she finds herself utterly powerless, even against a mere first-level Divine Mansion expert. In a single strike, Ye Tianming is decisively defeated. Just as her adversary prepares to seize her, a long sword suddenly pierces through the air. The Divine Mansion expert dismissively strikes with a palm, instantly revealing Ye Xiaoxiao's presence. Xiaoxiao, flee at once. Ye Tianming was taken aback, utterly surprised by Ye Xiaoxiao's unexpected arrival. However, it was evident that it was too late. Seize her. At the command of the formidable expert from the Divine Mansion realm, one of his peers swiftly restrained Ye Xiaoxiao, the third princess, the ninth princess. Soon, powerful figures detected the anomaly in this place and immediately rushed to offer their assistance. Ye Tianming and Ye Xiaoxiao are both princesses of the esteemed Qian Dynasty. Their noble status bolstered by their affiliations with two of the five great powers, the Baiyu sect and the Xianyu manor. Their safety is of utmost importance. Yet, even when the formidable warriors of the Qian Dynasty became aware of the situation, it was far too late. A few powerful beings from the Divine Mansion realm swiftly whisked the two away, vanishing at an astonishing speed. Ye Tianming and Ye Xiaoxiao were captured, and the forces of the great Zhou dynasty retreated swiftly like a receding tide. Witnessing this scene, the remaining formidable figures of the great Qian dynasty wore grave expressions. The Prince of the North inhaled deeply and said, "Immediately send someone to inform His Majesty. We must devise a plan to rescue the two princesses." The fact that they did not execute them on the spot indicates that there is some ulterior motive. The Prince of the North promptly reacted, hastily instructing someone to convey the message back to the capital. Meanwhile, Ye Tianming, leisurely savoring fine wine in the imperial mausoleum, suddenly wore a look of astonishment. "Master, what is the matter?" Lingyan inquired, puzzled. "Xiaoxiao is in trouble. I must depart for a while." Without uttering a word, Ye Tianming vanished from his location. Previously, when he rescued Ye Xiaoxiao from the Mizu Valley, he had inscribed a fragment of his divine consciousness upon her. This consciousness would activate in the event that she faced a life-threatening peril, compelling him to reveal his identity to ensure her safety. However, this divine awareness also allowed him to monitor Ye Xiaoxiao's condition in everyday circumstances. Now that she was in danger, Ye Tianming immediately sensed it. Fortunately, the consciousness had not yet been triggered, indicating that Ye Xiaoxiao had not encountered a dire crisis. Ye Tianming departed from the royal mausoleum, casting his gaze towards the border of the great Qian dynasty. In the next moment, he summoned one of the 10 chaotic divine swords, the Chungying sword. Subsequently, he stood upon the sword, his form transforming into a radiant arc as he swiftly sped towards the boundary between the great Qian dynasty and the great Zhou dynasty. Soon vanishing from sight, the distance from the royal mausoleum to the border was a staggering tens of thousands of miles, and Ye Tianming felt no moment could be squandered. The sword sliced through the heavens, producing a symphony of sonic booms. At the very moment Ye Tianming departed the mausoleum, heading towards the border, news reached the imperial palace that Ye Tianming and Ye Xiaoxiao had been captured. "Your Majesty, it appears that someone has acted covertly," remarked the Prime Minister, his brow furrowed upon receiving the report. "I understand. When Hong Shui fell, I had already sensed that a covert hand was at play," the Emperor of Qian replied calmly. In truth, he was aware that several of his children had resorted to underhanded tactics in their pursuit of the crown prince position, allying with various factions. Yet, he chose to turn a blind eye to their machinations. "Your Majesty, should we send someone to have the Northern Protector attempt to rescue Xiaoyu and Xiaoxiao? The fact that they did not execute them on the spot indicates they wish to negotiate with us. Regardless of their terms, we must secure Xiaoyu and Xiaoxiao's release." The Emperor waved his hand dismissively, exhaling a heavy sigh. "Understood," the Prime Minister replied respectfully. "What of Tianming's recent whereabouts?" He inquired about Ye Tianming. "The Crown Prince has remained at the royal mausoleum without departure," the Prime Minister reported. "As long as Tianming is unharmed, let them create their chaos. The battles for the throne throughout history have been paved with the blood of many." The Emperor sighed deeply, recalling that he himself ascended to the throne only after slaying several of his brothers. Even though the great Qian dynasty flourished during his reign and became the most powerful among the 5 great factions, It could not erase the stain of fratricide from his past. Thus, he chose to remain indifferent to the struggles of his children. Yet, Ye Tianming was an exception. He wished to shield him from any harm. Shiner, do not worry. I will take care of Tianming. Wait for me. I promise to take you away. The emperor murmured softly. Beyond the Grand Qian Dynasty, upon learning of Ye Shuiyu and Ye Xiaoxiao's predicament, both the Xianyu Mansion and the Baiyu sect swiftly dispatched their elite to the border between the Grand Qian and Grand Zhou dynasties. A day later, Ye Tianming arrived in the skies above the Grand Qian Dynasty's border. He concealed his presence, rendering him undetectable to any observers. With his current prowess, Ye Tianming ranked among the second tier of powerhouses in Taishan Prefecture, complemented by his array of skills. Unless one were at the Nine Tribulations realm, it was unlikely they could perceive his true form. Yet, at present, there were scarcely any Nine Tribulations realm powerhouses throughout Taishan Prefecture. At present, no one can penetrate the concealment of Ye Tianming. Beads of sweat trickle down his forehead, and his chest rises and falls slightly. In just one day, he has traversed an astonishing distance of millions of miles. Who knows how much spiritual energy Ye Tianming has expended? Fortunately, he possesses a plethora of elixirs capable of swiftly replenishing his depleting spiritual power. Whenever he finds himself lacking in energy, he simply consumes a pill, instantly restoring his vitality to its zenith. Thus, it can be said that he has relied on a continuous intake of these potions to cover such an immense distance to the border in a single day. Is it there? Ye Tianming perceived his divine consciousness and immediately discerned the direction. With a swift motion, he transformed into a streak of radiant light, moving with astonishing speed, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Even those of the supreme realm might struggle to unleash such velocity. Is it at the boundary of the Jigawei mountain? Ye Tianming gazed intently at a distant mountain range, his eyes narrowing slightly before he vanished from his original position. The boundary wall mountain served as the demarcation line between the Grand Qian Dynasty to the north and the Grand Zhou Dynasty to the south. Since the declaration of war between the two dynasties, clashes had occurred over 100 times in the northern regions of Boundary Wall Mountain. Presently, Boundary Wall Mountain lay behind the encampment of the Grand Zhou Dynasty, where Ye Xiaoxiao had been taken, rendering her situation exceedingly perilous. Meanwhile, outside Boundary Wall Mountain, the Blood Demon Guardian regarded the elegantly attired young man before him and remarked coolly, "Your Highness, not only have we captured Ye Shuiyu, but we have also secured Ye Xiaoxiao. Look." "Ha ha ha, splendid work." The young man in fine garments laughed heartily. "I would be most grateful if you could assist me in transforming my ninth sister into a puppet. Once that is accomplished, with the support of both the Baiyu sect and the Xianyu Mansion, how could I possibly worry about the throne's stability?" His laughter was unrestrained. "Your Highness, shall we not meet with Ye Shuiyu and Ye Xiaoxiao once more?" The Blood Demon Guardian grinned malevolently. "There is no need for that. It is best they remain unaware of my true identity. I fear it may cause them distress," the young man replied with a hint of indifference. The Blood Demon Guardian nodded slightly, appreciating the young man's caution. Over the years, he had never revealed a single flaw. Even the Emperor of Qian remained oblivious to his collaboration with the demon sect. Yet, the Blood Demon Guardian held a certain admiration for this young man. It was precisely due to his prudence that the demon sect could continue to operate from the shadows, undetected by the five great powers. "Your Highness, by tomorrow, you will be able to lead a rescue for the two princesses," the Blood Demon Guardian instructed before transforming into a swarm of crows, soaring into the depths of Boundary Wall Mountain. After Ye Shuiyu and Ye Xiaoxiao were captured and brought here, they remained imprisoned. "Xiaoxiao, do not be afraid. Father and the others will surely receive the news and come to rescue us," Ye Shuiyu reassured Ye Xiaoxiao. "Moreover, our mother will certainly summon the experts from the Baiyu sect and the Xianyu Mansion to aid us. Ye Shuiyu and Ye Xiaoxiao are not merely princesses of the Grand Qian Dynasty. One is the daughter of the former saintess of the White Feather sect, while the other is a disciple of the Xianyu Mansion, both possessing illustrious backgrounds. Should any misfortune befall them, it would undoubtedly send ripples throughout the majority of Taishan Prefecture." Ye Xiaoxiao nodded and said, "Third sister, I am not afraid. Moreover, I have a persistent feeling that the sword cultivator who rescued me before will come again." Upon hearing this, Ye Shuiyu was taken aback for a moment, then shook her head in resignation. Ever since Ye Xiaoxiao was saved by that enigmatic sword cultivator, she had frequently spoken of the cultivator's formidable strength before her, expressing a desire to one day become that cultivator's disciple. Ye Shuiyu thus became intrigued by the sword-wielding expert. However, she found it hard to believe that this individual would come to her rescue. In this vast world, such coincidences were hardly plausible. To expect someone to come to your aid? If that swordsman truly dared to approach, I, as the guardian of the heavenly demon sect, would ensure he understands the consequences of offending us. At that moment, the blood demon guardian approached with a sinister grin. You are merely a bunch of rats lurking in the shadows. If you possess any courage, come out into the light. Ye Xiaoxiao retorted with a cold snort. Ninth princess, your temperament is quite unappealing, the blood demon guardian remarked, tightening his grip around Ye Xiaoxiao's neck, clicking his tongue in contemplation. Were it not for someone instructing me to turn you into a puppet, I would truly relish tasting your blood. The blood of a royal from the Qian Dynasty is a rarity I have yet to experience. Turn us into puppets? Who dares to do such a thing? Ye Shuiyu immediately inquired. No comment. The blood demon guardian scoffed, clapping his hands, and immediately several figures emerged behind him. These figures, both male and female, possessed formidable strength. However, their expressions were markedly vacant, devoid of any emotion. Allow me to present my masterpiece to the two princesses. These are the puppets I have crafted over the years. The blood demon guardian's voice was tinged with madness, obscuring the expression hidden beneath his dark robe. Among these puppets are formidable individuals from your Grand Qian Dynasty, as well as powerful figures from Xianyu Mansion and Baiyu sect. You, Ye Shuiyu, and Ye Xiaoxiao wore grave expressions. Could it be that they were truly destined to become mere puppets, neither human nor ghost? The blood demon guardian seemed to revel in their distress, continuing, however, esteemed princesses, rest assured, in order to ensure your future utility, this guardian shall employ the most formidable puppet technique of the holy sect. A fragment of your soul shall be preserved, allowing you to appear as ordinary individuals, while you remain perpetually under the control of another. At the blood demon guardian's words, a chill coursed through Ye Shuiyu and Ye Xiaoxiao. Come forth. Prepare to transform them into puppets. The blood demon guardian bellowed, prompting disciples of the heavenly demon sect to step forward and commence preparations. Meanwhile, outside the boundary wall mountain, Ye Tianming also approached, puzzled by the lingering aura of the heavenly demon sect in the vicinity. Ye Tianming's expression grew solemn as he stepped slowly into the depths of the boundary barrier mountain. Before long, he stumbled upon a hidden cavern within. At that moment, the cave emanated a thick, oppressive aura of demonic energy, even more potent than what Ye Tianming had encountered previously in the mysterious Mist Valley. Could there be a supreme realm powerhouse within? Ye Tianming took a deep breath, feeling an overwhelming and terrifying pressure. Fortunately, the aura of that supreme realm expert seemed to be around the 5th level of the supreme realm, which he could easily contend with. It appears that Xiaoxia should be inside. Ye Tianming murmured softly, gazing at the few scattered disciples of the heavenly demon sect outside the cave entrance, and promptly made his way into the depths of the cavern. The stronghold of the heavenly demon sect on Mount Jigawei had long been the domain of the blood demon protector. As one of the 10 protectors of the heavenly demon sect and a formidable force within the sovereign realm, the blood demon protector required few disciples. Furthermore, with the ongoing conflict between the Grand Qian Dynasty and the Great Zhou Dynasty, in order to evade detection, the blood demon protector had retained only a handful of disciples, while the majority had returned to the headquarters. Thus, the cave of the heavenly demon sect on Mount Jigawei was sparsely populated with disciples, to the point of near invisibility. Who would dare? As Ye Tianming made his appearance, he was immediately confronted by a disciple of the heavenly demon sect. However, before the disciple could utter a word, he felt himself soaring into the air. Looking down, he was horrified to see a headless corpse gushing forth blood. Nearby, 2 of his fellow disciples gazed at the newcomer with expressions of sheer terror. What was happening? A thought echoed in his mind, but before he could ponder further, darkness enveloped his vision, rendering him blind to all. Witnessing Ye Tianming effortlessly dispatch a disciple of the heavenly demon sect, the remaining 2 disciples were struck with dread. Just as they attempted to retreat, 2 flying swords pierced through their chests. Having swiftly dealt with 3 disciples, Ye Tianming then stepped into the cave. At that moment, the blood demon guardian had prepared everything meticulously. He produced 2 obsidian pills, holding them in his hands. My dear princesses, these are exquisite, soul-biting pills. Once consumed, your souls will be gradually stripped away, leaving only the faintest remnants. Fear not, for this process will be utterly pleasurable, devoid of any pain. With that, he brandished the soul-biting pills, intent on forcibly administering them to Ye Shuyu and Ye Xiaoxiao. No, don't come any closer. Ye Xiaoxiao, startled, swiftly retreated and concealed herself behind Ye Shuyu. Ye Shuyu's gaze sharpened. Your celestial demon sect will inevitably face our annihilation. Ha ha ha, annihilation? A millennium ago, you failed to eradicate our holy sect, and a millennium hence, it shall be our holy sect that brings about your demise. The blood demon guardian exhibited an extreme madness, seizing Ye Xiaoxiao with fervor. Let the 9th princess partake in this first elixir, shall we? 3rd princess, do relish the expression on the 9th princess's face. Rest assured, your turn will come soon. You shall pay for this. Release Xiaoxiao. Ye Shuyu let out a furious roar, yet the blood demon protector paid her no heed, preparing to force the medicinal pill into Ye Xiaoxiao's mouth. Is this the essence of the heavenly demon sect, to bully 2 women? Just as the blood demon protector was about to insert the soul-devouring pill into Ye Xiaoxiao's mouth, a chilling voice resonated through the air. Who goes there? The blood demon protector's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly turned around, his tone heavy with apprehension. Any cultivator capable of silently infiltrating this place without his notice must possess a strength that is at least equal to his own. Senior sword cultivator. Upon seeing the newcomer, Ye Xiaoxiao's face lit up with joy, and she exclaimed, Xiaoxiao, is he the esteemed sword cultivator who saved you before? Ye Shuyu asked in astonishment. Indeed, 3rd sister. It is the sword cultivator. I told you he would surely come to our rescue, Ye Xiaoxiao replied with pride. Meanwhile, Ye Shuyu gazed at Ye Tianming, whose presence was concealed, and felt a flicker of surprise. She hadn't anticipated that Ye Xiaoxiao would be correct. Could it truly be such a coincidence? You are the sword cultivator who has repeatedly thwarted our plans, the blood demon guardian intoned, his voice low and serious. Previously, the heavenly demon sect's 2 plots had been foiled by Ye Tianming, and they had certainly taken note of this formidable swordsman. However, no matter how the disciples of the heavenly demon sect searched, they could find not a trace of the sword cultivator, as if he had never existed. Ultimately, the sect was compelled to abandon their search, only to find the adversary unexpectedly appearing at Mount Jigu. That should be the case. Ye Tianming slightly nodded, and 10 long swords appeared beside him, floating around his body and emanating waves of sword light. Humph, I was just looking for you, and you have come to me uninvited. The blood demon guardian scoffed, and several puppets slowly materialized beside him, encircling Ye Tianming in their midst. Is this the puppets crafted by the heavenly demon sect? Ye Tianming's divine consciousness swept across, and he instantly recognized the situation. He had previously dabbled in puppet arts, crafting puppets himself. To unleash the utmost strength of the living, one must ensure that the subject willingly submits to the process of being crafted. Such individuals are scarce, almost non-existent. Should one forcibly transform a person into a puppet, it would necessitate the obliteration of their soul. Consequently, the resulting puppet would be akin to a soulless object, resembling a mere spiritual tool, incapable of manifesting the true prowess of its former self. In comparison, the method of puppet crafting pales in effectiveness to the soul-devouring goo that Ye Tianming had once acquired. Thus, he chose to abandon the puppet arts. Humph, you do possess some insight, the blood demon elder coldly uttered, and in an instant, several puppets surged towards Ye Tianming. These puppets were of formidable cultivation, with the weakest among them reaching the pinnacle of the Yaoguang realm, while 2 of them were even of the supreme realm, albeit at the initial stage. Surrounding Ye Tianming, a formation of swords emerged as 10 chaos divine swords soared forth, aimed directly at the puppets. Boom. Clang. In an instant, the entire realm of Jigu Mountain resonated with a cacophony of thunderous roars, and the earth itself split apart. With a sudden flash, Ye Tianming vanished from his original position. By the time the blood demon guardian's shadow arrived, he had already positioned himself beside Ye Xiaoxiao and Ye Shuyu, shielding them both. Meanwhile, the several puppets in the blood demon guardian's grasp had been entirely dispatched by Ye Tianming. At this moment, within the entire boundary of Mount Jigu, only the blood demon guardian remained. Who on earth are you? The blood demon guardian bellowed in fury. For a millennium, the heavenly demon sect had been far from idle, secretly investigating nearly all the formidable figures in Taishan Prefecture. Yet, there was no record of this swordsman, unless he hailed from one of the other great prefectures entering Taishan. However, Taishan Prefecture, being the least prominent among the 3,000 prefectures, possessed resources that paled in comparison to those of the more eminent regions. Why would any powerful individual deign to come to Taishan? the one who will slay you. Ye Tianming spoke softly, his hands wielding 10 long swords that surged towards the Blood Demon Guardian. The Blood Demon Guardian, taken aback, hastily attempted to defend himself. He was a formidable presence at the 5th level of the Supreme Realm, well known throughout the entire Taishan continent. However, as he engaged with Ye Tianming, he was swiftly subdued. Boom! Thunderous roars echoed, shaking the earth for dozens of miles around, stirred by the battle at Jiguan Mountain. The mountain's structure crumbled, boulders tumbled down, and fissures marred its surface, as if it were on the brink of collapse. The fierce clash between the two drew the attention of various factions in the vicinity. In the Grand Qian Dynasty, the northern king sensed the conflict at Jiguan Mountain, his expression tightening. Beside him, the eastern king remarked gravely, given this aura, it appears 2 supreme realm experts are in combat. The northern king, puzzled, inquired, how could there be supreme realm combatants in Jiguan Mountain, which is currently under the jurisdiction of the Great Zhou Dynasty? Could it involve the 3rd princess and the 9th princess? The eastern king speculated. That is a possibility. I shall head there immediately. You stay here to guard against any opportunistic attacks from the Great Zhou Dynasty. The northern king instructed before swiftly making his way towards Jiguan Mountain. Observing the northern king depart, the eastern king also prepared to take action. Among the 4 kings of the Grand Qian Dynasty, the northern king possessed the greatest strength, thus wielding significant authority. The eastern king had no objections to the northern king's directives. Not only the northern king, but even the experts from Baiyu sect and Xianyu Manor noticed the commotion at Jiguan Mountain. At their level of prowess, engaging in cataclysmic battles was a trivial endeavor. Master, there are supreme realm experts clashing ahead. Could it be related to the 3rd young lady? An expert from Baiyu sect inquired. Standing beside him was a middle-aged man with hawk-like eyes, Bai Jingyao, the elder brother of the previous Sanus of Baiyu sect and also a powerhouse of the supreme realm. By familial ties, he was the uncle of Ye Xueyu. Let us proceed and investigate, Bai Jingyao whispered, leading the members of Baiyu sect towards Jiguan Mountain. At Xianyu Manor, upon hearing of Ye Xiaoxiao's predicament, the enchanting matriarch who had previously appeared in Misty Valley and was also Ye Xiaoxiao's mentor, immediately rallied the experts of Xianyu Manor to the borders. Ye Xiaoxiao's master, Wu Balian, is one of the elders of the Xianyu Pavilion, a figure of considerable authority and esteem within the sect. Upon witnessing the eruption of conflict at the Boundary Ridge Mountain, she swiftly made her way there, not waiting for the other powerful members of the Xianyu Pavilion to respond. Simultaneously, formidable beings from all directions converged upon the Boundary Ridge Mountain. Who are you truly? At this moment, within the confines of Boundary Ridge Mountain, the Blood Demon Guardian roared in a frenzy, his body already marred with countless bloodstains, reaching the brink of exhaustion. You are not yet worthy to know. Ye Tianming spoke softly, as 10 long swords resonated with a continuous clang. Xiao Xiao, Xueyu. At that moment, the formidable warriors from the Daqian Dynasty, Xianyu Mansion, and Baiyu sect had arrived. Upon seeing their allies, Ye Xiaoxiao and Ye Xueyu breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly flew over. Xueyu, are you unharmed? Bai Jingyao from Baiyu sect looked at Ye Xueyu with a face full of concern. Uncle, I am fine, Ye Xueyu replied, shaking her head. With Bai Jingyao's arrival, she felt a sense of security. Xiaoxiao, are you all right? Asked Wu Balian, the beautiful matriarch of Xianyu Mansion and Ye Xiaoxiao's mentor, with urgency. Master, I am unharmed. Ye Xiaoxiao shook her head and continued. We owe our gratitude to the senior sword cultivator for rescuing us. At that moment, everyone noticed that in the heart of the Boundary Wall Mountain, Ye Tianming had completely subdued the Blood Demon Guardian. The sight of the Blood Demon Guardian startled many powerful figures present. It was indeed the Blood Demon Guardian of the Heavenly Demon sect. The existence of the Heavenly Demon sect within Boundary Wall Mountain was astonishing. The Northern King inhaled sharply, and a conjecture immediately formed in his mind. The other formidable beings were not oblivious either. Ye Xiaoxiao and Ye Xueyu were taken away during the conflict between the Great Zhou Dynasty and the Grand Qian Dynasty. Now, the emergence of a formidable force from the Heavenly Demon sect suggests a possible collusion between the Great Zhou Dynasty and the sect. At this moment, the Blood Demon Protector, witnessing the arrival of numerous powerful figures, realizes the difficulty of his escape. You have forced my hand, surrounded by the might of various factions. He understands that only by fighting with all his might does he stand a chance of fleeing. If he can break through their encirclement, then hope remains. Suddenly, everyone observes the Blood Demon Protector's body swelling rapidly, akin to a balloon inflating, as the surrounding spiritual energy continuously surges into him. Is this a transformation into a demon? Upon witnessing this scene, Ye Tianming immediately recognized it as the secret technique of the heavenly demon sect. When he had slain Jibuduan, his adversary had also employed this very move. This secret art is not widely mastered among those qualified to practice within the heavenly demon sect. However, the blood demon protector, being one of the 10 esteemed protectors of the sect, naturally possessed this technique. The power of the blood demon protector surged, his aura escalating dramatically. Everyone, attack together, commanded the Northern King, witnessing the unfolding spectacle as he swiftly charged towards the blood demon protector. With a whoosh, the sound of something piercing the air resonated. A long spear, akin to a streak of light, sliced through the void from miles away, heading straight for Mount Jigu. The Northern King seized the spear and lunged it towards the blood demon protector. Observing this, the other powerful beings also advanced, intent on delivering a strike against the blood demon protector. With your mere strength, do you dare to challenge this protector? The blood demon protector sneered, as several terrifying creatures with flesh wings materialized behind him. Each stood 3 zhang tall, their wings expansive enough to eclipse the sky, with claws exceedingly sharp. These monstrous beings swiftly advanced towards the formidable warriors. Yet, upon engaging in combat, the assembled might were taken aback. Each creature summoned by the blood demon protector possessed the prowess of the supreme realm. He cannot sustain this for long. Summoning these demons consumes his lifespan. Bai Jingao, seemingly knowledgeable, swiftly alerted the others. Upon hearing this, the powerful beings ceased their direct confrontation with the creatures and began to maneuver, awaiting the depletion of the blood demon protector's life force. Observing that many of his adversaries were ensnared, the blood demon protector seized the opportunity and swiftly tore open a gap in the encirclement, hastening his escape. Upon witnessing this, Ye Tianming furrowed his brows slightly. The situation unfolding here appeared to exceed his expectations. It seemed imperative to resolve the matter swiftly and depart. Ye Tianming's figure flickered as he positioned himself directly in front of the blood demon protector, seeking death. Upon seeing Ye Tianming, the blood demon protector roared furiously, transforming his palm into a claw and lunging towards him. At that moment, he was still in a state of demonic transformation, exuding a terrifying aura that made all the powerful beings present hesitant to confront him head-on. A single sword determined life and death. Behind Ye Tianming, 10 long swords resounded in a harmonious clamor, simultaneously striking towards the blood demon guardian. With the release of these 10 swords, it was a matter of life or death. Either the blood demon guardian would perish, or Ye Tianming himself would meet his end. The sound of clashing swords echoed, and an array of sword lights enveloped the scene, instantly shattering the blood demon guardian's offensive. How could this be possible? The blood demon guardian was taken aback. Having already succumbed to his demonic transformation, how could he possibly be defeated? Yet, he had no time to contemplate, as the 10 long swords had already impaled him in the void. In that fleeting moment, his body deflated like a punctured balloon, rapidly diminishing. Around him, numerous formidable figures were equally astonished by the spectacle. The demonic blood demon guardian was effortlessly slain by his adversary. It was important to note that although the blood demon guardian ranked last among the 10 protectors, he was still a formidable being at the 5th tier of the supreme realm. After his transformation, he should have been comparable to a warrior of the 7th or 8th tier in the supreme realm. Not a single person present dared to assert that they could easily conquer the blood demon guardian. As the blood demon guardian was pinned in the void by Ye Tianming, the Northern King and others swiftly dispatched the monster summoned by him. Master will not spare you. With his final breath, the blood demon guardian bellowed, unleashing a tremendous roar. His body then detonated in a cataclysmic explosion. The onlookers were struck with horror and hastily summoned their spiritual shields before them. A thunderous explosion reverberated, and when the dust settled, many among them bore grim expressions. The destructive force unleashed by the self-detonation of a supreme realm expert was nothing short of apocalyptic. At that moment, the Boundary Mountains lay utterly obliterated under the impact of the blood demon guardian's explosion. Thank you, Senior, for rescuing the 3rd princess and the 9th princess. At this juncture, the Northern King hastily approached Ye Tianming, speaking with utmost respect. The ability to slay the transformed blood demon guardian with a single sword suggested that his strength likely reached the pinnacle of the supreme realm. Such a formidable being should never be provoked. It is of no consequence. Ye Tianming shook his head and concealed a ring within his bosom. It was the spatial ring belonging to the blood demon protector, which he had seized at the last moment. Witnessing this scene, the numerous formidable beings present uttered not a word. After all, the blood demon protector had been vanquished by him, rendering it a rightful trophy. With the matters at hand now resolved, it was time for me to take my leave. Ye Tianming replied nonchalantly, preparing to depart. Wait a moment, esteemed elder. At that moment, the northern king hastily obstructed Ye Tianming's path, expressing his gratitude for the elder's repeated assistance and inquiring about how to address him. Address? Ye Tianming paused for a moment, then smiled and declared, I am the sword god of Tinli. With that, he chuckled lightly and vanished into the horizon on his sword. Sword god of Tinli? Numerous powerful figures silently etched the name into their memories. Gentlemen, it seems that the Great Zhou dynasty has intricate ties with the celestial demon sect. We should hasten back and deliberate on our strategy, spoke the northern king. The powerful figures nodded in agreement and promptly departed. Shortly after their departure, a young man clad in splendid garments appeared amidst the ruins of Mount Dragon. A pack of useless fools. He cursed as he surveyed the devastation before him, then swiftly retreated. He had initially prepared to collaborate with the Blood Demon Protector in a staged act to rescue Ye Xiaoxiao and Ye Shuiyu, and along the way, eliminate a few disciples of the Celestial Demon sect. This would have elevated his prestige to its zenith, making the position of Crown Prince easily attainable. Yet now, his plans had been utterly thwarted. After Ye Tianming rescued Ye Xiaoxiao and Ye Shuiyu, the Northern King immediately allied with other powerful factions to commence an investigation. To their astonishment, they discovered that countless strong individuals within the Great Zhou dynasty had fallen under the control of the Celestial Demon sect, transformed into puppets. The news spread swiftly among the various factions. In the palace of the Grand Qian Dynasty, the chancellor proposed, Your Majesty, the strong of the Great Zhou dynasty have become puppets of the Celestial Demon sect. We must swiftly eradicate them. Upon hearing this, many powerful figures in the court expressed their agreement. Your Majesty, the Celestial Demon sect now lurks ominously, and even the Great Zhou dynasty has succumbed to their grasp. We implore you to make a decisive decision. Your Majesty, news has arrived from the White Feather sect, the Xianyu Manor, and the Qingyun Sword sect. They too are willing to join in the campaign against the Great Zhou dynasty to eliminate the Celestial Demon sect. Seated upon the throne, the Emperor of Qian appeared to have a flicker of brilliance in his eyes as he quietly commanded, Issue an edict. Let the Northern King lead the army, in alliance with the White Feather sect, the Xianyu Manor, and the Qingyun Sword sect, to annihilate the Great Zhou dynasty. Spare none associated with the Celestial Demon sect. As the Emperor's decree was proclaimed, powerful figures from the White Feather sect, the Xianyu Manor, and the Qingyun Sword sect hastened towards the Great Zhou dynasty. In an instant, the major factions of Taishan Prefecture plunged into conflict. In the abyss of fallen swords, an elder whose visage resembled withered would respectfully address the white-clad man before him. Master, the Great Zhou dynasty is likely to face destruction. Should we intervene? The leader of the Celestial Demon sect waved his hand dismissively. The Great Zhou dynasty was merely a pawn in my father's game from a millennium ago. If it falls, so be it. Initially, I sought to utilize the Great Zhou dynasty to weaken the fortune of the Great Qian dynasty. It appears that the Great Qian dynasty is more formidable than I had anticipated. A millennium ago, the leaders of the 5 great powers united to eliminate the previous master of the Heavenly Demon sect, aware of his impending doom. The former master secretly implanted a seed of malevolence within the emperor of the Dazhou dynasty. After 1,000 years of nurturing, the emperor had long succumbed to the corruption of this demonic seed. The Dazhou dynasty's declaration of war against the Daiqian dynasty was orchestrated by the master of the Heavenly Demon sect, who harbored no illusions about the downfall of the Daiqian dynasty. Master, how shall we sever the fortunes of the Daiqian dynasty? An elder inquired. The fortunes of the Daiqian dynasty flourish. We must either sever the dragon vein or eliminate the one who bears its destiny. The master of the Heavenly Demon sect pondered before continuing, Yet, I do not perceive the Emperor of Qian as the one who carries the weight of the dynasty's fate. Then what shall we do now? The elder pressed further. I have heard that this time, it is due to a swordsman known as the Sword God of Shirley. We must find a way to locate him and eliminate him first. He has repeatedly disrupted our plans and poses an unpredictable variable. Understood, Master. The elder replied respectfully before taking his leave. Once the elder departed, the master of the Heavenly Demon sect's eyes suddenly turned blood red, piercing through the blood pool before him. At the center of the pool lay a peculiar blood egg, roughly the size of a human head, exuding a faint aura of malevolence. When the demon descends, no matter who you are, you shall perish, the master of the Heavenly Demon sect murmured. Meanwhile, at the imperial tomb, After departing from the boundary wall mountain, Ye Tianming returned to the royal mausoleum, continuing to live his tranquil and leisurely life. Brother, you cannot fathom the prowess of the sword god of 10 miles. His swordsmanship is nothing short of transcendent. Even the demonic guardian of the heavenly demon sect, in its corrupted form, could not withstand a single strike from the sword god. I believe that guardian, in its corrupted state, likely possesses strength that has reached the 9th tribulation realm. Do you think, brother, that this sword god could possibly be a Dao realm expert? Perhaps even a Dao ancestor is not beyond the realm of possibility. A Dao ancestor is a term of reverence for those who have reached the pinnacle of the Dao realm. Such beings have long comprehended the great path, capable of controlling the lives of countless beings with a mere thought. Ahem, how could that be possible? Ye Tianming was amused by Ye Xiaoxiao's conjecture, nearly choking on his drink. If this little girl were to discover that he was the legendary sword god of the 10 miles, one could only imagine the expression that would cross her face. Brother, who exactly is the sword god? He has saved me several times, yet remains incognito, Ye Xiaoxiao pondered. He might very well be guarding you right beside you, Ye Tianming replied with a smile. Is that so? Ye Xiaoxiao questioned, her curiosity piqued. All right. Now tell me what has been happening outside lately, Ye Tianming urged, still smiling. Currently, the 4 major factions have mobilized against the Great Zhou Dynasty. Father has summoned us all back to the capital, citing the dangers outside and the lurking threat of the heavenly demon sect, expressing his concerns for our safety. Ye Xiaoxiao explained. Upon hearing this, Ye Tianming chuckled. Then, Xiaoxiao, you should remain safely in the capital and refrain from going anywhere else. During this period, exercise caution. Ye Xiaoxiao nodded and exchanged a few more words with Ye Tianming before taking her leave. 6 months later, the emperor of the Great Zhou Dynasty was slain in the capital by the formidable alliance of the 4 major powers. It is said that during that battle, Emperor Qian struck from a distance of countless miles, delivering a devastating blow to the Zhou emperor. In the meantime, Ye Tianming successfully broke through to the first level of the supreme realm, thereby reaching a level of prowess that could be considered among the elite. Upon entering the supreme realm, each level presents a significant disparity, akin to an insurmountable chasm. Advancing to a higher realm necessitates arduous cultivation, with countless trials to attain even one level. Having not ventured to the Beast Mountain range for quite some time, he realized that in just 6 months, the beast tide would arrive, and he wondered if he could subdue the 3 great beast kings this time. Ye Tianming stretched lazily, calling out to Yu Kuan and Bai Lingyan as they set forth towards the Beast Mountain range. At this moment, within the depths of the Beast Mountain range, 2 young ladies walked together, engaged in conversation. My lady, will we not be reprimanded for sneaking out like this? One inquired. Fear not. I am merely assisting my sister in scouting her future husband, the leading girl replied with a mischievous grin. She had long hair cascading down to her waist. Skin as smooth as jade, and an extraordinarily beautiful visage, her eyes shimmering like precious gems. However, I have heard that the eldest lady's intended is nothing more than a drunken wastrel, with cultivation merely at the soul-shaping stage, remarked the maid beside her. That is precisely why I have come ahead, to ensure he behaves. He must not harbor any designs on my sister, the girl declared, shaking her fist defiantly. But my lady, it seems we are lost. I have heard there are many beasts lurking around here. The maid trembled, seeking refuge behind the young lady. Upon hearing this, the girl too felt a shiver run down her spine, swallowing hard. Xiao Chui, let us hasten our departure, she urged. The maid, named Xiao Chui, nodded vigorously. And the 2 young ladies, hearing the roars of beasts surrounding them, instinctively quickened their pace. Oh, 2 human girls dare to trespass in my domain? A disdainful laugh echoed as a tiger, entwined with flames and lightning, blocked their path. Young lady, it's a beast of the radiant light realm. Xiao Chui exclaimed in terror upon sighting the fire thunder tiger. It is merely a beast of the radiant light realm. What is there to fear? The girl feigned bravado, attempting to mask her trepidation. Is that so? And what of us? Just then, from all directions, 4 or 5 more beasts emerged, encircling the 2 girls. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiao Chui and the young lady froze in shock. Young lady, why are these beasts gathered together? Shouldn't they be in their own territories? How should I know? The girl gulped, equally perplexed. Logically, beasts possess a strong territorial instinct, and occurrences of multiple beasts congregating without conflict are exceedingly rare. Why do you not retreat? Why do you not retreat? At the moment when the 2 young girls were engulfed in terror, a furious shout erupted from behind the horde of monstrous beasts. Upon hearing this voice, The creatures displayed an overwhelming sense of dread in their eyes, parting ways to create a path. The peculiar scene left both Xiaozue and the young girl momentarily stunned. Following the gaze of the beasts, they beheld a young man clad in white slowly emerging from the encirclement. This young man possessed striking features, with sharp brows and bright eyes, exuding an extraordinary handsomeness. Beside him stood a somewhat simple-looking creature, its hair parted down the middle, transformed into human form. Upon the sight of Ye Tianming, the surrounding beasts promptly lowered their heads, fear evident in their expressions. "What are you doing? Bullying two defenseless young women. This is truly a disgrace to us formidable beasts." Ye Tianming spat, hastily stepping forward to stand before the two girls. His gaze lingered on them, glimmering with desire, nearly drooling at the sight. Witnessing this, Ye Tianming could not help but deliver a swift kick, sending him aside. How utterly embarrassing. "Who are you?" This is the depths of the Beast Mountain, where formidable creatures of the Yaoguang realm abound. Ye Tianming regarded the two young maidens with great curiosity, immediately discerning that their cultivation was merely at the Qitian realm, yet they had managed to venture this far. They found themselves in a location within the vast expanse of the Beast Mountain range, approximately 70 to 80,000 miles from the nearest point. This area was teeming with Yaoguang realm beasts and was perilously close to the territories of the three supreme realm beast kings within Taishan Prefecture. Aside from those formidable supreme realm cultivators, it was exceedingly rare for any practitioners to delve so deeply. Even the Yaoguang realm experts would not dare to tread in this region. A moment's carelessness could lead to their detection by a supreme realm beast king, leaving them with no chance to escape. As for cultivators of the Qitian realm, it was utterly impossible for them to reach this place. The moment they entered the Beast Mountain range, they would be swiftly eliminated by the beasts. How these two maidens managed to arrive here remained a mystery, whether it was mere luck or some other means. "I am Zhizhirua, and this is Xiaochui. We inadvertently lost our way and stumbled in here," the leading maiden promptly explained. "Inadvertently stumbled in?" Ye Tianming was slightly taken aback. "Have you not encountered any magical beast along your journey?" "Indeed, we have. Aren't you one of them?" Ye Tianming felt a sense of wonder. These two women were indeed fortunate. They had ventured deep into the Beast Mountain range for nearly 70 or 80,000 miles. Yet they had encountered no other beasts. Furthermore, whenever a beast did appear, he was there to confront it. This place was perilous. It would be wise for them to depart quickly. Observing that the two did not exhibit any signs of suspicion, Ye Tianming spoke calmly, urging them to leave. Xiaochui swallowed nervously and said, "Senior, there are so many beasts in this mountain range, and it seems we cannot exit at this moment." Upon hearing this, Ye Tianming nodded in agreement. Just because they had not encountered any beasts on their way and did not guarantee their safety on the way out, he resolved to be a good Samaritan and see them safely on their way. Ye Tianming glanced at the Fire Thunder Tiger beside him and commanded, "Escort them out of the Beast Mountain range." "Understood, Master." The Fire Thunder Tiger growled in acknowledgement, stepping forward to take Zhizhirua and Xiaozue away. "Wait." Suddenly, Zhizhirua hurriedly intervened, casting a glance at Ye Tianming as she said, "Esteemed senior, I am frightened of these beasts. Could you possibly escort us out?" "Ye Tianming, rest assured, with my command, they would not dare to harm you." Ye Tianming firmly declined, for he had significant matters to attend to in the Monster Beast Mountain range. It seemed rather trivial to personally escort someone out of this perilous territory. After all, what purpose did the monstrous beasts he had tamed serve? Nevertheless, upon encountering the fierce gaze of the Fire Thunder Tiger, both Zhizhirua and Xiaozue felt a shiver of fear course through them. Esteemed senior, might we accompany you for the time being? Whenever you decide to leave the Monster Beast Mountain range, we would be most grateful if you could take us along, Xiaozue hastily suggested. Although they were uncertain of Ye Tianming's true identity, he appeared to be no malevolent figure. Moreover, the multitude of Yaoguang realm beasts that bowed to his command attested to his formidable strength. Being in his company would undoubtedly ensure their safety amidst the dangers of the Monster Beast Mountain range. Far preferable to being accompanied by a ferocious beast that looked as though it might devour them at any moment. "Suit yourselves," Ye Tianming replied, "but I must caution you. Your fates are not my concern." Ye Tianming appraised the two individuals before him, choosing to ignore them as he ventured deeper into the Beast Mountain range. Observing this, Zhizhirua and Xiaozue exchanged glances filled with delight and cautiously trailed behind Ye Tianming. "Senior, have you tamed all these beasts?" "Indeed, Senior. What level of cultivation do you possess to be capable of subduing such formidable creatures? You must be at least at the supreme realm, correct? Ji Zhiruo's mouth fell agape, her face a canvas of astonishment. It is well known that while the human race and the beast race do not harbor a profound enmity, nor a vendetta to the death, compelling the beast race to submit to humanity, especially in the wild, is utterly inconceivable. The human race regards the beast race as a whetstone for honing their skills, yet the beast race also views humanity as a stepping stone. The humans train with the beasts, and the beasts likewise train with the humans. The young man before them has managed to tame a significant number of Yawang realm beasts. One can only ponder the extent of his true strength. Senior, what is your name, and which faction do you belong to? Ji Zhiruo inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she bombarded him with questions. Do you not feel that you are asking an excessive number of questions? Should you continue to inquire so incessantly? Do you believe I would allow them to feast upon you? Ye Tianming spoke coldly, gesturing towards the monstrous beast behind him, causing both Ji Zhiruo and Xiao Chui to shudder in fear. Senior, please do not take offense. Miss has no ill intentions, Xiao Chui hurriedly interjected, positioning herself protectively in front of Ji Zhiruo, as though genuinely fearing that Ye Tianming might command the beast to devour her. Once he noticed their sudden stillness, Ye Tianming proceeded deeper into the beast mountain range. By the way, Senior, are you familiar with the Great Qian Dynasty? After walking a short distance, Ji Zhiruo could not restrain her curiosity any longer. However, upon hearing her words, Ye Tianming paused momentarily, turning to regard her. I won't ask any more. Seeing his reaction, Ji Zhiruo assumed he was displeased and promptly fell silent. I am aware. Ye Tianming nodded. Wonderful. Noticing that the other party was not angry, Ji Zhiruo continued. We are heading to the Great Qian Dynasty to find my sister's fiancé. I need to investigate him beforehand. However, Senior, you might not be familiar with my sister's fiancé. I have heard that he is a good-for-nothing who cannot cultivate, and he is lacking in other aspects as well. I cannot allow my sister to fall into his hands. Listening to Ji Zhiruo's disparaging remarks about her sister's fiancé, Ye Tianming couldn't help but feel intrigued. What kind of despicable rogue could elicit such disdain from his family? By the way, what is your sister's fiancé's name? Which family's disciple is he, that you harbor such contempt for him? Ye Tianming inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. Oh, him? He is the eldest prince of the Great Qian Dynasty. I believe his name is Ye Tianming. As the walking Ye Tianming heard Ji Zhiruo's response, he nearly stumbled and fell. Even the beasts trailing behind were left in stunned silence, questioning whether they had misheard. He is not. Ye Kuan, standing nearby, attempted to speak, but was met with a piercing glare from Ye Tianming that silenced him instantly. Alarmed, Ye Kuan quickly covered his mouth. Observing this exchange, Ji Zhiruo scratched her head, puzzled, and asked, What is the matter? Senior, do you know him? I do not know him. Ye Tianming smiled gently and shook his head. I knew it all along. How could someone as formidable as the senior recognize such a worthless individual? Ji Zhiruo cheerfully remarked. I have heard that the crown prince of the Great Qian Dynasty is a notorious drunkard, particularly fond of wine brewed from the blood of young maidens. If I ever encounter him, I shall ensure he experiences a taste of true hardship. While Ji Zhiruo chattered incessantly, Ye Tianming had already fallen into deep contemplation. When did he acquire an engagement? How could he, the very party involved, be oblivious to such a matter? No, upon returning, he must question his father, the emperor, thoroughly. As for what Ji Zhiruo spoke of himself, pure slander. Absolute fabrication. Who among those wretches dared to spread such rumors? Should he discover who was maligning his reputation, they would not escape retribution. Which sect do you disciples belong to, and what connection do you have with Ye Tianming? He inquired with a smile. We are from the Ji family, Ji Zhiruo declared proudly, her chest puffed out as if she took immense pride in her lineage. The Ji family? Ye Tianming furrowed his brow, for it seemed there was no such family in Taishan Prefecture. Senior, it is understandable that you are unaware. Our Ji family is not situated in Taishan Prefecture, but in the neighboring Kanglan Prefecture, Ji Zhiruo explained. Kanglan Prefecture, you say? Ye Tianming murmured softly. He was indeed familiar with Kanglan Prefecture, as it was adjacent to Taishan Prefecture, yet he was ignorant of the power dynamics within it. He could not fathom how his father had become entangled with the forces of Kanglan Prefecture and resolved to inquire deeply upon his return. Master, we are now approaching the territory of the three great demon kings, Fire Thunder Tiger growled as he stepped forward to alert him. Ye Tianming gazed ahead at the three towering peaks, nodding slightly. These three summits were the dominions of the three supreme realm demon kings, resembling colossal swords thrusting into the Beast Mountain range. Ye Kuan, let us proceed. Ye Tianming's expedition into the Beast Mountain range was solely intended for the purpose of subduing the three supreme beast kings. With half a year remaining before the beast tide, capturing these formidable beings would allow him to preemptively address the impending crisis. However, this time, he brought only Ye Kuan along. Wait, esteemed senior, I wish to accompany you. Ji Zhihua quickly interjected, glancing at the surrounding ferocious beasts, their eyes filled with menace and a palpable aura of malice. Upon witnessing the scene, Ye Tianming merely remarked, if anything goes awry later, I shall have no time to attend to you. With that, he resolutely made his way towards the territory of the three supreme demon kings. Ji Zhihua glanced back, gritted her teeth, and promptly followed suit. She would rather embrace danger than remain among these beasts that could consume her at any moment. Miss, wait for me, Xiao Chui hurriedly called out, catching up to Ji Zhihua's side. Soon, the trio, accompanied by a demon, stepped into the domain of the three great demon kings. Humans have intruded. The strongest among them is merely at the Tian realm. How could this human possibly reach here? It seems there is also a trace of demon energy. Upon their arrival, the three supreme demon kings immediately took notice. One of them, Thunder, manifested high above in the sky, coldly surveying Ye Tianming and his companions below. What is the matter with the other demon clans? Have they allowed these individuals to enter so easily? Thunder expressed his dissatisfaction. As the sovereigns of the demon beast mountains, they were accustomed to only entering human territories. It was unheard of for humans to trespass into their domain. In Thunder's eyes, the human race was merely sustenance for the demon kind. It would be one thing if formidable human warriors breached their defenses. But a swarm of insignificant ants dared to intrude? Just ants, they can be eliminated, remarked one of the other supreme demon kings, Yu Ming, with indifference. Let us not act rashly. Their ability to reach this place may not be trivial, cautioned Qi Yan. Eliminate me? You are not worthy. Just as they prepared to strike, a detached voice echoed within their minds. The three demon kings' expressions shifted dramatically as they fixated on Ye Tianming and his companions below. Ye Tianming, gazing upward, directed his attention to the lofty heights where the three demon kings resided. Who are you to dare trespass into the demon beast mountains? Thunder, being impulsive, immediately charged downwards upon being detected by Ye Tianming. With a thunderous roar, a massive impact reverberated, creating a deep pit spanning dozens of feet before Ye Tianming and the others. At the center of this pit stood a muscular figure, crackling with electricity, Thunder's very embodiment. As Thunder materialized, Qi Yan and Yu Ming also appeared before him. Yu Ming was cloaked in a dark robe, obscuring his features, while Qi Yan sported fiery red hair, his eyes ablaze with intensity. The aura emanating from the three was overwhelmingly potent, casting a terrifying pressure over the entirety of the demon beast mountains. In the outside world, many demon beasts trembled in fear at the presence of the three supreme demon kings. Undoubtedly, these three must be the Qi Yan Demon King, Yu Ming Demon King, and Thunder Demon King. Upon encountering the three figures, Ye Tianming offered a gentle smile, displaying an air of indifference. However, Ji Zhihua and Xiao Chui, upon seeing these three formidable demons, could not suppress their shivers. They had never before encountered beasts of the supreme realm, and the countenance of these three creatures suggested they were not to be trifled with. Could the elder before them truly stand as a match against such foes? Who do you think you are to intrude upon our territory? Roared the Thunder Demon King, causing the very skies to tremble, as if divine retribution were descending. Thunder, interrupted the blazing flame, turning to Ye Tianming. We were unaware of our esteemed visitor's purpose. In contrast to the Thunder Demon, the blazing flame demonstrated a far more thoughtful demeanor. Outside the demon beast mountain range, there were at least 10,000 beasts. The fact that these visitors had arrived unscathed indicated that they were far from ordinary. Etiquette must still be observed. Ye Tianming favored the blazing flame demon king for his understanding, unlike the brutish figure beside him. How dare you speak such insolence? Thunder erupted in fury. My friend, let us dispense with the pleasantries and address the matter at hand directly. The Nether Demon King interjected, his voice ethereal and devoid of gender, possessing an otherworldly quality that could seize one's very soul. Ah, I did not expect the Nether Demon King to be so forthright. Ye Tianming chuckled softly. I shall not beat around the bush. My intentions are quite simple. I am here to compel the three of you to submit to my authority. Should you agree, the benefits shall be abundant. However, Ye Tianming paused momentarily. Should you refuse, I assure you that today, the Demon Beast Mountain Range shall be devoid of any demon kings. Ye Tianming's words were exceedingly domineering, as he immediately issued a threat demanding the other party's submission. Should they refuse to comply, it would spell the demise of the three great demon kings today. This revelation sent shivers down the spines of Ji Zhirua and Xiao Cue, their hearts racing uncontrollably. They had initially believed that Ye Tianming came merely to negotiate with the three demon kings, only to discover that his true intention was to subjugate them. Was he truly a match for the three great demon kings? If he were, it would be acceptable. If not, they would inevitably become a feast for the demon kings. At that moment, Ji Zhirua felt tears welling up in her eyes. Had she known this would be the outcome, she would have preferred to remain outside with the other beastly creatures. I command you, submit to me. Ye Tianming's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the ears of the three great demon kings. For a moment, they stood in stunned silence, questioning whether they had misheard. A human had suddenly appeared, demanding their submission, threatening to slay them if they refused. Who bestowed such audacity upon this human? Even the Qian Emperor did not dare to compel the three demon kings to bow. With a roar, the Thunder Demon King unleashed a furious cry that echoed throughout the entire Beast Mountain range. The creatures within the mountains trembled in response to his wrathful bellow. You wish for me to submit to you? How audacious! The Thunder Demon King, known for his impetuous nature, released a tempestuous aura that instantly enveloped Ye Tianming. Ye Tianming's gaze sharpened as he waved his hand, instantly dissipating the oppressive aura emitted by the Thunder Demon King. Witnessing this scene, the three demon kings were momentarily taken aback. The prowess of their opponent was not inferior to their own. Friend, spoke the brooding Qian, we are, after all, rulers of our own domains. Should you require our assistance, we shall certainly lend our aid, within the limits of our capabilities. However, to demand our submission right from the outset seems rather disrespectful, does it not? Qian, unlike the impulsive Thunder, was cautious. The ease with which their adversary neutralized the Thunders might indicated formidable strength, and Qian was reluctant to provoke an equal. Yet, as kings of the Beast Mountain range, they were far from being weaklings among their kind. The prospect of bowing to a human was utterly inconceivable. The pride of the strong must be upheld. Should the other demon clans learn of their submission to humanity, they would undoubtedly face derision and ostracism. As tensions escalated between the two parties, Ji Zhirua hastily tugged at Ye Tianming's sleeve and whispered, Senior, perhaps we should take our leave. She was acutely aware of the potential wrath of the three demon kings, fearing that even the residual waves of a battle among supreme beings could obliterate her very soul. Ye Tianming paid her no heed and merely replied with a calm assurance. Rest assured, if you follow me, you shall not suffer any losses. With a light chuckle, Ye Tianming directed his gaze towards Qian. You possess a trace of the Qilin bloodline. Join me, and I assure you that you will awaken this lineage completely, and even the possibility of ancestral return is not beyond reach. Upon hearing Ye Tianming's promise, Qian chose to disregard it. Awakening an ancient bloodline is nearly impossible without the aid of extraordinary treasures, let alone the more arduous task of ancestral return. The latter could bring Qian infinitely closer to the Qilin bloodline, and he had little faith that the human before him possessed such capabilities. Qian, why waste words with him? Are the three of us not his match? Thunder's voice echoed furiously throughout the Beast Mountain range. In response, countless beasts surged forth from all directions. As the sovereign of the Beast Mountain range, all beasts were required to pay tribute periodically and heed the summons of the three great demon kings. Thunder had just gathered all beasts of the Tai Chi realm and above to join forces in eliminating Ye Tianming. Gazing at the multitude of beasts blotting out the sky, a subtle smile crept across Ye Tianming's lips. Do you truly believe they still heed your command? What do you mean? A hint of confusion flickered in Thunder's eyes. Yet, what transpired next transformed the expressions of the three demon kings. The myriad beasts in the sky bowed respectfully to Ye Tianming, many standing behind him with reverent gazes. What? How is this possible? All the beasts of Tai Chi realm and above from the Beast Mountain range have been subdued by you. The three demon kings were utterly astonished. The Beast Mountain range had always been under their control. When did these beasts submit to the human before them? How dare you submit to a human? Have you no regard for the dignity of our kind? Thunder roared, his pressure resonating throughout the entire mountain range. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the beast were complex. My lord, your brilliance is unparalleled. Only by following you do we, the demon clan, have a path forward. Indeed, my lord. Not only us, but even Lord Ye Tianming has pledged allegiance to our master. One beast spoke up. Fools! As members of the demon clan, how dare you submit to a human? You have brought shame to your ancestors. Thunder was seething with rage. Lord Ye Tianming? Yet, both Qi Yin and the spectral demon king noticed the peculiar mention of this name. Anyone addressed as Lord must possess formidable strength. And the three demon kings were certain they had no knowledge of a beast named Ye Tianming. He. I am none other than Lord Ye Tianming. At that moment, Ye Tianming seized the opportunity for grandiosity, transforming into a colossal bird that blotted out the sky before the multitude of beasts. Ye Tianming's form was extraordinarily massive, his wings unfurled to a span exceeding 100 zhang, his physique no less imposing than that of the three great demon kings. The ancient divine beast. Bai Feng's aura radiated from Ye Tianming, causing the surrounding demon clan to tremble uncontrollably under its weight. Even the likes of Qi Yin and the other two demon kings found themselves compelled to withstand this overwhelming presence. It's you. Qi Yin's expression shifted dramatically upon sensing the aura. This unmistakable energy was akin to that of the mysterious demon clan he had encountered before, one with an exceptionally pure bloodline. Both the Nether Demon King and the Thunder Demon King stared at Ye Tianming in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. They had never seen, nor even heard of, a beast with such a concentrated bloodline. In the presence of Ye Tianming, they felt an intense trepidation, rendering them incapable of even contemplating resistance. Miss, what manner of beast is this? Xiao Chui gulped nervously, her face a mask of terror. Ji Zhiruo, too, trembled slightly, having previously mistaken Ye Tianming's humanoid form for that of an ordinary demon beast. However, now that he had reverted to his true form, the sheer pressure made it difficult for her to breathe. Your Excellencies, Lord Ye Tianming, as you can see, with such a rich bloodline, even such formidable beings submit to our master, it is only natural that we, too, yield to his authority. At that moment, the demon beast prostrated itself on the ground, speaking in a deep voice. Witnessing this scene, the three great demon kings fell into contemplation. Alongside Ye Tianming, it appeared they truly stood no chance against him. I offer you three one final opportunity. Will you submit, or will you face death? Ye Tianming spoke slowly. Submission? If you wish for me to submit, then you must demonstrate your capabilities. Do not presume that relying on others will compel my allegiance. The Thunder Demon King roared furiously, transforming into a bolt of lightning as he swiftly charged towards Ye Tianming. If he were to eliminate Ye Tianming, he would reclaim his dominion over the Beast Mountain range. Thunder! Stop! Beside them, the Blazing Flame Demon King and the Nether Demon King were taken aback, their expression shifting dramatically. The Thunder Demon King's actions had surpassed their expectations. The Thunder Demon King moved with astonishing speed, appearing before Ye Tianming in the blink of an eye. Within 1,000 zhang radius, dark storm clouds gathered, and massive bolts of lightning, as thick as great trees, descended from above, exuding an aura of tremendous power. The surrounding beasts, witnessing this spectacle, hastily retreated. The clash of supreme realm experts was beyond their capacity to engage. Ye Tianming, in his true form, gazed at the Thunder Demon King, unperturbed. With his wings enveloping Ji Zhiruo and Xiao Chui, he ensured their safety while fixating his gaze upon the Blazing Flame Demon King and the Nether Demon King, resolute in preventing their entry into the fray. It seems that today, it is imperative to vanquish the demons. It appears that today, the slaughter of demons is unavoidable. Ye Tianming murmured softly, and above the Demon Beast mountain range, 10 longswords materialized, forming a formidable sword array. The 10 blades swiftly advanced towards the Thunder Demon King, effectively sealing off all possible routes of escape. The swords moved with astonishing speed, and before the Thunder Demon King could react, the Xianyuan sword pierced through his form first. Boom, boom. Thunderous roars echoed through the heavens and the earth as the Thunder Demon King's body was simultaneously pinned in the void by the 10 divine swords. How is this possible? The Thunder Demon King's eyes widened in terror. He had initially contemplated testing Ye Tianming's strength, considering yielding only if he found himself outmatched. If Ye Tianming proved to be the weaker, he would seize the opportunity to slay him. Yet, he never anticipated that he would fall to Ye Tianming's prowess in a mere instant. Ye Tianming. Ye Tianming spoke softly to Ye Tianming. Ye Tianming immediately understood the situation, and with a tremendous opening of his beak, he devoured the Thunder Demon King in one swift motion. This was a beast of supreme rank, with treasures adorning its entire form, a true boon indeed. Soon, as the smoke dissipated, Ye Tianming found himself before the Blazing Flame Demon King and the Nether Demon King. With a voice laced with disdain, he proclaimed, "Gentlemen, do you wish to emulate the Thunder Demon King?" The blazing flame Demon King and the Nether Demon King exchanged glances, a bitter smile gracing their lips. Did they truly possess any choice now? Among the three Demon Kings, the blazing flame Demon King was the strongest, followed by the Nether Demon King, with the Thunder Demon King being the weakest. Yet, even the weakest among them could not be vanquished with a single strike by the blazing flame Demon King, let alone slay him. The fact that Ye Tianming had achieved this indicated that his power far surpassed their own. The blazing flame Demon King realized that if he were to refuse submission, the 10 swords suspended in the void would likely strike him down in an instant. Taking a step forward, he declared, "This king is willing to submit, but I have one condition. Speak. This king shall only pledge allegiance to Lord Ye Kuan." The blazing flame Demon King replied with a bitter tone. To submit to Ye Kuan and to yield to Ye Tianming were two entirely different matters. Ye Tianming is of the human race. For the supreme Demon Kings, submitting to the human race is a profound humiliation. However, yielding to Ye Kuan, who is also of the demon lineage, poses no disgrace. Recently, Qian also observed that Ye Kuan not only possesses an extraordinarily rich bloodline, but also exhibits formidable strength. Thus, submitting to him is not considered shameful. The same sentiment echoed from the king of the Nether Demons. In response, Ye Tianming had little to say. There is no distinction between yielding to Ye Kuan and yielding to himself. Moreover, he had already contemplated entrusting the management of the three great Demon Kings to Ye Kuan. He simply did not anticipate that the Thunder Demon King would refuse to submit, leaving him with no choice but to eliminate him. Ye Tianming nodded and directed a stream of radiant light into the foreheads of the Flame Demon King and the Nether Demon King. This was the soul-devouring goo. As long as you harbor no treachery, it will pose no threat to you, and may even enhance your soul's power. However, should any ill intentions arise, it can swiftly consume your very essence. Upon hearing Ye Tianming's words, both the Flame Demon King and the Nether Demon King exchanged bitter smiles. After concluding this matter, Ye Tianming permitted the other demon clans to depart, and Ye Kuan transformed into human form. "My lord, deep within the Beast Mountain range lies a sacred abode of a sage. However, it is protected by restrictions that we cannot breach," the Nether Demon King remarked. At this, Ye Tianming was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that his journey would yield such a discovery. "Take me there." Ye Tianming became intrigued by the sanctum of the sage and promptly instructed the king of the underworld demons to escort him there. Without hesitation, the king of the underworld led Ye Tianming deeper into the Beast Mountain range, while the blazing flame Demon King remained behind to tidy up the aftermath. "My master, this is the sanctum of the sage," the king of the underworld announced as they arrived before a cavern, nestled in the innermost reaches of the Beast Mountain range. This place was typically a forbidden zone. Apart from the three great Demon Kings, no other beasts were permitted to tread upon this ground. At that moment, waves of spiritual energy emanated from the entrance of the cave. Although the cavern stood wide open, its interior remained shrouded in mystery. Ye Tianming gazed at the scene before the cave entrance, and his dual pupils swiftly activated. Soon, he discerned the flow of spiritual energy and the intricate patterns surrounding him. "A Tao-level formation," he remarked, his expression sharpening with realization. He had not anticipated that this would be a Tao-level array. His words astonished those around him. A Tao-level formation could only be established by a powerful being of the Tao realm. Could it be that this cave truly belonged to a sage? Sages, after all, are the pinnacle of strength across the 3,000 great regions. In this era, when no emperors have emerged, a sage stands as the supreme force. Fortunately, this array must have existed for countless years, and its spiritual energy has nearly dissipated, suggesting it should be dismantled with relative ease. Ye Tianming whispered softly as he began to seek a method to unravel the formation. Over the years, aside from his cultivation, Ye Tianming had also devised numerous formations. And within his system space, there existed an array of formations ranging from Tao level to Saint level, and even those of Emperor level. Occasionally, when he found himself with idle time, he delighted in deciphering these formations. The formations below the Tao level were easily comprehensible to him at a mere glance. However, Tao level formations posed a bit of a challenge. Fortunately, the Tao level formation before the Saint's Cave had, over countless years, lost much of its initial potency. Before long, Ye Tianming located the core of the formation. Then, wielding the Xianyuan sword, he thrust it towards the formation's focal point. With a resounding boom, the surrounding spiritual energy surged violently, dispersing in all directions, creating waves of spiritual fluctuations. The formation before the cave was instantly riddled with cracks resembling a spider's web. In an instant, the formation was dismantled by Ye Tianming. Witnessing this spectacle, the underworld demon king inhaled sharply. Astonished that a formation which had thwarted the three great demon kings for thousands of years was so effortlessly shattered by Ye Tianming. In the underworld demon king's estimation, even if Ye Tianming could breach the formation, it would likely take years, if not decades. Yet, astonishingly, it had taken him less than half an hour. A complex expression flickered in the underworld demon king's eyes. Let us proceed inside and investigate. Ye Tianming addressed Yukuan and the others, slowly stepping into the saint's cave. Meanwhile, in the royal palace of the Grand Qian Dynasty, the prime minister reported, "Your Majesty, the recent disturbances from the Beast Mountain range seem to originate from the three supreme realm demon kings. Judging by the aura, it should be the Thunder Demon King. Unfortunately, the presence of the Thunder Demon King was fleeting. It is still half a year until the beast tide. Given the current turmoil in the Beast Mountain range, it is prudent for us to investigate thoroughly to avert any unforeseen events." The emperor of the Great Qian pondered for a moment, then turned his gaze toward the prime minister. Understanding the implication, the prime minister promptly responded, "Your Majesty, I shall make my way to the Beast Mountain range at once." With that, he vanished from sight in an instant. Above the Beast Mountain range, a man clad in official robes stepped forth from the void. With his arrival, the surrounding space seemed to shatter. "Zhang Ju, what brings you here?" Upon the appearance of Zhang Ju, the prime minister of the Great Qian Dynasty, he was promptly noticed by the blazing flame demon king, whose massive fiery Qilin phantom loomed in the air. "Ah, my friend Blazing Flame, it has been a while. I trust that my friends from the Nether and Thunder realms are faring well?" Zhang Ju replied with a smile. "Humph. The affairs of the Beast Mountain range are of no concern to your human race." The blazing flame demon king retorted coldly. "Zhang Ju, why have you left the Great Qian Dynasty to venture into our Beast Mountain range? Are you not afraid we might unite to eliminate you?" At that moment, the phantom of the Nether Demon King also materialized. "My friend from the Nether? I presume the Thunder Demon is nearby as well?" Zhang Ju responded cheerfully. "Whether he is or not is irrelevant to you." The blazing flame demon king growled. "If you continue to prattle, do not blame me for being ruthless." Seeing the blazing flame and Nether Demon Kings closing in, Zhang Ju chuckled lightly. "Gentlemen, there is no need for anger. I shall take my leave at once." With that, he vanished in an instant. Once he disappeared, the blazing flame demon king furrowed his brow. It seems that the recent commotion from Thunder and our master has already attracted the attention of the Great Qian Dynasty. What is there to fear? Although the Great Qian Dynasty could once suppress us, it was merely suppression. Now, with our master, we need not fear them any longer, the Nether Demon King replied. The blazing flame demon king, upon hearing this, concurred and gradually faded from view. Upon returning to the Great Qian Dynasty, Zhang Ju recounted the events to the emperor. "What is your assessment?" The emperor inquired. "Your Majesty, I discovered signs of a fierce battle in the Beast Mountain range, regrettably. The Thunder Demon was slain by a single sword strike, and remnants of the sword intent linger there," Zhang Ju speculated. "As for why the blazing flame and Nether remained unharmed, I cannot ascertain. A single sword strike to slay a supreme realm beast?" At this, the emperor's expression grew grave as a figure materialized in his mind. "Who do you think it could be?" "Your Majesty, it is highly likely to be the 10-mile sword god, the sword god of Tenli." The Emperor Qian immediately thought of the recently renowned sword god of Tenli. However, he could not fathom why the sword god would venture into the Beast Mountain range. "Do you perceive this sword god as a friend or a foe?" The emperor inquired further. "The sword god possesses formidable strength, and based on his past actions, the likelihood of him being an enemy appears minimal," replied Prime Minister Zhang Ju in a hushed tone. The emperor nodded in acknowledgement, choosing to remain silent thereafter. "Master, this cave abode appears to have existed for several millennia. It is uncertain to which sage it once belonged." As the group entered the sage's cave, Yukuan surveyed the surroundings and remarked, "The interior was simply arranged, with numerous vacant spaces along the surrounding walls, each adorned with various storage bags." Ye Tianming's divine consciousness swept through the storage bags, revealing an assortment of spirit stones, spiritual herbs, medicinal pills, martial techniques, and cultivation methods. Unfortunately, time had elapsed far too long, and many of the items within had lost their spiritual essence, lacking any particularly precious treasures. "Master, come quickly." Suddenly, Ye Kuan exclaimed, prompting Ye Tianming to swiftly appear by his side. "Ji Zhuo, and Xiao Chui hurriedly followed suit. Before them, on a meditation mat, lay a skeleton radiating golden light, meticulously arranged and still retaining the posture of meditation from its former life. The bones resembled jade, translucent and clear, adorned with a myriad of intricate formations that shimmered with a brilliant golden glow. Even after countless years, this remains of a being was untouched by dust. Master, this must be the owner of this cave dwelling, who was a sage in life, Ye Kuan remarked. Observing the scene, Ye Tianming inhaled deeply, a hint of emotion flickering in his eyes. He had not anticipated that even a sage could fall and become mere dust, although sage-level beings possess boundless lifespans. Witnessing the skeletal remains of such a powerful entity stirred something within him. Without achieving the status of an emperor, some truths remain unalterable. Ye Tianming waved at the jade bone and stored it away. After all, it was a remnant of a saint, and even a single bone from such a being could rival a holy-grade spiritual artifact, potentially proving invaluable in the future. Once he had secured the saint's jade bone, Ye Tianming noticed a jar of wine tucked away in a corner of the cave dwelling. Upon sighting this, his eyes brightened with excitement. He uncorked the jar, and an intense aroma of wine immediately wafted towards him, intoxicating even Ye Kuan, who stood beside him. Having accompanied Ye Tianming for many years, Ye Kuan had also developed a taste for wine. With just one whiff, he discerned the extraordinary nature of this wine. Master, this is the wine from the saint's cave, and after countless years of fermentation, it must be incredibly exquisite. Ye Tianming chuckled as he stored away the wine jar, proclaiming, in my opinion, nothing within this sage's cave can compare to this jar of wine. Senior, has this wine been preserved for so many years? Will it not spoil? Zhuo inquired. This wine, Ye Tianming explained, becomes more exquisite with age, and moreover, it is safeguarded by the prohibitions set by the sage, ensuring its preservation. Senior, do you also enjoy wine? Zhuo asked once more. Ye Tianming nodded, then added, there are no treasures left in the sage's cave. Let us depart. Soon after, Ye Tianming led Ye Kuan and Zhuo out of the sage's cave. Once they had exited, the Blaze Demon King and the Nether Demon King approached, informing Ye Tianming of the recent arrival of Chancellor Zhang Ju from the Grand Qian Dynasty. Master, in 6 months, we shall thwart the Beast Tide's assault on the Grand Qian Dynasty. This time, The Nether King glanced at Ye Tianming, seeking his direction. Traditionally, the 3 Demon Kings would unleash a beast tide every few years, primarily to plunder the cultivation resources of the human race. The Demon Tribe, too, required resources for their own cultivation, and the resources from the Beast Mountain range were hardly sufficient to sustain the training of so many demons. Ye Tianming cast a cold glance at them, warning, should you dare to incite a beast tide, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Absolutely, absolutely. The Phantom Demon King and the Blazing Demon King replied awkwardly. Subsequently, Ye Tianming tossed each of them a storage bag. Within are some cultivation resources, sufficient for your needs. The 2 Demon Kings accepted the bags with bitter smiles, aware that the resources were hardly adequate for their requirements. However, upon probing the bags with their divine senses, they were astounded to find them brimming with spirit stones and elixirs, leaving them utterly dumbfounded. Most of these elixirs were of heavenly grade, and some even classified as Dao-grade treasures. In all their years as Demon Kings, they had never encountered treasures that could compare to even a fraction of what lay before them. Their faces were filled with shock and disbelief as they gazed at Ye Tianming. These are all meant for us? For so many years, Ye Tianming had never lacked for various cultivation resources. Anything below the Dao grade was simply stored away in his system space, neglected. To him, treasures beneath the Dao grade were mere refuse. Now, it was fitting to bestow these resources upon the Blazing Demon King and the Phantom Demon King for their immediate use. Once the matters concerning the Beast Mountain range were resolved, Ye Tianming departed with Ye Kuan. Outside the Beast Mountain range, he set down Zhuo and Xiao Chui. You have exited the Beast Mountain range. You should leave swiftly, Ye Tianming said calmly. Senior, you have saved us. Could you reveal your identity so that we may repay you in the future? Zhuo implored hastily. Through this journey, she realized that the figure before her was a top-tier powerhouse, someone worth cultivating a good relationship with. There is no need, Ye Tianming replied. Fate will bring us together again. Ye Tianming smiled gently as he stepped onto Ye Kuan's back, prompting Ye Kuan to spread his wings and soar towards the direction of the imperial mausoleum. Miss, do not gaze any longer. The senior has already departed, Xiao Chui gently reminded after a considerable pause. Watching Ye Tianming's retreating figure, Ji Jirua's face was filled with disappointment as she murmured, Xiao Chui. Let us first visit the Qian Dynasty and see what my future brother-in-law is truly like. I suspect he pales in comparison to even a single hair of the senior. Upon returning to the imperial mausoleum, Ye Tianming began to contemplate the gains of the past few days. Apart from subduing the fiery demon king and the nether demon king of the demon beast mountain range and resolving the beast tide of the Qian Dynasty, he had also acquired several treasures from the sage's cave. Among these treasures, the most significant was undoubtedly the set of sage's jade bones. In life, this individual was indeed a bona fide sage, possessing unfathomable strength. With merely a flick of his hand, he could obliterate the heavens and the earth, causing stars to explode. Such feats were mere trifles for him. Lastly, he obtained a jar of exquisite wine within the sage's cave. As for the other treasures within the sage's cave, Ye Tianming found little of interest. Let me sample the wine that sages drink and see how it differs from the wine I usually indulge in. Ye Tianming chuckled softly, seizing the wine jar and indulging in generous gulps. Ding! The host has tasted the saint's wine. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a miniature world, the Void Realm. Void Realm, a fragmented miniature world. The host may freely reshape the Void Realm. Void Realm? Upon witnessing this reward, Ye Tianming's eyes widened in astonishment. It was, indeed, a miniature world. He felt compelled to explore the unique attributes of this Void Realm. Ye Tianming contemplated for a moment, and with a flicker of thought, he stepped into the Void Realm. As his figure gradually materialized within this ethereal domain, he beheld a desolate expanse of land. Even the sky above was shrouded in a dreary haze, exuding an atmosphere of lifelessness and oppression. As he swept his consciousness across the area, he was astonished to find that his spiritual awareness could not reach the boundaries of the Void Realm. This place appeared to be a forsaken microcosm, and it was evident that revitalizing it would require a gradual and meticulous effort. Gazing at the barren terrain and the overcast heavens, Ye Tianming felt a profound sense of melancholy. After wandering for a while within the Void Realm, he discovered the absence of any living beings, though the spiritual energy was remarkably abundant. Typically, practitioners who attained the Divine Mansion realm possess the ability to establish secret realms, with the magnitude and scope of such realms expanding alongside their cultivation level. However, this Void Realm was merely a small world, not a secret realm. Generally, secret realms require external sources to draw in spiritual energy, and the pathways within are often incomplete, having been artificially constructed. In contrast, the Void Realm boasted an abundance of spiritual energy and complete pathways, signifying its natural formation as a small world. Should a practitioner wish to endure heavenly tribulations, they would find it impossible to summon such trials within a secret realm. However, within the Void Realm, it was indeed feasible. In due course, he could invite a multitude of beasts from the Beast Mountain range to assist in the transformation of the Void Realm. Ye Tianming smiled at the thought. When he departed from the Void Realm, he casually scattered a generous handful of spirit herb seeds, neglecting them thereafter. In the days that followed, he ventured into the Beast Mountain range, allowing several magical beasts to enter the Void Realm, and bestowed upon them additional spirit herb seeds, encouraging them to cultivate the realm. Now, within the Void Realm, numerous magical beasts could be seen roaming freely, and many areas were lush with spirit herbs, already radiating vibrant life. Ye Kuan was also dispatched to the Void Realm by Ye Tianming, tasked with its development. After a fortnight, a decree arrived from the imperial palace. The content of the decree was straightforward, summoning Ye Tianming to return to the palace to meet Emperor Qian. Upon hearing the decree, Ye Tianming suddenly recalled his earlier encounter with Ji Jirua in the Demon Beast Mountains, realizing that her sister was his betrothed. Ye Tianming was contemplating a suitable moment to inquire about his father, the emperor, when he was unexpectedly summoned. After a brief preparation, he made his way to the imperial palace of the Grand Qian Dynasty. Inside the palace, Emperor Qian gazed at Ji Jirua and remarked with a smile, Jirua, I shall summon Tianming at once. How is your father faring? It has been over a century since we last met. Uncle Yi, my father is in excellent health and often speaks fondly of you. Ji Jirua replied with a smile from her seat. Ha ha ha, Jirua. Why is your sister not accompanying you this time? The emperor inquired further. Your Majesty, this time the young lady slipped away on her own. Claiming she wanted to assess Prince Tianming, Xiao Chui interjected with a laugh. Xiao Chui, mind your tongue. Ji Jirua shot her a glance. Ha ha ha, fear not, my unaccomplished son. Though his cultivation may be lacking, His character is commendable, and he possesses a certain literary flair. He even composed a poem for my birthday that resonated with me. It won't be long before he steps into the ninth tribulation realm, the emperor chuckled. Oh, is that so? Hearing this, Ji Zhirua felt a flicker of interest in the wine-loving Prince Tianming. By the way, Uncle Yi, do you know of a formidable swordsman who wields 10 swords simultaneously? At that moment, Ji Zhirua recalled something and directed her question to the emperor. She had been in the palace for several days. But due to the emperor's pressing matters concerning the demon sect, he had arranged for her to rest within the palace without meeting her until today. Zhirua, are you referring to the 10-mile sword god? The emperor was taken aback, surprised to learn that Ji Zhirua was acquainted with such a figure. You truly know him. Uncle Yi, do you have any idea where the sword god is now? Ji Zhirua asked eagerly. Seeing her excitement, the emperor chuckled. Zhirua, I do not know this sword god either. Have you met him? Upon realizing that even the emperor was unfamiliar with the 10-mile sword god, Ji Zhirua felt a wave of disappointment. She then proceeded to recount the events that transpired in the Demon Beast Mountains. Are you suggesting that the sword god single-handedly slew the Thunder Demon King and subdued both the Blazing Flame Demon King and the Nether Demon King? The emperor's eyes widened in disbelief. It seemed the disturbances he sensed in the Demon Beast Mountains were indeed caused by the sword god's actions. Furthermore, if the sword god had subdued the Demon Kings, did that not mean the impending beast tide was resolved? The emperor, astounded by the revelations concerning the Demon Beast Mountains, found himself at a loss for words, his emotions tumultuous. Indeed, but regrettably, we still do not know the whereabouts of the sword god. Ji Zhirua wore a look of disappointment. Fear not, Zhirua, Qian Huang reassured with a cheerful smile. The sword god has frequently made appearances in Taishan Prefecture. You shall certainly have the opportunity to meet him. Just then, a eunuch approached to deliver a report. Your Majesty, His Highness Tianming has arrived outside the main hall. Excellent. Quickly, let Tianming enter. The Qian Emperor exclaimed with delight, promptly instructing the eunuch to summon Ye Tianming into the hall. Announce. The Crown Prince Ye Tianming enter the hall. As the eunuch's voice rang out, a figure clad in white robes slowly made his way inside. Even Ji Zhirua craned her neck, eager to glimpse the illustrious Tianming. Haha. Tianming, you have finally arrived. Come quickly. Your father has some splendid news to share with you. The Qian Emperor laughed heartily. Your son pays his respects to father. Tianming replied. Ye Tianming bowed respectfully and then slowly raised his head, revealing his handsome countenance. The young lady recognized him. Beside her, Xiaocui and Ji Zhirua were instantly rendered speechless upon catching sight of Ye Tianming's visage. Ye Tianming cast a glance at the other party and conveyed through thought. If you disclose my identity, I cannot ensure that you will not encounter chaos wrought by the demonic beasts. Upon hearing Ye Tianming's veiled threat, Ji Zhirua and Xiaocui were instantly struck mute with fear. They had never imagined that the reputedly wine-obsessed waste prince was, in fact, the very predecessor who had rescued them in the Demon Beast Mountains. At that moment, tumultuous waves surged within Ji Zhirua and Xiaocui's hearts, leaving them in a state of turmoil. Oh, Zhirua, do you know Tianming? Qian Huang observed their reactions with curiosity. However, Ji Zhirua and Xiaocui were utterly oblivious to Qian Huang's words, still frozen in place as they processed this astonishing revelation. It was simply too shocking. The Waste Prince, known for his insatiable thirst for alcohol, was indeed the immensely powerful sword god? Moreover, it appeared that Qian Huang remained unaware of Ye Tianming's true strength. For a moment, Ji Zhirua and Xiaocui even forgot to respond to Qian Huang's inquiry. Miss Ji, what brings you here? It was Ye Tianming who, with a faint smile, respectfully addressed Qian Huang, saying, Father, I was purchasing wine in the capital when I fortuitously encountered Miss Ji. At that time, I forgot to bring my wine money. And it was Miss Ji who graciously assisted me. The words of Ye Tianming jolted Ji Zhirua and Xiaocui, pulling them back to reality. Ji Zhirua, upon hearing this, quickly affirmed, Yes, indeed. I never expected that you, my lord, are none other than His Highness Tianming. What a remarkable coincidence. She responded hastily, fearing that a delayed reply might displease Ye Tianming and provoke him to act unfavorably towards her. Oh, is that so? Emperor Qian laughed heartily, showing no signs of doubt. Tianming, you purchased wine without the means to pay, and you expect Zhirua to settle the bill. Father, I shall remember this, the son replied. Ye Tianming chuckled softly and then inquired, Father, what is the purpose of your summons this time? Ye Tianming was acutely aware of the reason why the Emperor Qian sought him out. It was merely to discuss the matter of his impending union with his sister, Ji Zhirua. However, Ye Tianming felt it necessary to feign ignorance and asked with a puzzled expression, "Is it true that father has arranged a marriage for you?" The prospective bride hails from a prominent family. "What are your thoughts on this?" The Emperor Qian replied with a jovial demeanor. "A marriage? Father, I have no intentions of settling down at this moment. This seems rather inappropriate, does it not?" Ye Tianming responded, feigning surprise. What could possibly be inappropriate about it? The Emperor Qian retorted, his irritation surfacing. "You, my son, show little dedication to your cultivation. Finding a fiancé would serve to motivate you, lest you continue to drift aimlessly through life." At this remark, Ye Tianming could only manage a sheepish smile. "Uncle Ye, I believe that with brother Tianming's striking looks, the sister will surely be fond of him," Ji Zhirua interjected suddenly from the side. Ye Tianming cast a glance at Ji Zhirua, only to find her deliberately ignoring him, which instantly ignited his anger. "What are you doing? Quickly annul this engagement." Ye Tianming covertly transmitted his thoughts, saying, "No. If you insist that I refuse, I shall reveal your true identity to Uncle Ye." Ji Zhirua made a face at Ye Tianming. Ye Tianming gritted his teeth in frustration. "Are you not afraid that I might kill you?" He had been shadowing Uncle Ye all along. If she wished to end his life, so be it. Ji Zhirua paid no heed to Ye Tianming's threats. She had resolved that, come what may, she must follow the Qian emperor to ensure her safety. Meanwhile, although Ye Tianming maintained a composed exterior, his heart seethed with indignation. He never anticipated that he would experience a setback at the hands of Ji Zhirua, whom he had always bested. "Uncle Ye, how about allowing brother Tianming to meet sister first before making a decision? Perhaps after meeting her, brother Tianming might take a liking to her," Ji Zhirua suggested with a smile. Upon hearing her words, the Qian emperor deemed them reasonable and replied, "Indeed, Tianming, you have yet to meet Rushiwei. Go meet her first before reaching a conclusion." "Father, what do you mean? It's settled." The Qian emperor waved his hand decisively, leaving no room for Ye Tianming to object. "Zhirua, during this period, I shall have Tianming accompany you to explore the Great Qian Dynasty. After some time, we will take him to your home to meet your sister," the Qian emperor declared. "Thank you, Uncle Ye," Ji Zhirua beamed. She then raised an eyebrow at Ye Tianming with a triumphant expression. "Threaten me, will you? I am not afraid of you." Observing Ji Zhirua's demeanor, Ye Tianming scoffed inwardly and expressed his dissatisfaction. "Father, I must know who it is that I am to marry." "Tianming, are you aware of the Ji family in Pyamiao Prefecture?" the Qian emperor countered. "The Ji family in Pyamiao Prefecture?" Ye Tianming was taken aback. Hadn't Ji Zhirua previously mentioned that the Ji family resided in Kanglan Prefecture? Why, then, did his father refer to it as being in Pyamiao Prefecture? Ye Tianming was well aware of Pyamiao Prefecture, a prominent region among the 3,000 great prefectures, ranking within the top 10. It was a land teeming with formidable individuals, where powers like the Great Qian Dynasty could barely make their mark. Here, true supremacy was as common as dust, and the 9 tribulations walked the land. Indeed, the Ji family of Pyamiao Prefecture was one of the imperial lineages, with an ancestor known as the Void Emperor, whose strength was unmatched and who ranked among the foremost of all emperors. The Void Emperor had fought valiantly throughout his life, becoming a revered figure among humanity. During the tumultuous times of the Forbidden Zone uprising, it was the Void Emperor alone who quelled the 9 major Forbidden Zones, slaying countless Zone Lords, thus securing peace for the human race. Whenever the Void Emperor was mentioned, the Emperor Qian seemed to hold him in immense esteem, offering high praises for his legacy. This was the first time Ye Tianming had heard tales of such an emperor, and he listened with rapt attention. In his heyday, the Void Emperor dominated the 9 major Forbidden Zone lords, instilling fear across the myriad realms. During his reign, no Forbidden Zone dared to instigate chaos. In that moment, Ye Tianming felt an overwhelming reverence for the Void Emperor. Each emperor deserved lifelong veneration, as each had made indelible contributions to the protection of humanity. "Father, could it be that this marriage proposal you present to me is connected to the descendants of the Void Emperor?" Ye Tianming exclaimed in astonishment. "If the lineage of the one you have arranged for me in marriage is so illustrious, would they truly consider us?" Qian Huang replied, "Indeed. The match I have sought for you is a descendant of the Void Emperor, yet they do not belong to the main family." With a casual glance at Ji Zhirua, Qian Huang continued, "The intricacies of this matter are likely more familiar to you than to your father. A millennium ago, the Ji family experienced a significant upheaval, though the exact reasons remain unclear to me." Ji Zhirua elaborated, "All I know is that following that incident, our branch migrated to Pyamiao Prefecture and settled in Kanglan Prefecture. However, Kanglan Prefecture pales in comparison to Piamiao Prefecture, and gradually, our lineage has fallen into decline. Upon hearing Ji Zhiruo's explanation, Ye Tianming finally understood the situation. So your Ji family was forsaken by the Ji family of Piamiao Prefecture. No wonder you sought a marriage alliance with our great Qian dynasty. Ji Zhiruo remained silent, as did Qian Huang. Let us not dwell on this. The Ji family of Kanglan Prefecture descends from the imperial Ji lineage and possesses formidable strength. Even our great Qian dynasty is not their match. Clearing his throat, Qian Huang continued, during my travels across the 3 great continents, I formed a deep bond with the current head of the Ji family, who will be your future father-in-law, and we became sworn brothers, thereby establishing this betrothal. Father, you arranged a marriage for me before I was even born? Ye Tianming responded with a hint of exasperation. This is for your own good, Qian Huang said solemnly. Currently, Taishan Prefecture is in turmoil. The forces of the heavenly demon sect are stirring, and even the great Zhou dynasty has been obliterated. Your cultivation is still low. If you enter the Ji family, you will gain the ability to protect yourself. After listening to Qian Huang's words, Ye Tianming took a deep breath, realizing the depth of his father's intentions. Little did Qian Huang know, however, that Ye Tianming had already acquired the means to ensure his own safety. Not only himself, but the beasts he had tamed could also carve out a place in Taishan Prefecture. By the way, father, the fiancée you found for me is my sister, the current eldest daughter of the Ji family, Ji Ruxue. Ji Zhiruo responded. My sister is the foremost prodigy of Kanglan Prefecture, having attained the divine mansion realm at such a young age. Ji Zhiruo initially wished to boast before Ye Tianming, but upon recalling his formidable prowess, she found herself deflated. Was there truly anyone who could be called a prodigy in the presence of Ye Tianming? Ye Tianming is still under 30 this year, yet he possesses the prowess to slay a supreme realm demon king. In the entirety of the 3,000 great states, it is likely that no other cultivator can achieve such a feat, even among the imperial clans. One wonders if there exists a prodigy capable of matching his strength. Perhaps the young emperors could, but throughout countless epochs in the 3,000 great states, only a handful of emperors have emerged. Each emperor is a rare gem, born from the fabric of the universe over countless years. Such is the essence of true genius. Ye Tianming nodded, taking a deep breath. In his 20s, within the realm of divine governance, it seemed that no one in Taishan state could rival Ji Ruxue. Ye Tianming could not help but feel a sense of awe. The imperial lineage is indeed remarkable. Even a branch that has fallen into decline for millennia can still produce such formidable talent. Were it not for the system he possessed, he could only imagine the depths of his struggles. Initially, Ye Tianming's sentiments were genuine, yet to Ji Zhiruo, it appeared as though he looked down upon his elder sister, which incensed her greatly. Very well, Tianming. During this period you shall accompany Zhiruo and amend your excessive fondness for alcohol. When the time is ripe, you shall join her to meet your fiancée. You must not bully Zhiruo. Should I discover that you have wronged her, I shall ensure you face the consequences. The emperor, seated upon the dragon throne, declared with a stern expression. Below, Ye Tianming understood that his father was resolutely determined to see him wed Ji Ruxue, the eldest daughter of the Ji family, and could only nod awkwardly in agreement. At worst, he could feign incompetence, rendering himself unappealing to Ji Ruxue, thus prompting her family to call off the engagement. Ye Tianming could hardly believe that Ji Ruxue, the foremost prodigy of Kanglan Prefecture, would take an interest in someone like him, a hopeless drunkard. After departing from the imperial palace, Ji Zhiruo had persisted in following Ye Tianming. Why do you accompany me? Ye Tianming gazed at Ji Zhiruo with a look of helplessness. Were it not for Ji Zhiruo, he would not have found himself entangled in such a predicament. But that won't do. Uncle Yi has insisted that I accompany you diligently, Ji Zhiruo proclaimed with a sense of pride. If you wish to follow, then by all means. Do so, she added. Ye Tianming cast a glance and departed from the imperial palace, making his way to the grandest tavern in the capital of the Qian Dynasty, the Drunken Moon Pavilion. Your Highness Tianming, welcome. Please, come in. The attendants at the Drunken Moon Pavilion greeted him with immediate warmth, swiftly ushering him to a luxurious private room. Ji Zhiruo promptly followed suit. Brother Tianming, I have heard that you enjoy drinking. Is this true? Ji Zhiruo inquired. Her interest piqued as she gazed at Ye Tianming. Upon discovering that the legendary sword god who had saved her was none other than Ye Tianming, she became more audacious, directly addressing him as Brother Tianming. Although their time together had been brief, Ji Zhiruo sensed that Ye Tianming was not a bad person. Indeed, Ye Tianming nodded, poured a bowl of wine, and began to savor it delicately. Ding! The host has tasted a decade's worth of exquisite wine. Congratulations to the host for receiving 100 premium spirit stones. Ye Tianming glanced at the rewards from the system without much thought. Tossing the spirit stones into his own system space, 100 superior-grade spirit stones may not seem like many, yet they are certainly not insignificant. They equate to a staggering 100,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Spirit stones serve as the most universal currency across the 3,000 great states, capable of purchasing techniques, martial skills, elixirs, and more, in addition to being utilized for cultivation. Spirit stones are classified into 4 grades: inferior, medium, superior, and extraordinary. 1,000 inferior-grade spirit stones are equivalent to 1 medium-grade spirit stone, while 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones equate to 1 superior-grade spirit stone. As for extraordinary spirit stones, they are rarely traded, typically reserved for personal cultivation. Is this wine truly that delightful? Allow me to taste it. Ji Zhiruo, noticing Ye Tianming relishing his drink, couldn't resist pouring herself a cup and taking a slow sip. Oh, quite pleasant indeed. After just a small taste, she was captivated by the flavor and began to drink heartily. Cough, however, it wasn't long before she began to choke, her face turning a deep crimson. Observing this, Ye Tianming couldn't help but chuckle. Is that how one drinks wine? One must savor it slowly. With that, he poured Ji Zhiruo another cup and raised his own to drink. As he watched Ji Zhiruo, Ye Tianming suddenly felt that drinking alone was indeed somewhat dull. Having Ji Zhiruo as company made the experience far more enjoyable. Although the 9 ancestors were also present in the royal tomb, they spent most of their time in seclusion and could not share a drink with him. As for Yu Kuan, the meager amount he poured was hardly worth sharing. Previously, when drinking with Yu Kuan, he had barely taken a sip before collapsing into a deep slumber, even revealing his true form. Had Ye Tianming not concealed himself in time, the 9 ancestors might have uncovered something amiss. This wine is rather delightful. Ji Zhiruo imitated Ye Tianming's manner, savoring a sip and soon realizing its true quality, prompting her to drink eagerly once more. Ye Tianming couldn't help but smile at the sight. As the two finished their drinks, twilight descended, and Ye Tianming returned to the royal tomb while Ji Zhiruo made her way back to the palace. Meanwhile, within a lavish estate in the capital of the Grand Qian Dynasty, a figure clad in white robes descended gracefully. The night was as dark as ink, and aside from a few patrolling soldiers, many cultivators in the capital had begun their seclusions. In a particularly bustling estate, a man dressed in white slowly appeared in the air. His snowy garments, illuminated by the moonlight, rendered him ethereal, like a celestial being. Devil Sect Master, how audacious of you to appear alone in the imperial city, unafraid of being discovered by His Majesty. A cold voice rang out as a middle-aged man clad in armor materialized beside the white-robed figure. And if I am discovered? Even if the master of the sect is found, I remain undaunted. The Devil Sect Master chuckled confidently, displaying an air of self-assurance. Humph, you have been discovered. When the time comes, I shall not render you assistance, declared the armored middle-aged man with a cold snort. Zhendong Wang, it was you who initiated contact with our esteemed leader. Why then do you fear that our leader might expose you? The demon lord chuckled lightly, revealing the identity of the visitor. Under the moonlight, the armored figure's visage was illuminated, revealing none other than Zhendong Wang, one of the 4 princes of the Grand Qian Dynasty. Zhendong Wang, do you comprehend why you are the weakest among the 4 princes and least favored by the Qian Emperor? Inquired the demon lord coolly. Is it not due to the short-sightedness of the Qian Emperor? Zhendong Wang retorted. No. The demon lord interrupted Zhendong Wang's words sharply, speaking with a calm demeanor. The Qian Emperor possesses great courage and formidable strength. He is indeed a prominent figure among the vast territories. Your lack of favor stems from your timid nature, always second-guessing your actions. This not only renders you unappreciated, but also results in your inferior cultivation among the princes. Upon hearing the demon lord's words, Zhendong Wang let out a cold snort and fell silent. What is it that you require from us this time? Zhendong Wang continued, though a hint of displeasure flickered across his face. The Qian Emperor bears the fate of the Grand Qian Dynasty. Once we sever the dragon vein beneath the Grand Qian Dynasty, we shall be able to deal with it accordingly. Our sect requires your assistance to facilitate the entry of our members into the palace, the demon lord stated calmly. His purpose for visiting the capital of the Grand Qian Dynasty was to devise a way to infiltrate the palace and sever the dragon vein beneath it. Naturally, he sought the assistance of Zhendong Wang, as the prince's standing enabled him to easily bring a few individuals into the palace. After pondering the demon lord's request for a moment, Zhendong Wang nodded slightly. His Majesty intends to arrange a marriage alliance with the Ji family of Kanglan Prefecture, specifically with Ye Tianming and the eldest daughter, Ji Rushui. In a few days, a banquet will be held in the palace where this matter will be announced. At that time, I shall devise a way for your members of the demon sect to gain entry. The Ji family of Kanglan Prefecture? Is it a branch of the imperial Ji clan from Piamiao Prefecture? The demon lord expressed mild surprise upon hearing this information, which he had not previously known. However, he soon chuckled. I did not expect the Qian emperor to hold such affection for this worthless prince. Though the strongest within the Ji family of Kanglan Prefecture may only reach the peak of the supreme realm, they are still a branch of the imperial lineage. The surrounding powers are well aware of the Ji family's status and are generally reluctant to provoke them. Although the Ji family of Kanglan Prefecture severed ties with the imperial clan a millennium ago, they still possess the blood of the imperial Ji family flowing through their veins. Who knows what trouble might arise should one act against the Ji family? After all, they are the imperials, the true rulers of the 3,000 great states. Even the weakest imperial clan possesses the strength to contend with an entire state. In contrast, for a vast region like Taishan, which ranks at the bottom among the 3,000 great states, it would be exceedingly simple for an imperial clan to annihilate it. What does it matter if one is favored? The throne could never possibly descend upon Ye Tianming. The king of the east let out a cold snort. Are you not concerned that should Ye Tianming truly enter into a matrimonial alliance with the Ji family, leveraging their influence, he might ascend as the crown prince of the Qian Dynasty? The leader of the heavenly demon sect jested. Upon hearing this, the king of the east was taken aback for a moment, but his expression quickly darkened. The emperor's affection for Ye Tianming surpasses all expectations. When they previously conspired against him, who would have anticipated that the emperor would refrain from punishing him, merely assigning him to guard the imperial tombs? Under the watchful eyes of the 9 ancestors, it has become even more challenging to deal with him. Furthermore, the last time the emperor was displeased and secretly eliminated many individuals, His Highness has already resolved to address the remaining threats. At this juncture, the king of the east felt a profound sense of helplessness. Compared to the other princes, Ye Tianming lacks any significant backing and his own strength is rather feeble, making him seemingly the most vulnerable target. Yet, who could have anticipated that behind Ye Tianming stands a king of the Grand Qian Dynasty, rendering him the most formidable adversary? Return and instruct your men to prepare. At the appointed time, I shall escort you into the royal palace. Understood. The leader of the heavenly demon sect nodded slightly, and with a single step, his figure vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was already 1,000 feet away, having left the capital of the Grand Qian Dynasty. In the ensuing days, Ji Zhuo visited the royal mausoleum daily to seek out Ye Tianming. Ever since he had taken her out for drinks, she had grown fond of that sensation, insisting that he accompany her for libations each day. Ye Tianming was pleased to have someone accompany him for drinks, and he readily accepted. However, Ji Zhuo's capacity for alcohol was no match for Ye Tianming's. She often ended up thoroughly intoxicated. Yet, she was undeterred and insisted on drinking him under the table. In addition, the news of Ye Tianming's impending union with Ji Rushui of the Ji family in Kanglan Prefecture spread throughout the Qian Dynasty, leaving many in disbelief. Logically, Ye Wushuang, Ye Yuanming, or Ye Shouzhu would have been more suitable candidates for such an alliance, yet it was Ye Tianming who ultimately secured it. Nevertheless, upon recalling the favor the Emperor of Qian held for Ye Tianming, many began to understand. Some even speculated whether the emperor intended to name Ye Tianming as the crown prince, thereby providing him with a formidable ally. Simultaneously, the emperor of Qian announced a banquet to welcome Ji Zhuo to the palace. The capital of the Qian Dynasty buzzed with excitement. Soon, the day of the banquet arrived. This occasion primarily honored the civil and military officials of the Qian Dynasty. The emperor had arranged a lavish feast within the palace, transforming it into a lively hub. Bustling with guests, Ye Tianming was summoned early in the morning by the Qian emperor and brought from the royal mausoleum. At this moment, he stood at the entrance of the palace, awaiting the arrival of the guests. Elder brother, I never anticipated that Father Emperor would arrange a marriage for you. Hee. Does this mean I will have a sister-in-law in the future? Yu Xiaoxiao wore an expression of excitement. What a pity to hear that my sister-in-law did not attend. This gathering is primarily to welcome Sister Zhiruo. During this time, Yu Xiaoxiao had already met Ji Zhiruo. With only a slight age difference and both being prodigies in their cultivation, they naturally had endless topics to discuss, and their relationship was exceptionally close. You little girl, why not hurry inside? Ye Tianming tapped Ye Xiaoxiao's head lightly, expressing his displeasure as he said, "La la la la." Ye Xiaoxiao made a playful grimace and darted inside with remarkable swiftness. "Your Highness, congratulations." At that moment, a carriage came to a halt before the entrance, and a young man clad in a python robe descended from it. This gentleman, adorned in an octopus-patterned robe, exuded an unparalleled aura of nobility. In the Great Qian Dynasty, aside from the emperor himself, who donned the dragon robe, all the princes were attired in python robes. The individual before us was none other than the sixth prince of the Great Qian Dynasty, Ye Xiaozhu. Ye Xiaozhu, though the youngest among Ye Tianming's brothers, possesses exceptional talent. At such a tender age, he has already attained the first level of the Divine Mansion realm. And behind him stands the support of a significant number of ministers from the Great Qian Dynasty. His chances of becoming the crown prince are considerably promising. Royal brother, I never anticipated that our father would arrange a marriage alliance with the Ji family. I am truly envious of you. This Ji family is closely related to the imperial Ji family of the Misty State. You must seize this opportunity wisely. Ye Xiaozhu laughed heartily and stepped forward, linking arms with Ye Tianming. To outsiders, the bond between the two brothers appeared exceedingly intimate, akin to that of blood brothers. Yet, only Ye Tianming was aware that as Ye Xiaozhu clasped his arm, an elusive surge of spiritual energy coursed into his body. This rascal actually intended to probe into his cultivation level? Ye Tianming chuckled softly, surprised that despite his efforts to conceal himself, Ye Xiaozhu still harbored doubts. However, the means by which Ye Xiaozhu sought to uncover Ye Tianming's true cultivation level were utterly fanciful. When Ye Xiaozhu discovered that Ye Tianming had merely just stepped into the soul-molding realm, he inwardly let out a sigh of relief. Subsequently, he waved his hand, and several attendants brought forth jars of wine. Royal brother, knowing your fondness for wine, I specially ordered these to be prepared for you. What do you think? Ye Xiaozhu inquired with a smile. Haha, I am most grateful, sixth brother, Ye Tianming replied. Ye Tianming smiled gently and then turned to Ye Kuan, saying, Please put these things away for now. Brother Huang, there is no need for you to entertain me just yet. I see that many others are still arriving. I shall proceed inside to see Father Emperor. Ye Xiaozhu chuckled lightly. Ye Tianming nodded and continued to entertain the remaining guests. In the palace's inner hall, Emperor Qian was engaging Ji Zhirua in a lively conversation, discussing various trivial matters. Zhirua, after spending these days with Tianming, what are your thoughts on him? Emperor Qian inquired with a smile. Uncle Yi, aside from his fondness for alcohol, my brother Tianming is quite a decent person. I believe that once my sister meets him, she will surely come to like him, Ji Zhirua assured, patting her chest confidently. Ha ha ha, that's wonderful. Zhirua, you must speak highly of him in front of your sister. If Tianming can marry someone as exceptional as Shui, he must have truly struck gold. Emperor Qian laughed heartily. Rest assured, Uncle Yi, I will take care of it. Ji Zhirua nodded repeatedly. Little did Emperor Qian know of Ye Tianming's true capabilities. If he were aware, he would realize that the number of women wishing to marry Ye Tianming could stretch from Taishan Prefecture to Kanglin Prefecture. Ji Zhirua had already resolved that, come what may, Ye Tianming must be welcomed into their Ji family. Such a prodigy should not be wasted on others. Sister Zhirua, then it seems my brother will have to rely on you for assistance, Ye Xiaoxiao chimed in with a smile. Fear not. My sister will surely manage to keep brother Tianming in line. Ji Zhirua replied with a grin. Uncle Yi, I will go fetch brother Tianming now. Ji Zhirua looked around and noticed Ye Tianming still entertaining the guests outside, and she announced her intention. Emperor Qian nodded in agreement. That sounds good. Let him come over. Ji Zhirua hurried towards the palace entrance, prepared to call for Ye Tianming. The grand palace of the Qian Dynasty was vast, exuding an aura of tranquility. As Ji Zhirua made her way to the entrance, she took in the surrounding scenery. Who goes there? Suddenly, she noticed a shadow darting past her, vanishing around a corner. Her expression turned serious as she glanced towards the corner, intending to inform Emperor Qian. But then she was taken aback to find that the area around her had inexplicably transformed, rippling like the surface of a lake. She felt as though she was in a secluded realm, and no matter how loudly she called out, her voice failed to carry. In an instant, Ji Zhirua realized she had fallen into a trap. But who in the palace possessed the power to set such a restriction? At that moment, several figures cloaked in black emerged around her. As soon as they appeared, an overwhelming pressure enveloped Ji Zhirua. Yao Guang realm. Ji Zhirua's expression shifted as she sensed the formidable aura. How could a master of the Yao Guang realm infiltrate the palace? Useless. How could this be discovered? What are you good for? The leader of the black-cloaked figures muttered in disdain. "What shall we do, master? Should we eliminate her?" One of the subordinates asked. The remaining members of the black-clad group hastily lowered their heads, astonished by the unexpected flaw in the concealment barrier. This hidden enchantment had been bestowed upon them by the leader of the heavenly demon sect, thus they were not entirely adept in its manipulation. To their dismay, this fleeting moment of oversight had been witnessed by Ji Zhirua. "No, she belongs to the Ji family. Killing her would serve little purpose. Our objective is to sever the dragon vein of the Great Qian Dynasty, so it is prudent to keep her alive for now." The leader of the black-robed figures shook his head, realizing that eliminating Ji Zhirua at this juncture might alert others. By sparing her, she could potentially be leveraged against the Great Qian Dynasty. If circumstances demanded, she could always be disposed of later. "Who are you truly?" Ji Zhirua demanded sharply. "This is the imperial palace of the Great Qian. You have no right to act recklessly here." "Humph. Do not presume that your affiliation with the Ji family grants you unchecked freedom." The leader of the black-robed figures sneered, and with a swift motion, a claw of darkness lunged toward Ji Zhirua. Under the oppressive force of a formidable opponent from the Yaoguang realm, Ji Zhirua found herself utterly incapable of resistance and soon succumbed to unconsciousness. Observing this, the heavenly demon sect's expert seized Ji Zhirua and swiftly made their way towards the dragon vein of the Great Qian Dynasty. Destiny. Why has Zhirua not returned with you?" In the grand hall, the Emperor of Qian gazed at Ye Tianming, who had returned alone, his expression filled with confusion. "Zhirua? Was she not with you all this time?" Ye Tianming furrowed his brow as an unsettling premonition surged within him. "She mentioned she would seek you out." "Did you not see her?" inquired Qin Huang, astonished. "No," came the reply. Ye Tianming shook his head, instantaneously sensing something amiss, and hurriedly dashed towards the grand hall's exit. At that moment, Emperor Qian also recognized the anomaly, his expression turning icy. "Everyone, seal the palace and activate the Great Formation." With the Emperor's command, a flurry of activity ensued, and many soldiers tasked with guarding the palace were summoned into action. The Emperor's consciousness swiftly enveloped the palace, but soon his countenance darkened. The entire palace was devoid of Ji Zhirua's presence. She was missing. A troubling thought flickered through the Emperor's mind. It was highly probable that Ji Zhirua had encountered peril. Yet, in the blink of an eye, where could she have fled? If the intruder could silently infiltrate the palace, they surely possessed means to escape as well. She might have already departed. Meanwhile, Ye Tianming had swiftly exited the grand hall, his awareness instantly encompassing the entire palace, even extending to the whole city. Had she gone to the dragon vein? Ye Tianming's consciousness was immensely powerful, swiftly uncovering Ji Zhirua's location. Even though they possessed the concealment enchantment bestowed by the Lord of the Celestial Demon Sect, they could not elude Ye Tianming's probing awareness. This enchantment might escape the detection of even the most formidable peak sovereign, yet it was unfortunate for them to encounter me. In an instant, he discovered Ji Zhirua. Ensnared by demonic claws, and upon realizing she was merely unconscious, he let out a long breath of relief. Subsequently, he left an avatar at that spot, his form flickering before he hastened towards the dragon vein. "Master, this is the dragon vein of the Great Qian Dynasty, beneath the royal palace." A colossal spiritual vein traversed the entire capital of the Great Qian Dynasty. Here, the spiritual energy was extraordinarily dense, 10 times that of the outside world. Moreover, there lingered faint remnants of some great Tao. Cultivating in this place would undoubtedly accelerate one's progress by several-fold compared to the outside realm. This was the very dragon vein that bore the fortunes of the Great Qian Dynasty. If one were to sever this dragon vein, the dynasty would gradually decline, ultimately disappearing from Taishan Prefecture in a few years. There would be no need for the Celestial Demon Sect to lift a finger. To their astonishment, the royal palace of the Great Qian Dynasty was not easily accessible to them. Once the dragon vein was severed, the national fortune of the Great Qian Dynasty would wane, and by annihilating it, our sect could unify Taishan Prefecture. The leading figure in the black robe let out a sinister laugh, emitting a strange sound from his mouth. Soon, an enormous demonic blade materialized behind him, stretching several dozen feet in length. With a single strike, the entire dragon vein of the Great Qian Dynasty would be obliterated. Swish! The sound of slicing wind echoed as the demonic blade was poised to descend upon the dragon vein. However, just as the blade was about to make contact, it began to shatter, disintegrating into wisps of demonic energy that dissipated into the air. What is happening? A few pests had infiltrated. Just as the black-robed figures were engulfed in confusion, a cold voice suddenly rang out. When they looked again, they beheld Ye Tianming, clad in white, standing atop the dragon vein, gazing at them with disdain. Ye Tianming. Upon seeing the newcomer, the leader of the black-robed figures narrowed his eyes. You are not. I understand now. You have been concealing yourself. In that moment, he pondered how a seemingly useless prince had found his way here. Yet, when he realized he could not sense Ye Tianming's aura, he recognized that Ye Tianming's strength was certainly formidable. The other party had been hiding their true capabilities all along. This matter no longer concerns you. Ye Tianming extended his hand with a beckoning gesture, and Zhizhirua immediately appeared at his side, gradually regaining consciousness. Brother Tianming, you have finally come. Upon seeing Ye Tianming, Zhizhirua hurriedly embraced him, her demeanor filled with a sense of grievance. It matters not. Those who dare to meddle with the dragon vein of my Grand Qian Dynasty shall not escape my wrath. Ye Tianming let out a cold snort, and several flying swords shot forth from behind him, piercing through the void and heading directly towards the group of black-robed figures. With just you are no match for us. Before the leading black-robed figure could finish his words, a flying sword pierced through his throat, emitting a gurgling sound. In an instant, his soul was obliterated by Ye Tianming. The remaining black-robed figures were taken aback, their faces displaying shock as they hastily abandoned all else and fled towards the outside. From the moment Ye Tianming appeared to the moment he dispatched the foremost Yaoguang realm expert, less than 10 breaths had passed. This Yaoguang realm expert was one of the masters of the 36 halls of the heavenly demon sect, second only to the sect leader, the guardian, and the holy sun. Ye Tianming effortlessly dispatched the leader of the heavenly demon sect, rendering the ordinary disciples of the sect utterly insignificant in comparison. The cloaked figures, who had previously regarded Ye Tianming with disdain, now found themselves devoid of any rebellious thoughts, hastily fleeing towards the exit. However, the outside was completely sealed off, and venturing forth would lead to certain death. Remaining here would only expedite their demise. Thus, they resolved to fight for survival and carve a bloody path to freedom. While their intentions were noble, their speed could not possibly rival that of Ye Tianming. In an instant, several flying swords were unleashed, leaving these cloaked figures chilled to the bone. Within mere moments, less than 10 breaths of time, Ye Tianming had dealt with the intruders before they could muster a defense. Gazing at the lifeless bodies of the heavenly demon sect's formidable warriors, Ye Tianming glanced at the nearby dragon vein and took a deep breath. Fortunately, he had arrived in time. Otherwise, the dragon vein would have indeed fallen victim to the heavenly demon sect, leading to catastrophic ramifications for the entire Grand Qian Dynasty. Zhizhirua, are you unharmed? Ye Tianming inquired, turning his attention to Zhizhirua. I'm fine, Zhizhirua replied, shaking her head. A fragment of her father's divine consciousness still lingered with her, providing protection in the face of mortal peril. Thankfully, the cloaked figures had not harbored any intent to kill her. Otherwise, they would have been swiftly vanquished by the divine consciousness left by her father. Seeing that Zhizhirua was safe, Ye Tianming exhaled in relief, but soon fell into contemplation. How had the strongholds of the heavenly demon sect infiltrated this place? After a moment of reflection, he found no answers and shook his head. I must take my leave. Soon, my father and the others will come looking for me. You should know what to say? Yes, it was the senior sword god of Tenli who saved me, but he has since departed. Zhizhirua quickly affirmed with a nod. Noticing her understanding, Ye Tianming smiled and promptly vanished from sight. Indeed, shortly after his departure, the figures of the Emperor Qian and numerous powerful warriors appeared in the vicinity. Ye Tianming was, of course, among them. To the others, it appeared that after leaving the main hall, Ye Tianming had been searching for Zhizhirua nearby, and it wasn't long before Emperor Qian discovered her presence. Ye Tianming accompanied Emperor Qian to this location. Throughout the ordeal, Ye Tianming remained under the watchful gaze of Emperor Qian, and no one suspected that he was the one who saved Zhizhirua. After all, the system's ability to conceal its aura was extraordinarily potent, and Ye Tianming himself was among the most formidable, complemented by various techniques of stealth. Thus, being discovered was exceedingly challenging. Zhizhirua, are you unharmed? Upon seeing that Zhizhirua was safe, Emperor Qian let out a sigh of relief. Uncle Yi, I am fine, Zhizhirua replied, shaking her head. Thanks to the sword god of 10 miles, if it weren't for him, the dragon vein would likely have been destroyed by the formidable members of the heavenly demon sect. The sword god of 10 miles? Emperor Qian was momentarily taken aback as he glanced at the corpses of several heavenly demon sect warriors nearby. At that moment, Ji Zhiruo recounted the events, albeit replacing Ye Tianming's name with that of the Sword God of 10 Miles. After the Sword God of 10 Miles eliminated these heavenly demon sect members, he departed from this place, Ji Zhiruo explained. Not a sound was made. It appears that the Sword God of 10 Miles possesses at least peak supreme realm strength. Emperor Qian murmured softly after examining the corpses. The strength of these heavenly demon sect warriors was considerable, one at the pinnacle of the Yaoguang realm and 4 exceeding the 6th level of the Yaoguang realm. To infiltrate the dragon vein undetected and sever it was indeed no small feat as it stands. The Sword God of 10 Miles should not be an enemy. Yet, how did he manage to infiltrate the palace? Who exactly is this Sword God of 10 Miles? Emperor Qian pondered these questions incessantly. No matter how he racked his brain, he would never suspect that the Sword God of 10 Miles was, in fact, Ye Tianming. After addressing the matter of the heavenly demon sect warriors, Emperor Qian ordered a stringent defense to prevent any other members from infiltrating. The grand array of the palace was activated, and as a result, the banquet concluded rather hastily. Every individual leaving the banquet was subjected to thorough scrutiny to thwart any spies from the heavenly demon sect. Once everyone had departed, Emperor Qian narrowed his eyes and inquired, "Who do you believe colluded with the heavenly demon sect?" The ability of the heavenly demon sect to infiltrate the palace clandestinely indicated that someone had acted from the shadows. This notion occurred to Emperor Qian immediately. It could be any of the competing princes for the throne or the third princess, Chancellor Zhang Judao replied. And what of the Sword God of 10 Miles? Emperor Qian continued. The Sword God of 10 Miles, at present, appears to have unclear intentions, however. He should not be considered an enemy, Chancellor Zhang Judao contemplated for a moment before responding. Humph. Do not let me discover who colluded with the heavenly demon sect. Otherwise, I shall show no mercy. Emperor Qian snorted coldly, and his figure vanished from the spot. In the rear hall of the Grand Qian Dynasty, Emperor Qian summoned Ye Tianming and Ji Zhiruo. Tianming, I had originally intended for you to wait before visiting the Ji family. However, given the events of today, it would be prudent for you to visit the Ji family sooner rather than later. Qian Huang's visage was etched with concern. The occurrences of the day led him to surmise that the heavenly demon sect would soon take action. Taishan Prefecture was no longer a safe haven. If Ye Tianming were to remain in Taishan Prefecture, one cannot be certain when calamity might strike. Father, the heavenly demon sect was vanquished a millennium ago. Is it truly the case that, even with our alliance alongside several other formidable factions, we would still be unable to contend with them? Ye Tianming furrowed his brow and remarked, in recent years, our 4 major factions have tirelessly sought the headquarters of the heavenly demon sect in Taishan Prefecture. Yet we have found nothing. Emperor Qian sighed, his eyes filled with a sense of helplessness. Originally, among the 5 great powers of Taishan Prefecture, the Great Zhou Dynasty was under the control of the heavenly demon sect, with many formidable warriors reduced to mere puppets. The Great Qian Dynasty had no choice but to join forces with the other 3 factions to eradicate the Great Zhou Dynasty, which severely weakened the overall strength of Taishan Prefecture. Despite years of relentless searching for the heavenly demon sect, they had only managed to dismantle a few of its outposts, with no trace of its headquarters to be found. In fact, the 4 major factions had suffered heavy losses over the years, with the Qingyan Sword sect even experiencing the fall of a supreme realm master. After a millennium of lurking, the current strength of the heavenly demon sect remains a mystery to all. However, the fact that it was able to secretly annihilate the Great Zhou Dynasty indicates that it has emerged as the preeminent power in Taishan Prefecture. Emperor Qian continued, however. It seems he has yet to make a move, likely waiting for the right opportunity. Unfortunately, we remain unaware of the location of the heavenly demon sect's headquarters. With a deep sigh, Ye Tianming reflected on his current state. Despite being merely at the first level of the supreme realm, he had exhausted all his hidden cards, making him comparable to the pinnacle of supreme realm powerhouses. If only he knew the location of the heavenly demon sect's headquarters, he could devise a means to eradicate the sect. Observing Ye Tianming's furrowed brow, Emperor Qian assumed his son was concerned for his safety and chuckled lightly. Tianming, you need not worry excessively. Regardless of the circumstances, your father will ensure your safety. Ye Tianming smiled in response. In his past life, he had been an orphan, and although he had not experienced maternal love in this life, paternal affection had far exceeded that of his siblings. Emperor Qian did not disdain his son's fondness for wine or his lack of ambition. Rather, he constantly thought of him, which warmed Ye Tianming's heart. It seemed that the cold and unfeeling portrayal of royalty in novels was not universally true. All right, Tianming, prepare well. In a month, I shall send someone to escort you to the Ji family. After giving Ye Tianming and Ji Zhirua a few more instructions, Emperor Qian set a date. Ye Tianming had no objections. In Taishan Prefecture, at the Abyss of Fallen Swords, the forbidden ground of the Heavenly Demon Sect, a powerful member of the sect reported recent events to the sect leader. I understand, replied the sect leader, clad in white, his tone devoid of any discernible emotion. It was rumored that the sword god of 10 miles had struck, slaying their leaders. Again? Him? Who is this individual? Time and again, he disrupts our plans. At the mention of the sword god of 10 miles, the sect leader's demeanor shifted slightly, his gaze deepening as he stared into the blood pool before him. Sect leader. This sword god of 10 miles appears to be a rogue cultivator. We have sent people to investigate his identity multiple times, yet we have yielded no results. As if he has never existed, the powerful member of the Heavenly Demon Sect lamented, perplexed by the sword god's elusive nature. I understand. The sect leader finally replied after a prolonged silence, taking a deep breath and nodding slowly. The sect member, sensing the gravity of the situation, chose not to speak further and withdrew quietly. Once alone, the sect leader murmured softly, Sword God of 10 miles? Who are you truly? In the ensuing month, Ye Tianming began to tidy up, packing various treasures from his small dwelling into the system space. Wary of leaving behind a trove of rare materials that could attract unwanted attention, this system space, a feature of his own system, was significantly larger than a spatial ring, though otherwise unremarkable. Additionally, Ye Tianming ventured to the Beast Mountain range, where the Mingyu and Qian demon kings remained vigilant of the Heavenly Demon Sect's movements, ready to assist the Great Qian Dynasty if necessary. Ye Tianming bestowed numerous treasures upon the Infernal Demon King and the Nether Demon King to aid in their cultivation. Is everything prepared? Within the Beast Mountain range, Ye Tianming turned his gaze towards the Infernal Demon King. Master, everything is ready, the Infernal Demon King affirmed with a nod, presenting a considerable collection of rare materials. Although the Infernal Demon King and the Nether Demon King were vassals of Ye Kuan consistently referred to Ye Tianming as master. Consequently, Ye Kuan instructed the two demon kings to address Ye Tianming in the same manner, to which they complied. Gazing at the abundant array of precious materials, Ye Tianming retrieved some rare items from his system space. Your Qilin bloodline is but 1/10,000th, and after so many generations, how much of this Qilin bloodline you can ultimately awaken depends solely on your fate. The Infernal Demon King nodded in agreement. Master, rest assured, I am fully prepared. In the heart of the Infernal Demon King, as long as he could advance his Qilin bloodline even a fraction further, even the awakening of 1/10,000th would significantly enhance his power. Ye Tianming chose not to elaborate further, instead directly forming a hand seal. Instantly, the rare herbs and treasures on the ground levitated, while a sphere of intense flames erupted in his right hand. As this flame manifested, the surrounding space became almost ethereal, radiating an unbearable heat. Apart from the blazing flame demon king, the other demon tribes retreated in haste, for the temperature was nearly enough to scorch them alive. Throughout the years, Ye Tianming had indeed studied alchemy. Alchemists are categorized into 7 ranks, from Huang to Xian, and ultimately to the Saint Emperor of the Tao. Successfully refining 3 Huang-tier elixirs qualifies one as a Huang-tier alchemist, while producing 3 Xian-tier elixirs elevates one to the status of a Xian-tier alchemist. Ye Tianming had once concocted numerous heavenly-grade elixirs, establishing himself as a master alchemist of that caliber. However, to ascend beyond the heavenly tier, one must possess not only exquisite alchemical skills but also a profound comprehension of the Tao. At present, Ye Tianming is naturally incapable of refining elixirs of the Tao tier and above. The elixir crafted by Ye Tianming is known as the Ancestor Source Demon Blood Pill, a superior-grade heavenly medicine. Its primary purpose is to awaken the bloodline within demonic beasts. Although the Blaze Demon King possesses merely a fraction of Qilin blood, 1 in 10,000, he has been unable to activate it through his own means after countless generations. Unlike Ye Kuan, who is a pure blood bifeng and requires no elixir for bloodline activation, simply growing is sufficient for his blood to undergo metamorphosis. Around him, the spiritual energy began to surge wildly into Ye Tianming's hands, mingling with an array of invaluable spiritual herbs. Under the intense heat of the forge, the pill began to take shape. The Blaze Demon King watched intently as Ye Tianming refined the elixir, his eyes unwavering, lest a single misstep result in failure. To create this ancestor-sourced demon blood pill, He had laid bare all his resources. During this period, he endured great hardship to gather the necessary herbs for its refinement, barely managing to accumulate the required ingredients. Should he fail, all his arduous efforts would be rendered futile. Pill complete. After an indeterminate span of time. With Ye Tianming's thunderous exclamation, a blood-red pill materialized in his palm. This elixir shone with the brilliance of flames, adorned with intricate Qilin designs. Radiating a potent spiritual aura, Ye Tianming's forehead glistened with fine beads of sweat. The effort expended in concocting this singular elixir had been substantial. He hastily produced a wine gourd, took a generous swig, and then cast the pill towards the Blaze Demon King. This is the only ancestor source blood pill. The rest depends on your fortune. The Blaze Demon King received the pill, his joy palpable as he promptly bowed in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, Master." He regarded the ancestor source blood pill as a treasure and swallowed it whole. In an instant, the vast expanse of the Beast Mountain range erupted in thunder and lightnings. Dark clouds swirling ominously as the spiritual energy surged violently. With a mighty roar, the Blaze Demon King transformed into his true form, the blazing Qilin, soaring into the heavens. His colossal body loomed like a mountain, towering into the clouds. Within him surged a fierce, fiery energy, akin to a torrential river, tumultuous and powerful. He let out a long, resounding cry, reverberating throughout the 10,000 miles of the Beast Mountain range. As the power of the ancestor source blood pill ignited within him, the scales of the Blaze Demon King shimmered with an otherworldly brilliance, and the flames enveloping him grew ever more intense, creating ripples in the very fabric of space. From afar, one could behold the immense Blaze Qilin, standing proud amidst the Beast Mountain range, radiating an aura that seemed to look down upon the world. In the capital of the Grand Qian Dynasty, the commotion caused by the Blaze Demon King drew the attention of the realm's powerful figures. Many ascended into the sky, gazing toward the direction of the Beast Mountain range. "Your Majesty, it is astonishing that the Blaze Demon King has awakened the bloodline within him, judging by his aura. He may have already attained 1% of the Qilin bloodline." High above in the sky, Prime Minister Zhang Ju stood in the void, his expression grave as he surveyed the Beast Mountain range. Although the threat of the beast tide had been quelled by the 10-mile sword god, they could not guarantee when another tide might strike. The stronger the beasts within the mountains, the greater the threat to the Grand Qian Dynasty. "I wonder what extraordinary opportunity the Blaze Demon King has encountered," Zhang Ju mused. "This is not solely the Blaze Demon King's fortune. It must be related to the 10-mile sword god," remarked Emperor Qian, gazing toward the Beast Mountain range with a calm demeanor. "Related to the 10-mile sword god?" Zhang Ju was momentarily taken aback. "Are you suggesting that the Blaze Demon King, who has shown no signs of activating his bloodline for centuries, has only done so after being subdued by the 10-mile sword god?" Emperor Qian elucidated. Upon hearing the emperor's words, Zhang Ju's expression grew serious. "Your Majesty, the 10-mile sword god possesses unparalleled strength and has managed to infiltrate the palace undetected. Now, he aids the Blaze Demon King in awakening his bloodline. We must remain vigilant. For now, the 10-mile sword god harbors no hostility towards us. We need only to exercise caution and refrain from probing too deeply. Such actions may invite unnecessary trouble." "I understand." Gazing upon the increasingly formidable Blaze Demon King in the void, the Nether Demon King felt an overwhelming desire, almost salivating at the sight. Alas, he was merely an ordinary beast, devoid of any extraordinary bloodline inherited from his ancestors. Such an opportunity was destined to elude him. With a gentle sigh, the Nether Demon King's eyes were filled with regret. "Nether, I possess a martial technique that you may cultivate. It is particularly well suited for you." Observing the Nether Demon King's yearning, Ye Tianming retrieved a martial art from his spatial ring. "Thank you, Master." Upon hearing this, the Nether Demon King promptly bowed respectfully to Ye Tianming, accepting the technique and immersing himself in its profound essence. The 9-shadow clone technique. Just a fleeting glance was enough for the Nether Demon King to perceive the immense power contained within this martial art, his heart swelling with joy. It seemed that this master had indeed made a wise choice. The 9-shadow clone technique, classified as a superior grade Taoist art, allowed the practitioner to summon 9 clones at the 9th level, each possessing strength equivalent to that of the original. Ye Tianming spoke softly. This martial technique was, of course, obtained by Ye Tianming from the system. Having nearly mastered it, he decided to pass it on to the Netherworld Demon King. After all, having taken them under his wing. It was only fitting to offer them some benefits at the appropriate time. Upon hearing Ye Tianming's explanation, the eyes of the Netherworld Demon King instantly sparked with fervor. The ability to create martial techniques and forge spiritual artifacts was something the demon race inherently lacked compared to the human race. Even the most formidable martial technique possessed by the Netherworld Demon King was merely of the mid-tier celestial level. However, Ye Tianming wielded a superior grade Dao-level martial technique, which left the Netherworld Demon King utterly exhilarated. At that moment, the Blazing Flame Demon King in the Void had also successfully activated his bloodline. He transformed back into human form and landed before Ye Tianming. The Blazing Flame Demon King, beaming with joy, expressed his gratitude, stating that after consuming the ancestral source demon blood pill, his bloodline had been activated to 1%. While 1% of the Qilin bloodline may seem modest, it was, in reality, extraordinarily formidable. This enhancement would significantly elevate the Blazing Flame Demon King's power. Indeed, I shall be departing from Taishan continent for a while. During my absence, you all should diligently cultivate and enhance your strength. When the opportune moment arises, lend your aid to the Grand Qian Dynasty. Ye Tianming instructed, rest assured, my master. With us here, the Grand Qian Dynasty will undoubtedly be safe. The Flame Demon King and the Nether Demon King spoke in unison. Upon hearing this, Ye Tianming nodded slightly. The Flame Demon King and the Nether Demon King were both apex beasts of the Supreme Realm, coupled with the other beasts of the Taiji Realm, Wujing Realm, and Yaoguang Realm and the Demon Beast Mountain Range, unless all other forces in Taishan Prefecture allied with the Heavenly Demon Sect to jointly assault the Grand Qian Dynasty. They would undoubtedly fall short against it. After detailing the Flame Demon King and the Nether Demon King, Ye Tianming brought all the beasts below the Taiji Realm and the Demon Beast Mountain Range into the Void Realm. Should a crisis truly befall the Grand Qian Dynasty, the beasts below the Taiji Realm would not prove useful. Whether he took them or not was of little consequence. Within the Void Realm, numerous beasts were diligently cultivating this fractured little world. Upon witnessing Ye Tianming's arrival, they all prostrated themselves in reverence. Ye Tianming did not resort to beast control techniques or soul-devouring insects to dominate them, as it was entirely unnecessary. Many of these beasts had developed a level of intelligence, recognizing the immense power of the human before them, and dared not harbor any treachery. Moreover, their king had already submitted to this human, leaving them with no reason to resist. Just as Ye Tianming observed the demon race cultivating the Void Realm below, a colossal creature resembling a white crane soared towards him from the distance, emitting a persistent gaga sound. This white crane was none other than Ye Kuan. As Ye Kuan swiftly approached, Ye Tianming felt a sense of helplessness. He could not discern whether Ye Kuan truly enjoyed making such sounds, or if it was simply the innate call of the Baifeng. Master, what brings you here? Ye Kuan flew close to Ye Tianming and quickly donned a flattering smile. Ever since the emergence of the Void Realm, Ye Tianming had cast Ye Kuan into this place, assigning him the responsibility of leading the beasts in the cultivation of the Void Realm. Take a look. Ye Tianming casually remarked, his consciousness sweeping across the Void Realm. Within this ethereal expanse, numerous areas had been cultivated with spiritual herbs, and spiritual rivers, fields, and veins had been meticulously developed, presenting a scene brimming with vitality. However, the vastness of this world remained elusive, its boundaries still undiscovered. Soon, Ye Tianming completed his exploration of the Void Realm and addressed Ye Kuan, stating, "The management here is commendable." Upon hearing this, Ye Kuan immediately beamed with pride, exclaiming, "Of course. With me here, you need not worry, master." Ye Tianming said little as he surveyed his surroundings before departing from the Void Realm and returning to the imperial mausoleum. After arranging everything, he dismantled the array that concealed his residence, restoring the place to its original state. The next step was to wait for a month to pass before heading to the Ji family in Kanglan Prefecture. Recently, the Heavenly Demon Sect had been stirring, unsettling the entirety of Taishan Prefecture. Indeed, it was reported that a city inhabited by 300,000 cultivators was transformed into a ghost town overnight. Littered with corpses and flowing with rivers of blood, it was a veritable hell on earth. Even the Great Zhou dynasty had been secretly eradicated by the Heavenly Demon Sect, leaving one to wonder about the strategies of the Grand Qian Dynasty, Baiyu Sect, Xinyu Mansion, and Qin Yun Sword Sect. What strategies could they possibly possess? If they had any effective measures, they would have dealt with the Heavenly Demon Sect long ago. Within a bustling tavern, patrons animatedly discussed recent significant events. with the most talked about topic being the heavenly demon sect, whose forces had been extinguished by the sect, which city had suffered a massacre, and so forth. To their astonishment, numerous factions in Taishan Prefecture had been annihilated by the heavenly demon sect. At one table in the tavern sat 4 individuals, 2 men and 2 women, namely Ye Tianming, Ji Zhirua, Ye Kuan, and Xiao Chui. They were preparing to visit the Ji family in Kanglan Prefecture to discuss the marriage between Ji Rushui and Ye Tianming. Initially, the Qian Emperor had intended to dispatch a large army to escort Ye Tianming to the Ji family, but Ye Tianming intervened, asserting that given the heavenly demon sect's predatory gaze, a grand procession would only attract their attention. Should the heavenly demon sect choose to act, the larger the target, the greater the peril. The Qian Emperor pondered this and found it to be quite reasonable, thus allowing Ye Tianming and Ji Zhirua to arrange their journey to the Ji family independently. Brother Tianming, do you think we might encounter members of the heavenly demon sect on our journey? Ji Zhirua inquired curiously at the table. Why, do you hope to meet them? Ye Tianming replied, lifting his cup to take a drink, casting her a sidelong glance. The last time they dared to capture me, if I were to encounter them again, I would certainly teach them a lesson, Ji Zhirua declared, shaking her fist defiantly. While she would undoubtedly be no match for the formidable members of the heavenly demon sect alone, Ji Zhirua felt reassured with Ye Tianming, a peerless powerhouse, by her side. She believed that regardless of how many adversaries the heavenly demon sect sent, they would be no match for Ye Tianming. Rest assured, should we truly encounter members of the heavenly demon sect, we will not need to intervene, he assured her. Ye Tianming chuckled helplessly, then turned his gaze toward the other 2 tables not far from his own, which were occupied by a total of 10 individuals. As Ye Tianming and Ji Zhirua entered the tavern, they were immediately approached by a throng of individuals. Among the 10, there were merely a few plates of peanuts on the table, and they had not ordered any wine or dishes, yet they sat there nonchalantly. The tavern attendant had initially intended to expel them, concerned that their presence might disrupt the establishment's business. However, the group simply tossed a large bag of spirit stones, thereby dismissing the attendant's concerns. Upon witnessing the unexpected windfall of spirit stones and the fact that he would not have to serve these patrons, the attendant was more than pleased to overlook their presence. My lord, it is worth noting that among these individuals, 2 are cultivators of the Yaoguang realm, while the other 8 are the Wuji realm, which raises some suspicion. Ye Kuan softly reminded, what? A powerful being from the Yaoguang realm? Could they possibly belong to the celestial demon sect? Upon hearing Ye Kuan's words, Ji Zhirua immediately suspected that those individuals were not of good character. No worries. They are emissaries sent by my father and have been accompanying us all along, Ye Tianming explained. Although the Emperor Qian had promised not to dispatch a large army to escort Ye Tianming and had instructed him to journey to Kanglan Prefecture on his own, he still harbored concerns for Ye Tianming's safety. Thus, he discreetly sent 10 formidable individuals to follow and protect him. Unfortunately, these 10 were discerned by Ye Tianming as soon as they departed from the capital. However, Ye Tianming chose not to expose them. Instead, he feigned ignorance, leisurely enjoying the scenic beauty while making his way to the Ji family in Kanglan Prefecture. Upon hearing Ye Tianming's clarification, the others quickly grasped the situation. Subsequently, after learning some details about the celestial demon sect and Taishan Prefecture at the tavern, they dropped a bag of spiritual stones onto the table and made their way outside. As Ye Tianming and his companions departed, a few individuals seated at a nearby table swiftly followed in their wake. Once they exited the tavern, they quickly concealed their figures and ascended into the skies. In contrast, Ye Tianming and his party traveled in a carriage, continuing their journey towards Kanglan Prefecture. Given that Ye Tianming's revealed cultivation was merely at the soul sculpting stage, he was unable to fly and thus relied on the carriage. However, this was no ordinary vehicle. It was drawn by 2 celestial tier beasts, and its surroundings were fortified with various defensive formations capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a supreme realm expert. Moreover, the carriage boasted remarkable speed, effortlessly covering 100,000 miles a day. Externally, it appeared as a mere common carriage, yet its interior was remarkably spacious, akin to the guest rooms of the tavern. Although Kanglan Prefecture and Taishan Prefecture were adjacent, the distance was still considerable. At this pace, reaching the Ji family in Kanglan Prefecture would require at least a month's time. Fortunately, Ye Tianming was in no haste, leisurely enjoying the scenery while making his way to the Ji family. As the carriage glided through the air, it left behind 2 trails of white vapor. Inside the carriage, Ye Tianming reclined in a seat, sipping wine while Bai Lingyan gently massaged his shoulders. Yu Kuan was outside harnessing the carriage, while Ji Zhiruo and Xiao Chui felt a wave of drowsiness wash over them. "Master, what is the matter?" Suddenly, Ye Tianming's eyes, which had been slightly closed, snapped open, startling Bai Lingyan, who was massaging him. "Someone is approaching." Ye Tianming's expression turned icy as he swiftly appeared outside the carriage. Ji Zhiruo and Xiao Chui were startled awake by Ye Tianming and hurriedly made their way to the carriage's exterior. However, upon reaching outside, they beheld a figure not far away, standing in the void with hands clasped behind his back, facing away from them. "Master, there is someone blocking our path." Upon seeing Ye Tianming emerge, Ye Kuan quickly inquired, "Brother Tianming, what has transpired?" Ji Zhiruo also hurriedly asked. "The one who seeks my life has arrived," Ye Tianming replied, gazing at the retreating figure with a faint smile. He then called out, "I wonder what brings the king of Zhendong here." As Ye Tianming's words faded, the figure ahead slowly turned around, displaying an expression of haughty disdain. "Ha ha ha. I never anticipated that your highness would recognize me. Truly an unexpected honor." The king of Zhendong laughed heartily, yet his figure remained unmoved. "King of Zhendong, you have traveled countless miles. Surely it cannot be merely to pay a visit to me?" Ye Tianming inquired with a smile. "He, your highness, you are aware that his majesty dotes on you. For the sake of the throne, I must, regrettably, eliminate you." The king of Zhendong retorted coldly, taking deliberate steps toward the carriage where Ye Tianming sat. With each stride, he seemed to awaken the ethereal energies of the surroundings, causing them to ripple outward like waves. "Are you not afraid that by killing me, you would incur the wrath of the emperor?" Ye Tianming challenged. "He, your highness, once I have vanquished you, how could his majesty ever know?" The king of Zhendong continued. "Are you waiting for someone to come to your rescue?" With that, he waved his hand, and instantly, 10 shadowy figures shot forth from his form. Upon closer inspection, they were unmistakably the severed heads of the 10 individuals encountered at the tavern. "Your highness, at this moment, no one can save you," the king of Zhendong bellowed, his figure flashing as he lunged toward Ye Tianming. In an instant, darkness enveloped the surroundings, shrouding Ye Tianming and his companions in an impenetrable veil. The entire space seemed to be severed from the principal realm, plunging into boundless obscurity. "Ha ha ha. As long as I slay you within the black domain, no one shall be able to uncover the truth." The king of Zhendong's silhouette vanished into the abyss, his voice echoing from all directions, omnipresent. To ensure Ye Tianming's demise, he had procured the black domain from the lord of the heavenly demons. This black domain is a spatial treasure capable of severing all connections. Once one enters its confines, all causal links become chaotic, rendering it impossible for anyone to discern the events transpiring within. Moreover, within the black domain, even avatars left by powerful beings cannot manifest. The king of Zhendong sought to prevent the Qian emperor from leaving a protective avatar on Ye Tianming, thus acquiring the black domain. "King of Zhendong, before I meet my end, might you enlighten me as to which sibling seeks my demise?" Ye Tianming gazed at the enveloping black domain surrounding him, utterly unperturbed. "Your highness, the dead need not concern themselves with such matters," he remarked calmly. The Eastern king scoffed, his figure materializing from all directions within the black domain, advancing menacingly towards Ye Tianming. Noticing the Eastern king's silence, Ye Tianming refrained from further inquiry, having little hope that the Eastern king would divulge anything. Rather than engage in futile conversation, he resolved to extract the truth directly later on. As the Eastern king approached, Ye Tianming stood his ground, slowly lifting his gaze. Observing this scene, the Eastern king mistakenly believed that Ye Tianming had been rendered speechless by fear, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Yet, in the next moment, Ye Tianming sprang into action. 10 flying swords erupted from behind him, exuding a brilliant sword aura that dazzled the eyes. The sounds of clashing swords echoed relentlessly, their blades radiating an extraordinarily sharp energy that struck out in all directions within the black domain. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the entire black domain resonated with deafening roars, resembling a spider's web, as the surrounding space became riddled with cracks. Beams of light shot through these fissures into the black domain. With a tremendous crash, the black domain shattered, and Ye Tianming and his companions reappeared in their original location. Beside him, the 10 flying swords hovered in midair, their harmonious ringing resonating as the sword energy surged. "What?" The Eastern king's face contorted in disbelief, his eyes wide with incredulity. Upon seeing the 10 flying swords suspended behind Ye Tianming, everything clicked into place for him. The legendary sword god of the 10 miles was none other than Ye Tianming himself. The Eastern king was utterly astounded, unable to fathom that the sword god, whom the entirety of the Great Qian Dynasty had overlooked, was indeed the notorious, wine-obsessed Grand Prince. Indeed, Ye Tianming let out a soft, cold laugh as he approached the king of East Town with measured steps. The Xianyuan sword, the Zhanlu sword, the Qishao sword, and several other chaotic divine swords swiftly formed a sword formation, enveloping the king of East Town within its confines. Upon witnessing this, the king's expression drastically changed, and he sought to flee. However, he found himself ensnared on all sides. At this moment, tumultuous waves of panic surged within him, for his meticulous plans had seemed flawless. In the Black Domain, eliminating Ye Tianming and his companions would leave even the Emperor of Qian unable to trace the murder back to him. Yet, he could never have anticipated that Ye Tianming was the legendary sword god of Tenli. As the king of East Town, he had long been aware of the sword god's formidable reputation, having heard tales of his prowess to the point of weariness. As Ye Tianming drew closer, the king's eyes glimmered, and a long blade materialized in his hand. With no escape in sight, he resolved to fight to the death. He swung his long knife, summoning a massive tiger phantom that loomed hundreds of feet tall. With a powerful strike, the tiger phantom lunged at Ye Tianming. The ferocity of the tiger's descent was akin to a torrent. Yet Ye Tianming remained unfazed, wielding his sword with precision, unleashing a barrage of fierce sword light that cleaved through the tiger phantom. In an instant, the king of East Town staggered, retreating under the relentless assault of Ye Tianming's swordsmanship. In that moment, the tiger phantom was obliterated by a single stroke from Ye Tianming, dissipating into the void as the 10 chaotic divine swords locked onto the king's presence. Your Highness Ye Tianming, I beseech you, spare me. I the king, realizing he could not withstand even a single strike, quickly knelt and pleaded for mercy. His heart was already tumultuous with dread. For Ye Tianming's exhibited strength was not the least inferior to that of a peak sovereign. In fact, it might even surpass it. Speak. Who sent you to kill me? Ye Tianming emitted a cold snort, his sword pointing menacingly at the king of East. Just as the king of East was about to reveal the mastermind behind the scenes, his eyes suddenly bulged, and a mouthful of dark blood erupted from his lips. Demon Lord, how dare you? With those words, the king of East's body erupted in a violent explosion, his very soul obliterated within the cataclysm. It was evident that a restraint had been placed upon him. The moment he uttered the identity of the puppet master, the restraint would detonate, completely erasing him from existence. Witnessing this scene, Ye Tianming could not help but feel a sense of lamentation. He had not anticipated that the individual behind the king of East would be so exceedingly cautious. One must recognize that a cultivator at the 7th level of the supreme realm could be regarded as among the foremost elite in Taishan Prefecture, with few capable of matching them in strength. Yet, the adversary had still laid a restraint within the king of East, clearly fearing that he might falter and divulge their identity. How formidable must the demon lord's power be? To have stealthily embedded a restraint within a cultivator at the 7th level of the supreme realm? Ye Tianming took a deep breath, realizing that he had underestimated the master of the heavenly demon sect. He had initially believed that the master's strength was limited to the pinnacle of the supreme realm. However, it now appeared that the master had indeed reached the 9th tribulation realm. Furthermore, he had not forgotten the ambush he had encountered years ago while returning to the imperial mausoleum from the capital, where he had faced assassins bearing the token of the Southern King. Although he had subsequently investigated the Southern King's residence, it offered no assurance of the king's innocence. The internal strife within the Qian Dynasty in pursuit of the throne was indeed deeply rooted and chaotic, Ye Tianming reflected. Master, several cultivators from the heavenly demon sect in the vicinity have already been eliminated. At that moment, Ye Kuan approached Ye Tianming. As the Black Domain was severed by Ye Tianming, Ye Kuan immediately targeted several powerful figures from the heavenly demon sect and swiftly moved to vanquish them. Ye Kuan has been by Ye Tianming's side for many years, having attained the supreme realm. Effortlessly slaying a few practitioners of the celestial demon sect is but a trivial matter. Upon hearing this, Ye Tianming slightly nodded and returned to the carriage. Let us continue our journey. A light and airy voice emerged from within the carriage. Soon, Ye Kuan resumed driving the carriage, heading towards the location of the Ji family in Kanglan Prefecture. Tianming, after we pass North Chuan City, we will reach the borders of Kanglan Prefecture, said a voice from the sky, where a carriage pulled by magical beasts sped through the air. Inside the carriage, Ye Tianming sipped on some wine while reclining in a chair, enjoying the massage from Bai Lingyan. It had been nearly half a month since the slaying of the Eastern King, and during this time, Ye Tianming and his companions had arrived at the junction of Taishan Prefecture and Kanglan Prefecture. As for his deed of killing the Eastern King, Ye Tianming had little interest in dwelling on it. Ji Yue, is it true that your Ji family has no ties with the imperial Ji family anymore? I find it quite intriguing, Ye Tianming suddenly inquired. You command a significant presence in Kanglan Prefecture, and even the imperial Ji family of Piamiao Prefecture, being an imperial lineage, should not mind having a few more supreme realm experts, should they? Upon hearing this, Ji Yue revealed a bittersweet smile and replied, in truth, despite our dominion over Kanglan Prefecture, when faced with the imperial family, we are no different from mere ants. Ye Tianming was momentarily taken aback by Ji Yue's words. After all, her lineage had control over the entire Kanglan Prefecture. Could it truly be so insignificant before the imperial family? However, Ji Yue's subsequent remarks left Ye Tianming even more astonished. Tianming, you ought to know that our continent comprises a staggering 3,000 great prefectures, each vast beyond comprehension. Even a supreme realm expert would take months to traverse a single prefecture. Upon hearing this, Ye Tianming nodded slightly. This notion is a consensus among all cultivators across the 3,000 great states. However, are you aware that the disparity in strength among these states is quite significant? In some of the lower-ranked states, the most formidable cultivators, when they venture into the higher-ranked states, are merely regarded as ordinary practitioners. For instance, Kanglan State and Taishan State, both languishing near the bottom of the rankings, are akin to rural areas when compared to those at the forefront. Ji Zhirua hails from the Ji family, a lineage of the imperial clan. Although now in decline, her knowledge far surpasses that of Ye Tianming. In Kanglan State and Taishan State, we are uncertain if any 9 tribulations realm experts still exist. Yet even those who do are merely considered slightly stronger practitioners in the higher-ranked states. Listening to Ji Zhirua's words, Ye Tianming's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. And he subsequently inquired, so the leading states indeed possess Dao realm and Saint realm experts? In response, Ji Zhirua pondered for a moment before replying nonchalantly, the top 1,000 states undoubtedly have Dao realm experts, and in considerable numbers. The 2,000th ranked states also harbor a fair share of Dao realm cultivators, though their numbers are significantly fewer. As for the states ranked beyond 2,000, some do have Dao realm experts in seclusion, primarily composed of 9 tribulations realm practitioners. However, how many Dao realm and Saint realm experts can a force like the imperial Ji family possibly possess? Hearing Ji Zhirua's words, Ye Tianming began to comprehend why the imperial Ji family looked down upon her lineage. Within the imperial clan, it seemed that even the formidable 9 tribulations realm warriors were not deemed significant. Moreover, the Ji family of Kanglan Prefecture boasted only those of the supreme realm. The exact number was unknown, but according to his father, as long as one resided in the imperial family, there would be living beings of the sacred realm. Upon finishing Ji Zhirua's explanation, Ye Tianming couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. He had initially believed that, despite the existence of Dao and sacred realm experts across the 3,000 great prefectures, their numbers would be limited. In reality, however, the number of Dao and sacred realm warriors was likely quite substantial. Previously, he had thought that supreme realm experts were already considered overlords in the 3,000 great prefectures. Yet, in the more prominent prefectures, one could expect to encounter 9 tribulations warriors in abundance, with supremes being as common as dogs. However, Brother Tianming, I believe that with your innate talent and strength, achieving the Dao and becoming a saint in the future is undoubtedly within your grasp. Ji Zhirua remarked with a gentle smile. To this, Ye Tianming could only remain noncommittal. With the support of his system, as long as he did not perish beneath the 9 tribulations of the 9 tribulations realm. It was merely a matter of time before he ascended to the Dao and sacred realms. As Ye Tianming made his way towards the Ji family of Kanglan Prefecture, within the Grand Qian Dynasty, Emperor Qian received news of Ye Tianming's ambush. Your Majesty, the sole lamps of our dispatched personnel have all extinguished. Chancellor Zhang Ju entered the palace with a grim expression. He waved his hand, and 10 oil lamps appeared before Emperor Qian. However, the flames on these lamps had already been extinguished, and the lamps themselves bore cracks resembling a spider's web, densely packed, as if they could shatter at any moment. These 10 oil lamps were left by the personnel sent by Emperor Qian, each containing a trace of their soul. The extinguishing of the lamps signified the obliteration of their souls, which naturally indicated their demise. What? The supreme realm did not intervene. Who could possibly be their match? Emperor Qian was immediately taken aback. The protectors he had dispatched for Ye Tianming were peak experts of the Yaguang realm. In Taishan Prefecture, as long as no supreme realm expert intervened, they could undoubtedly traverse with ease. What has happened to Tianming now? Emperor Qian's gaze darkened, worry beginning to cloud his thoughts regarding Ye Tianming's safety. Your Majesty, Prince Tianming should be unharmed. I have already looked into it. Upon hearing that Ye Tianming was safe, Emperor Qian let out a slight sigh of relief, yet remained extremely tense. Speak quickly, what have you discovered? Chancellor Zhangju replied. The individuals we dispatched would regularly report back the route Prince Tianming was taking. Following this route, I discovered traces of the Eastern Suppression King. The Eastern Suppression King? Indeed. It is he. Based on my conjecture, it should have been the Eastern Suppression King who made a move, but was intercepted by the Tenli Sword God, who rescued Prince Tianming and the others. The Tenli Sword God? Him again. What are his intentions? The Emperor Qian suddenly fell into deep contemplation. But soon he dismissed the matters concerning the Sword God of Shirley. His gaze turned icy, no matter how fiercely they vie for the throne. I shall turn a blind eye. However, they dare to meddle with the mandate of heaven. The emperor was far from oblivious to the overt and covert struggles occurring within the court. In fact, he was acutely aware of the factions forming behind each prince and princess. Even the fourth prince, who had previously refrained from engaging in factional disputes, began to take sides. Moreover, the Baiyu sect, Xinyu Mansion, and Qin Yun Sword sect were covertly fanning the flames of discord. The emperor chose not to comment on these developments, for he had ascended the throne in a similar manner. Yet now, someone dared to lay hands on Ye Tianming, which had crossed the emperor's line. He decreed the annihilation of the entire residence of the Eastern King, ensuring their souls were extinguished. Furthermore, all princes and princesses, save for Xiao Xiao, were to remain within their estates for a year, their cultivation resources curtailed for that duration. With these two edicts, the fates of countless individuals were sealed. He then stated, I shall commence my seclusion. The affairs of the Grand Qian Dynasty will be entrusted to you. Upon hearing this, Zhangju's eyes flickered with surprise as he gazed into the emperor's profound gaze. Your Majesty, rest assured, everything shall be under my watch. The emperor nodded and gestured for Zhangju to withdraw. Once Zhangju departed, a sudden fluctuation in space resonated beside the emperor. A woman appeared behind him and softly inquired, Is Ye Tianming your and sister's child? The emperor nodded slightly, his voice catching in his throat. Exiled, is she well? My sister is confined by the family and has long yearned for you, the woman replied. Upon hearing this, the emperor chose not to linger on the subject and turned to depart. Beichuan City, located at the confluence of Kanglan Prefecture and Taishan Prefecture, does not belong to any single faction. The city is home to millions of cultivators, with its lord possessing peak Yaoguang realm prowess, an immensely powerful figure. Yet at this moment, the once magnificent Beichuan City lay in ruins, littered with corpses and flowing with rivers of blood, its walls stained crimson. The city's defensive formations were on the verge of collapse, at risk of being breached at any moment. Lord, we should evacuate. The onslaught of the heavenly demon sect grows ever fiercer, and our formations can scarcely withstand their assault any longer. The lord of Beixiang City, a woman named Beichuan Yun, appeared haggard and was covered in bloodstains. No, what of the others in Beixiang City? Shall we truly stand by and watch them be offered as blood sacrifices to the heavenly demon sect? Beichuan Yun sternly interrupted the earlier speaker, declaring, I have already requested aid from the Qin Yun Sword sect. They are en route and will arrive shortly. Inform the others to hold on a little longer. The monk who suggested leaving displayed a flicker of helplessness in his eyes before gritting his teeth and departing. Standing atop the city wall, Beichuan Yun gazed out at the endless throng of heavenly demon sect cultivators, a wave of despair swelling within her heart. This time, the heavenly demon sect, led by 5 prominent palace masters, had brought forth a formidable force of hundreds of thousands, intent on assaulting Beichuan City. Their goal was to conduct a blood sacrifice of millions of cultivators from Beichuan City to bolster their strength. Ever since the last joint effort of the 4 great powers of Taishan Prefecture to eradicate the Great Zhou Dynasty, the supreme beings of the heavenly demon sect had begun to vanish from sight. However, those beneath the supreme level had become increasingly active, with numerous cities and sects in Taishan Prefecture being ruthlessly slaughtered. Although the cultivators of Beichuan City outnumbered those of the heavenly demon sect, many were low-level practitioners, destined only to lose their lives in battle. The number of true combatants capable of fighting was still outmatched by the heavenly demon sect's forces. Were it not for the protective array of Beichuan City, the city would have long since fallen. Yet even so, the protective array was on the verge of collapse, teetering on the brink of destruction. Sister, it's bad. The heavenly demon sect has launched another attack. Suddenly, Beichuan Lei flew to her side, his expression grave. Upon hearing his words, Beichuan Yun quickly turned her gaze outward, only to see 5 towering pillars of demonic energy rise up, with 5 figures materializing before Beichuan City. These 5 individuals, 2 men, 1 woman, an elderly man, and an old woman, were adorned with terrifying runes that covered their faces, and their bodies emanated an overwhelming aura of demonic energy, shrouding the surrounding area for miles. They were indeed 5 of the palace masters from the 36 of the heavenly demon sect. Beichuan Yun, I advise you to surrender early. With your strength, you could easily hold a position as a palace master within our sacred sect. Otherwise, when the city falls, the millions of cultivators will meet their demise alongside you. The leading palace master, an elderly man cloaked in black robes, obscured his visage, his voice resonating with a deep timbre. Preposterous! Beichuan Yun shouted fiercely. You wish for the lord of this city to surrender? You shall have to step over my corpse first. Despite being a woman, her battle intent rivaled that of any man, perhaps even surpassing it. Your heavenly demon sect has committed countless atrocities. Retribution will inevitably come. You are incorrigibly stubborn, scoffed one of the elderly palace masters. Since you refuse to heed our warning, do not blame us for slaughtering millions of cultivators after we breach your city. With that, the old woman gestured, summoning a colossal skeletal hand, shrouded in dense demonic energy, which emerged from the clouds, large enough to encompass Beichuan City itself. This hand blotted out the sun, exuding a terrifying might. As it descended, the entirety of Beichuan City found itself enveloped beneath its shadow. Should this hand strike, the city would surely be reduced to ruins. Beichuan Yun, witnessing this scene, was initially struck with horror, yet she remained unyielding, countering with a palm strike of her own, summoning a golden hand that soared into the air. However, in comparison to the sinister grasp of the heavenly demon sect, this golden hand appeared somewhat insignificant, nearly half its size. Seal. As the old woman slowly uttered a single word, the hand entwined with demonic energy swiftly descended upon North River City. Boom. Rumble. The ensuing cacophony of thunderous roars echoed as the golden hand collided with the demonic grasp, resulting in a series of explosive sounds. Faced with this overwhelming force, North River Yun's expression turned grim, struggling to withstand the onslaught as blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Sister, I come to aid you. City Lord, we are here to assist you. Within North River City, countless cultivators witnessed this scene and fervently channeled their spiritual power, directing it into the void and into North River Yun's body. As the foremost powerhouse of North River City, North River Yun's defeat would spell doom for the entire city. Anyone could perish, but North River Yun must not fall. Threads of spiritual energy transformed into countless strands, flowing into North River Yun's body, granting her a moment of respite from the relentless pressure. Futile resistance. At that moment, the leading elder snorted coldly, and a beam of black light coalesced before him, swiftly morphing into the ethereal form of a long spear. This spectral spear, exuding a dense aura of demonic energy, was infused with surging violent power. Break! With a low shout from the elder, the spear pierced through the fabric of space, striking the protective barrier of North River City. Buzz! Instantly, the space trembled, and the entire North River City shook violently. Crack! In the next moment, the protective barrier of North River City displayed cracks resembling a spider's web, as if it could shatter at any moment. Those still engaged in battle with the old woman, witnessing this scene, were struck with fear. Yet they found themselves ensnared by the old woman's magic, unable to divert their attention to counter the elder's spear. Bang! In an instant, a deafening roar erupted as the array protecting North River City shattered. The black spear, as if piercing through the void, shot directly towards North River Yun. Her expression changed drastically. Gritting her teeth, she chose to abandon her defense entirely. Instead, she unleashed all her strength in a single palm strike, shattering the old woman's demonic grasp. This spear was aimed solely at North River Yun, while the old woman's grasp threatened the entire city. Ultimately, North River Yun could only defend against a single attack. Weighing the consequences, she resolutely relinquished her defense against the elder's spear. Boom! A violent explosion resounded as the black spear pierced through her body, causing a cataclysmic eruption in the space where she once stood. Sister, City Lord, below. North River lay, and the others watched in horror, their eyes filled with fury as they glared at the members of the heavenly demon sect. In the next moment, Bei Chuanyun's body plummeted from the sky to the city wall, her form drenched in blood, a transparent wound gaping from her chest, while dark energy incessantly corroded her flesh. Lord of Bei Chuan, why go to such lengths? Is it truly worth sacrificing your life for the sake of the city of mere ants? The elder from the heavenly demon sect gazed at the shattered defensive formation, his eyes sweeping over the millions of terrified cultivators within the city. A slight smile curled at the corners of his mouth, a wave of satisfaction swelling within him. You of the heavenly demon sect have committed numerous atrocities. Even if I perish, I shall ensure you share my fate. Bei Chuanyun glared furiously at the 5 prominent leaders of the heavenly demon sect above, her eyes ablaze with indignation. Beside her stood countless cultivators of Bei Chuan City, all wounded yet fiercely defiant. A mere swarm of ants dares to shake the tree? The elder of the heavenly demon sect scoffed disdainfully. At this moment, Bei Chuan City was already theirs. What was the point of further discourse? They should hasten to conduct a blood sacrifice of Bei Chuan City, lest they jeopardize their leader's grand designs. At that juncture, the sole female leader among the 5 spoke, her voice serpentine and venomous, showing no regard for the millions of cultivators in Bei Chuan City. Let us commence preparations. The elder nodded slightly, addressing the others. Oh, who would have thought I would encounter members of the heavenly demon sect here? Just as they were about to initiate the blood sacrifice of the millions of cultivators in Bei Chuan City, a light laughter echoed from the horizon. A carriage, drawn by 2 majestic beasts of the celestial realm, slowly emerged from the distance. Who goes there? The elder leading the heavenly demon sect bellowed, immediately honing in on the carriage. The other 4 formidable members of the sect also turned their attention towards it. Members of the heavenly demon sect? I was just lamenting my inability to locate your hideout, yet here you come to me. Ye Tianming let out a cold laugh as he slowly stepped out of the carriage, casting a disdainful gaze upon the formidable warriors of the heavenly demon sect. He had heard from Ji Zhirua that once he passed through Bei Chuan City, he would reach the territory of Kanglan Prefecture. He had intended to rest for a night in Bei Chuan City before continuing his journey, but unexpectedly found himself facing the siege of the heavenly demon sect against the city. Ye Tianming's divine sense swept across the myriad of Tianma sect cultivators besieging Bei Chuan City, amounting to over 200,000. However, the most formidable among them were the 5 prominent Yaoguang realm experts leading the charge. As for the supreme realm cultivators, Ye Tianming did not detect their presence. It was reasonable to surmise that for a mere city like Bei Chuan, if it required the intervention of supreme realm experts, then the Tianma sect would indeed be lamentably inept. You dare to recognize us as members of the Tianma sect. Why do you not flee at once? At that moment, an elder of the Tianma sect, a Yaoguang realm expert, bellowed. Although the relationship between demon beasts and the human race was not one of mortal enemies, it was certainly not amicable. The fact that they could command 2 Yaoguang realm demon beasts indicated that their status was far from ordinary, perhaps even backed by formidable protectors. Now was a crucial moment for them to breach Bei Chuan City. They could not afford to let trivial matters jeopardize their efforts. Yet, despite the elder's caution, another man from the Tianma sect held a different view. Tian Sha, when did you become so timid, terrified of a mere ant? Are you not the lord of our sacred sect? The man scoffed, casting a glance at Ye Tianming. To have a Qi-Tian realm demon beast pulling a carriage signifies a notable identity, and now it has delivered itself to us. How fortunate for our lord. With a cackling laugh, he charged towards Ye Tianming's carriage. Since Ye Tianming's arrival, he had been concealing his cultivation level, and these Tianma sect experts had failed to perceive his true power. Furthermore, in their estimation, if Ye Tianming were indeed a top-tier expert, he would not waste time conversing with them. You members of the Tianma sect are truly courting death. Ye Tianming scoffed disdainfully, his palm gradually rising. Beware, my friend. Below Bei Chuan City, Bei Chuanyun hurriedly cautioned upon witnessing this scene. Regardless of the identity of the newcomers, their demeanor indicated an intention to assist Bei Chuan City, rendering them allies. Yet, at that moment, a piercing radiance suddenly emanated from Ye Tianming's palm, as if cleaving through the heavens, directly aimed at the man from the heavenly demon sect. Thud! In an instant, the man from the heavenly demon sect, still several dozen zhang away from Ye Tianming, felt his gaze turn hollow. The next moment, he plummeted to the ground like a kite with its string severed. A minuscule, imperceptible wound appeared at his brow, extinguishing his very soul. What? How is this possible? What just transpired? A Pekyo Guang realm expert was vanquished before even approaching his foe. After a few breaths, both the cultivators of Beichuan City and the formidable figures of the heavenly demon sect finally grasped the gravity of the situation, erupting into a cacophony of astonishment. Gasps filled the air as all eyes fixated on Ye Tianming. The spectacle was utterly unfathomable and profoundly shocking. A Pekyo Guang realm expert had perished at the hands of another before even drawing near? A supreme realm expert. The minds of the onlookers reverberated with the realization. Only a supreme realm expert could so effortlessly dispatch a Pekyo Guang realm expert with a mere wave of the hand. Unbeknownst to them, the elder of the heavenly demon sect was the first to regain his composure, immediately bellowing in fury. Faced with a supreme realm expert, he felt no inclination to resist. The chasm between the supreme and Yao Guang realms could not be bridged by sheer numbers. Even if all the Yao Guang realm experts of the heavenly demon sect were present, they would still be no match for a single supreme realm expert. In an instant, the cultivators of the heavenly demon sect outside Beichuan City scattered in all directions, seeking to flee. But could they escape? Would they truly evade capture? Ye Tianming whispered softly, and behind him, 10 flying swords swiftly soared forth, embedding themselves in the four corners of Beichuan City. In but a fleeting moment, these 10 chaos divine swords formed a colossal sword formation, encircling an expanse of 100 miles around Beichuan City. Countless phantoms of flying swords danced in the air, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The swift disciples of the heavenly demon sect, upon coming into contact with the sword formation forged by the 10 chaos divine swords, were instantly obliterated. Their physical forms shredded and souls annihilated. Witnessing this scene, the elder of the heavenly demon sect lamented his misfortune. How could he be so cursed? When he first received the command to blood sacrifice Beichuan City, he had presumed it to be a glorious endeavor, yet unexpectedly, he found himself assailed by a mysterious supreme realm powerhouse. The remaining cultivators of the heavenly demon sect shared the elder's sentiments. Was it not merely a blood sacrifice of Beichuan City? Once they breached the city, would they not reign supreme? But now, what was the outcome? They had arrived with smiles on their faces, yet as for returning, it seemed that was no longer an option. Elder, might you disclose your name, so that we may meet our demise with clarity? The 4 remaining Yao Guang realm strongmen of the heavenly demon sect turned to face the slowly advancing Ye Tianming, the elder at the forefront inhaling deeply before inquiring. The supreme realm powerhouses known in Taishan Prefecture were all accounted for within the heavenly demon sect, and he was certain that no figure like Ye Tianming existed among them. However, one could never be too certain, as many supreme realm powerhouses preferred to remain in seclusion, which the heavenly demon sect would naturally be unaware of. Me? Ye Tianming chuckled lightly and replied nonchalantly, "You are not worthy to know my name." After speaking, he slowly extended his hand, and behind him, 4 immense sword apparitions gradually materialized. These 4 sword apparitions instantly targeted the remaining 4 formidable Yao Guang realm warriors of the heavenly demon sect. Each sword apparition was a staggering 100 feet in size, radiating a brilliant golden light, exuding an unparalleled sharpness. Flash! Ye Tianming uttered a sharp command, and the 4 phantasmal swords surged forth, cleaving towards the 4 adversaries. Boom, 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 boom. The air erupted with a series of tremendous explosions, annihilating the 4 formidable members of the demon cult, leaving no trace behind. After dispatching the leader, Ye Tianming turned his gaze towards the more than 200,000 disciples of the demon cult below. These individuals were relentlessly assaulting the sword formation forged by the 10 chaotic divine swords, with an ever-increasing number of disciples perishing beneath the onslaught of the formation. Observing the carnage, Ye Tianming extended his hand, and the void beside him appeared to tear open. Immediately, a colossal and robust beast's arm emerged from the rift. "Master, this king has arrived. Master, this king has arrived." It was the Crimson Flame Tiger, previously subdued by Ye Tianming in the Beast Mountain range. As it clawed its way out of the fissure, a multitude of terrifying auras followed closely behind. "Old Tiger, what are you blocking the door for? Old Tiger, step aside quickly. When you return, I shall make you pay." Upon hearing the furious roars of other beasts emanating from behind the rift, the Crimson Flame Tiger trembled, and swiftly cleared a path. Before long, a formidable army of over 1,000 beasts stood behind Ye Tianming. Since acquiring the Void Realm, he had gathered the majority of the beasts from the Beast Mountain range into his domain, intending for them to cultivate and transform the realm. Little did he expect that today would call for their might. Eliminate every last disciple of the demon cult below, leave none alive. Ye Tianming coldly commanded. He could certainly slaughter all the disciples of the demon sect below, but it would consume considerable time. It would be far more efficient to allow the Crimson Flame Tiger and his companions to handle it. Upon hearing this, the beast army behind Ye Tianming's back lit up with excitement. Since their submission to Ye Tianming, they had rarely taken action against humans, and their eagerness had grown insatiable. With the presence of human cultivators, they could hardly contain themselves. Rest assured, Master, we will take care of it. The Crimson Flame Tiger let out a long roar. Brothers, let us slay. Before the Crimson Flame Tiger could finish, the 1,000-strong beast army surged forth, charging at the disciples of the demon sect below. The 5 foremost cultivators of the Yaoguang realm leading the demon sect were slain by Ye Tianming, while the remaining disciples were either lacking in strength or had already been paralyzed by fear. Now, upon witnessing such a multitude of beasts, they were utterly terrified. In no time, the air was filled with wails and cries of despair. Ye Tianming paid no heed to these matters and instead ascended to the walls of Beichuan City. At this moment, Ji Zhuo and Xiao Chui also emerged, while Yi Kuan let out a series of excited howls, joining the fray. I, Beichuan Yun, the Lord of Beichuan City, humbly pay my respects to the esteemed elder. The gathered cultivators, who had been in a state of stupor for quite some time, followed her lead and bowed to Ye Tianming. The term fellow Taoist, which she had previously employed, transformed into esteemed elder in that instant, eliciting a chuckle from Ye Tianming. Although the realm of cultivation is often delineated into numerous stages, it fundamentally encompasses merely 3: elder, fellow Taoist, and ant. However, Ye Tianming dismissed such distinctions with a wave of his hand, smiling as he proclaimed, no need for formality. The heavenly demon sect has long wreaked havoc upon the Taishan continent. As cultivators, we must support one another when faced with their kind. Such noble sentiments from the esteemed elder. The cultivators of Beichuan City exclaimed in reverence. Esteemed elder, are you perhaps the legendary sword god of the Tenli? Beichuan Yun inquired thereafter. Ye Tianming was momentarily taken aback as he turned to Beichuan Yun and inquired, do you know me? Upon hearing that Ye Tianming was indeed the legendary sword god of Shirley, Beichuan Yun was overwhelmed with excitement. She quickly responded, esteemed senior, you may not be aware, but your remarkable deeds have already spread throughout the entire Taishan prefecture, and even neighboring states have come to know your name. Just now, upon witnessing the exquisite formation you crafted, I surmised that you must be the sword god of Shirley. Hearing this, Ye Tianming nodded slightly, surprised by Beichuan Yun's perceptiveness. At that moment, Yi Kuan soared onto the city wall, wearing a proud expression, eager to take credit for the accomplishments. Ye Tianming turned his gaze and beheld the grim sight of over 200,000 disciples of the heavenly demon sect, all but extinguished. The ground beneath Beichuan City was strewn with severed limbs and shattered remnants, not a single intact corpse remaining. The Crimson Flame Tigers and their monstrous brethren occasionally seized the lifeless bodies of the heavenly demon disciples, devouring them with gluttonous fervor. Numerous beasts huddled together, their bellies swollen from their feasting. Ye Tianming nodded slightly, opening the entrance to the Void Realm. The monstrous beasts, upon witnessing this, eagerly stepped into the Void Realm, with some even carrying the remains of their prey, intending to savor them later. Senior, this is of no concern, merely a few small pets I collected casually. Observing this scene, the inhabitants of Beichuan City swallowed hard, each feeling disoriented amidst the tumultuous winds. They could sense several auras emanating from the beasts within, rivaling that of Beichuan Yun's Yaoguang realm beasts. Should these creatures lay siege to the city, it seemed that Beichuan would stand little chance of defense. The fact that these beasts were entirely obedient to Ye Tianming left the people of Beichuan City in a state of astonishment. Once all the beasts had entered the Void Realm, Ye Tianming inquired, why would the celestial demon sect launch an assault on Beichuan City? Senior, you may not be aware, but during this period, the celestial demon sect has been wreaking havoc across Taishan Prefecture, pillaging numerous cities and sections. As for Beichuan City, it appears they have established a stronghold nearby, with intentions to conduct a blood sacrifice of 1 million cultivators from Beichuan. Beichuan took a deep breath and promptly relayed all the information she possessed to Ye Tianming. Blood sacrifice? Ye Tianming was momentarily taken aback by the words, his brow furrowing in contemplation. It was a method that involved enhancing one's cultivation through the act of killing others. The more lives taken, the greater the effect. The rapid expansion of the heavenly demon sect was intrinsically linked to this blood sacrifice, as Beichuan elucidated. At that moment, she gazed at Ye Tianming, biting her lip as if she had made a resolute decision. Suddenly, she knelt before him, imploring, "I beseech you, esteemed senior, to eradicate this outpost of the heavenly demon sect and restore a clear sky over Taishan Prefecture. Esteemed senior, the heavenly demon sect has committed countless atrocities, and our Taishan Prefecture has suffered greatly. Now they are preparing a blood sacrifice of 100,000 cultivators from Beichuan City. I earnestly hope you will show mercy and assist us in obliterating their stronghold." Having grown up in Beichuan City, Beichuan's family was the foremost clan in the area, with all previous city lords hailing from their lineage. Within Beichuan City resided her family, friends, and loved ones. Now, as the city faced a dire calamity, she could not afford to let this opportunity slip away, especially upon encountering the legendary sword god of 10 miles. Despite Ye Tianming having vanquished countless formidable members of the heavenly demon sect, she knew that once he departed, they would return, and Beichuan City would ultimately succumb to destruction. She could not bear the thought of her kin and friends perishing at the hands of the sect. In unison, 100,000 cultivators of Beichuan City knelt, their voices rising in a heartfelt plea, hoping Ye Tianming would be their savior. Witnessing the sea of supplicants stirred a tumult of emotions within Ye Tianming. He had intended to survive in seclusion indefinitely, yet unexpectedly, he found himself regarded as a force of strength by the very cultivators he had sought to evade. Esteemed senior, after the matter is resolved, Beichuan City is willing to offer all our treasures in gratitude. Please, I implore you to save our city. The fervent cries of the 100,000 cultivators echoed through the air, their faces resolute with determination. Observing their plight, Ye Tianming let out a soft sigh, declaring, "I vow to assist you in vanquishing the remnants of the heavenly demon sect in this region." Upon hearing his promise, Beichuan and the other cultivators from Beichuan City were illuminated with joy, their eyes sparkling with hope. "Thank you, esteemed senior." Beichuan hurriedly expressed her gratitude. "I shall have preparations made for the treasures of Beichuan City to present to you." "Such preparations are unnecessary," he replied. Ye Tianming thwarted Beichuan, for he held no regard for the treasures of Beichuan City. Even if they were bestowed upon him, he would cast them aside like refuse into the confines of his spatial ring. "I have heard whispers of a spring in Beichuan City, known as the Spring of 10 Absolutes. The renowned 10 Absolutes immortal wine, brewed from this spring, has garnered widespread acclaim. Prepare the 10 Absolutes immortal wine for my return." Ye Tianming spoke softly. Upon hearing his request, Beichuan was momentarily taken aback, but soon her heart swelled with joy, prompting her to immediately order preparations. The 10 Absolute immortal wine was indeed a local specialty of Beichuan City, exceedingly rare, with only 10 jars produced every century alongside some spiritual herbs. Despite its preciousness and scarcity, there were still quite a few jars available in Beichuan City, enough to satisfy Ye Tianming completely. In Beichuan eyes, this would undoubtedly be a highly profitable transaction. What she was unaware of was that Ye Tianming had also heard from Ji Zhirua about the immense fame of the 10 Absolute immortal wine. He had initially intended to seek an opportunity to taste this renowned wine during his visit to Beichuan City, but unexpectedly found himself embroiled in the siege by the demon cult. Soon, preparations were underway. As for Beichuan, she had initially planned to wait for Ye Tianming to rest before launching an assault on the demon cult's stronghold. But Ye Tianming instead requested her to take him there directly. Consequently, Beichuan had no choice but to comply, directing her brother Beichuan Lei and the powerful individuals within Beichuan City to prepare for subsequent matters. Ye Tianming chose to leave Ji Zhirua and Xiao Chui in Beichuan City, while he and Beichuan headed towards the direction of the Tianma sect stronghold. Shortly after their departure, a formidable presence surged from the horizon, with dozens of figures racing towards them. At the forefront was an elder with eyes sharp as a hawk, standing atop a flying sword, followed closely by numerous powerful sword cultivators. The weakest among them was at the Wuji realm, while the leaders had reached the Yaoguang realm. They were the formidable warriors of the Qingyun sword sect, who had hastened to Beichuan City upon receiving a distress signal. "Master, we are approaching Beichuan City." Yet I see no sign of the Tiamat sect's presence, one of the leaders remarked, sensing the absence of Beichuan Yun's aura. A wave of unease washed over them. The ground around Beichuan City was strewn with severed limbs and flowing blood, indicating that the city had likely fallen. The elder gazed upon the tragic scene of Beichuan City, inhaling deeply and sighing softly. The area was rife with dismembered bodies, the stench overwhelming. These were once the remains of Tiamat sect cultivators. Yet many had been devoured by the Qian tiger, while others had been taken away. In that moment, the sword cultivators failed to recognize these corpses as belonging to the Tiamat sect, mistakenly believing them to be the bodies of Beichuan City's defenders. Beichuan Lei welcomes the esteemed elder's arrival. A long cry resonated from within Beichuan City, capturing the attention of the powerful figures outside. Shortly thereafter, Beichuan Lei led a group of cultivators from Beichuan City to stand near the Qingyun Sword sect's warriors. Beichuan Lei is still alive? Beichuan City has not fallen? Shock rippled through the ranks as one of them exclaimed, "Was it not said that Beichuan City was in dire peril, on the brink of blood sacrifice? Where is Beichuan Yun? Why is it Beichuan Lei who stands before us?" These powerful beings were well aware of the situation in Beichuan City and the Beichuan family. The absence of Beichuan Yun evoked a somber realization among them. One of the Qingyun Sword sect's cultivators approached Beichuan Lei, gently placing a hand on his shoulder and sighing, "My condolences. My condolences." The other Qingyun Sword sect cultivators echoed, their expressions heavy with sorrow. Previously, they had received a plea for help from Beichuan City and rushed to assist, only to find that the Tiamat sect cultivators had mysteriously vanished. Instead of Beichuan Yun, they were met by Beichuan Lei, leading them to instinctively conclude that Beichuan Yun had perished in battle against the Tiamat sect's forces. However, upon hearing the words of condolence, Beichuan Lei stood frozen, his smile abruptly fading. How dare they curse his sister? These scoundrels, arriving late, now sought to cast such a pall over them. However, Beichuan Lei managed to suppress his impulse to curse and instead began to explain. "Ladies and gentlemen, my sister is absent because she has gone to eradicate the heavenly demon sect alongside the esteemed Shirley Sword God. She is very much alive." "What? Your sister is not dead? How is it that she is alive?" a powerful figure exclaimed in shock. His words left Beichuan Lei and the other formidable warriors of Beichuan City momentarily stunned. "What? Are you all unhappy that my sister is alive?" Incredulity filled the air. "Shirley Sword God, what does this have to do with him?" The members of the Qingyun Sword sect began to murmur amongst themselves. Could it be that the Shirley Sword God has taken an interest in the city lord of Beichuan? One could not help but ponder. Hearing the absurd speculations of the Qingyun Sword sect members made Beichuan Lei's lips twitch in irritation. "Could you refrain from wild guessing? I am on the verge of losing my patience." Yet, he ultimately held back. After all, he was no match for them. "Very well, Beichuan Lei. Please elucidate the particulars of the events that transpired," commanded an elder swordsman from the Qingyun Sword sect, finally putting an end to the chatter. Beichuan Lei then recounted the unfolding events with clarity. "So, the Shirley Sword God subdued thousands of demonic beasts and single-handedly annihilated hundreds of thousands of the heavenly demon sect practitioners? Those 5 formidable heavenly demon sect fighters were dispatched in a single blow by the Shirley Sword God?" The members of the Qingyun Sword sect gaped in disbelief at Ye Tianming's accomplishments. "Indeed," Beichuan Lei affirmed with a nod. "Who, exactly, is the Shirley Sword God? To possess such formidable prowess?" Many members of the Qingyun Sword sect expressed their astonishment. "Are you saying that the Shirley Sword God has gone with your sister to eliminate the stronghold of the heavenly demon sect?" The elder swordsman inquired further. "Precisely. Let us go. We must witness the true might of this Shirley Sword God," the elder immediately commanded, leading the Qingyun Sword sect warriors in the direction indicated by Beichuan Lei. Watching them depart, Beichuan Lei sighed softly and turned back to prepare within Beichuan City. Meanwhile, Ye Tianming and Beichuan Yun had arrived at the foothills of a mountain range. "Senior, this is the location of the heavenly demon sect stronghold," Beichuan Yun whispered, pointing to the mountainous terrain below, shrouded in ominous dark mist. Ye Tianming lowered his gaze, revealing mountains stretching for tens of thousands of miles. Shrouded in a menacing aura and enveloped by a veil of black mist, obscuring the situation within. This mountain, known as Qingyuan Mountain, marked the boundary between our Taishan Prefecture and Kanglan Prefecture, a place typically devoid of human presence, seldom visited by cultivators. However, just a month prior, it had been suddenly engulfed by demonic energy, with the emergence of the heavenly demon sect. Beichuan Yu explained. Upon hearing her words, Ye Tianming merely replied with indifference. Let us proceed and take a look. With that, the two transformed into a streak of light, leaving no trace of their passage, hurtling towards the mountain below. Saint, trouble is at hand. A grave matter has arisen. A disciple of the heavenly demon sect rushed into the presence of a man, exclaiming in panic. This man was Ye Tianming, one of the 9 saints of the heavenly demon sect, who, despite being under 1,000 years of age, had already attained the pinnacle of the Yaoguang realm. He had come to Qingyuan Mountain with the intent to perform a blood sacrifice on all nearby cultivators, aiming to break through to the supreme realm and vie for the position of the next leader of the heavenly demon sect. What has caused such alarm? Ye Tianming inquired, his brow slightly furrowed, holding a chalice crafted from human skull, filled with crimson blood. As one of the saints of the heavenly demon sect, he relished drinking the blood of young maidens from chalices made of their untainted skulls, always seeking the freshest batch. Thus, it was his daily practice to capture a multitude of maidens, slaughter them, and partake of their blood. There are 2 formidable individuals outside, and judging by their aura, they appear to be experts of the Yaoguang realm, the disciple reported breathlessly. Oh, mere Yaoguang realm cultivators dare to seek trouble with this saint? Ye Tianming finished the blood in his chalice, chuckling lightly. Have Tian Sha dispose of these 2. Understood. The disciple nodded vigorously. Meanwhile, Ye Tianming and Beichuanyu had already arrived within Qingyuan Mountain. Before them stood 2 peak Yaoguang realm masters of the heavenly demon sect. Beichuanyu? Weren't Tian Sha and the others sent to conduct a blood sacrifice in Beichuan City? How is it that you are here? One of the 36 masters of the heavenly demon sect, the master of Tian Sha, uttered in surprise upon seeing Beichuanyu's figure. At present, the number of disciples of the heavenly demon sect within Qingyuan Mountain was scarce, with only him and another master remaining. The rest had been dispatched by Ye Tianming to eliminate disciples from other factions, preparing for his breakthrough to the supreme realm. The ones you dispatched have long been exterminated by us. Today, we have come to hold you accountable for your deeds, Beichuanyu declared with a cold snort. I seek justice for my fallen comrades from Beichuan City. The days of your malevolence are at an end. What did you say? Tian Sha and the others are dead? The Tian Sha master paused in astonishment, but then erupted into laughter. Ha! Beichuanyu, it seems that your Beichuan City has been annihilated, leaving you as the sole survivor. How dare you trespass into my heavenly demon sect? The Lord of Heavenly Kill let out a cold laugh upon noticing that aside from Beichuanyu, there was only an unknown Ye Tianming present. If the vast army of the heavenly demon sect had truly been vanquished, how could Beichuanyu have arrived alone? Surely, she must have brought along the formidable warriors of Beichuan City. In his view, Beichuan City had already fallen, and Beichuanyu had merely managed to escape, arriving at Qingyuan Mountain by chance. You have managed to escape, yet instead of hiding, you dare to intrude here. I will ensure you live to regret this. The Lord of Heavenly Kill sneered, licking his lips as he slowly advanced towards Beichuanyu. He relished the thought of using your skull to craft a goblet. Your blood will be exquisitely delightful. The Lord of Heavenly Kill and another lord of the heavenly demon sect instantly locked onto the 2. Their oppressive aura looming like 2 towering mountains, bearing down upon Ye Tianming and Ji Zhihua. Enough of this noise. Just as this overwhelming pressure materialized, Ye Tianming let out a cold snort. A formidable aura erupted from within him, shattering the oppressive force of the 2 lords. What? Witnessing this scene, the 2 lords of the heavenly demon sect changed their expressions, staring at Ye Tianming in astonishment. Who might you be? The Lord of Heavenly Kill's expression grew grave as he fixed his gaze on Ye Tianming. He had initially thought Ye Tianming was merely at the Yaoguang realm. Yet now, he realized that Ye Tianming was far from ordinary. Soon, he recalled the words previously spoken by Beichuanyu, and a wave of shock surged within him. Could it be you are not worthy to know my name? Ye Tianming emitted a cold snort, pointing a finger towards the 2 individuals. In an instant, a streak of sword light shot forth from between his index and middle fingers, hurtling directly towards them. Bang! Clang! Following that, 2 muffled groans echoed as the master of the heavenly execution hall and another master of the heavenly demon sect were sent hurtling backwards. Puff! Puff! Blood spewed from their mouths as they gazed at Ye Tianming in sheer terror. One strike? Merely a single strike. It had left them gravely injured. Could it be that the heavenly executions had truly perished? Contemplating this, fear etched itself into their expressions, their eyes wide with horror. Nearby, the disciples of the heavenly demon sect, who had initially surrounded Ye Tianming and Beichuan Yun, were now retreating in fright. The once exalted figures, akin to deities in their eyes, could not even withstand a single blow from this man. Who on earth was he? This was the territory of the heavenly demon sect. Even if he possessed formidable strength, he ought to reconsider whether he was truly a match for them. The master of the heavenly execution hall wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with dread as he observed Ye Tianming drawing nearer. He hastily resorted to threats, having realized that the hundreds of thousands of cultivators dispatched had likely all fallen at the hands of this individual before him. With their current strength, they were no match for him. The heavenly demon sect? Sooner or later, I shall seek out your stronghold and eradicate it with a single sword strike. Ye Tianming let out a cold snort as a long sword gradually materialized in his hand. Two useless fools. You cannot even handle such a trivial task. Just as he was about to slay the master of the heavenly kill palace and another leader of the demon sect, a disdainful voice echoed from afar. Emerging from the shadows was a strikingly handsome young man, holding a goblet fashioned from a skull, filled to the brim with blood. He was none other than Ye Tianming, one of the holy sons of the demon sect. Holy son, please save us. The master of the heavenly kill palace, upon seeing Ye Tianming's arrival, clung to the hope of salvation and hurriedly crawled towards him. You two worthless wretches. Ye Tianming sneered upon spotting them, shattering the goblet in his grasp, blood oozing from his hand. He then turned his icy gaze towards Ye Tianming, as if regarding a lifeless corpse. Who you are is of no concern to me. All I know is that you shall perish. Holy son? Ye Tianming gazed at the enchanting young man before him, momentarily taken aback, and inquired. If my memory serves me correctly, your heavenly demon sect also had a holy son who perished at my hands. This incident occurred quite some time ago, when I was merely at the boundless realm. Are you the 10-mile sword god? However, Ye Tianming's words sent a shiver through Ye Tianming, who stared at him in utter astonishment. Over the years, among the 9 holy sons of the heavenly demon sect, only Jibwood one had fallen. If what Ye Tianming claimed was true, then the identity of this individual. Indeed, Ye Tianming raised his head and gazed at Ye Tianming. What? He is the sword god of 10 miles. How is that possible? The two heavily injured leaders of the heavenly kill palace widened their eyes in disbelief as they looked at Ye Tianming. The reputation of the sword god of 10 miles was most prominently known within the ranks of the heavenly demon cult. Over the years, the sword god of 10 miles had thwarted numerous significant endeavors of their cult. Within the inner circle of the heavenly demon cult, the cult leader had even issued a decree. Anyone who could provide information about the sword god of 10 miles would at least attain the status of one of the top 10 protectors of the cult. Should anyone succeed in slaying the sword god, they would be elevated to the position of vice leader of the heavenly demon cult. Among the holy disciples of the cult, anyone who managed to kill the sword god would become the next leader. Thus, the name of the sword god of 10 miles resonated thunderously among the cultivators of the heavenly demon cult. Ha! Upon hearing the name of the sword god, Ye Tianming suddenly burst into laughter. I was initially considering that it would be too troublesome to deal with the rest of you slowly. But you have delivered yourself right to my doorstep. I am no waste like Jibwood one. Young master, this person is very likely a powerhouse at the sovereign level. We should. The leader of the heavenly kill palace beside him swallowed hard and hastily advised. There were no protectors of the sovereign level present here. How could they, a group of cultivators at the radiant light level, possibly contend with a sovereign level expert? What of the sovereign level? Today, I shall demonstrate it for you. Ye Tianming bellowed, and the air within a radius of 10,000 miles surged toward him. Blood sacrifice. Ye Tianming roared. And the eyes of the surrounding disciples of the heavenly demon cult suddenly widened in shock. Their blood, seemingly beyond their control, transformed into threads of crimson, flowing from their bodies into Ye Tianming. As an immense amount of life essence entered him, Ye Tianming's aura began to rise, inching ever closer to the sovereign level. What is happening? The leader of the heavenly kill palace stared in horror at the scene before him. The blood sacrifice secret technique, designed to absorb the life essence of others to enhance one's own power. Another leader, with a grave expression, revealed a glimmer of fear, but more so, excitement. The young master is already at the pinnacle of the radiant light level, merely a step away from the sovereign level. Now, having absorbed the blood of so many disciples from the heavenly demon cult, he will undoubtedly ascend to the sovereign level. At that point, the sword god of 10 miles will certainly not be a match for the young master. Senior, this. On the other side, Bei Chuanyun observed with disbelief as Ye Yuanliang ruthlessly targeted even the disciples of the heavenly demon sect, her expression immediately darkening. It is well known that demonic cultivators employ brutal methods, yet the extent of their cruelty was beyond imagination. They not only conducted blood sacrifices on other cultivators, but also included the disciples of the heavenly demon sect among their victims. Senior, if we do not act soon, he may very well break through to the supreme realm, Bei Chuanyun said with evident concern, as the spiritual energy within her body began to rapidly coalesce. It is of no consequence. Ye Tianming restrained the poised Bei Chuanyun, eager to witness the extent of Ye Yuanliang's power after absorbing numerous disciples of the heavenly demon sect over the past days. Moments later, all the disciples of the heavenly demon sect on Qingyuan Mountain had been reduced to lifeless corpses, their essence consumed by Ye Yuanliang. At this moment, Ye Yuanliang licked his lips, exclaiming, "Is this the pinnacle of supremacy? Truly magnificent." With that, his aura surged, flattening the landscape within 1,000 miles. Leaving behind a scene of shattered stones and deep craters, his presence terrifying. Meanwhile, at a considerable distance from Qingyuan Mountain, powerful figures from the Qingyuan sword sect were soaring through the skies on their swords, hastening towards the unfolding calamity. "Master, what an overwhelming presence!" one exclaimed. "This is dire. It appears that the 10-mile sword god is no match for the heavenly demon sect. We must hurry to assist." The elder of the Qingyuan sword sect responded gravely, accelerating his pace, his form slicing through the air like a keen blade. Observing this, the other formidable members of the Qingyuan sword sect swiftly followed suit, racing towards Qingyuan Mountain. "Oh, is this truly the zenith of your strength?" Ye Tianming gazed at Ye Yuanliang, astonished. Just moments ago, he had been at the pinnacle of the Yaoguang realm, and now, astonishingly, he had ascended to the supreme realm, exuding an aura that was not in the slightest inferior, comparable to a formidable being of the third tier within the supreme realm. The methods of the demon cult are indeed formidable. However, Ye Tianming could discern at a glance that Ye Yuanliang's condition was precarious, with the constant risk of succumbing to demonic madness. "Is this truly the essence of the heavenly demon cult?" Ye Tianming murmured softly, gaining a clearer understanding of the heavenly demon sect. "Sword god of 10 miles. If you would deign to submit to this holy sun, I might consider sparing your life. Otherwise, I shall strike you down." Ye Yuanliang stood amidst the void, his gaze disdainful, exuding an aura of invincibility as he looked down upon Ye Tianming. Below, the two hall masters of the heavenly demon sect were visibly excited. "Splendid. The holy sun has achieved a breakthrough. We shall not face death. Alas, this power is ultimately not yours." Ye Tianming let out a light chuckle, and 10 chaos divine swords materialized beside him, swiftly advancing towards Ye Yuanliang. After a prolonged wait, he had gathered sufficient understanding. It was time to eliminate Ye Yuanliang. Seeking death, Ye Yuanliang, witnessing Ye Tianming charging towards him, was immediately engulfed by fury. A colossal demonic hand emerged behind him, descending upon Ye Tianming with force. The transformation of Heaven's demonic hand. The princess technique had evidently reached its zenith. Marvelous. This sword god of 10 miles is absolutely no match for. Below, the two palace masters, upon witnessing Ye Yuanliang's maneuver, were filled with elation. They were acutely aware of the power this technique possessed. Even a cultivator at the 5th stage of the supreme realm might struggle to withstand it. However, before they could articulate their thoughts, the transformation of Heaven's demonic hand abruptly dissipated in the sky. In the next moment, Ye Yuanliang's head was severed by Ye Tianming's sword, rolling to the feet of the two palace masters. What? How could this be possible? Below, the two were taken aback, rendered speechless by shock. They had anticipated that Ye Yuanliang, having absorbed the lifeblood of countless disciples from the heavenly demon sect and breaking through to the supreme realm, would stand a chance against Ye Tianming. Yet, it ended so abruptly. The once invincible holy sun had perished in an instant. The two palace masters could hardly believe their eyes. "No, this cannot be real. Impossible." The master of the heavenly slaughter palace roared in fury, retreating frantically. Soon, Ye Tianming approached the two surviving palace masters, the Xian Yuan sword and the 7-star dragon abyss sword materializing beside him, poised to strike down the two. "Sword god ancestor, we have come to assist you. Sword god ancestor, I am here to aid you." At that moment, a series of long howls echoed from the distant horizon as dozens of figures rushed towards them in the blink of an eye. Upon their arrival, it was revealed that they were the formidable warriors of the Qingyuan sword sect. "Are you the sword god ancestor of 10 miles?" The elder leading the sword sect quickly turned his gaze towards Ye Tianming. Ye Tianming nodded slightly, acknowledging the presence of the Qingyun sword sect members. I have encountered the esteemed sword god before. I am, esteemed elder. This individual is Elder Zhang Yuanhua, the seventh sword attendant elder of the Qingyun sword sect, who has come to the aid of Beichuan City at my request. At that moment, Beichuanyan interjected, introducing Ye Tianming. Besides the sect master, the Qingyun sword sect comprises 7 elders, all of whom are supreme realm powerhouses. Following them are the 9 sword attendant elders, each at the pinnacle of the Yaoguang realm, representing the upper echelons of the sect. Currently, the supreme realm powerhouses across various forces in Taishan Prefecture have begun to lie in wait, and the Qingyun sword sect's ability to send a peak Yaoguang realm expert here speaks volumes about their commitment to Beichuan City. Elder Zhang, this esteemed individual is none other than the sword god of Shirley. The safety of Beichuan City owes much to the sword god's intervention. Upon hearing Beichuan Yun's introduction, the members of the Qingyun sword sect respectfully bowed to Ye Tianming. Before their arrival, they had already been briefed by General Beichuan Lei on the situation. We are immensely grateful to the sword god for coming to our aid. His renowned reputation is something we deeply admire. Elder Zhang Yuanhua exclaimed with a smile, acutely aware that the individual before him was a powerhouse of the supreme realm, someone he could not afford to offend. Upon witnessing the scene, Ye Tianming chuckled and remarked, "The actions of the heavenly demon sect are an affront to both man and deity alike. I firmly believe that anyone who encounters the heavenly demon sect would be compelled to vanquish them without hesitation. Senior sword god, Elder Zhang, since we are all gathered here, why not come to my North River City for a discussion? I have already instructed my people to prepare a feast to entertain you." "Ha ha ha, splendid," Zhang Yuanhua exclaimed with a hearty laugh. "I have long yearned for the famed 10 absolute immortal wine of North River City. Today, I shall indulge to my heart's content." After exchanging pleasantries, the group set forth directly to North River City. As for the 2 leaders of the Heavenly Kill Hall, they were swiftly dispatched by a powerful swordsman from the Qingyun sword sect. This act finally instilled a sense of participation among the Qingyun sword sect's warriors. Having traveled a great distance, they had not encountered a single practitioner from the Heavenly Demon sect, leaving them to ponder whom they could hold accountable. Regardless, it was essential to slay a couple of practitioners from the Heavenly Demon sect to elevate the spirits of the occasion. Upon their return to North River City, everything had already been meticulously arranged by North River Lei. The bodies outside the city had been cleared, and numerous cultivators were busy repairing the city walls and reinforcing the protective formations. At the banquet, both the cultivators from the Qingyun sword sect and those from North River City showed immense respect towards Ye Tianming. "Senior sword god, had it not been for your intervention, I fear that the million cultivators of North River City would have already fallen victim to the blood sacrifice of the Heavenly Demon sect. The million cultivators of North River City owe their lives to you, Senior sword god. Should you ever require our assistance in the future, do not hesitate to command us." North River Yu raised her wine cup, her spirits soaring. "This cup of wine is a tribute from the million cultivators of North River City to you, Senior sword god." With that, North River Yu led the multitude of cultivators from North River City in a respectful bow towards Ye Tianming. The gathered cultivators then raised their voices in unison, joyfully partaking in the revelry. Upon witnessing this, Ye Tianming chuckled softly, raised his wine cup, and drank it all in one gulp. Ding! The host has savored the 10 absolute immortal wine. Congratulations to the host for acquiring one of the 10 divine fires, the Jiwei heavenly fire. Soon, the system's reward echoed in Ye Tianming's mind. 10 divine fires? Jiwei heavenly fire? What are these? Ye Tianming pondered with curiosity. However, he quickly began to examine the information regarding the 10 divine fires. Jiwei heavenly fire, one of the 10 divine fires, also known as the fire of stellar origin, is a supreme flame formed by the convergence of the power of the 7 stars, possessing destructive lethality, which amplifies under the starry sky. Note, the flames of the world are categorized into earth fire, heaven fire, strange fire, and divine fire, with divine fire reigning as the king of flames. The fire from the primordial chaos. Each type of divine fire wields the power to annihilate the heavens and the earth. Collecting all 10 divine fires can incinerate the myriad realms. At that moment, a vision appeared before Ye Tianming's eyes. He found himself amidst the vast starry expanse, where a figure shimmering with golden light emerged beneath the cosmos. With his back turned to the multitude, his face remained obscured, Yet an aura of terrifying pressure emanated from him, accompanied by the flow of the great Tao and resonant Tao sounds. Just a single glance invoked an irresistible impulse to submit. Suddenly, the figure conjured a ball of flame in his hand, which instantly surged toward a celestial body. In an instant, that star erupted into a fiery blaze. Before long, the colossal star vanished into the abyss of the starry sky. This flame was none other than the Jiwei heavenly fire, one of the 10 divine fires that Ye Tianming had just acquired. Seeing the introduction of the 10 divine fires and the Jiwei heavenly fire, Ye Tianming couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. From the preceding vision, it was evident that the 10 divine fires were on par with his own 10 chaotic divine swords. Furthermore, the ability to gather all 10 divine fires could potentially consume the myriad realms. It seemed even imperial weapons would struggle to withstand the forging of the 10 divine fires. However, with Ye Tianming's current strength, it appeared he was still unable to wield the Jiwei heavenly fire to incinerate stars like the figure in the vision. The power of the 10 divine fires is indeed formidable. Ye Tianming took a long breath, realizing that it had been quite some time since the system had bestowed upon him any remarkable treasures. To his astonishment, this time he was rewarded with one of the 10 divine fires, the Jiwei heavenly fire. Ever since awakening the system, Ye Tianming had indulged in every exquisite wine available in the Grand Qian Dynasty. Gradually, the rewards from the system had become increasingly sparse. To obtain more substantial rewards, he needed to sample the remaining fine wines. However, as Ye Tianming often resided in the Grand Qian Dynasty, acquiring wines from other regions proved to be quite a challenge. Now, having tasted the previously untried 10 absolute immortal wine, he was unexpectedly granted the extraordinary reward of the 10 divine fires. Ye Tianming could not help but feel a sense of emotion. Soon, after the banquet had reached its third round of drinks, it came to an end. Ye Tianming bid farewell to Beichuan Yun and the formidable members of the Qingyun sword sect. As he was about to leave, numerous cultivators from Beichuan City expressed their heartfelt gratitude towards him. Senior, if there is ever a command in the future, the million cultivators of Beichuan City will unhesitatingly brave fire and water for you, they shouted in unison, their voices resonating through the heavens, even causing the great Tao to tremble. Witnessing this scene, Ye Tianming smiled gently and stepped into the carriage. Shortly thereafter, the carriage ascended into the sky, vanishing from Beichuan City. After Ye Tianming's departure, the Qingyun sword sect members also took their leave from Beichuan City. Brother Tianming, just ahead lies Kanglan Prefecture, and upon entering, we will be in the territory of our Ji family, Ji Zhao said to Ye Tianming from within the carriage. All right, I understand, he replied. Ye Tianming nodded slightly, surprised at how swiftly they were approaching Kanglan Prefecture. However, he failed to notice that Ji Zhao bore a countenance tinged with discontent. Miss, what troubles you? Xiao Chui, observing Ji Zhiruo's demeanor, could not help but voice her concern quietly. Miss, what is the matter? Upon hearing Xiao Chui's inquiry, Ji Zhiruo turned to her, the melancholy in her expression fleeting. It's nothing. I can't quite explain it. But the thought of him soon going to his family and marrying my sister leaves me with an uneasy feeling, Ji Zhiruo admitted, shaking her head. This sentiment was unfamiliar to her, and even she could not comprehend its origin. Before encountering Ye Tianming, she harbored a strong aversion towards him, deeming him uneducated and a debauchee unworthy of her sister. Yet, after spending time with Ye Tianming, her perception shifted, leading her to believe her sister was unworthy of him. Upon hearing Ji Zhiruo's response, Xiao Chui could not suppress a laugh. Miss, could it be that you have developed affections for young Master Yi? How could that be possible? Ji Zhiruo retorted playfully, her cheeks flushing as she stole a glance at Ye Tianming, who reclined in a chair, enjoying a massage from Bai Lingyan. Had she truly taken a liking to him? When had it begun? Was it from their first meeting? Or from the moment he rescued her from the hands of the celestial demon sect? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could she harbor feelings for her sister's betrothed? Even if you have indeed fallen for young Master Yi, I see no issue with it. After all, your sister may not necessarily share the same feelings. Xiao Chui replied with a playful tone, suggesting that Ji Zhiruo could marry Ye Tianming in the future. Xiao Chui, do not speak foolishly, Ji Zhiruo chided, casting a disapproving glance at her. Hiki, miss, I am merely speaking the truth, Xiao Chui giggled, making a mischievous face at Ji Zhiruo. But what if my sister develops feelings for brother Tianming? What then? Ji Zhiruo inquired anxiously. I find that highly unlikely. Your sister is the foremost genius of Kanglan Prefecture, and she is yet unaware of young Master Ye's true talents. She may still perceive him as nothing more than a notorious drinker, Xiao Chui responded, adding, moreover, it appears young Master Ye harbors no interest in your sister. Is that so? Ji Zhirua murmured softly to herself. Someone is approaching. Ye Tianming suddenly opened his eyes and spoke, startling both Ji Zhirua and Xiao Chui, who feared he had overheard their private conversation. Brother Tianming, is it the people from the celestial demon sect pursuing us? Ji Zhirua asked with a worried expression. We shall find out once we step outside. Ye Tianming shook his head and, accompanied by Ji Zhirua, stepped out of the carriage. At that moment, not far away, a colossal warship hovered in the void. This magnificent vessel loomed like a titanic beast, adorned with an array of intricate formations that subtly emanated a radiant glow, showcasing its formidable defenses. The deck was teeming with figures, and a grand flag fluttered in the wind, proudly displaying the resplendent golden character G. Uncle, what brings you here? Upon recognizing the figures aboard the warship, Ji Zhirua's excitement surged. The visitors were none other than the formidable members of the Ji family from Kanglan Prefecture, specifically her second uncle, Ji Yuanwu. Haha, Zhirua, we were so worried when you sneaked out. You must be cautious. Ji Yuanwu boomed with laughter as he soared to the front of Ye Tianming's carriage. Turning to Ye Tianming, he remarked, I presume this esteemed individual is none other than His Highness, the destined one of the Grand Qian Dynasty. Junior Ye Tianming pays his respects to you, esteemed elder. Ye Tianming smiled faintly and nodded slightly to Ji Yuanwu. Uncle, you have no idea. Throughout the journey, I owe much to Brother Tianming. Had it not been for him. Cough, cough. Ji Zhirua, upon seeing Ji Yuanwu, was overwhelmed with excitement and nearly divulged all about Ye Tianming. Had it not been for Ye Tianming's gentle cough as a reminder, Ji Zhirua would have likely revealed the secret that Ye Tianming was the legendary sword god of 10 miles to Ji Yuanwu. What would have happened were it not for His Highness Tianming? Oh, it's nothing, nothing at all, uncle. Let us hasten back. Ji Zhirua paused for a moment and quickly shifted the subject. It has been quite a while since I last saw father, mother, and my sister. Let us be on our way. Ji Yuanwu, observing Ji Zhirua's demeanor, felt somewhat puzzled but chose not to dwell on it and laughed heartily. Let us go. He then turned to Ye Tianming with a smile. Your Highness Tianming, this way, please. Ye Tianming nodded slightly and followed Ji Zhirua aboard the warship. Master, the Ji family is indeed formidable. They have managed to ascertain our location, Ye Kuan remarked as they boarded. It is likely that there is a powerful presence from the Ji family that has left a trace of divine consciousness on Zhirua, allowing them to sense her approximate whereabouts. Ye Tianming replied nonchalantly. Then, Master, regarding your identity, do you believe they will uncover my methods? Ye Tianming cast a glance at Ye Kuan, surprised that this young man doubted him. How amusing. Indeed, with the Master's unparalleled abilities, how could they possibly be uncovered by a mere ant of the supreme realm? Ye Kuan hastily flattered him, saying, Your Highness Tianming, we are immensely grateful for your care of Zhirua during this time. Otherwise, we would truly have been uneasy with her venturing out alone. At that moment, Ji Yuanwu approached, smiling as he spoke. Your words are overly gracious, esteemed elder. The bond between my father and Zhirua's father is one of deep friendship. Zhirua is, after all, my sister. As her elder brother, it is only natural for me to look after my dear sister. Ye Tianming smiled and replied, Haha, my elder brother and sister-in-law have long wished to meet you. As for your union with Ruxue, I believe this occasion is destined to solidify your bond. Once we select an auspicious date, you two shall be wed. Ye Tianming hesitated. This marriage arrangement was personally decreed by your father and my elder brother. You must not refuse. Ji Yuanwu chuckled, then commanded his men to hasten the warship towards the Ji family estate. Observing this, Ye Tianming could only offer a wry smile, deciding to address matters further upon their arrival at the Ji household. In the Kanglan Prefecture, at the Ji family estate's rear mountain, a maid rushed into a courtyard atop the mountain. Miss, the second young lady has returned with that worthless prince from the Grand Qian Dynasty. This courtyard, perched at the summit of the Ji family's rear mountain, served as the residence and practice space for the eldest daughter, Ji Ruxue. Typically, only Ji Ruxue and a maid resided here. Any other members of the Ji family wishing to visit must announce their presence in advance. At that moment, a woman with cascading white hair and a regal nose was playing the guqin. Her eyes sparkled like stars, exuding an aura of grace and poise. Clad in a flowing purple gown, her fair legs were subtly visible, slender and ethereal, akin to a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. This woman was none other than Ji Ruxue, the foremost prodigy of Kanglan Prefecture and the esteemed eldest daughter of the Ji family. Oh, Jiruo and Ye Tianming have come together? Ji Ruxue paused her performance, her ruby lips parting softly. Indeed, and it appears they are in high spirits, the maid replied, puzzled. Miss, this worthless prince has come to propose marriage to you. Should you not take your leave for a while? The maid inquired. Worthless prince? Ji Ruxue chuckled lightly. He is not a mere worthless prince. Ah? The maid was taken aback, her brow furrowing in confusion. Miss, what do you mean by that? Nothing of consequence. Come, let us see this so-called worthless prince, Ji Ruxue said. Miss, you have disregarded the talented youths of Kanglan Prefecture. Why show interest in such a worthless prince? The maid jested. At this, Ji Ruxue merely smiled and shook her head. With a single step, she vanished, reappearing at the foot of the mountain, outside the Ji estate. Ye Tianming gazed upon the magnificent abode of the Ji family, his heart filled with awe. The grandeur of the Ji family residence rivaled that of the capital of the Qian Dynasty. Within, an ethereal mist swirled, brimming with spiritual energy. And he could even see several cranes fluttering gracefully amidst the clouds. In the distance, towering peaks pierced the sky, adorned with numerous structures. The Ji family truly lived up to its reputation as the foremost family in Kanglan Prefecture. With a concentration of spiritual energy inside that was 5 to 6 times greater than that of the outside world. Ye Tianming sighed, indeed. My family possesses a dedicated training chamber, where the concentration of spiritual energy is tenfold that of the outside world. Training there is undoubtedly more efficient. Ji Yuanwu wore a proud expression. Soon, Ji Yuanwu led Ye Tianming and the others deeper into the Ji family estate. Along the way, Ye Tianming observed the surroundings and noticed numerous Ji family disciples engaged in their training. With a sweep of his spiritual consciousness, he discerned that the Ji family housed at least tens of thousands of members. Moreover, there were many formidable individuals within. And this was merely a branch of the once mighty imperial Ji family. One could only imagine the terror of the true imperial Ji family. As Ye Tianming pondered deeply, Ji Yuanwu escorted him into the grand hall of the Ji family. At the elevated position within the hall sat a formidable middle-aged man, exuding an aura so powerful that he resembled a deity, safeguarding the entire Ji clan. This individual was none other than Ji Yuanwu, the current patriarch of the Ji family, and the father of Ji Ruxue and Ji Jiruo, a peak supreme realm powerhouse. Beside Ji Yuanwu sat a graceful woman of exceptional beauty, known as Shinmuxin, the mother of Ji Ruxue and Ji Jiruo, elder brother, sister-in-law. This is His Highness Tianming, Ji Yuanwu announced with a hearty laugh as he entered the hall, introducing Ye Tianming to Ji Yuanming and Shinmuxin. Haha, so you are Tianming? I have often heard your father speak of you. I cannot believe you have grown so much. Ji Yuanming exclaimed, his laughter resonating warmly, devoid of any semblance of authority, akin to an elder observing a younger family member. Younger generation, Ye Tianming pays his respects to uncle and aunt. Ye Tianming respectfully bowed to the two individuals before him, recognizing Ji Yuanming as a close confidant of his father, thus an elder to him. Such etiquette was, of course, to be expected. Ha ha ha, splendid. Truly a remarkable young man. Ji Yuanming chuckled heartily, stepping forward to pat Ye Tianming's shoulder, expressing a hint of nostalgia. It has been many years since I last saw your father. I have heard that the heavenly demon sect in Taishan Prefecture is eyeing us closely. Is your father well? He is in good health. Thank you for your concern. Uncle, Ye Tianming replied. That's wonderful to hear. Your father possesses extraordinary talent. He is the strongest among our generation. In Taishan Prefecture, a mere heavenly demon sect cannot stir up much trouble. Ji Yuanming spoke with evident admiration for the Qian Emperor, a sentiment that took Ye Tianming by surprise. Following this, Ji Yuanming inquired about mundane family matters, displaying the care of an elder for his junior. Ye Tianming answered each question in turn. Ye Tianming, has your father informed you about your engagement to Ruxue? Ji Yuanming suddenly asked, testing the waters. My father has conveyed everything to me. I have come this time specifically for the engagement, Ye Tianming stated. Ha ha ha, splendid indeed. Ji Yuanming laughed, then turned to the side where Shinmuxin stood. Where's Ruxue? Did I not inform her that today is the day of Tianming's arrival? I shall send someone to urge her. Shinmuxin smiled gently and promptly prepared to dispatch a servant for the task. Tianming, prior to your arrival, I received a message from your father. For now, you and Ruxue shall simply meet. We will not pressure you to fulfill the engagement. Everything will be determined by you young people, Ji Yuanming said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Ye Tianming felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, little did he know that Ji Yuanming had heard of his reputation. Ji Yuanming was well aware of Ji Rushue's character. Even the young talents from Kanglan Prefecture looked down upon her. So how could they expect her to accept a prince with a penchant for drink? While he personally endorsed the marriage, he couldn't help but consider his daughter's future. At that moment, a graceful figure entered the grand hall, instantly capturing everyone's attention as she stepped inside. Sister, you finally arrived, Ji Zhirua exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she rushed to Ji Rushue's side. Ji Rushue performed a respectful greeting to the elders present before turning her gaze to Ye Tianming. You must be Ye Tianming? Indeed, that is correct. Ye Tianming, neither servile nor overbearing, respectfully clasped his hands before Ji Rushue, while secretly astonished within. Ji Rushue possessed an unparalleled beauty, accompanied by an ethereal aura that set her apart from all the women he had ever encountered. At first glance, even Ye Tianming found himself momentarily entranced. The thought of being able to take Ji Rushue as his wife was indeed a tantalizing notion. Ye Tianming pondered quietly within himself. However, upon considering that Ji Rushue was such a paragon of beauty and talent, he wondered how she could possibly take an interest in him, unless he revealed his cultivation, which would contradict his intentions. Exposing his abilities would inevitably lead to a cascade of troubles, essentially inviting hardship upon himself. Rushue, do take a moment to observe and share your thoughts on Tianming, Ji Yuanming said with a smile, beckoning Ji Rushue to his side. Ji Rushue glanced at Ye Tianming and remarked, young Master Yi is indeed a striking figure, worthy of being regarded as a dragon among men. Upon hearing this, Ye Tianming could not help but touch his nose. Typically, as a cultivator's prowess deepens, their appearance tends to be handsome, yet Yi Wushuang could undeniably be considered exceptionally attractive. Otherwise, how could he have experienced such a rebirth? In this era, those of unappealing looks were unlikely to traverse realms, as it would diminish the reader's immersion. Upon hearing Ji Rushue's praise for Ye Tianming, Ji Yuanming beamed. The betrothal between you and Tianming was arranged since childhood. Now that the time has come for your union, what do you think? As he spoke, Ji Yuanming and Xin Muxin gazed at Ji Rushue with eager anticipation. Meanwhile, Ji Zhirua widened her eyes, curious to see her sister's response. However, unlike Ji Yuanming and Xin Muxin, Ji Zhirua hoped that Ji Rushue would decline. I wish to discuss my engagement with young Master Yi privately, Ji Rushue said with a gentle smile. Upon hearing this, Ji Yuanming clapped his thigh in agreement. Of course, matters of the heart should be decided by the young ones themselves. Yet, Ji Zhirua and Ye Tianming exchanged bewildered glances at this response. This was not how it was supposed to unfold. According to their assumptions, Ji Rushue must be aware that Ye Tianming was a good-for-nothing prince, addicted to wine. As the foremost prodigy of Kanglan Prefecture, how could she possibly marry a wasteful prince? After meeting Ye Tianming, she would surely refuse. Then, Ye Tianming would simply walk away. Ji Zhirua, on the other hand, thought that to avoid the Ji family earning a reputation for breaking their word, she would take it upon herself to fulfill Ye Tianming's engagement, achieving two goals with one action. Yet, the current situation suggested that Ji Rushue did not seem averse to Ye Tianming. Young Master Yi, this way, please, Ji Rushue said with a slight smile, gesturing for him to follow. Oh, Ye Tianming nodded and, in a state of bewilderment, followed Ji Rushue out of the grand hall. Meanwhile, Ji Zhirua, witnessing this scene, was instantly filled with indignation, stamping her foot in frustration. Husband, I believe this matter holds promise, she exclaimed after Ye Tianming and Ji Rushue had departed. Oh, what makes you say so, my lady? Ji Yuanming inquired with a smile. In the past, not only in Kanglan Prefecture, but also in several surrounding regions, there were young talents who came to propose, yet what of Rushue? She did not even grant them a glance and even sent them away with a beating. Now, however, Rushue not only harbors no disdain for Tianming but wishes to speak with him privately. What could be of such concern for us to overhear? This indicates that Rushue at least holds a favorable impression of Tianming. Haha, you are absolutely right, Ji Yuanming exclaimed, slapping his thigh in excitement. Humph, I doubt my sister would ever take a liking to him. Ji Zhirua huffed, turning her back as she left the grand hall, leaving Ji Yuanming and Xin Muxin somewhat perplexed. This child, in the Ji family's rear mountain, within Ji Rushue's courtyard, she poured a glass of renowned wine. Tian Stenzue, upon hearing that young Master Yi enjoyed drinking, Young Master Yi, please, Ji Ruxiwei said with a smile. Thank you, Miss Ji. Ye Tianming raised his wine cup and, in an instant, drained it in one gulp. Ding. The host has savored the heavenly immortal's intoxication. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Vitality Pill. Vitality Pill. Upon consumption, it bestows the host with mastery over marksmanship, rendering his spear unyielding and allowing him to embrace the pillars of the 9 dragons. Henceforth, family life shall be filled with bliss and harmony, bringing joy to all parties involved. Upon witnessing the system's reward, Ye Tianming immediately spat out his drink. Young Master Yi, is this wine not to your liking? Noticing Ye Tianming's reaction, Ji Ruxiwei furrowed her brow and instructed her personal maid to remove the jar of wine. Oh no, not at all. It is merely a small personal quirk of mine. Please do not take offense, Miss Ji. Ye Tianming hastily began to elucidate. I see. Ji Ruxiwei felt perplexed. What could this trivial matter be? Nevertheless, she did not dwell on it for long and continued to inquire, Young Master Yi. It is said that the heavenly demon sect is currently casting its covetous gaze upon Taishan Prefecture, causing considerable distress to the major forces within. I wonder what your perspective on this situation is. How could one perceive it? Naturally, one must observe with their eyes. In Ye Tianming's heart, there was a sense of slander. Nevertheless, he maintained a serious demeanor as he remarked, this celestial demon sect is merely a trifling organization. My Taishan Prefecture is brimming with talent, and we harbor no fear of such a minor sect. He continued. It is said that Taishan Prefecture has produced a mysterious sword cultivator of formidable prowess, known as the 10-mile sword deity. Pray tell, does young Master Yi happen to be acquainted with him? However, Ji Ruxiwei's words caused Ye Tianming to furrow his brow. How did the conversation divert to the 10-mile sword deity? Could it be that his identity had been unveiled? Such a notion seemed implausible, for he had never met Ji Ruxiwei, unless Ji Zhirua had discreetly divulged information to her. Yet, given Ji Zhirua's timid nature, it was unlikely she would have confided such a secret. After all, the esteemed 10-mile sword deity was a paragon of swordsmanship. How could a mere soul-forging realm insignificant being like himself possibly know him? Ye Tianming smiled and remarked, is that so? Ji Ruxiwei, with her enchanting gaze slightly furrowed, then said, Young Master Yi, why not allow me to play a melody for you? Upon hearing this, Ye Tianming's interest was piqued. It was indeed a delightful prospect to have such a beauty perform for him. He immediately displayed an expression of anticipation. Observing his reaction, Ji Ruxiwei gracefully retrieved her guqin and began to play. Soon, the melodious and lingering notes resonated throughout the courtyard, creating a most pleasurable ambience. The sound of the guqin floated like celestial music. However, the once gentle and flowing melody soon transformed into a rhythm filled with fluctuations, stirring deep emotions within. Interwoven with the music were the resonant sounds of blades clashing. How intriguing! Ye Tianming discerned the extraordinary nature of the melody and turned his gaze towards the guqin held by Ji Ruxiwei. This ancient instrument was at least a top-tier earthly spirit artifact. Should Ji Ruxiwei so desire, she could effortlessly orchestrate lethal consequences through her music. What are you doing? Suddenly, Ye Tianming's eyes flew wide open as he swiftly rose and evaded to the side. Bang! An explosion erupted precisely where he had been seated, shattering the chair into fragments. Had it not been for his timely evasion, the destruction would have been far more dire than mere furniture. Although Ji Ruxiwei's attack had yet to pose a threat to him, such actions incited considerable ire within Ye Tianming. You have concealed your true power. Beside them, Ji Ruxiwei's maid gasped in astonishment. Wasn't this individual merely a drunken wastrel of a prince? How could he have evaded her mistress's strike? Young Master Yi, what is your intention? Ji Ruxiwei inquired with a slight smile, setting down the guqin. She shifted her tone, suggesting, perhaps I should address you as the sword god of Shirley. Upon hearing her words, Ye Tianming's earlier anger dissipated, and he resumed his seat, responding coolly, Miss Ji, I would appreciate an explanation for today's events. Ji Ruxiwei raised her glass in a toast to Ye Tianming, smiling as she remarked, I have conducted an investigation into you. Young Master Yi, the sword god of Shirley emerged in Taishan Prefecture without warning, shortly after your own demotion to the royal mausoleum. Moreover, he has intervened each time solely to rescue the 9th princess of the Qian Dynasty, Ye Xiaoxiao. Young Master Yi, do you consider this mere coincidence, or something more? To assume I am the sword god of Shirley is rather hasty, is it not? Ye Tianming let out a cold snort, clearly displeased. as he did not anticipate that his presence would be so easily unveiled. It was certainly not the case that he was in Beichuan City. Although the 10-mile sword god had made his move there, only the trace of Zhao could be found, and not that of young Master Yi. Huh. You were rather astute to possess knowledge of the happenings in Beichuan City. Ye Tianming took a sip from his wine glass, surprised to find that Ji Ruxue was far more intelligent than he had anticipated. He then inquired, "Are you not afraid? I am not the 10-mile sword god, and had your previous strike landed, I would have perished." He continued, "If that were the case, it would only mean that young Master Yi is unworthy of being Ji Ruxue's husband." Ji Ruxue chuckled softly. Just as Ye Tianming was about to articulate further, Ji Ruxue suddenly let out a delicate hum, her body growing weak as she collapsed onto him. A fragrant aroma instantly filled Ye Tianming's nostrils, causing him to shudder. Miss. A nearby maid rushed over to support Ji Ruxue. "What is happening?" Ye Tianming frowned, pondering whether this was an instance of deceit. His esteemed lady possessed the rare Qian physique, which periodically manifested its unique traits. To his astonishment, this occurrence had arrived earlier than anticipated. "Is there any way to remedy this?" Ye Tianming inquired. "No, the Qian grass has yet to arrive. And if we delay until its arrival, it may be too late," Ji Ruxue's devoted maid responded anxiously. He had encountered the Qian physique in ancient texts. It was a formidable constitution that allowed practitioners to achieve remarkable results with minimal effort. However, during the period when the Yuan had yet to be released, the individual would be susceptible to the encroaching cold, necessitating the refinement of potent yang herbs to counteract it. Failing to do so could lead to dire consequences under repeated assaults from the frigid energy. This was the very reason Ji Yuanming and Xin Muxin urged Ji Ruxue to marry sooner rather than later. Yet, it seemed that the invasion of cold had come unexpectedly, leaving Ji Ruxue unprepared with the necessary yang herbs. After all, such remedies were not easily procured. There is another way. At that moment, Ji Ruxue mustered her strength to rise, her gaze fixed upon Ye Tianming. "No, my lady, if this were to leak out, your reputation," the maid protested. "Ye Gongzi is already my husband. What harm could it bring?" Ji Ruxue weakened, collapsing once more into Ye Tianming's embrace, inhaling the fragrance of the enchanting figure in his arms. Even Ye Tianming felt his heart racing at that moment. "Ye Gongzi, I implore you to save my life," Ji Ruxue whispered softly. "This. Ye Gongzi, carry me into the room," Ji Ruxue insisted gently, halting his thoughts. At that moment, Ye Tianming, filled with resolve, acknowledged that saving her was paramount. Resolutely, he lifted Ji Ruxue and carried her into the room, casting a spell to seal the premises. Inside, Ye Tianming sensed the cold emanating from Ji Ruxue. This chill would deter anyone else from approaching her. Fortunately, Ye Tianming possessed the ancient body, the pinnacle of all physiques, rendering him immune to the cold emitted by the Qian physique. Just as he was about to speak, a fervent kiss silenced him, and soon, they were enveloped in the warmth of the bed. 2.5 hours later, Ji Ruxue had drifted into a deep slumber in Ye Tianming's arms. Observing the beauty cradled within him, Ye Tianming leaned back, reflecting on the striking contrast between her usual cold demeanor and her current state. Were it not for the potent enhancement pill he had recently acquired, he might have found the situation overwhelming. Nevertheless, amidst this tumultuous encounter, Ye Tianming reaped significant rewards. After absorbing Ji Ruxue's Yuan, his cultivation had unexpectedly surged, breaking through not merely one, but 3 minor realms, elevating him to the 3rd level of the supreme realm. "Dear husband." At this moment, Ji Ruxue also gradually awakened, gazing at Ye Tianming, and recalling her previous actions, her face instantly flushed with embarrassment. "Husband, I never anticipated that you are the fabled ancient sacred body, and a supreme realm powerhouse at that. What other secrets are you concealing from me?" After their recent profound exchange, the two had come to understand each other quite well. There are numerous things you remain unaware of." Ye Tianming chuckled softly and placed a gentle kiss on Ji Ruxue's forehead. Initially, he had intended to annul their engagement, but unexpectedly, fate took a different turn, leading him to share an intimate moment with Ji Ruxue. Consequently, he felt a profound sense of responsibility towards her. "Husband, the hour grows late. Let us first pay a visit to father and mother," Ji Ruxue suggested. Ye Tianming nodded in agreement, and after dressing alongside Ji Ruxue, they made their way to the grand hall of the Ji family. At this moment, within the grand hall, Ji Yuanming and Xin Muxin were present. The two of them gazed at Ye Tianming with cheerful smiles, while beside them stood Ji Zhuo, visibly agitated. As Ye Tianming entered, he was met with Ji Zhiruo's gaze, which seemed to possess a lethal intensity. A sense of trepidation washed over him. Had he inadvertently offended her? Ha ha ha, Tianming, your affairs have been divulged to us by Xiaozhu. I never anticipated you concealed your secrets so profoundly, even from your father, Ji Yuanming exclaimed with hearty laughter. Xiaozhu, whom he mentioned, was none other than Ji Rushue's devoted handmaiden. Initially, Ji Yuanming had been skeptical when Xiaozhu informed him of Ye Tianming's formidable prowess. It was only after persistent inquiries that Ji Zhiruo revealed the secret that Ye Tianming was the legendary sword god of Tenli. Upon hearing this, Ji Yuanming found it hard to believe and immediately extended his spiritual consciousness to investigate. However, he soon discovered that Ji Rushue's residence was already shrouded in a protective array, rendering his attempts at probing futile. It was at this moment that Ji Yuanming accepted the truth of Ye Tianming's identity as the sword god of Tenli. Uncle, I implore you to keep this matter confidential, even from my father. The heavenly demon sect is watching closely. Should my identity be exposed, it could lead to dire consequences. Upon hearing this, Ye Tianming offered a bittersweet smile. Rest assured, Tianming, since you have expressed it so, as an elder, I shall certainly refrain from making any rash statements. Ji Yuanming promptly nodded in agreement. However, he remained deeply perplexed about the nature of Ye Tianming's cultivation. After all, he was still relatively young, appearing to be only a few decades old. In contrast, for cultivators who often lived for thousands of years, a few decades was exceedingly youthful. The thought of Ye Tianming's mere decades juxtaposed with his own millennia of cultivation made Ji Yuanming's face break into a radiant smile. He felt as though he had discovered a treasure. At this juncture, the concern was no longer whether Ji Rushue would take a liking to Ye Tianming, but rather whether Ye Tianming would hold an interest in Ji Rushue. Tianming, regarding your marriage. At last, it was Shun Muxin who ventured to inquire. Uncle, Aunt, the matter of my union with Rushue rests entirely in the hands of the esteemed elders, Ye Tianming replied with a gentle smile. Excellent. We shall select an auspicious date to arrange your wedding, Ji Yuanming declared, slapping his palm down, anxious that Ye Tianming might reconsider. Humph. At that moment, a cold snort unexpectedly pierced the atmosphere. Ji Zhiruo cast a fierce glare at Ye Tianming before turning on her heel and departing the Ji family hall. Her abrupt action left Ye Tianming somewhat bewildered. However, Ji Rushue, witnessing this, allowed a subtle smile to grace her lips and glanced at Ye Tianming with a hint of meaning. My dear husband, should you wish to marry me, there is a complication that remains to be seen if you can surmount, Ji Rushue suddenly remarked with a playful tone. Complication? What complication? Ye Tianming was taken aback, scratching his head in confusion. You see, there are many talented youths in Kanglan Prefecture. Even geniuses from neighboring prefectures have approached my Ji family with marriage proposals, but all have been politely dismissed. Shin Muxin chuckled. If news of your engagement to Rushue spreads, I imagine many will come to challenge you, which could become quite a hassle. I thought it was something significant. Let them come when the time comes. Ye Tianming smiled broadly. He firmly believed that, apart from the prodigies from the imperial forces across the 3,000 great regions, no one had yet attained the supreme realm, especially not in Kanglan Prefecture and other lesser-ranked regions. At most, the talented challengers would possess skills only at the Tai Chi realm, and it was uncertain whether they could even reach the Wuji realm. After all, Tianming was known as the 10-mile sword god, a formidable being of the supreme realm. Thus, those individuals could never hope to rival him. Ji Yuanming laughed heartily, increasingly fond of Ye Tianming. Previously, he had merely regarded Tianming as a junior out of respect for the Qian emperor. Now, however, Ji Yuanming esteemed him for his innate prowess. In that case, I shall send someone to make the necessary arrangements, and we will discuss the timing of your grand wedding, brother Yi. During this time, you shall reside with us, and I will have Rushue show you the delights of Kanglan Prefecture. I've heard you have a penchant for fine wines, and we have an abundance of exquisite selections here. Ji Yuanming appeared genuinely joyful. His daughter was finally marrying off, and to a genius among geniuses, no less. Nonetheless, such a significant occasion could not be taken lightly. Preparations for hosting guests and finalizing the date would require considerable time. In the days that followed, Ye Tianming made his residence at the Ji family in Kanglan Prefecture, delaying his return to Taishan Prefecture. Before he knew it, a month had passed. During this time, he remained at the Ji household, spending evenings deepening his understanding with Ji Rushue, while enjoying the company of fine wine and beautiful companions during the day. A most delightful existence. Rushue, what troubles you? Are you well? On this day, as Ye Tianming entered the courtyard, he noticed Ji Ruxue struggling to suppress the chilling energy within her, which startled him. His ancient sacred body could easily subdue her profound yin body. Why then was she suffering a backlash now? My husband, I am fine. Ji Ruxue gently shook her head, her complexion pale. Your ancient sacred body is exceedingly potent, continually suppressing the profound yin body, resulting in a serious rebound. The profound yin body is on the verge of a complete eruption. Upon listening to Ji Ruxue's explanation, Ye Tianming finally comprehended the situation. Previously, when Ji Ruxue was afflicted by the chilling energy of her xianyin physique, she would consume potent elixirs of utmost yang and rigidity to suppress the cold. However, the xianyin physique is an extraordinarily formidable constitution, and these elixirs could only provide temporary relief. Nonetheless, they were sufficient to help Ji Ruxue endure the invasive chill. Now, however, with her xianyin physique being relentlessly subdued by the ancient sacred body, an imbalance of yin and yang has ensued within her, causing the chilling energy to erupt instead. Ultimately, it is due to the overwhelming strength of Ye Tianming's ancient sacred body that the xianyin physique is unable to raise its head. Had it been confronted with a physique of equal caliber, the situation would not have manifested in this manner. Do not be anxious. First, stabilize the situation, he advised. Ye Tianming, without a moment's hesitation, began to channel streams of spiritual energy into Ji Ruxue's body. As his energy surged within her, the icy chill enveloping Ji Ruxue was swiftly subdued. Before long, warmth returned to her form, and her complexion blossomed with a healthy radiance. Upon witnessing this, Ye Tianming finally breathed a sigh of relief, embracing Ji Ruxue tenderly as he softly inquired, "Is it true that the xianyin constitution can only be sustained through the use of spirit herbs?" "There exists another solution," Ji Ruxue replied in a gentle tone. "In the Medicine King Valley, there is a Dao-tier spirit herb known as the Blazing Flame Dragon Soul Grass. By refining it into the Blazing Flame Dragon Soul Pill, my xianyin constitution's affliction can be completely resolved." Medicine King Valley? Blazing Flame Dragon Soul Grass. Ye Tianming's thoughts raced, and he quickly gathered information about the Valley of the Medicine King from his memories. The Valley of the Medicine King is a powerful organization composed of alchemists located in Kanglan Prefecture. The Valley's master has not only reached the pinnacle of the supreme realm, but is also a celestial tier alchemist. In the neighboring prefectures, the master of the Valley of the Medicine King is renowned, earning the respect of numerous forces. After all, a celestial tier alchemist commands significant authority. In the past, my father sought this miraculous herb. However, the Blazing Dragon Soul Grass is the Valley's treasured possession, and they were utterly unwilling to part with it. Ji Ruxue continued, stating that even if they were to obtain the Blazing Dragon Soul Grass, there is no guarantee that it could be refined into the Blazing Dragon Soul Pill. Ultimately, my father had no choice but to relent. The strength of the Valley of the Medicine King is only slightly inferior to that of the Ji family. Moreover, the valley is entirely comprised of alchemists, and many forces in the surrounding prefectures have connections with the Valley of the Medicine King, rendering them unafraid of the Ji family. Ruxue, rest assured, I will certainly help you acquire the Blazing Dragon Soul Grass, Ye Tianming declared without hesitation. He had just scanned his system space and realized that, although the system had not rewarded him with the Blazing Dragon Soul Grass, it did possess a considerable number of other Dao-tier and Saint-tier spiritual herbs. Ye Tianming would certainly not allow Ji Ruxue to continue suffering from the affliction of her profound yin physique. He was determined to journey to the Valley of the Medicine King to procure the Blazed Dragon Soul Herb. As for alchemy, even if he were to fail, it was imperative that he make the attempt. Ji Ruxue gazed at Ye Tianming, a sense of reassurance blossoming within her heart. She merely nodded and then nestled against him, drifting into a deep slumber. The following day, Ye Tianming, accompanied by Ji Ruxue, mounted Yukuan and set forth directly towards the Valley of the Medicine King. The valley was not far from the Ji family, merely a distance of 10,000 miles. With Yukuan's speed, they arrived at the territory of the valley in just 3 days. Nestled within a verdant gorge, the Valley of the Medicine King sprawled over 10,000 square kilometers, enveloped in swirling mists and abundant spiritual energy. Numerous cultivated fields flourished with a diverse array of spiritual herbs. Towering pavilions reached for the heavens, while celestial cranes soared gracefully, creating an ethereal atmosphere. In Kanglan State, aside from the Ji family, which stood as a superpower, there were several formidable factions, with the Valley of the Medicine King being one of them. Yi Kuan transformed into the primordial form of Baifeng, hovering above the valley of the Medicine King. Upon his back rested Ye Tianming and Ye Tianming. Ye Tianming gazed down at the valley of the Medicine King, refraining from unnecessary words. With a mere thought, an overwhelming and invincible aura emanated from him. I am the sword god of 10 miles, here to pay my respects to the valley of the Medicine King. Immediately, a resounding voice echoed throughout the valley. Ye Tianming believed that the title of the 10-mile sword god would undoubtedly prove more advantageous than his own name. As anticipated, in the blink of an eye, a middle-aged man dressed in a gray robe and wielding a whisk materialized before him. The man appeared to be in his 30s, yet his profound gaze betrayed the essence of an ancient being who had lived for millennia. Within him surged a tremendous force of spiritual energy, like an unfathomable ocean. And he regarded Ye Tianming and Ye Tianming with a wary expression. Soon after, several figures emerged from the depths of the Medicine King Valley, landing behind the middle-aged man. Among them, besides the initial figure, were 2 supreme realm powerhouses, while the others were all at least of the Yaoguang realm. Representing the upper echelon of the Medicine King Valley, I am Guoxing, the master of the Medicine King Valley. How remiss of me not to have welcomed the illustrious 10-mile sword god. I humbly ask for your forgiveness, the valley master, Guoxing said with a slight bow, his tone nonchalant. He was well aware of the 10-mile sword god's reputation, as the events transpiring in Taishan Prefecture were known across neighboring regions. In the vast expanse of the 3,000 great prefectures, the movement of cultivators was common, and some formidable forces even spanned multiple prefectures, ensuring that no information was truly isolated. The name of the 10-mile sword god had reached the ears of many in Kanglan Prefecture. However, what puzzled Guoxing was why the 10-mile sword god had come to the Medicine King Valley to seek him out. Friend Gua, you are too kind. I have long held the Medicine King Valley in high esteem. Ye Tianming respectfully clasped his hands before Guoxing, acknowledging the necessity of propriety when seeking assistance. Might I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? Guoxing inquired. Skeptical that the renowned sword god of 10, Li had merely come to pay a casual visit to the Medicine King Valley. Nevertheless, he accorded due respect to such a formidable figure, aware that it would be unwise for any faction, even one as esteemed as the Medicine King Valley, to provoke a powerful individual without cause. Behind Guoxing, the senior members of the Medicine King Valley regarded Ye Tianming with palpable caution. Observing their tension, Ye Tianming offered a gentle smile, discerning their apprehensions. There is no need for alarm. I come in search of a medicinal herb, he stated with a smile. Seeking a herb? Guoxing exhaled, visibly relieved. The Medicine King Valley boasted the largest variety of medicinal herbs in the surrounding states, frequently attracting numerous strong practitioners seeking remedies or the expertise of their alchemists. This was the reason for the cordial relations between various factions and the Medicine King Valley. Indeed, Guoxing continued, his curiosity piqued. What specific herb do you seek? The blazing dragon soul herb. Upon hearing this, the members of the Medicine King Valley were instantly taken aback, their gazes fixated on Ye Tianming. Master, the blazing dragon soul herb is the treasured possession of our Medicine King Valley. It must not be given to him. One protested. Indeed, master, the blazing dragon soul herb is a rare semi-level herb of unparalleled value. Another added, Master, this herb has been passed down from our ancestors. We cannot defy their legacy. In an uproar, the members of the Medicine King Valley urged Guoxing to refuse Ye Tianming's request. Ye Tianming, taken aback by their fervor, realized that the blazing dragon soul herb was indeed a semi-level medicinal herb. It was no wonder the Medicine King Valley was reluctant to part with it. Generally, Dao-level herbs contain a trace of the laws of the great Dao and are exceedingly precious. The pills crafted from such herbs are at least Dao-level in quality, and only Dao-level alchemists can refine them. The blazing dragon soul herb, being a semi-level herb, is undoubtedly among the most esteemed treasures in the neighboring states. My esteemed friend, the blazing dragon soul herb is the prized treasure of our Medicine King Valley. I must ask for your understanding. It is simply impossible for us to part with it. Guoxing replied, fully aware of its significance, shaking his head in resolute denial. There is no need for alarm. I am well aware of the blazing dragon soul herb's value. I come with the appropriate compensation for my request, Ye Tianming reassured them. Ye Tianming chuckled softly. However, his words left Guoxing in a state of perplexity. The blaze dragon soul grass is a rare medicinal herb of semi-dowed rank, undoubtedly ranking among the top 10 treasures in the neighboring several states. How could the 10-mile sword god possibly possess something more precious than the blazed dragon soul grass? Moreover, even if such a treasure were available, it would likely not be a medicinal herb, but rather a spiritual artifact or martial technique, which, in the eyes of an alchemist, pales in comparison to the value of the blazed dragon soul grass. Consequently, Guoxing smiled and shook his head, saying, "My friend, you are aware that Kanglan State ranks at the bottom among the 3,000 great states with scarce resources. Semi-dowed rank medicinal herbs are exceedingly rare, making them the most precious herbs in the surrounding states. Regardless of any treasure, I would never exchange the blazed dragon soul grass. Is that so?" Then, before Guoxing could finish his sentence, Ye Tianming produced a medicinal herb, holding it delicately in his hand. The spiritual herb in Ye Tianming's possession radiated a profound aura of spiritual energy, and upon its emergence, the very essence within the entirety of the Medicine King Valley thickened significantly. Furthermore, subtle traces of the laws of the great Tao were discernible upon this herb. This was undeniably a Tao-grade herb. Guoxing stood frozen in astonishment, and he was not alone. The other formidable beings within the Medicine King Valley gaped in disbelief, fixated on the spiritual herb in Ye Tianming's grasp. As alchemists, they could instantly recognize that the herb was an authentic Tao-grade elixir. Guoxing was rendered speechless by the sheer shock of it all. He had intended to remark that Tao-grade spiritual herbs had become extinct in the surrounding states. Yet Ye Tianming had effortlessly produced one. How could he not be astounded? This herb was a low-grade Tao herb known as the Extermination Heaven Dark Lotus. He wondered if it could be exchanged for the blazing dragon soul grass. It was only when Ye Tianming's voice cut through the astonishment that Guoxing and the other powerhouses of the Medicine King Valley were jolted back to reality. Gazing at the low-grade Tao herb, Guoxing's eyes shimmered with fervor. The blazing dragon soul grass was heralded as a half-step Tao-grade herb, yet it ultimately fell short of being a true Tao-grade herb. The Extermination Heaven Dark Lotus undoubtedly surpassed the value of 10 blazing dragon soul grasses. "Elder, may I inquire about your intentions for acquiring the blazing dragon soul grass?" Guoxing ventured, steeling himself. He yearned to trade the blazing dragon soul grass for the Extermination Heaven Dark Lotus. However, he had previously declared that he would not exchange the blazing dragon soul grass for anything, and now he found himself caught in a contradiction. "There is no need for you to concern yourself with that. However, the blazing dragon soul grass has been passed down through the generations of my Medicine King Valley." Ye Tianming smiled gently, and then remarked, "If one is insufficient, how about adding a low-grade blood-red divine lotus from the Tao rank?" As soon as Ye Tianming's voice fell, a blood-red, enchanting lotus flower materialized in his hand. At this moment, Guoxing and the powerful figures from the Yaowang Valley were rendered speechless, each one caught in a whirlwind of confusion. Had they lingered in the Yaowang Valley for too long, causing them to miss the abundance of resources that had emerged in the outside world? Was it possible that low-grade spiritual herbs were now scattered everywhere? Otherwise, it was unfathomable how Ye Tianming could casually produce 2 low-grade spiritual herbs. Even Ji Ruxue, who stood behind him, was now left in a state of astonishment. When Ye Tianming unveiled the Zhutian Minglian, Ji Ruxue, though astonished, managed to maintain her composure. However, when Ye Tianming subsequently revealed the blood-red divine lotus, her calm demeanor shattered. "Husband, these 2 spiritual herbs are exceedingly precious. They are not worth exchanging for the blazed dragon soul grass," she urged softly. Yet, Ye Tianming merely smiled, signaling her not to worry. Little did Ji Ruxue know that herbs of such lowly Tao grade were the most basic within Ye Tianming's system space, far exceeding what he could consume. Moreover, within the Void Realm, Ye Tianming had cultivated numerous Tao and sacred grade herbs. Fellow Taoist, might these 2 spiritual herbs be exchanged for the blazed dragon soul grass? Guoxing gazed at the 2 herbs in Ye Tianming's hand, his eyes wide with astonishment, almost parched as if beholding 2 unclad beauties. "Master, although the blazed dragon soul grass is a legacy from our ancestors, I believe we must be flexible. Master, I trust that the spirits of our ancestors would also wish for you to trade the blazed dragon soul grass for these 2 lowly Tao-grade herbs." Before Guoxing could voice his thoughts, the strong figures of Yaowang Valley chimed in, advocating for Guoxing's decision. "In that case, with the ancestors as witnesses, I, Guoxing, shall make a decision today that goes against our forebears for the advancement of Yaowang Valley." Guoxing gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, speaking softly. Upon hearing Guoxing's agreement, Ye Tianming's smile broadened. "Haha, senior brother, who would have thought that Yaowang Valley would be so lively today?" Just as Guoxing was about to send someone for the blazed dragon soul grass, A cold sneer echoed from the horizon. At the sound, the expressions of Guoxing and the other powerful figures of Yaowang Valley shifted dramatically. Ye Tianming turned his gaze towards the source of the sound, only to behold a vast expanse of ominous clouds approaching. Rather than mere clouds, it resembled a dense mass of malevolent energy. As the dark force drew near, Ye Tianming discerned countless figures within it. At the forefront stood a middle-aged man, his face marred by a frightful scar. The man exuded a powerful aura, his strength formidable beyond measure. Behind him followed 3 other formidable beings, each a master of the supreme realm, their prowess undeniable. Additionally, numerous formidable practitioners from the Yaoguang and Wuji realms surrounded the entirety of the Medicine King Valley. Xiangjian, it's you. Upon recognizing the leader, Guoxing was instantly consumed by rage, fixating his glare upon the man. You treacherous beast who betrays your master and ancestors, how dare you return? Xiangjian, what is your intention? Have you come to annihilate my Medicine King Valley? In that moment, the atmosphere within the Medicine King Valley was charged with fury, as the powerful members united in vehement condemnation of the middle-aged man at the forefront. What is happening? In an instant, Ye Tianming shielded Ji Rushiwei behind him and quietly inquired, Husband, this pertains to an event from a millennium ago concerning the Medicine King Valley. Ji Rushiwei spoke solemnly. 1,000 years ago, the previous master of the Medicine King Valley had 2 disciples, namely the current master, Guoxing, and this man, Xiangjian. As she spoke, Ji Rushiwei began recounting the ancient tales of the Medicine King Valley. It was revealed that the former master had indeed taken 2 disciples, Guoxing and Xiangjian. As the master approached the end of his lifespan, he bequeathed the position of master to Guoxing. Subsequently, Guoxing discovered that Xiangjian was concocting potions using living beings, inflicting harm upon numerous cultivators and mortals alike, while also coveting the flame dragon soul grass. Remembering their bond as fellow disciples, Guoxing chose only to strip Xiangjian of his cultivation and expel him from the valley. Little did he expect that Xiangjian would return to the Medicine King Valley today, seemingly with his powers restored. Observing Xiangjian's formidable demeanor, it appeared he harbored intentions to obliterate the valley. Brother, 1,000 years ago, you expelled me from the Medicine King Valley and crippled my powers. Did you ever foresee this day? Xiangjian, standing atop the demonic clouds, gazed down upon the valley with a frigid tone. Had it not been for the demon lord's rescue, I would have long since perished as a wandering soul in the wilderness. He began to recount the trials he had endured over the years, as if the inhabitants of the Medicine King Valley had already become prey trapped in a jar. What? You have aligned yourself with the demon sect? Guoxing gasped in shock at Xiangjian's revelation. Have you returned having cultivated demonic techniques and pledged allegiance to the demon sect? Although the demon sect was causing turmoil in Taishan Prefecture, its reputation had spread to neighboring states. However, the sect's strength was not yet sufficient to contend with the foremost powers of several states, which is why it had not invaded the surrounding areas. Nonetheless, once the demon sect unified Taishan Prefecture and the nearby states, an invasion would surely ensue. You treacherous wretch who betrays your master and ancestors. I should have killed you back then. Guoxing glared at Xiangjian, his teeth gritted in fury. Brother, if you surrender willingly now, I might spare your life. But should you resist, not a soul in the Medicine King Valley shall survive. Xiangjian sneered coldly, then added, After all, I too am a disciple of the Medicine King Valley. I do not wish for its legacy to be extinguished. Oh, by the way, brother, you may not be aware, Xiangjian smirked wickedly. How could our master, a top-tier alchemist of the celestial rank, have died so easily? It was you. Guoxing's eyes widened in realization, his breath quickening as he exclaimed, You killed our master. Why? Guoxing erupted in a frenzied roar at Xiangjian. Had he known that Xiangjian was responsible for his master's death, he would have slain him back then, rather than merely expelling him from the sect. Why? As this was said, Xiangjian exhibited a hint of madness. I have always told my master that our Medicine King Valley should unify the Kanglan. But that accursed old man believed my murderous intent was too strong, leaving me no choice but to poison him. Little did I expect that in the end. He would bestow the position of Valley Master upon you. Back then, you were merely a beggar, a mere mortal. Saved by my master who took you as his disciple and guided you in cultivation and alchemy. Were it not for my master, you would have perished long ago within the mortal city. Upon learning the true cause of his most revered master's death, Guoxing could no longer contain his fury and roared, Yet you repay kindness with malice and have slain our master. Undeterred, Xiang Jian continued. Today, I shall make that old man witness the destruction of the Medicine King Valley, which he devoted his entire life to. I will kill you. Guoxing bellowed as he charged at Xiang Jian. Not only was he a heavenly stage alchemist, but he was also a formidable supreme realm cultivator. He moved with remarkable speed, appearing before Xiang Jian in the blink of an eye, a refining furnace already materializing in his hand. This was the heavenly grade superior spirit artifact of Medicine King Valley, the refiner's cauldron. Humph. Xiang Jian scoffed. Brother, after all these years, your strength has not improved in the slightest. With a wave of his hand, a blood-red flag appeared in his grasp, exuding an overwhelming aura of demonic energy, accompanied by the mournful cries of countless cultivators. In an instant, faces of the weeping dead emerged upon the flag: children, youths, middle-aged individuals, and the elderly, irrespective of gender or age. In their very first clash, Guoxing was instantly repelled thousands of feet away. Valley Master. The numerous powerful figures of Medicine King Valley rushed to support Guoxing. You dare to cultivate with the living. Guoxing's expression shifted slightly upon seeing the treasure in Xiang Jian's hand. This 10,000 souls banner was forged from the souls of 9,999 cultivators. I only require one more primary soul. Brother, I have reserved that primary soul specifically for you. Xiang Jian licked his lips with a cold laugh and surged toward Guoxing. Today, let all within the Medicine King Valley be gathered into my 10,000 souls banner. With both hands forming seals, the 10,000 souls banner rose above Medicine King Valley, unfurling in the wind. Soon, the faces of the cultivators whose souls Xiang Jian had previously sacrificed emerged from the banner. They had long since transformed into malevolent spirits. Under Xiang Jian's control, they surged toward Guoxing and the other powerful figures of Medicine King Valley. Clang, clang, clang. As the formidable cultivators of Medicine King Valley found themselves in peril, 10 divine swords suddenly soared forth from the void, forming a sword array that barred the malevolent spirits from advancing. At that moment, Ye Tianming stepped forth from the void, standing before the gathered members of Medicine King Valley. Dressed in flowing white robes that billowed in the wind, his gaze was piercing and unwavering as he fixed his eyes upon Xiang Jian. Who are you? Upon encountering Ye Tianming, Xiang Jian was momentarily taken aback and swiftly stowed away the soul banner. With a visage full of wariness, he fixed his gaze upon Ye Tianming and remarked coolly, "The Valley of the Medicine King should not harbor one of your ilk. I originally came to the valley seeking medicine and had no intention of meddling in your internal affairs. However, since you are linked with the celestial demon sect, you must be dealt with." Ye Tianming responded indifferently. If Xiang Jian had merely returned for vengeance, Ye Tianming would have taken the Qian dragon soul grass and departed without a second thought. The fate of Yawang Valley would be of no concern to him. However, since Xiang Jian was affiliated with the heavenly demon sect, Ye Tianming could not remain complacent. He had long been embroiled in an irreconcilable conflict with the heavenly demon sect. Thus, upon encountering its members, he would show no mercy. Humph. It appears, esteemed sir, that you are the reinforcement summoned by Yawang Valley. Xiang Jian let out a cold laugh, showing no sign of concern. What a jest! He had brought with him 3 formidable supreme realm experts from the heavenly demon sect. Although they were not at the level of protectors, they were undeniably powerful in their own right. Furthermore, there were countless Yaoguang realm experts accompanying him. If they could not seize Yawang Valley under such circumstances, he might as well find a piece of tofu to end his life. Not at all. Ye Tianming shook his head and replied, "It is simply that I have sworn an unbreakable oath against the heavenly demon sect. If you are not a helper summoned by the Medicine King Valley, then who might you be?" Xiang Jian inquired. "The sword god of 10 miles. As Ye Tianming's eyes opened wide, a surge of overwhelming aura erupted from him upon the announcement of his title. This formidable presence instantly suppressed the numerous powerful figures of the heavenly demon sect. Upon hearing Ye Tianming's identity, both Xiang Jian and the 3 supreme experts of the heavenly demon sect changed countenance. "You are the sword god of the Tenli. Haha. The sect leader has long since issued a kill order against you. I never imagined you would dare to present yourself here. Once I eliminate you, I shall become the deputy leader of the heavenly demon sect." The name of the sword god of the Tenli had already spread throughout the ranks of the heavenly demon sect. Xiang Jian, fully aware of this, regarded Ye Tianming as a treasure before him. If he could slay him, he would ascend to the position of deputy leader. You people from the heavenly demon sect always make such boasts, yet each time, it is I who brings you to your demise. Humph. Do not dare to compare me with that useless bunch. As Xiang Jian spoke, he charged toward Ye Tianming. Observing Xiang Jian's advance, Ye Tianming let out a cold snort. Summoning 10 chaos divine swords to form a series of sword formations that met Xiang Jian head-on. Originally, I intended for Guoxing to be the primary soul of this soul banner, but now, that honor shall be bestowed upon you. With a furious roar from Xiang Jian, countless malevolent spirits erupted from the soul banner, darkening the skies. Heavenly extermination, sword formation. As he gazed upon the multitude of evil spirits, Ye Tianming formed seals with his hands, causing the 10 chaos divine swords to hover behind him. Soon, 20, 40, 80. In the blink of an eye, a myriad of sword apparitions, totaling over 10,000, materialized behind him. This technique was an imperial-grade martial skill, said to have been created by the Heavenly Exterminator Emperor countless years ago. The Heavenly Extermination Sword formation was renowned for being invincible unless the 4 emperors appeared together to counter it. At that time, across the vast expanse of the 3,000 great states, aside from the Heavenly Exterminator Emperor, there was only one other emperor. Therefore, it was no exaggeration to claim the Heavenly Extermination Sword formation is unmatched. It was precisely due to the Heavenly Extermination Sword formation that the other emperor, who coexisted in the same era, was consistently overshadowed by the Heavenly Exterminator Emperor. In a direct confrontation, it was uncertain who among the 2 emperors would prevail. However, once the Heavenly Extermination Sword formation was unleashed, the other emperor could only retreat from its brilliance. The Heavenly Extermination Sword formation? Could it be that the sword god of the Tenli is the heir of the Heavenly Exterminator Emperor? Observing this scene from behind, the members of the Medicine King Valley began to speculate. Purple Star Heavenly Flame. Yet Ye Tianming was not finished. He summoned one of the 10 divine flames he had acquired not long ago, the Purple Star Heavenly Flame, and enveloped each sword apparition in a blazing purple flame. Sword formation, slay. In an instant, with a thunderous shout from Ye Tianming, the myriad sword apparitions surged forth towards Xiang Jian's soul banner. As the shadows of swords collided with the malevolent spirits, anguished cries echoed throughout the valley of the Medicine King. The number of evil spirits dwindled, while the spectral blades of Ye Tianming multiplied exponentially. The remaining sword phantoms pierced through the void, descending upon the multitude of cultivators from the celestial demon sect behind Xiang Jian. In an instant, the air was filled with their wretched screams, their corporeal forms impaled by the sword shadows, while their souls were seared by the violet star heavenly fire. Witnessing this scene, Xiang Jian's expression grew frigid. His soul banner had only refined 9,999 cultivators, allowing him to summon a mere 9,999 spirits. In contrast, Ye Tianming's Heavenly Extermination Sword array appeared boundless, increasing exponentially with each passing moment. Altogether, let us slay him. Xiang Jian gritted his teeth and bellowed at the 3 other supreme beings, charging toward Ye Tianming. The other 3, aware of the urgency of the situation, also directed their attacks at Ye Tianming. Guoxing and the others, eager to assist, found themselves intercepted by Ye Tianming. In the next moment, the myriad sword phantoms began to dissipate, leaving only 10 chaos divine swords suspended beside him. Ye Tianming seized one of the chaos divine swords, the Xinyuan sword, and charged towards the 4 individuals with formidable might that shook the heavens and the earth. Guoxing, still in disbelief, witnessed as Ye Tianming effortlessly dispatched Xiang Jian and his companions with a single stroke. Staring wide-eyed at this scene, Guoxing could hardly fathom the demise of 4 supreme realm warriors. The sword god of 10 miles was indeed astonishingly powerful. He swallowed hard, realizing that if such a formidable being sought to claim the blazing dragon soul herb, the entirety of the Medicine King Valley would stand no chance against him. To his astonishment, the opponent even considered exchanging it for 2 Daotir's spiritual herbs. In that moment, Guoxing held Ye Tianming in the highest regard. True strength exuded an undeniable presence. Soon after Ye Tianming exterminated all members of the heavenly demon sect, he approached Guoxing and the others. Gentlemen, the matter is resolved. May I have the blazing dragon soul herb? The sound of Ye Tianming's voice jolted Guoxing and his companions back to reality. Quick, bring forth the blazing dragon soul herb and present it to the sword god. Guoxing hurriedly commanded a senior member of the Medicine King Valley, his tone shifting from fellow to senior in an instant. In the realm of cultivators, anyone stronger than oneself is regarded as a senior, while those weaker are mere ants, categorized only by their size. Before long, someone brought forth the blazing dragon soul herb, which Guoxing respectfully handed to Ye Tianming. Observing this, Ye Tianming produced the Ye Tianming Lian and blood-red divine lotus, intending to offer them to Guoxing. No, no, no. Guoxing fervently waved his hands. Senior, you have saved our Medicine King Valley. This is an immense favor. How could we possibly accept your spiritual herbs? The blazing dragon soul herb shall be regarded as a gift from us to you. Upon hearing Guoxing's words, Ye Tianming merely smiled. In that case, I am most grateful. It is of no consequence, Guoxing replied, taking the blazing dragon soul herb. Ye Tianming bid farewell to Guoxing and stepped onto Yu Kuan's back, heading towards the Ji family. Throughout the prior battle, Yu Kuan had been steadfastly protecting Ji Ruxue, ensuring she remained unharmed. Once Ye Tianming had departed, a sudden murmur arose among the members of the Medicine King Valley. Why does the woman beside the sword god seem somewhat familiar? One remarked. The others turned their attention toward this individual, confirming that the lady in question was indeed a rare beauty. However, she was the sword god's companion, and they cautioned against any ill intentions. Indeed, tread carefully. We would want to invite calamity upon the Medicine King Valley, several senior members warned. The initial speaker rolled his eyes, suddenly widening them in realization. I remember now. That person is the eldest daughter of the Ji family, Ji Ruxue. Upon hearing his words, the others were taken aback and turned to look. I had once visited the Ji family to refine pills for Ji Yuanwu and had seen the eldest daughter of the Ji family from a distance. Her demeanor was unmistakably hers. At this moment, Guoxing also spoke. Recalling that Ji Yuanming had once sought the blazed dragon soul herb from him to resolve Ji Ruxue's issue with her profound inconstitution. The mere thought of it brought an incredulous expression to Guoxing's face. Upon returning to the Ji family, Ye Tianming immediately set about concocting the blazed dragon soul pill. The primary ingredient was the blazed dragon soul herb, while the rest of the materials were readily available within the Ji family. Not only that, but Ye Tianming also improved the formula for the blazed dragon soul pill, incorporating several Dao-tier spiritual herbs. This series of actions left Ji Ruxue utterly astonished. She had initially thought that it was already impressive for Ye Tianming to produce 2 Dao-tier spiritual herbs, yet to her surprise, he managed to present 4 or 5 within such a short span of time. In truth, Ye Tianming possessed the capability to produce sacred tier and emperor tier spiritual herbs as well. However, doing so would dilute the potency of the blazed dragon soul herb, ultimately impeding Ji Ruxue's ability to resolve her profound inconstitution. Moreover, the potency of the sacred tier and emperor tier spiritual herbs was exceedingly potent, far beyond what Ji Ruxue could withstand, risking her life should the power overwhelm her. My dear husband, I never imagined you could refine pills, Ji Ruxue said sweetly, resting on Ye Tianming's back. Not only can I refine pills, but I also possess knowledge in formations and talismans, he replied. I refuse to believe you. You must be jesting, Ji Ruxue teased, sticking out her tongue, convinced that Ye Tianming was merely joking with her. After all, pill refinement is not an endeavor to be undertaken lightly. It requires a significant investment of time. Consequently, one's cultivation would inevitably lag. Take Guoxing, the master of the Medicine King Valley, despite being at the supreme realm. His actual combat prowess was notably inferior to that of his peers. This was not due to a lack of talent or strength on Guoxing's part, but rather because he devoted a considerable amount of time to the art of pill refinement. At the tender age of less than 100, Ye Tianming has already ascended to the supreme realm and possesses the remarkable skill of alchemy. If he were to master formations and talismans as well, one can only speculate how extraordinary his innate talent would be, not to mention the lower-ranked regions like Kanglan Prefecture and Taishan Prefecture. Even in the highly regarded Piao Miao Prefecture, which ranks among the top 10, one would be hard-pressed to find a prodigy with such exceptional gifts. Ye Tianming noticed Ji Ruxue's disbelief and chuckled as he touched his nose. After all, what he had just conveyed was indeed rather astonishing. However, Ji Ruxue would inevitably encounter the truth in due time, and Ye Tianming was not in a hurry. He then produced an alchemical furnace, placing it in the courtyard. This furnace was also a reward from the system, a treasure of imperial grade, one of the 2 imperial-grade alchemical furnaces crafted by the Alchemy Emperor. Upon attaining enlightenment and ascending to the rank of emperor, the Alchemy Emperor forged a pair of alchemical furnaces as his imperial weapons. Known as the Yin-Yang Furnace of Mother and Child, Ye Tianming currently possesses the Mother Furnace from the revered Yin-Yang Furnace crafted by the legendary Dan Emperor. Speaking of the Dan Emperor, he was a remarkable alchemist of unparalleled talent who single-handedly vanquished 1,000,000 demons. While his combat prowess may not have been the strongest among the emperors, his alchemical skills undoubtedly ranked first among them. He established the imperial-level force known as the Heavenly Dan Pavilion, a name that resounds across the 3,000 great continents, revered as a sanctuary by all alchemists. The sun furnace from the yin-yang furnace remains within the Heavenly Dan Pavilion. Subsequently, with a mere thought, Ye Tianming summoned several spiritual herbs, which gracefully descended into the mother furnace. Purple star heavenly fire. In the next instant, a vibrant purple flame ignited beneath the alchemical furnace. The success of alchemical concoctions is subject to numerous constraints, intricately linked to the alchemist's state of mind, the quality of the furnace, the caliber of the spiritual herbs, and the nature of the flame. A single misstep in any detail could lead to catastrophic failure. Among these factors, the quality of the flame is particularly paramount. Flames are categorized as earthly fire, heavenly fire, and exotic fire, with the pinnacle being the 10 divine fires. In the past, Ye Tianming frequently concocted elixirs within the imperial mausoleum, becoming exceedingly proficient in the art. The alchemical furnace he employed was, indeed, among the most exquisite in the contemporary world. Before long, a faint yet enticing fragrance of herbs began to emanate from the furnace, enveloping the entire Ji family estate in a rich aroma of elixirs. Within the grand hall of the Ji family, Ji Yuanming was in discussion with Shun Muxin regarding the impending union between Ye Tianming and Ji Ruxue. What is that delightful scent? Ji Yuanming suddenly inhaled deeply, detecting the potent fragrance of the elixirs. Merely a whiff of this aroma instigated a subtle stirring within his cultivation realm. Startled, Ji Yuanming swiftly extended his spiritual sense to trace the origin of the scent. Soon, he discerned that the source was none other than the courtyard of Ji Ruxue. Tianming has taken Ruxue to the Medicine King Valley to seek the Flame Dragon Soul Grass. He must be in the midst of crafting the Flame Dragon Soul Elixir for her, Shin Muxin elucidated. Hiss. Upon realizing that Ye Tianming was refining elixirs for Ji Ruxue, Ji Yuanming gasped in astonishment. This child, Tianming, not only surpasses us old fellows in cultivation, but has also mastered the art of alchemy. Judging by the fragrance of this elixir, it is likely that his concoctions have already attained the caliber of Dao-level elixirs. The more Ji Yuanming contemplated, the more he felt an unsettling sense of dread. Ye Tianming's talent, even among the imperial-level forces, is certainly a subject of paramount cultivation. My dear, I suddenly feel that if Xuanu were to marry Tianming, it would be quite an elevation. Ji Yuanming smiled bitterly. As for how the children perceive it, if they are fond of each other, then let them be together. If not, we, as elders, shall not impose our will upon them. At present, I find the two of them quite well suited. Shin Muxin smiled lightly, clearly satisfied with her son-in-law. Indeed, your wisdom is undeniable, my lady, Ji Yuanming replied with a gentle laugh, retracting his consciousness. In the courtyard, after several hours, Ye Tianming opened his eyes. With a flick of his palm, the Ziwei celestial fire instantly transformed into a swirling violet flame, resting in his hand. Shortly thereafter, a crimson elixir morphed into a dragon's silhouette, soaring from the alchemical furnace and landing in his grasp. The blazing dragon soul pill. The elixir bore a striking dragon emblem, majestic and awe-inspiring. My husband, is it completed? Ji Ruxue approached Ye Tianming with a radiant smile. Ye Tianming smiled and nodded, handing the elixir to Ji Ruxue. Quickly consume it and observe the effects. Ji Ruxue nodded, swallowing the elixir in one swift motion. The blazing fiery dragon soul elixir began to emanate within her, instantly awakening her mysterious in-body. In a fleeting moment, Ji Ruxue felt two forces, one cold and one hot, intertwining and trembling within her. As time passed, her complexion gradually turned rosy, rendering her exceedingly alluring. Ruxue, how do you feel? Ye Tianming held Ji Ruxue gently and inquired softly. However, the only response he received was Ji Ruxue's passionate kiss. After a span of 2.5 hours, their exchange finally came to a close. During this time, Ji Ruxue's profound in-body was thoroughly awakened, allowing her to break through barriers continuously, reaching the pinnacle of the Taiji realm. While such an achievement may seem trivial compared to Ye Tianming, it undeniably marks her as a prodigy in comparison to others. In the vast expanse of the 3,000 great states, few reach the pinnacle of the Taiji realm before the age of 100. Husband, you are remarkable, Ji Ruxue said with a blush. In response, Ye Tianming flashed a charming smile. My dear wife, there is even more to behold. Would you care to see? Husband, you are mischievous. Sister, father and mother are calling for you. Ji Zhiru's voice suddenly echoed from outside the courtyard, just as they were about to delve deeper into their exchange. Upon hearing this, Ye Tianming's expression darkened. Why did this girl choose to arrive at such an inopportune moment? Buffed. Seeing Ye Tianming's demeanor, Ji Rushua couldn't help but laugh. Father must have something important to discuss. We should hurry over. Ye Tianming could only nod helplessly, donning his attire before stepping outside. Upon seeing Ye Tianming and Ji Rushua emerge simultaneously from the room, Ji Zhirua's expression hardened instantly, and with a cold huff, she stated, Father and mother request your presence. All right, I understand, Zhirua. Ye Tianming nodded slightly, intending to inquire about the matter at hand, when Ji Zhirua let out a cold snort and vanished from sight. This left Ye Tianming somewhat perplexed. What could be troubling Zhirua? Ye Tianming scratched his head, pondering the peculiar transformation in Ji Zhirua since his arrival at the Ji family. She seemed to be perpetually evading him. Indeed, it had been quite some time since he last laid eyes on Ji Zhirua. My dear husband, are you truly oblivious, or merely pretending to be so? Ji Rushua cast a sidelong glance at Ye Tianming as they made their way toward the great hall of the Ji family, adding, Cannot you discern that Zhirua harbors feelings for you? Upon hearing Ji Rushua's explanation, Ye Tianming nearly choked on his drink. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Ye Tianming repeatedly denied. If she truly liked me, would she have mentioned you so often back in the Qian Dynasty? It is only along this journey that she has come to understand you more deeply and gradually develop feelings for you. Ji Rushua sighed, Rest assured, my beloved. In this lifetime, it shall only be you. Do you even believe the words you utter? Before Ye Tianming could fully express his loyalty to Ji Rushua, she interrupted him. With a hint of melancholy, she continued, My dear, it is perfectly acceptable for you to be with Zhirua. I would not mind in the slightest. After all, she and I grew up together, and I know her character well. At her words, Ye Tianming scratched his head awkwardly. All right, we have arrived. Suddenly, Ji Rushua spoke, and Ye Tianming realized they had reached the Grand Hall sooner than anticipated. Ji family, Grand Hall. At this moment, Ji Yuanming sat at the head, with Shin Muxin by his side. Below them, aside from several members of the Ji family, stood many cultivators dressed in various attires, each radiating different levels of power. However, they all shared a singular purpose, to vie for a bride. Senior Ji, when will Miss Rushua arrive? A man clad in white approached and respectfully bowed to Ji Yuanming. This individual was Lin Pengtian, the young master of the Nine Streams sect in Kanglan Prefecture, a peak practitioner of the Qitian realm. The Nine Streams sect was a formidable force in Kanglan, comparable to the Medicine King Valley, albeit slightly weaker than the Ji family. Young Master Lin, do not rush. I have already sent for Rushua, Ji Yuanming chuckled. I have heard that Senior Ji intends to betroth Miss Rushua to the wasteful prince of the Qian Dynasty from Taishan Prefecture. Is this true? In the next moment, a delicate man stepped forward, fanning himself with a folding fan as he inquired. This individual was Shuewui, the young master of the snow-blowing mountain, whose cultivation surpassed Lin Pengtian's, having reached the first level of the Divine Mansion realm. Both the snow-blowing mountain and the Nine Streams sect were significant powers in Kanglan Prefecture. Aside from these two, there was a robust man, clearly a practitioner of body refining, named Yuan Jinglong, the young master of the Beast King Fortress. The body refining techniques of the Beast King Fortress were renowned throughout Kanglan, with each disciple possessing physical prowess that exceeded that of their peers. I have heard that the prince of the Qian Dynasty is a hopeless drunkard. How could Miss Ji possibly be attracted to such a person? Yuan Jinglong let out a cold snort, harboring considerable dissatisfaction within. However, his sentiments echoed the thoughts of both Shuewuyo and Lin Pengtian. It would have been one thing if Ji Rushua had taken a liking to a genius of their caliber, but to instead be enamored with a worthless wastrel was beyond comprehension. Observing the displeasure on the faces of the three, Ji Yuanming merely lifted his teacup, savoring a sip, and smiled in silence. Indeed, his sister exhibited a shocking lack of discernment. How could she possibly be attracted to a mere drunkard? At that moment, a delicate snort resonated through the hall, drawing everyone's attention. Ji Zhirua entered the grand hall and addressed the group. Miss Zhirua, do you also believe that Prince is a wastrel? Yuan Jinglong exclaimed upon seeing her, his eyes instantly lighting up. Absolutely, Brother Yuan. In my opinion, my sister is far better suited to the talented youths of Kanglan Prefecture than to a mere waste. Ji Zhirua fervently nodded in agreement. Her words instantly resonated with the three. Indeed, Miss Jirua, you speak the truth. It seems Miss Rushue has fallen prey to the sweet nothings of that wastrel, utterly deceived. Oh, what a pity. What a pity indeed. As the three lamented, Ji Jirua flashed a mischievous smile. My sister and that wastrel are soon to arrive. And I have a splendid idea. Upon hearing this, the three leaned in eagerly. Miss Jirua, do share your thoughts. Well, Ji Jirua feigned a look of hesitation. Observing this, Shui Wuyo promptly produced his storage bag. Miss Jirua, within this lies my cherished collection from these past years. I hope you might offer your guidance. Witnessing Shui Wuyo's earnestness, Yuan Jinglong and Lin Petian hastily presented their own treasures to Ji Jirua. As the young masters of Kanglan Prefecture's powerful factions, their offerings were undoubtedly impressive. Receiving their gifts, Ji Jirua's face brimmed with delight. After clearing her throat, she declared, once that wastrel prince arrives, seize the opportunity to challenge him and defeat him. Excellent. They chimed in unison. He must witness the vast chasm that separates us. Let him understand that he is unworthy of Miss Rushua. The trio's eyes sparkled with excitement. Dealing with a worthless prince would be as easy as lifting a finger. Seated at the head of the table, Ji Yuanming and Shun Muxin exchanged glances and quickly raised their teacups, gulping down their tea in an effort to suppress their laughter. They couldn't help but wonder what expressions would grace the faces of the three upon discovering Ye Tianming's true power. Who dares to challenge this prince? Suddenly, a carefree voice rang out from outside the door. Moments later, Ye Tianming, clad in white, entered the hall hand in hand with Ji Rushue. Ye Tianming, clad in resplendent white attire, exuded an extraordinary charm. In contrast, Ji Rushue adorned herself in elegant purple garments, her long hair cascading like a waterfall, her legs strikingly slender. The two appeared before the crowd like a pair of celestial lovers. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Pingtian, Yuan Jinglong, and Shui Wuyo felt a surge of envy, especially as Ji Rushue intimately clung to Ye Tianming, her affectionate demeanor evident. They had long admired her from afar. And now to see her nestled against a supposed worthless individual, so close and affectionate, was unbearable for them. Humph. So, you are the prince of the Great Qian Dynasty. Ye Tianming? Lin Petian inquired, his face darkened with disdain. Release Miss Rushue at once, or I shall make you regret it. Yuan Jinglong, known for his fiery temper, threatened Ye Tianming outright. Upon encountering the trio, Ye Tianming merely smiled. He had overheard their intentions outside the Grand Hall. Understanding that they were suitors of Ji Rushue and heirs to the three great superpowers of Kanglan Prefecture, it was evident they had conspired to confront him at the Ji family estate. However, he regarded these insignificant pests with utmost indifference. Turning to Lin Pingtian, he remarked, You are only partially correct. Partially correct? What do you mean? Are you not Ye Tianming, the prince of the Great Qian Dynasty? Lin Pingtian questioned, perplexed. Indeed. I am the Grand Prince of the Great Qian Dynasty, Ye Tianming. However, I possess an additional identity. Ye Tianming smiled faintly and addressed the three individuals. What identity? Shui Wuyo furrowed his brow, pondering whether their inquiries could indeed have been mistaken. Not only am I a prince of the Qian Dynasty, but I am also the betrothed of Shui. Ye Tianming spoke casually. Though his voice was not loud, it resonated clearly among those present, none of whom were feeble. Beside him, Ji Rushue and Ji Jirua could scarcely suppress their laughter. Instantly, the expressions of Shui Wuyo and his companions shifted from pale to flushed. You mock us. Shui Wuyo exclaimed furiously, brandishing his folding fan at Ye Tianming. The atmosphere in the room grew tense, charged with hostility. Ah, dear nephews. Let us sit down and discuss our matters calmly. Ji Yuanming interjected with a chuckle, attempting to mediate. Uncle Ji, this matter does not require your intervention. Lin Petian retorted decisively. The grievances among our younger generation should be resolved by us alone. His words swiftly garnered the agreement of Shui Wuyo and Yuan Jinglong. In the vast expanse of the 3,000 great states, an unwritten rule prevailed. The feuds of the younger generation were to be settled by themselves. Likewise, the disputes of the elder generation were to be addressed among themselves. The fate of the young was determined by their own abilities. Even if a young scion of an imperial lineage were to be slain by a sprout of a lesser faction, it would merely reflect the inadequacies of the imperial disciple. Should the elders interfere in the young one's conflicts, it would inevitably summon a multitude of formidable figures from various factions, yielding no benefit. Seeing Lin Pingtian's stance, Ji Yuanming offered an awkward smile and fell silent. After all, Ye Tianming was indeed a member of the younger generation. One could not simply regard him as an elder due to his formidable strength. Heh, I wonder how you intend to resolve this. Ye Tianming chuckled lightly, promptly finding a spot to settle down. As he savored the exquisite wine from the gourd, he inquired with a smile, Ye Tianming, naturally, it is to see whose prowess is superior. Do you dare to step outside for a duel? Shui Wuyo let out a cold snort and continued, should you lose, the engagement between you and Miss Rushua will be rendered null and void. Indeed, are you bold enough to accept our challenge? Lin Pingtian interjected, his voice booming. Rest assured, we are aware that your cultivation level is merely at the soul-shaping realm. We shall suppress our own realms to match yours, so as not to take advantage of you. With that, he clasped his hands behind his back, striding to the entrance, gazing skyward with an air of superiority. Oh, you will suppress your cultivation? But what if I emerge victorious? Ye Tianming countered with a smile. You win. The three exchanged dubious glances, clearly taken aback by the notion of Ye Tianming claiming victory. After all, intelligence indicated that he was also at the soul-shaping level. Even if they were to constrain their realms, they were far from ordinary practitioners of the same level. In fact, even suppressed to the soul-shaping realm, they could slay formidable adversaries at the celestial realm. Competitions must yield some reward. One cannot simply win without gaining anything. Ye Tianming remarked leisurely as he continued to indulge in his wine. He had no qualms about teaching these three a lesson for daring to pursue a bride. The trio exchanged glances before stating, it is said that you are a connoisseur of fine wine. Should you emerge victorious, we shall present you with the cherished wines our fathers have safeguarded for many years. Upon hearing this, even Ji Yuanming joined in with a smile. Tianming, you may not be aware, but the leaders of the Juliu sect, the Blowing Snow Mountain, and the Beast King Fortress each possess a significant collection of exquisite wines. I had the pleasure of tasting them 3 centuries ago, and the flavor remains unforgettable to this day. As Ji Yuanming reminisced about the fine wines, Ye Tianming's interest was piqued. He nodded in agreement. Very well. It is a promise. Seeing Ye Tianming acquiesce, the corners of the 3's mouths curled into smug smiles. Let us step outside to discuss this. This hall is too confined to unleash our full potential. Yuan Jinglong cracked his neck, the bones cracking audibly, and was the first to stride out of the hall. Lin Pingtian and Shui Wuyo quickly followed suit. Ye Tianming did not waste words, following closely behind the three as they made their way out. Hurry along, let us witness the spectacle. Ji Zhuo promptly seized Ji Yuanming and Ji Rushua, urging them to hasten towards the grand hall's entrance. She feared that if they tarried, Ye Tianming might have already dealt with the trio. Outside the Ji family's grand hall, Ye Tianming stood facing the 3 individuals, lifting a gourd of wine to his lips before taking a sip. With a light chuckle, he inquired, will you 3 confront me together, or shall you approach me one by one? Arrogant. The trio exchanged glances, and Lin Pengtian stepped forward first into the arena, declaring, I am Lin Pengtian, the young master of the 9 Streams sect. I have no desire to waste words with you. You are unworthy of hearing my name. Ye Tianming merely waved his hand dismissively and remarked with indifference, there is no need for you to suppress your cultivation. I fear that in doing so, you may become even less of a match for me. Witnessing Ye Tianming's arrogance, the 3 were incensed beyond measure. Lin Pingtian immediately proclaimed, I, Lin Pingtian, would never engage in bullying the weak. If I have vowed to fight you on equal footing, then I shall indeed do so. Oh, is that so? Ye Tianming's eyes narrowed slightly, and an overwhelming aura suddenly surged from his being. The realms of soul forging, Qi Tian, divine mansion, Tai Chi, and ultimately, the boundless realm, all transitioned in an instant, propelling Ye Tianming's essence directly to the supreme realm. His presence was as formidable as a rainbow, enveloping the entire Ji family within its might. Nearby, some of the less powerful Ji family disciples, unable to withstand the pressure, sought refuge behind Ji Yuanming. Even the supreme realm experts of the Ji family could not help but activate their protective spiritual energy to counter Ye Tianming's imposing aura. Ye Tianming's might seemed insurmountable. Even if all the supreme realm experts of the Ji family banded together, they would likely fall short. This formidable presence surpassed even that of their ancestor. Ji Yuanming sighed, his gaze penetrating the layered structures of the family estate. Landing upon the ancestral tomb of the Ji family, where numerous coffins lay, several emaciated figures, resembling desiccated corpses, rose from their resting places. What an astonishing aura, stronger than the offspring of the imperial lineage. If my Ji family could forge an alliance with this young man, perhaps we could return to Kanglan Prefecture and redeem our past humiliations. They were all ancestors of the Ji lineage in Kanglan Prefecture, their power having long transcended the supreme realm. Around them, the space trembled, indicating a silent exchange of consciousness among the few. Before long, they descended back into their slumber. At this moment, before the grand hall of the Ji family, Lin Pingfei, Shui Wui, and Yuan Jinglong stared in awe at Ye Tianming, whose aura continued to swell. Their eyes widened, mouths agape, unable to utter a single word. What is this? This cannot be right. The intelligence they had received clearly indicated that Ye Tianming was a talentless, useless prince, with cultivation only at the soul-forging realm. How could he suddenly ascend to the supreme realm? His presence appeared even more potent than that of the leaders of their 3 clans. Could it be that the method of assessment was flawed? At this moment, Lin Patian, who had stepped into the central battlefield, found himself utterly bewildered by the whirlwind of events. Who am I? Where am I? Did you not claim that you would engage in a battle at the same realm as me? Come forth, if you dare. With a thunderous shout, Ye Tianming roused the bewildered Lin Patian from his stupor. At the sound, Lin Patian's expression darkened. How dare you? When I spoke of a battle of equals, I meant under the condition that your realm is inferior to mine. Now that you have ascended to the supreme realm, how am I to elevate myself to match your level? Lin Pingtian, will you concede defeat, or shall I bestow upon you a thorough beating before you acknowledge your loss? Ye Tianming stood majestically in the air, a ripple of energy emanating from the space behind him as he gazed mockingly at Lin Pingtian below. Lin Pingtian's face turned ashen, his teeth clenched tightly, and ultimately he conceded, I admit defeat. To challenge a supreme realm powerhouse? Unless he had lost his senses. And what about the 2 of you? Ye Tianming gazed at Shui Wuya and Yuan Jinglong with a playful glint in his eyes. I concede, Shui Wuya declared, his voice tinged with reluctance. Yet, who could find fault in a concession from a formidable supreme realm expert? Hold on. At that moment, Yuan Jinglong suddenly bellowed, capturing the attention of all present. Even Ye Tianming paused momentarily, pondering whether this audacious fellow truly intended to engage him in combat. He would not mind imparting a lesson on the vibrant allure of flowers. Though I am unaware of the reasons behind your elevated cultivation, you are merely several realms above us. Do you dare to suppress your power and compete with me in raw physical strength? Yuan Jinglong insisted, refusing to yield. At these words, Ye Pengtian and Shui Wuya's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yuan Jinglong's physical prowess was unmatched among the younger generation of Kanglan Prefecture. He undoubtedly claimed the top position. If Ye Tianming were to suppress his realm, his physical prowess would likely not surpass that of Yuan Jinglong. Intriguing. Ye Tianming smiled faintly. Very well. However, I have a condition. What condition? If you lose, you must bring me all the fine wines from the Beast King Fortress. I agree. Upon hearing Ye Tianming's acceptance, Yuan Jinglong paid no heed to anything else. He was solely focused on reclaiming his honor from Ye Tianming. In terms of pure physical strength, Yuan Jinglong feared no one. Soon, he witnessed Ye Tianming suppressing his realm to the peak of the celestial realm, approaching him directly. Please, enlighten me, Yuan Jinglong bellowed, charging towards Ye Tianming. Instantly, a series of sonic booms erupted from Yuan Jinglong, and behind him, the ethereal silhouettes of 1,000 demonic beasts manifested. It was the sacred body of 10,000 beasts. In the arena, Ji Yuanming gasped in astonishment. This sacred body of 10,000 beasts is an exceptional physique for cultivating the physical form. Although it ranks in the lower tier among myriad physiques, it stands prominently within the realm of physical prowess. Tianming is being overly complacent. He has suppressed his realm to the celestial realm and sealed his physical form to the same level, which may prove perilous. Ji Yuanming sighed softly. Yet he understood. After all, youth often accompanies recklessness. If he had possessed Ye Tianming's cultivation at such a young age, he would have turned the entire 3,000 great states upside down. On the sidelines, Lin Pingfei and Shui Wuyo's eyes sparkled with fervor. Father, rest assured, my husband will not be defeated. Ji Rushue smiled knowingly. While others may be oblivious, she was fully aware that Ye Tianming was the ancient sacred body. Among the myriad physiques in the world, only the ancient sacred body could stand toe-to-toe with an emperor. Boom. A tremendous crash resounded throughout the arena. Following that, a shadow was sent flying backward. Cough, cough. Yuan Jinglong clutched his concave chest, blood gushing from his mouth. Observing this, Ji Yuanming immediately instructed several Ji family disciples to fetch medicinal pills for Yuan Jinglong. After all, Yuan Jinglong was the young master of the Beast King Fortress. and any mishap within the Ji family would surely cause trouble for the Beast King fortress as well. There was no need for a mere spar among the younger generation to escalate into a life-and-death situation. What kind of physique are you? How could you shatter my sacred body of 10,000 beasts? Yuan Jinglong exclaimed incredulously. In his realm, his physical form had never been defeated. Yet today, he was utterly vanquished, unable to withstand even a single punch from Ye Tianming, a physique superior to yours. Ye Tianming chuckled lightly before landing beside Ji Rushua. My dear friends, let us not forget the promise you made. After speaking, Ye Tianming took Ji Rushua's hand and departed from the scene. Lin Pingtian, Shui Wyatt, and Yuan Jinglong exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting the embarrassment they felt. Ah, esteemed nephews, why not take a moment to rest inside? Ji Yuanming suggested with a cheerful demeanor. Uncle Ji, there are urgent matters to attend to within the sect. I must take my leave, Lin Pingtian replied, his face dark as thunder, and he vanished in an instant. Shui Waya and Yuan Jinglong followed suit, hastily bidding farewell and exiting the Ji residence. Thus, the trio, who had arrived with such fervor, departed in disgrace, eager to leave without another moment spent there. Half a month later, they fulfilled their promise by delivering exquisite wines from their respective sections. Furthermore, Ye Tianming heard an amusing tale from Ji Yuanming. It was said that Yuan Jinglong, in order to honor the wager, stealthily infiltrated the Beast King fortress's cellar under the cover of night, intending to steal all the wine. However, he inadvertently triggered the fortress's defensive array and found himself trapped in the cellar for 3 days and nights. Upon learning of this incident, the Lord of the Beast King fortress punished Yuan Jinglong by hanging him and administering a beating for an additional 3 days and nights. Upon hearing this amusing anecdote, Ye Tianming couldn't help but chuckle, realizing that Yuan Jinglong was, after all, rather naive. However, more than this incident, Ye Tianming was keenly interested in the Li Ren Zue sent by Lin Pingtian. This Li Ren Zue was renowned as the finest wine in Kanglan Prefecture, and during his time in Taishan Prefecture, Ye Tianming had heard much of its illustrious reputation. At last, he could savor it, and he wondered what treasures the system would bestow upon him in return. Without hesitation, he seized a jar of Li Ren Zue and drank deeply. Ding! The host has tasted Li Ren Zue. Congratulations! Host has acquired the 10,000 array compass. 10,000 array compass, capable of storing prearranged formations, allowing the user to deploy the formations directly when needed. The 10,000 array compass is indeed a remarkable artifact related to formations. Ye Tianming was utterly astonished, promptly examining the functions of the 10,000 array compass. The capabilities of the 10,000 array compass were quite straightforward yet remarkably practical. Typically, when array masters set up formations, they require an assortment of array flags, spirit stones, and array discs, in addition to a considerable amount of time to establish a grand formation. However, the 10,000 array compass allows for the pre-storage of established grand formations. When the need arises, it can effortlessly release the stored formations. The name itself indicates the capacity for storing formations, at least 10,000. Upon acquiring the 10,000 array compass, Ye Tianming felt an overwhelming joy. He envisioned sketching several unparalleled killing arrays in his spare time and storing them within the compass. When faced with a situation akin to that of Beichuan City, unleashing a few killing arrays would undoubtedly leave the opponents in utter dismay. My dear, is this Li Ren Zue truly so delightful? Look at how it has made you smile, Ji Rushua inquired with a chuckle, unable to contain her amusement. She assumed that Ye Tianming's exuberance stemmed from the indulgence in wine. Hearing this, Ye Tianming smiled awkwardly, wiped the corner of his mouth, and with a wicked grin said, Rushua, why not give it a try? After several rounds of drinks, both of them were slightly tipsy. Under the influence of the alcohol, Ji Rushua's cheeks flushed a vibrant red, enhancing her allure. Upon witnessing the scene, Ye Tianming let out a hearty laugh, cradling Ji Rushua as he strode into the dwelling. In no time, the courtyard where Ji Rushua resided began to tremble. Meanwhile, during Ye Tianming's stay in Kanglan Prefecture, significant events unfolded in Taishan Prefecture. Over this period, the Heavenly Demon sect had grown increasingly rampant in Taishan Prefecture. More than 90% of the regional sects had been affected by the machinations of the Heavenly Demon sect to varying degrees. The four foremost powers of Taishan Prefecture, the Grand Qian Dynasty, Qingyun Sword Sect, Xianyu Mansion, and Baiyu Sect, joined forces to launch a brutal offensive against the Heavenly Demon sect. This conflict was marked by rivers of blood and the demise of countless formidable warriors. culminating in a joint defeat for the four leading forces. 5 esteemed elders from Qingyun's sword sect had their life swords severed, while an elder from Xianyu Mansion suffered severe injuries, irrevocably halting their future path to cultivation. Baiyu sect mourned the loss of its vice master at the supreme realm. On that fateful day, the entire Baiyu sect donned mourning garments. Although the Great Qian Dynasty did not endure any fatalities among its elite, many bore wounds. Had it not been for the Qian emperor confronting the leader of the heavenly demon sect with a palm strike from afar, they too would have suffered losses. It was rumored that after that encounter, the Qian emperor retreated into seclusion to strive for the Nine Tribulations realm. Some speculated that he, too, sustained grave injuries, necessitating his retreat for recuperation. At this moment, in Taishan Prefecture, at the abyss of fallen swords, the life lamp of the sect leader, Xiang Jian, shattered, and all his companions perished alongside him. An elderly man, hunched and unseemly, approached the white-clad leader of the heavenly demon sect. Did he not go to the Medicine King Valley for vengeance? Is it possible that he could not handle such a trivial place? The leader of the heavenly demon sect replied coolly, seated beside a pool of blood, his gaze profound. According to his subordinates' investigations, he encountered the sword god of 10 miles at the Medicine King Valley and was slain by him. The old man spoke with deference. As soon as his words left his lips, the leader of the heavenly demon sect trembled, a tempestuous aura sweeping through the entire abyss of fallen swords. The sword god of 10 miles again. How dare he thwart my plans repeatedly? It was evident that the leader harbored an intense hatred for the sword god of 10 miles. Were it not for him, many of his schemes would have been executed without a hitch. Had it not been for the sword god, the Great Zhou Dynasty would have clashed with the Great Qian Dynasty, severely wounding the latter even if it did not perish. Without that interference, the dragon vein of the Great Qian Dynasty would have long been severed by his hand. Perhaps by now, he would have claimed dominion over the entirety of Taishan Prefecture. What is the identity of this sword god of 10 miles? Have we uncovered anything? The leader of the heavenly demon sect inquired coldly. Nothing. The sword god of 10 miles appears to possess no roots. I suspect he may be a powerful individual from another prefecture, replied the subordinate. A powerful figure from another prefecture? The leader's eyes narrowed slightly. How could a strong man from another region arrive in Taishan Prefecture? Could it be that the forces behind the sword god of 10 miles also harbor ambitions for Taishan Prefecture? Where is he now? He should still be in Kanglan Prefecture, the old man responded. The lord of the heavenly demon nodded slightly and said, now that the Emperor Qian is in seclusion, and the sword god of 10 miles is also far away in Kanglan, the Great Qian Dynasty is left vulnerable. It is time to attack the imperial tomb. Lord, do you intend to rescue the former leader? Upon hearing the command from the lord of the heavenly demon, the old man's breath quickened. He was the last guardian of the heavenly demon sect. Currently, the 10 guardians of the sect had been newly selected over the past millennium. The previous 10 guardians had all perished in the great battle 1,000 years ago, leaving only the old man behind. The former leader of the heavenly demon sect had been suppressed within the imperial tomb of the Great Qian Dynasty. How could the old man not feel exhilarated at the prospect of rescuing the former leader? Go and make arrangements. Let the rescue of my father be our foremost priority. The lord of the heavenly demon affirmed. Understood, my lord. The old man, brimming with excitement, respectfully withdrew. Once the old man departed, the lord of the heavenly demon turned his gaze towards the blood pool. Father, even if I manage to rescue you, your strength has diminished to an extreme. It would be better for you to assist your son in ascending to the pinnacle of Taishan. Time flowed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, a year had passed. The wedding between Ye Tianming and Ji Ruxue had been postponed due to the Emperor Qian's seclusion. However, Ji Yuanming remained unperturbed. Ye Tianming and Ji Ruxue were still under a century old, with ample time ahead of them. Throughout the year, Ye Tianming engaged in profound exchanges with Ji Ruxue nearly every day. With the enhancement of the Xianyin physique, Ye Tianming's cultivation had ascended to the 6th level of the supreme realm. Today, Ji Yuanming approached Ye Tianming with a serious expression, presenting him with a sound transmission jade talisman. Tianming, news has just arrived from the Dai Qian Dynasty. You should take a look. Noticing Ji Yuanming's grave demeanor, an ominous feeling surged within Ye Tianming. He hastily accepted the jade talisman and began to read its contents. After perusing the message, his countenance darkened immediately. My husband, what has transpired? Ji Ruxue inquired, observing Ye Tianming's unusual expression. It was rare for her to witness such a look on his face, indicating that significant events had undoubtedly unfolded in the Dai Qian Dynasty. The message conveyed that the royal mausoleum had been breached by the demon sect 4 months prior, and the emperor had been in seclusion, potentially gravely injured. The 9 ancestors had perished. Ye Tianming's voice was deep, and memories of past days spent in the imperial tomb, drinking and boasting with the 9 ancestors, flickered through his mind. This kind and stern elder had, over the years, been the most benevolent figure towards Ye Tianming, aside from Emperor Qin. He often brought exquisite wines for Ye Tianming. Ye Tianming often went to buy wine for the 9 ancestors. He even took the liberty of leaving a few jars of Li, eagerly awaiting the moment he could return to Taishan state and indulge in revelry with the 9 ancestors. However, he never anticipated that the 9 ancestors would meet their demise while guarding the royal tomb. Initially, this was not something he wished to disclose to you. But considering you have already attained the supreme realm and are one of the foremost powers in Taishan state, it is better for you to be informed about such matters. Ye Tianming took a deep breath and spoke slowly. When the Emperor Qin first broached the subject of the marriage pact, he expressed a desire for the Ji family to protect Ye Tianming. Should any misfortune befall the Great Qian Dynasty, he hoped Ye Tianming could live out his days in peace. However, this was predicated on the assumption that Ye Tianming possessed little cultivation. Now, Ye Tianming has risen to become a top-tier powerhouse, standing at the pinnacle of the pyramid. Ye Tianming believed there was no longer any need to conceal the news from Ye Tianming. Uncle, I must return to the Great Qian Dynasty at once. The royal tomb has been destroyed, and my father has yet to emerge from seclusion, indicating that his injuries are severe. I must return to oversee Taishan state. Ye Tianming spoke. My dear, I shall return with you. Suddenly, Ji Ruxue interjected. Hearing Ji Ruxue's words, Ye Tianming furrowed his brow and replied, Ruxue. Taishan state is currently fraught with peril. The celestial demon sect lurks menacingly. It is a treacherous place. You would be much safer remaining within the Ji family, my husband. As long as you are by my side, I am certain I will face no danger. Moreover, should peril arise, I am more than capable of handling it. I am not the delicate flower you envision, Ji Ruxue retorted defiantly. Tianming, do allow Ruxue to accompany you. Her presence will also serve to care for you. Ji Tianming interjected at that moment. Indeed, my husband. Furthermore, I sense that I have reached a bottleneck in my cultivation and require some combat experience, Ji Ruxue added. Seeing Ji Ruxue's insistence, Ye Tianming ultimately acquiesced with reluctance. He possessed numerous means to ensure Ji Ruxue's safety, so it was certainly within his capabilities. If necessary, he could allow Ji Ruxue to enter the Void Realm, a place that, aside from himself, no one else could locate. I shall arrange for your return to Taishan aboard a spacecraft, Ji Tianming promptly stated. Although Kanglan State and Taishan State are adjacent, the journey is quite extensive, even with Ye Tianming's current supreme cultivation. It would take him over half a month to arrive at full effort, and it would severely deplete his spiritual energy. It is far more prudent to travel aboard the Ji family's warship, which not only offers greater speed but also conserves spiritual energy. The following dawn, Ye Tianming and Ji Ruxue boarded the spacecraft bound for Taishan State. Taishan State, within the Great Qian Dynasty, is home to the vast Beast Mountain Range, stretching for 100,000 miles. Qian, currently the Qian Emperor is gravely injured, and the celestial demon sect has sent emissaries to entice us to become their guardian divine beasts. With our master absent, what is your opinion? The silhouette of the Nether Demon King manifested, inquiring of the recovering Qian Demon King beside him. When Ye Tianming departed, he entrusted the Fire Demon King and the Nether Demon King to look after the Great Qian Dynasty. However, the 2 Demon Kings not only failed to prevent the Beast Tide from attacking the Great Qian Dynasty, but during the assault on the royal mausoleum by the Heavenly Demon Sect, they even covertly intervened to assist. Nevertheless, the mausoleum was still breached, and their whereabouts were soon uncovered. Initially, a guardian of the Heavenly Demon Sect coveted the 2 Demon Kings, seeking to enlist them as steeds. Naturally, the Demon Kings vehemently refused, asserting their status as Supreme Demon Kings, unwilling to submit to anyone. Subsequently, the sect leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect intervened, demanding that the 2 Demon Kings serve as the sect's guardian beasts, with the threat of annihilating the Beast Mountain Range should they refuse. Now, the 2 Demon Kings found themselves in a dire predicament, unable to retaliate and burdened by the soul-devouring goo implanted by Ye Tianming. An escape was equally impossible. This period had caused them immense distress. What could they do? They certainly could not genuinely align with the Heavenly Demon Sect. The Fire Demon King lamented. If we truly align with the Heavenly Demon Sect, when our master returns, the the soul-devouring goo will activate, and our demise will be even more tragic. Hearing this, the Nether Demon King managed a bitter smile, reflecting on the fact that he was once a formidable demon king commanding respect in Taishan Prefecture. Yet now his fate was in the hands of others. Regardless of the outcome, death seemed inevitable. What if we venture to Kanglan Prefecture to find our master? Proposed the Nether Demon King. Do you think I haven't considered that? There are still powerful members of the heavenly demon sect monitoring us from miles away. The moment we show ourselves, their army will descend upon us, the Fire Demon King replied bitterly. If that fails, we could head to the capital of the Grand Qian Dynasty. Surely, the heavenly demon sect wouldn't dare enter there. The Nether Demon King suggested after a moment of contemplation. But the Grand Qian Dynasty is in turmoil. The Qian Emperor is gravely injured and in seclusion, while the princes are embroiled in fierce competition for the throne. Furthermore, there are numerous individuals hostile to the demon race. If we go, trouble is bound to follow. The Fire Demon King replied helplessly. None of these options are viable. What do you propose we do? The Nether Demon King felt a surge of frustration as all three avenues appeared blocked. Delay, the Fire Demon King suggested. Delay? We must wait for our master to return. The Fire Demon King sighed, realizing that it seemed they could only resolve their predicament by waiting for Ye Tianming's return. But wait, who exactly were the two Demon Kings to be waiting for? As soon as the voice of the blazing Demon King fell, a tempest instantaneously swept across the entirety of the Beast Mountain range. Following this, the ground within 100,000 miles of the mountain shattered, revealing immense fissures as if the earth itself were being torn apart. The mountains crumbled, their once majestic peaks collapsing under the weight of this formidable presence. The vast expanse of the Beast Mountain range lay barren, trees withered, presenting a scene of desolation. From the swirling black mist emerged an ancient figure wielding a colossal scythe, resembling the Grim Reaper, who surveyed the blazing Demon King and the Nether Demon King from a lofty vantage point. Blood-Red Guardian. Upon seeing the newcomer, the blazing Demon King and the Nether Demon King felt their pupils constrict in alarm, hastily retreating to maintain a safe distance from the Blood-Red Guardian. The Blood-Red Guardian was one of the 10 guardians of the Celestial Demon sect, possessing a formidable cultivation at the 9th level of the Supreme Realm. In the Celestial Demon sect, only those at the 7th level of the Supreme Realm and above were qualified to serve as guardians. Among the 10 guardians, the Blood-Red Guardian ranked within the top 3. Blazing, Nether, I shall ask you one final time. Will you submit to me? The Blood-Red Guardian's voice resonated like an ominous chant, echoing in the ears of the blazing Demon King and the Nether Demon King. For a moment, both Demon Kings appeared entranced, as if a haunting whisper lingered in their minds. You speak nonsense. The blazing Demon King vigorously shook his head and roared, breaking free from the enchantment. In that instant, he transformed into his true form, a blazing Qilin, charging towards the Blood-Red Guardian. He aimed to strike first, hoping to gain the upper hand against the Blood-Red Guardian. His intention was not to defeat or even kill the Blood-Red Guardian, but rather to seize the opportunity to escape. A massive Qilin engulfed in roaring flames lunged at the Blood-Red Guardian. The strength of the blazing Demon King was formidable, and with the assistance of Ye Tianming, he had activated 1% of his Qilin bloodline. Although he had yet to fully harness this bloodline, his power was sufficient to contend with an average 9th level Supreme Realm warrior. However, the issue lay in the fact that the Blood-Red Guardian was no ordinary 9th level Supreme Realm warrior. His esteemed status among the Celestial Demon sect's top guardians attested to his unmatched prowess. In fact, the Blood-Red Guardian had once slain one of the 3 9th level Supreme Realm warriors from the 4 major forces of Taishan Prefecture while sustaining injuries, thus establishing his formidable reputation. As the blazing Demon King charged forth, the Blood-Red Guardian merely let out a cold laugh. The enormous scythe in his hand swung forth like a tempest, meeting the assault of the blazing Demon King. Bang! The colossal claws of the Flame Demon King clashed fiercely with the Blood-Red Guardian's scythe, producing a resounding metallic clang that echoed through the air. Both the demon and the guardian swiftly retreated, creating a distance of several hundred zhang between them, gazing at each other across the void. The Flame Demon King transformed into human form, cradling his injured right arm with his left hand, casting a glance at the grievous wound upon it. A large fissure marred his right arm, a consequence of the recent strike that nearly severed it entirely. Moreover, tendrils of black mist emanated from the injury, a surge of malevolent energy infiltrating the Flame Demon King's body. Had it not been for the potent Qilin bloodline coursing through his veins, this dark energy would have long ago eroded his vital organs. Flame, are you all right? The Nether Demon King, witnessing the dire situation, hastily flew to the Flame Demon King's side, standing resolutely alongside him. In the present circumstances, only the united strength of the two great demon kings could offer a glimmer of hope for survival. "It is of no consequence," replied the Flame Demon King, shaking his head, his gaze heavy with concern. "It is actually a top-tier heavenly artifact." He inhaled sharply, a look of astonishment crossing his features. A top-tier heavenly artifact is considered a pinnacle weapon beneath the realm of Taoist practitioners. Typically, even a formidable supreme realm expert would not require such an advanced artifact. After all, Taoist artifacts are named as such primarily due to the profound resonances of the great Tao they possess. Even those wielding supreme or even nine tribulations powers would struggle to fully harness their capabilities, as such artifacts can only be truly appreciated by those who have comprehended the principles of the great Tao. I must concede you possess some knowledge." The blood-red guardian sneered, then continued mockingly, "Had you not borne the Qilin bloodline, that soul-devouring malevolence would have long since decayed your body. If you had even a tenth of the Qilin bloodline, perhaps I would regard you with a modicum of respect, but alas, you are not a true Qilin." Upon hearing the blood-red guardian's words, the Flame Demon King's expression darkened. He was uncertain of how many generations of Qilin descendants had passed, and it was indeed fortuitous that a trace of Qilin bloodline remained within him. With Ye Tianming's assistance, he had managed to activate merely 1% of that lineage. Yet still, he was not a true Qilin. "Since you refuse to submit to our holy sect, then you shall meet your end." The blood-red guardian, disinterested in further discourse with the two demon kings, resolved to eliminate them, considering their transformation into puppets as mounts a commendable choice. Suddenly, the blood-red guardian's form flickered with an eerie agility, and a figure wielding a massive scythe emerged from behind him. A clone. The two figures advanced towards the Flame Demon King and the Nether Demon King, one to the left and the other to the right, intent on their demise. The two demon kings exchanged a grave glance, their expressions resolute, and charged toward the blood-red guardian. Boom, bang, rumble. The air erupted with a cacophony of explosions, the surrounding space succumbing to obliteration, dissolving into nothingness. The vast expanse of the 100,000-li Beast Mountain range was ravaged, reduced to ruins in the wake of this fierce confrontation. Boom, rumble. Ultimately, two figures plummeted from the heavens, crashing heavily upon the vast expanse of the 10,000 miles monster Beast Mountain range. In an instant, a significant portion of the mountain range was reduced to rubble. The Flame Demon King and the Nether Demon King coughed blood, exchanging glances filled with resignation. "Flame, it seems we are destined to meet our demise here today," lamented the Nether Demon King. "If we must perish, it is a pity that we fall at the hands of these vermin," replied the Flame Demon King. His chest caved in, his body trembling. "Next, it shall be your turn to face death." The blood-red guardian approached the two formidable beasts, wielding a massive scythe capable of reaping their lives at any moment. "What audacity! How dare you harm my kin?" Just as the blood-red guardian prepared to swing the colossal scythe, a chilling voice suddenly echoed from the horizon. Upon hearing this sound, the Flame Demon King and the Nether Demon King were filled with excitement. "Incredible! We need not perish." In that fleeting moment, a resounding cry reverberated across the sky. There appeared Ye Tianming and Ji Ruxua, soaring towards them at breathtaking speed upon Ye Kuan's back. Ye Tianming gazed upon the vast expanse of the Beast Mountain range, and with a flicker of his form, he instantaneously materialized before the fiery Flame Demon King and the Netherworld Demon King. An unmatched aura emanated from him, compelling the blood-red guardian to retreat over 1,000 paces in an instant. "Who are you? How dare you obstruct the grand affairs of my holy sect?" The blood-red guardian, taken aback by Ye Tianming's sudden appearance, felt an immediate jolt of alarm. From Ye Tianming, he sensed a lethal presence, a sensation he had only encountered in the formidable presence of the celestial demon lord since attaining his current realm. "You are not worthy to know my name." With a single step, Ye Tianming seemed to tear through the very fabric of the void, instantly appearing before the Crimson Guardian. Before the Guardian could react, Ye Tianming executed a swift sword strike, sending the Crimson Guardian crashing into the Demon Beast Mountain range, creating a profound crater upon impact. "I shall never reveal my name to the dead." Ye Tianming's voice was indifferent, yet it resonated like that of a reaper, capable of claiming the life of the blood-red guardian at any moment. This revelation struck the blood-red guardian with alarm. Could there truly be such a formidable figure in Taishan Prefecture? Flee. At his level, the perception of danger was astute. Although he was uncertain whether he could contend with Ye Tianming, he would never engage without absolute confidence. In an instant, he swiftly retreated, transforming into a streak of black light, moving with remarkable speed. However, Ye Tianming's velocity eclipsed his own, intercepting the blood-red guardian's escape route in the blink of an eye. The guardian was taken aback. Witnessing Ye Tianming's astonishing swiftness, he realized that his demise was imminent. Resolutely, he gritted his teeth and swung his massive scythe toward Ye Tianming. Clang! The sharp sound of metal colliding resonated as the heavenly-grade spiritual weapon was cleaved in two. The blood-red guardian's heart sank further in terror as he fixated on the long sword in Ye Tianming's hand. Only a spiritual weapon of celestial grade or higher could shatter his weapon. Dao grade. A single term crystallized in his mind. How could this be? The individual before him was a Taoist master. This was inconceivable. How could Taishan Prefecture harbor such a master? Yet, Ye Tianming offered him no respite for contemplation. Unleashing a radiant sword chi. Buzz. The sword chi surged for 100,000 miles, as if intending to cleave the heavens themselves. In an instant, the blood-red guardian's head was severed, his very soul obliterated by the sword chi. Witnessing this, the blazing flame demon king and the netherworld demon king swallowed hard. Their master was astonishingly powerful. While they were momentarily stunned, Ye Tianming had already approached them alongside Ye Kuan and Ji Ruxue. The two demons hastily bowed in respect. What has transpired? We had only just departed, and yet you have already attracted trouble. Ye Kuan exclaimed with a chuckle. The Flame Demon King and the Nether Demon King exchanged helpless glances, shaking their heads in unison. These two elixirs have the capacity to heal the injuries you bear. Restore yourselves first, and then recount to me the occurrences that have transpired in Taishan Prefecture over the past 2 years. Ye Tianming cast forth 2 pills, which were promptly seized by the Blazing Flame Demon King and the Netherworld Demon King, who consumed them without delay. Shortly thereafter, the injuries of the two demons began to mend somewhat, and they exchanged a glance before somberly articulating, Master. The situation in Taishan Prefecture has deteriorated significantly over the past 2 years. The two demon kings swiftly recounted the myriad events that had transpired in Taishan Prefecture since Ye Tianming's departure. Not long after his absence, the Grand Qian Dynasty, the Qingyun Sword Sect, the White Feather Sect, and the Xian Yu Man are united to launch a grand offensive against the Heavenly Demon Cult. Initially, the campaign proceeded smoothly, with numerous strongholds of the cult being eradicated and countless practitioners of the Heavenly Demon Cult falling victim to their onslaught. Just as everyone presumed the imminent demise of the Heavenly Demon Cult, an unforeseen turn of events occurred. The coalition of the 4 paramount forces found themselves encircled by the Heavenly Demon Cult, leading to the demise of several formidable warriors and significantly depleting the coalition's vitality. With the White Feather Sect suffering the gravest losses, not only did supreme-level strongholds perish in battle, but numerous disciples of lower and mid-tier ranks also perished, pushing the White Feather Sect to the brink of losing its status among the 4 great powers. As the coalition faced annihilation, it was only through the intervention of the Qian Emperor, who was thousands of miles away, striking a powerful blow against the leader of the Heavenly Demon Cult, that the coalition was saved. However, following this decisive strike, the Qian Emperor retreated into seclusion, while the Heavenly Demon Cult leader appeared to remain unscathed. Subsequently, the 4 major forces began to lie low, allowing the Heavenly Demon Cult to rampage more freely across Taishan Prefecture. Numerous minor sects and families fell victim to the cult's ruthless onslaught overnight. Soon after, the Heavenly Demon Cult launched an assault on the Grand Qian Dynasty. Countless powerful members of the cult infiltrated the imperial mausoleum of the Grand Qian Dynasty, resulting in the deaths of the 5 ancestors, the 7 ancestors, and the 9 ancestors. In this conflict, 3 peak supreme-level powerhouses of the Grand Qian Dynasty perished, each a formidable figure of ancestral caliber, representing the very foundation of the dynasty. In an instant, the entirety of Taishan Prefecture was engulfed in panic. Master, based on my speculation, it is highly likely that the Heavenly Demon Cult leader has already ascended to the 9 Tribulations realm, declared the Blazing Flame Demon King. 9 Tribulations realm. Upon hearing this, Ye Tianming's pupils constricted slightly. He had initially believed that the leader of the Heavenly Demon Cult had reached the pinnacle of the supreme level. To his astonishment, the reality was that the leader had transcended to the 9 Tribulations realm. It appeared that Taishan Prefecture was far more profound than he had anticipated. It is essential to recognize that there exists an insurmountable chasm between the 9 Tribulations realm and the supreme level. From the 9 Tribulations realm onward, one must endure 9 tribulations, each capable of infinitely enhancing a practitioner's strength. Yet, it is crucial to note that many practitioners meet their demise beneath the weight of these tribulations. Even the most feeble of 9 tribulations realm warriors could easily vanquish thousands of peak supreme level powerhouses. This is indeed an unfathomable divide. However, Ye Tianming did not harbor excessive concerns. Although he was merely at the 6th level of the supreme realm, he dared to confront even the formidable 9 tribulations realm experts. Moreover, he possessed numerous hidden cards. How could he possibly be outmatched by a single 9 tribulations realm individual? Indeed, my master, and as I am aware, the Ye Qian Dynasty, Xianyu Mansion, Qingyun Sword Sect, and Baiyu Sect all boast ancient powerhouses of the 9 tribulations realm. This is precisely why the Heavenly Demon Sect has hesitated to make a significant move to seize control of Taishan Prefecture. The King of the Underworld interjected. Currently, only the Demon Sect leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect is at the 9 tribulations realm. If pressed, it is highly likely that the ancient powerhouses from various factions will unite to obliterate the Heavenly Demon Sect. Then why do the 9 tribulations realm ancestors from various factions not take action to eliminate the Heavenly Demon Sect? Ye Tianming inquired, perplexed. My husband, Ji Rushua replied. Taishan Prefecture is situated at the tail end of the 3,000 great prefectures. These 9 tribulations realm strongholds are likely ancient beings from over 10,000 years ago. They would suffer immense vitality loss with every action they take. They will not intervene until their sect faces annihilation. Ji Rushua, being well informed about such matters due to the presence of 9 tribulations realm experts in the Ji family of Kanglan Prefecture, spoke with authority. At her words, Ye Tianming sighed deeply. Without becoming a sage, one ultimately cannot withstand the ravages of time. Generally, the lifespan of a 9 tribulations realm expert is a little over 10,000 years, while those of the Dao realm can reach up to 50,000 years. Yet, regardless of their longevity, they cannot escape the erosion of time. They too will perish and meet their end. Only by attaining the status of a sage or an emperor can one resist the ravages of time, achieving an eternal lifespan. As long as there are no life and death battles, it is nearly impossible for sages and emperors to fall. The sages and emperors have boundless lifespans. There should be many sages in the 3,000 great prefectures. Yet why do not a single emperor manifest? Suddenly, Ye Tianming appeared to have an epiphany, his eyes widening in astonishment. Where have those eternal emperors gone? Have they departed from the 3,000 great prefectures? Or have they perished? Has no one ever questioned this before? In a moment, Ye Tianming stood rooted in place. My husband, what is the matter? It was only when Ji Rushue gently called out to him that Ye Tianming snapped out of his shock. Oh, it's nothing. Ye Tianming shook his head and then said, Please tell me about the situation in the Great Qian Dynasty. My lord, he replied. The current state of affairs in the Great Qian Dynasty is rather unclear. The Blaze Demon King's expression darkened as he continued, ever since Emperor Qin entered seclusion. Several princes, along with Ye Shuiyu, have been eyeing the throne with intense ambition, reaching a point of palpable tension where a great conflict could erupt at any moment over the imperial seat. And what of Xiaoxiao? Is she unharmed? Upon hearing this, Ye Tianming felt a weight in his heart and immediately inquired further. Within the entire palace, only Yu Xiaoxiao shared the closest bond with him, and he was particularly concerned for her safety. As for the others, their fate was of little consequence to him. The 9th princess was currently within the palace, which posed no significant threat. The king of the underworld replied. At this, Ye Tianming finally exhaled in relief. This could be deemed as the sole piece of good news. It appeared that Taishan Prefecture had truly descended into chaos. Ye Tianming sighed, believing that he had reached the pinnacle of strength in Taishan state, possessing at least the capability for self-preservation. However, it has become evident that the depths of Taishan state are far beyond his initial perceptions. His power is still a considerable distance from being able to dominate the entirety of Taishan state. He now harbors a fear that a formidable being from the realm might emerge behind him. Strength. It is all about strength. Ye Tianming sighed, feeling a wave of disorientation wash over him. He then gazed at the once mighty mountain range of 10,000 miles, now devastated, and said, You shall take the remaining beasts and seek refuge in the Void Realm for the time being. The Flame Demon King and the Nether Demon King exchanged a glance, immediately summoning the surviving beasts. Although the recent battle with the Blood-Red Guardian had ravaged the entire mountain range, resulting in the demise of many beasts, a considerable number still lived. Under the guidance of the Flame Demon King and the Nether Demon King, They entered the passageway that Ye Tianming had opened to the void realm in an orderly fashion. Once they had all entered, Ye Tianming, accompanied by Ji Ruxue, proceeded to the royal tomb. Soon, he arrived above the royal tomb, and as he looked down at what was once a magnificent edifice, he found it had been reduced to mere ruins. Ye Tianming's divine consciousness swept across, revealing that there was no trace of life left within the imperial tomb. The previous lord of the celestial demon sect, who had been sealed within the tomb, now appeared to have broken free. Ye Tianming furrowed his brows. For the strength of the demon cult was growing increasingly formidable, while the four paramount forces of Taishan Prefecture were steadily weakening. Ye Tianming took out the wine meant for the departed and scattered it towards the direction of the imperial mausoleum, a place where he once drank with the 9 ancestors. As he poured, he murmured, "Rest assured, 9 ancestors, there will come a day when I shall avenge you." Once this ritual was complete, he set forth towards the imperial palace alongside Ji Ruxue. On their journey, Ye Tianming suddenly inquired, "Ruxue, do you know where the emperors of the 3,000 great states have gone?" Upon hearing this question, Ji Ruxue's body trembled slightly before she replied. This question has indeed been a subject of speculation among the various factions. Logically, once one attains the status of a sage, their lifespan becomes boundless. Given the passage of countless epochs, there should be many emperors. Yet now, within the 3,000 great states, not a single emperor remains. As she spoke, Ji Ruxue shook her head. The major factions truly have no understanding of what has transpired, including the surviving sages. Some speculate that all emperors have departed from the 3,000 great states to venture into the myriad realms. Others conjecture that there was once a cataclysmic event that required all emperors to sacrifice themselves to avert disaster. It seems that ever since an unknown time, emperors have gradually vanished. Even those emperors who attained enlightenment later seem to disappear within a mere 100,000 years. Is there truly no sage who knows these secrets? Have the imperial clans not sought their ancestors? Ye Tianming pondered aloud. At the level of emperors, even sages lack the qualification to know their whereabouts. And even if a sage were privy to such knowledge, they likely would not disclose it. Speculation suggests that this may involve the clandestine secrets of emperorhood. Ji Ruxue sighed softly, her curiosity about the whereabouts of those ancient emperors evident. Yet, before those emperors, they were akin to ants, utterly insignificant. The secrets surrounding the emperors are beyond the comprehension of beings like us. To uncover these mysteries, it seems that only one who has attained emperorhood could succeed. Ji Ruxue concluded. Ye Tianming, upon hearing this, felt a sense of melancholy wash over him. As they continued towards the capital of the Grand Qian Dynasty, they engaged in discussions about ancient, arcane mysteries. Before long, they arrived at the gates of the imperial city, once bustling and prosperous. The grand capital of the Grand Qian Dynasty was now gradually succumbing to desolation and decay. The imposing and majestic city was now shrouded in layers of protective formations. A multitude of soldiers guarded the gates, and even those entering or leaving the imperial city were subjected to rigorous scrutiny. As Ye Tianming and Ji Ruxue approached the city gates, the soldiers immediately blocked their path. "I am Ye Tianming, the crown prince of the Grand Qian Dynasty." Ye Tianming narrowed his eyes slightly and produced the token that confirmed his identity. The soldiers guarding the city, upon recognizing Ye Tianming, promptly paid their respects. Subsequently, the commanding officer inquired, "Your Highness, the Crown Prince, I was under the impression you were in Kanglan Prefecture. What brings you back at this moment?" Ye Tianming replied, "I have heard that Father Emperor has entered seclusion and that the celestial demon sect is watching closely. Hence, I hasten my return from Kanglan Prefecture. May I enter now?" Ye Tianming replied calmly, "Of course, Your Highness, please proceed." The general, who had been guarding the imperial city, was well aware of the immense favor the emperor held for the elder prince before him. Offending Ye Tianming would likely lead to dire consequences in the future. "Royal brother?" Just as Ye Tianming was about to enter the imperial city, a figure clad in armor suddenly descended from the sky. This individual was none other than the 4th prince of the Grand Qian Dynasty, Ye Tianming. "Fourth brother?" Ye Tianming cast a glance at Ye Tianming, then turned his attention to Ji Ruxue, smiling as he said, "Surely this is the esteemed sister-in-law, the foremost genius of Kanglan Prefecture." Ji Ruxue nodded slightly, acknowledging the introduction. Subsequently, Ye Tianming continued with a chuckle, "I had assumed that my royal brother would remain in Kanglan Prefecture indefinitely. I am truly astonished to see his return." He then addressed his 4th brother, "If you have something to say, please express it directly. I have no fondness for beating around the bush." Ye Tianming furrowed his brow and spoke. Upon hearing this, Ye Tianming was momentarily rendered speechless, But soon he let out a cold laugh and said, "Elder brother, your return amidst father's grave injury and seclusion is merely a ploy for the throne. Do you truly believe that, given the current state of the Great Qian Dynasty, father would bestow the throne upon you? Even with the support of the Ji family, who are, after all, not based in Kanglan Prefecture. You ought to remain there and avoid wading into these murky waters." After listening to Ye Tianming's words, Ye Tianming finally understood that the other party assumed he had come to vie for the throne. He could not help but reply, "Do you think I, like you, am solely fixated on this throne?" With that, Ye Tianming disregarded Ye Tianming entirely and directly led Ji Rushui into the imperial city, watching their retreating figures. Ye Tianming's eyes flashed with a hint of gloom. Shortly thereafter, he snorted coldly, "You can't seriously believe that with the Ji family as your backing, the throne is yours for the taking? With father in seclusion, you return with only Ji Rushui. How truly arrogant." With that, he too stepped into the imperial city of the Great Qian Dynasty. Following a minor incident at the city gates, Ye Tianming and Ji Rushui swiftly arrived at the palace. He had also informed Ye Xiaoxiao of his return in advance. Ye Xiaoxiao had been waiting outside the palace for Ye Tianming. Upon seeing him return safely, her eyes brimmed with tears, and she rushed forward to embrace him. "Elder brother, you have finally returned. I have missed you dearly." Upon witnessing the scene, Ye Tianming gently smiled and affectionately ruffled Ye Xiaoxiao's hair. "Your elder brother misses you dearly. At your age, why are you still in tears?" As he spoke, Ye Tianming drew Ji Rushui closer and cheerfully introduced her, saying, "This is your sister-in-law, Rushui." Ji Rushui, having heard Ye Tianming mention Ye Xiaoxiao before, smiled and remarked, "You must be Xiaoxiao, right? My husband often speaks of you." "Greetings, sister-in-law." Ye Xiaoxiao promptly greeted him with a smile. Following that, Ye Tianming, under Ye Xiaoxiao's guidance, made his way towards the imperial palace. Along the journey, Ye Xiaoxiao continuously shared with Ye Tianming some recent happenings within the palace. "Elder brother, are you aware of our father's seclusion?" Ye Xiaoxiao inquired. "I am aware," he replied. Ye Tianming nodded. "Elder brother, our father will not. He won't, rest assured." Ye Tianming abruptly interrupted Ye Xiaoxiao, asserting with unwavering determination. Whether the Qian emperor was injured, and to what extent, remained unknown to Ye Tianming. However, he was confident in the abundance of spiritual medicines at his disposal, encompassing Tao, Saint, and even emperor-grade elixirs. Regardless of the severity of the Qian emperor's injuries, Ye Tianming believed he possessed the means to effectuate his rescue. Subsequently, Ye Tianming gleaned further insights from Ye Xiaoxiao regarding the unfolding situation. Since the Qian emperor had entered seclusion, all affairs of the Qian dynasty had been entrusted to Prime Minister Zhang Ju. Meanwhile, the ambitious princes and princesses Ye Wushuang, Ye Yuanming, Ye Xiuzhu, and Ye Shuyu had commenced their covert and overt struggles for the throne, all having returned to the palace. They began to rally support from court officials and other influential factions within Taishan Prefecture. Prime Minister Zhang Ju, for his part, chose to turn a blind eye to these machinations. In essence, while the palace may have appeared tranquil on the surface, beneath it lay a tempestuous undercurrent, fraught with peril that could ensnare the unwary. Before long, they arrived at the grand hall of the palace, where a figure stood, gazing at Ye Tianming with an expression of resigned dismay. "Your Highness, you should not have returned," the figure remarked, as it swiftly materialized before the trio, revealing itself to be Prime Minister Zhang Ju. Ye Tianming gazed at Zhang Ju and inquired, "My Lord Chancellor, how's my father faring at present?" Zhang Ju replied, "His Majesty is currently preparing to break through to the ninth tribulation realm. Once he attains the state, the situation will not be dire." Hearing this, Ye Tianming felt a slight sense of relief. "Your Highness," Zhang Ju continued, "the situation in Taishan Prefecture is fraught with peril. Your return may very well expose you to unforeseen dangers." With that, Zhang Ju let out a deep sigh. Ye Tianming's return at this moment is indeed ill-advised. Currently, several princes and Princess Ye Xiu are all eyeing the throne with keen interest. Ye Tianming has returned with Ji Rushui, and even Zhang Ju perceives that Ye Tianming harbors aspirations for the throne. However, he stands as the weakest contender in the struggle for power. Despite this, he is favored by Emperor Qian and is now supported by the Ji family. Can one truly assert that he lacks opportunities to ascend to the throne? Indeed, there may be considerable chances. Yet, at present, Emperor Qian is gravely injured and in seclusion, with only Ji Rushui from the Ji family by his side. To avert unforeseen complications, it is plausible that others may secretly target Ye Tianming. Why did Emperor Qian send Ye Tianming to Kanglan Prefecture? Was it not to distance him from the eye of the storm? My dear Chancellor, I comprehend your words. Yet a gentleman must discern when to act and when to refrain. With the emperor in seclusion and the demon cult lurking menacingly, I must take action. Ye Tianming spoke lightly. Upon hearing his words, Zhang Ju's body trembled slightly. A gentleman has principles of action and restraint? Is this truly the Ye Tianming I know? Very well, Your Highness Tianming. During this period, you shall reside within the imperial palace, where at least your safety can be assured. After a long pause, Zhang Ju finally spoke. Ye Tianming nodded slightly, then bid farewell to Zhang Ju, preparing to stay in the palace for a while to assess the situation. After Ye Tianming departed, Zhang Ju's figure finally faded from view within the palace. With that, Ye Tianming made his way back to the royal residence. Yi Wushuang, Yi Xiuzhu, and Yi Xueyu also received the news. Within a resplendent palace, as Yi Wushuang listened to the report from his subordinate, he fell into deep contemplation. What could be the reason for his elder brother's return at such a time? Yi Wushuang fell into deep contemplation, accompanying Ji Ruxue. Could it be that my royal brother intends for our father to bestow the throne upon him in his final moments? Your Highness, regardless of the reason behind the crown prince's return, should we not take the initiative? A figure emerged from below, the king of Jinshi, who responded in a grave tone. It is inadvisable. Yi Wushuang directly obstructed king of Jinshi, saying, have you forgotten that those who were sent to assassinate our elder brother in the past have all perished? Now that our elder brother is in trouble, it is highly likely that our father will act without restraint. It was, after all, the king of Jinshi who dispatched assassins to eliminate Ye Tianming while framing the king of Jinan. Yet, inexplicably, all the assassins sent to kill Ye Tianming met their demise. This has led both Yi Wushuang and the king of Jinshi to believe that the Emperor Qian had arranged formidable protectors around Ye Tianming. Consequently, they have remained in hiding for many years. However, as time has passed, it appears that the Emperor Qian has not pursued any grievances against the king of Jinan. It was only after the Emperor Qian entered seclusion that the two resumed their scheming. Moreover, it was Yi Wushuang who initially orchestrated the plot to frame Ye Tianming and concubine Shu from the shadows. What should we do now? Your Highness, inquired the king of Jinshi. We shall wait. Eventually, someone will become unable to contain themselves. We need only to lay our plans discreetly. Yi Wushuang spoke lightly. Understood. Meanwhile, within the palace of Ye Yuanming, a significant number of the military elite of the Grand Qian Dynasty stood below him. Over the years, Ye Yuanming had honed his skills within the army, and many formidable warriors supported his ascension to the throne. Your Highness need not worry. Even if Ye Tianming were to return, what could he possibly do? He is but a worthless scion. Would His Majesty truly bestow the throne upon him? Indeed. He held no power or influence in the court, and even if he were to ascend to the throne, his reign would be fleeting. As for the Ji family, they are of no concern. They remain in Kanglan Prefecture. Should they dare to enter Taishan, they would find themselves at odds with the entirety of Taishan Prefecture. Listening to the military elites below exchanging words, Ye Yuanming gently waved his hand, and they fell silent. It matters not. Command the Yuling army and the Longshao army to remain at the ready. The Yuling army and the Longshao army are the two principal border forces of the Grand Qian Dynasty. Due to the threat posed by the heavenly demon sect, these two formidable armies had been recalled to the imperial city, now stationed not far from the Grand Qian Dynasty's capital. This, however, afforded Ye Yuanming an opportunity. With a mere command, the two border armies would rally behind him, propelling him to become the new sovereign of the Grand Qian Dynasty. This was one of Ye Yuanming's trump cards. Of course, all of this hinged upon the fall of the Qian Emperor. If the Qian Emperor were to live, Ye Yuanming would remain merely a prince. Understood, Your Highness. The military elites below began to depart to make preparations. In another corner, the sixth prince, Ye Xiuzhu, stood. Ye Xiuzhu's mother hails from the Qin family, which stands as the foremost among the three prominent families of the Qian dynasty. Each of these illustrious families boasts a supreme ancestor overseeing their affairs. The three great families, Chun, Li, and Wang, are the most formidable clans within the Qian dynasty. In addition to these three, there are numerous other families, totaling over 100, that lend their support to Ye Xiuzhu. Although united, their strength may not rival that of the top forces in Taishan Prefecture. They are certainly not to be underestimated. At present, Ye Xiuzhu is engaged in discussions with the heads of the three great families to devise a strategy regarding the return of Ye Tianming. What course of action should we take now that Ye Tianming has returned? Ye Xiuzhu inquired. The head of the Qin family responded first. Your Highness, Ye Tianming poses little threat. Our concern should lie with the Ji family behind him. If the Ji family intervenes, they may attempt to bolster Ye Tianming's position. The head of the Li family added, the current situation within the imperial city is convoluted. Ye Tianming's appearance might stir the waters, presenting us with an opportunity. The head of the Wang family concurred. The emperor remains in seclusion, and we are unaware of the circumstances. We must bide our time until the situation clarifies, allowing us to take our next steps. Upon hearing the words of the three family heads, Ye Xiuzhu fell into deep contemplation. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Let us remain inactive for the time being, while simultaneously sending emissaries to engage with the Ji family to gauge their intentions. Meanwhile, in the Qianqing palace of the imperial harem, a beautiful matron sat opposite Ye Xiuzhu. This woman is the former saintess of the Baiyu sect and the current virtuous consort. Xiuzhu, she began, with the return of the first prince, who now enjoys the support of the Ji family, and the backing of formidable forces behind Ye Wushuang, Ye Yuanming, and Ye Xiuzhu. The situation is intricate. Although you have the support of the Baiyu sect, they too are preoccupied with their own affairs. You must possess a new trump card. Ye Xiuzhu understood this principle as well. With the Baiyu sect suffering significant losses and being a woman among various factions, she found herself at a disadvantage. Mother, there are no forces we can ally within Taishan Prefecture anymore. Ye Xiuzhu sighed softly, a hint of bitterness surfacing in her gaze. We do not necessarily need to seek alliances within Taishan Prefecture. In fact, I have a proposal. Upon hearing this, Ye Xiuzhu's eyes brightened, and she hurriedly inquired, Mother, what plan do you have? The wise consort calmly uttered 5 words. Kanglan Prefecture, Ji family. The Ji family? Ye Xiuzhu was momentarily taken aback upon hearing that name, her confusion evident. Mother, isn't the Ji family the backing of Ye Tianming? If they intend to support Ye Tianming's ascension to the throne, how could they possibly cooperate with us? Hearing this, the wise consort chuckled softly, saying, Xiuzhu, you are still too young. Do you believe Ye Tianming is merely a useless prince? If it were not for that woman, how could your father possibly favor a waste? The Ji family understands that between you and Ye Tianming, you are undoubtedly more suitable to be the emperor of the Grand Qian Dynasty. At this point, Ye Xiuzhu found herself increasingly perplexed and asked, But mother, what does this have to do with us being able to ally with the Ji family? Why would the Ji family support Ye Tianming? It is merely because of his betrothal to Ji Rushua. What if we could also forge a marital alliance with the Ji family? The wise consort proposed. In the contest between you and Ye Tianming, the Ji family would undoubtedly shift their support towards you. Moreover, the Ji family is descended from emperors, a force far from ordinary. Marital alliance? Ye Xiuzhu paused, her breath catching as she pondered. Mother, are you suggesting that I should marry into the Ji family? The younger generation of the Ji family consists only of Ji Rushua and Ji Zhira. I presume the intended betrothal would be between Bai Zhantian and Ji Zhira. Yes, Bai Zhantian, the wise consort affirmed. Upon hearing the name Bai Zhantian, Ye Xiuzhu's breath quickened. Bai Zhantian was the current saint son of the Baiyu sect and the leading figure among the younger generation, ranking among the top 5 geniuses in Taishan Prefecture. Moreover, Bai Zhantian was her cousin. Indeed, if Bai Zhantian proposes to the Ji family, should it succeed, the Ji family would certainly support you. With the backing of both the Ji family and the Baiyu sect, would you still fear the stability of your throne? After considering the wise consort's explanation, Ye Xiuzhu smiled brightly. Thank you, mother. However, her brow soon furrowed again. But mother, what if the Ji family does not agree? Should they refuse? It would simply mean that the incentives offered are insufficient. As long as the benefits are substantial enough, the Ji family will undoubtedly acquiesce. As time flows, nearly 2 years have elapsed since Ye Tianming returned to the imperial palace. During these 2 years, the situation has become increasingly tense. The Xianyu mansion has faced assaults from the heavenly demon cult. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the formidable warriors from the Qingyun sword sect and the Baiyu sect, the Xianyu mansion might have met its demise. As for the Grand Qian Dynasty, although Chancellor Zhangju has been overseeing matters, he is, after all, not the Qian emperor. With the Qian emperor remaining in seclusion without any news, many powerful figures within the court have begun to take sides. Ye Wushuang, Ye Yuanming, Ye Xiuzhu, and Ye Xiuzhu, despite standing united against the heavenly demon sect, exerted little effort. Each was intent on preserving their strength to prepare for future claims to the throne. As for Ye Tianming and Ji Rushua, they have spent the past 2 years cultivating within the palace. Ye Tianming has also realized that the comprehensive war with the heavenly demon sect draws ever closer. Over the past 2 years, his cultivation has ascended to the 7th level of the supreme realm, and he has begun preparing for the heavenly stage of the 9 tribulations realm. In Kanglan Prefecture, at the Ji family estate, the head of the family, Ji Yuanming, received a request for an audience from Bai Zhantian, the holy son of the Baiyu sect in Taishan Prefecture. Ji Yuanming, upon hearing the report from a Ji family disciple, was momentarily taken aback. The Baiyu sect of Taishan Prefecture? Are you certain it is the Baiyu sect? It seems our Ji family has had no prior dealings with them, he inquired. Indeed. It is the Baiyu sect. I have confirmed it, the disciple replied respectfully. You may leave now, Ji Yuanming said after a brief contemplation, gesturing for the disciple to withdraw. Though the Baiyu sect is a top-tier power in Taishan Prefecture, Ji Yuanming pondered why they would suddenly approach the Ji family without any previous connection. Have you forgotten? In the current Grand Qian Dynasty, the various princes are vying for the throne. The Baiyu sect's visit likely aims to forge an alliance with us, Shin Muxin remarked, casting a knowing glance at Ji Yuanming. I have heard that Tianming's third sister is backed by the Baiyu sect. However, being a woman, she will certainly require greater support from formidable factions to secure the throne. Upon hearing this, Ji Yuanming's understanding deepened. The Ji family was quite informed about the affairs of the Qian Dynasty, and in recent years, news from Ji Ruxue had occasionally reached them. The struggles for the throne had reached a pinnacle of intensity. Yet with Tianming present, do you truly believe they can contend for the throne? Ji Yuanming chuckled and shook his head. Had Ye Tianming truly been the rumored useless prince, he might have been tempted by an alliance with the Baiyu sect. However, now that he was aware of Ye Tianming's true capabilities, how could he consider anyone else? Regardless of the outcome, the envoy from the Baiyu sect has arrived. We must at least meet him, Shin Muxin insisted. Indeed, let us go greet this holy son of the Baiyu sect, Ji Yuanming agreed. Before long, Bai Zhantian was led into the great hall by a Ji family disciple. Behind him were 2 powerful figures from the Baiyu sect, one at the supreme realm and the other at the Yaoguang realm. Given the perilous circumstances in Taishan Prefecture, the Baiyu sect would not dare send Bai Zhantian to Kanglan Prefecture without the protection of a supreme realm expert. Junior Bai Zhantian pays his respects to Elder Ji. Bai Zhantian greeted Ji Yuanming with deep reverence, his figure clad in white robes, dual blades sheathed at his back, exuding a remarkable aura. Ah, Bai Zhantian. I did not expect you to visit our Ji family. It is truly a rare occasion, Ji Yuanming replied with a warm smile. Ji Yuanming chuckled lightly, instructing someone to attend to the seating and tea. Although he had never previously interacted with the Baiyu sect, it was essential to show the necessary respect. It was said that the mother of Shuiyu, the niece of Shui, was the former saintess of the Baiyu sect, and Ni Shuiyu, being the third sister of Tianming, meant that the Ji family was indeed closely related to the Baiyu sect, as Tianming was now their son-in-law. Shin Muxin chimed in with a smile, her words instantly bridging the gap between Bai Zhantian and the Ji family. I am unworthy. The Ji family is of imperial lineage, and as juniors, we hold the Void Emperor in the utmost reverence, Bai Zhantian replied with a smile. Although the Ji family of Kanglan Prefecture had fallen from grace and was no longer connected to the imperial Ji family, the blood coursing through their veins was still that of an emperor. No one dared to show disrespect. That was many years ago, and we have long severed ties with the imperial Ji family. There is no need for you to feel constrained, young Master Zhantian, Ji Yuanming said with a chuckle. After further polite exchanges, Ji Yuanming finally inquired, might I ask the purpose of your visit to the Ji family, young Master Zhantian? Upon the conversation finally turning to the matter at hand, Bai Zhantian stood up respectfully, bowing to Ji Yuanming, and stated, I have come with a particular request, and I hope Uncle Ji will grant it. Upon hearing Bai Zhantian's words, Ji Yuanming and Shin Muxin exchanged glances, confirming their suspicions. I wish to propose a union with the second miss of the Ji family. Together, the Ji family and the Baiyu sect can surely suppress the neighboring states. Bai Zhantian proclaimed passionately. He did not forget to boast about himself, adding, I am the holy son of the Baiyu sect and will inevitably become its leader. I seek your esteemed support. After Bai Zhantian completed his impassioned speech, he expected Ji Yuanming to agree swiftly. However, upon noticing the exchanged looks between Ji Yuanming and Shin Muxin, his heart sank momentarily. Yet, he quickly shook his head, contemplating silently. Ye Tianming, that good-for-nothing, is able to wed the eldest daughter of the Ji family. As the holy son of Baiyu sect, How could I possibly fail to marry the second daughter of the Ji family? Regarding this union, Bai Zhantian is quite confident. Ye Tianming is capable, and so is Bai Zhantian. However, he soon sensed something amiss. Why did Ji Yuanming and Xin Muxin regard him as though he were a fool? No, it must be his own misperception. Bai Zhantian mused inwardly. Cough, cough. Suddenly, Ji Yuanming cleared his throat and chuckled. Zhantian, my dear nephew. You must understand that Zhira is now of age. Her choices are beyond our control. This, Ji Yuanming appeared somewhat troubled. Having never anticipated that the Bai family would resort to matrimonial alliances to court favor with the Ji family. Yet, upon reflection, it was indeed a sound strategy, as alliances through marriage are often the most effective. Moreover, Bai Zhantian's background and talent were quite compatible with Ji Zhira. Regrettably, Ji Yuanming was acutely aware of Ji Zhira's feelings toward Ye Tianming, which left him in considerable distress. Why did both of his daughters harbor affections for Ye Tianming? Zhantian, the betrothal between Tianming and Rushiwei was a matter they negotiated themselves. If you wish to marry Zhira, perhaps you should converse with her first? After all, you have yet to meet, suggested Xin Muxin from beside them. Upon hearing this, Bai Zhantian was instantly elated and expressed his gratitude profusely. Observing his reaction, Xin Muxin nodded slightly and summoned a maid, instructing her, take Zhantian to Zhira. Let the young ones have a conversation. Yes. The maid acquiesced and led Bai Zhantian to Ji Zhira's residence. Once Bai Zhantian departed, Ji Yuanming could only manage a wry smile and remarked, do you think this will come to fruition? Whether it succeeds or not, don't you already know? Xin Muxin retorted. Then why did you allow Zhira to meet him? He is a guest. After all, we cannot simply drive him away, Ji Yuanming replied. In the courtyard of the Ji family, Ji Zhira welcomed Bai Zhantian, saying, young master Bai, please. She instructed Xiao Chui to prepare a pot of tea and addressed Bai Zhantian. Thank you, Miss Zhira. Bai Zhantian smiled slightly and drank the tea in one gulp. Xin Muxin had discreetly informed Xiao Chui of Bai Zhantian's intentions. Now that young master Bai has finished his tea, it is time for you to take your leave, Ji Zhira stated in a neutral tone, devoid of any warmth. What do you mean by that, Miss Zhira? Bai Zhantian's expression darkened at her words. He had assumed that her invitation to tea indicated her interest, only to find himself being dismissed. You should consider yourself fortunate to not have been turned away at the door. I hope you can recognize your place, Ji Zhira remarked, furrowing her brow. There can be no outcome between us. At this moment, Bai Zhantian's countenance had grown increasingly grim. He replied coolly, Miss Zhira, may I inquire what it is that I have done to displease you? Young master Bai is indeed admirable, yet my heart has already been claimed by another. Please, do as you wish. With those words, Ji Zhira turned to enter the house. Who is that person? Bai Zhantian exclaimed, his emotion surging, unable to fathom that he would not win Ji Zhira's affection. Young master Bai, this matter no longer concerns you. Ji Zhira replied coldly, if you take another step forward, the poison within you will manifest. You would do well to reflect on this. Poison? Bai Zhantian's expression stiffened, astonished as he gazed at Ji Zhira. He hastily channeled his energy, only to discover an unusual force within him. Young master Bai, the tea you just consumed contained the seed of the twin spirit herb. Should you choose to depart now, I shall provide you with the mother herb. Upon refining it, your cultivation will surge, a gesture of my apology. However, should you remain obstinate and dare to advance, the seed will activate, inflicting upon you a peculiar toxin. Ji Zhira presented Bai Zhantian with two choices. The twin spirit herb is a remarkable elixir. Consuming both the seed and the mother herb together will significantly enhance a cultivator's prowess. Yet, ingesting either one alone will result in a strange poison, only alleviated by consuming both. You, Bai Zhantian roared in fury, striving to stabilize the toxin within him. He never anticipated that Ji Zhira would poison him at their very first encounter. Are you not afraid of offending my Baiyu sect? Bai Zhantian unsheathed his sword, pointing it at Ji Zhira, his voice filled with rage. Ji Zhira, inviting him into her courtyard, was tantamount to accepting his affections, was it not? The mere Baiyu sect holds no fear for the Ji family. At that moment, a cold voice echoed from outside. Ji Yuanming, Xin Muxin, and powerful figures from Baiyu sect entered together. All wore grim expressions, clearly taken aback by the unfolding events. Ji family head, is this how you entertain your guests? The supreme expert from Baiyu sect shielded Bai Zhantian, snorting coldly, a wave of oppressive energy radiating outward. Zhira has already stated that should young master Zhantian abandon the union, We will naturally provide the mother herb as compensation. Ye Tianming, unyielding, unleashed a formidable aura, instantly suppressing the supreme expert of Baiyu sect. Since your daughter has no affection for your sect's holy son, I must request your departure. Ye Tianming had begun to issue an eviction order, then turned to Ji Zhirua, saying, Zhirua, hand over the mother herb. Ji Zhirua bit her lip and surrendered the mother herb of the twin spirit herb to Ye Tianming. After consuming the mother herb, the holy son of your sect will not only avoid poisoning, but will also experience considerable advancement in his cultivation. Ye Tianming tossed the mother elixir to the formidable figure of the Baiyu sect, uttering nonchalantly, safe travels, no need for farewells. The Baiyu sect warrior, aware that the negotiations had come to naught, cast a penetrating gaze upon Ye Tianming before accepting the elixir, snorting coldly, Ji family, await your reckoning. With that, he departed with Bai Zhantian, leaving the Ji family behind. Once the Baiyu sect warrior had vanished, Ye Tianming sighed deeply, remarking, Zhirua, your actions in this matter were rather impulsive. Next time, do consider your decisions more judiciously. Ji Zhirua merely pressed her lips together and nodded faintly. After Ye Tianming and Shun Muxin had taken their leave, she withdrew a communication talisman and sent a message within. Husband, trouble has arisen. Today, Ye Tianming had just concluded his seclusion when Ji Ruxue entered, her expression fraught with anxiety. Observing the furrowed brow of Ji Ruxue, Ye Tianming felt a flicker of foreboding. It was the first time he had witnessed her in such a state. Under usual circumstances, Ji Ruxue remained unperturbed regardless of the situation. However, today was decidedly different. What is it? Ye Tianming hurriedly inquired. Something has happened to Zhirua. Ji Ruxue's words caused Ye Tianming to widen his eyes in astonishment. Isn't she at the Ji family? How could anything possibly occur there? Ji Ruxue elucidated, my husband, Zhirua has come to Taishan Prefecture. As she spoke, she proceeded to explain the sequence of events to Ye Tianming. It turned out that ever since Bai Zhantian had visited the Ji family to arrange an engagement, Ji Zhirua had been contemplating a journey to Taishan Prefecture. Ji Tianming and Shun Muxin deemed the current situation in Taishan Prefecture to be perilous, believing that Ji Zhirua lacked the ability to protect herself, thus forbidding her from coming. However, Ji Zhirua had secretly escaped without their knowledge. Throughout her journey, she maintained contact with Ji Ruxue via a communication jade talisman, and Ji Ruxue was aware of this. She had planned to discuss matters further upon Ji Zhirua's arrival. But when she attempted to reach out today, she received no response. This instantly alerted Ji Ruxue to the possibility that Ji Zhirua might have encountered trouble. Where did Zhirua go yesterday? Upon hearing this, Ye Tianming immediately inquired. She had entered Taishan Prefecture a few days prior and was, as of yesterday, in Baiyu City. Ji Ruxue pondered for a moment before responding. Zhirua must have encountered trouble nearby Baiyu City. Could it be the handiwork of the celestial demon sect? Ye Tianming pondered for a moment, then shook his head and said, Baiyu City is the stronghold of the Baiyu sect. It is highly unlikely that the heavenly demon sect is responsible. It should not be. Ye Tianming shook his head and said, we shall proceed to Baiyu City at once. I will instruct the covert agents of the Qian Dynasty to investigate any news regarding Zhirua immediately. Baiyu City is the foremost city under the Baiyu sect, governed by a lord who is a formidable master of the supreme realm. Although the heavenly demon sect wields considerable power, it would not venture into Baiyu City without just cause. Observing this, Ji Ruxue could only sigh in resignation and hurriedly followed Ye Tianming towards Baiyu City. At the same time, Ye Tianming reached out to Prime Minister Zhang Ju, urging him to mobilize the covert agents stationed in Baiyu City to inquire about Ji Zhirua's whereabouts. Meanwhile, over 1 million miles away in Baiyu City, there lies a mountain range known as the Shuafang Mountains, situated about 100,000 miles to the east. Unlike the Beast Mountains inhabited by the Blazing Flame Demon King and the Netherworld Demon King, the Shuafang Mountains extend merely 70,000 miles. The most powerful beasts dwelling within are only at the pinnacle of the Yaoguang realm. Although devoid of Supreme Realm Demon Kings, the area is seldom visited, as only those of Supreme Realm strength can traverse freely without concern. Yet, who among the powerful would find leisure to wander into the Shuafang Mountains? At the entrance of the Shuafang Mountains, a young girl was seen darting to and fro, pursued by a group of disciples from the Baiyu sect. Holy Son, she has entered the Shuafang Mountains. What shall we do? Should we pursue her? A disciple of the Baiyu sect asked, a hint of worry in his voice. Pursue? Why not? Does that wretched creature in the mountains dare to harm us? Bai Zhantian, the holy son of the Baiyu sect, sneered. leading the disciples into the depths of the Shuo-Fang Mountains. I did not expect to encounter you here, Ji Zhiruo. I shall exact my revenge. Indeed, the one being chased was Ji Zhiruo. The Baiyu sect is situated on the essential route between the Qian Dynasty and Kanglan Prefecture. As Ji Zhiruo sought passage to the Qian Dynasty, she naturally had to traverse Baiyu sect. Little did she anticipate that within mere days of her arrival in Baiyu City, she would be discovered by Zhang Tian, who wasted no time in assembling a group to capture her. Had it not been for the numerous treasures she possessed and her commendable cultivation, she would likely have fallen into Zhang Tian's clutches by now. Fortunately, Zhang Tian did not bring any formidable experts from the Baiyu sect. Only the younger disciples pursued her. Thus, Ji Zhiruo had evaded her pursuers for an entire day and night, yet she could not shake off her relentless followers. In desperation, she plunged into the Shuo-Fang Mountains, hoping to find a means of escape. I should never have spared him back then. Ji Zhao silently cursed under her breath and promptly produced a crystal-clear orb, deftly performing a hand gesture that rendered her presence concealed. This orb, known as the Celestial Veil Pearl, is a superior-grade treasure of the Earth tier, capable of cloaking one's figure, unless confronted by a supreme realm expert. It is exceedingly challenging for ordinary cultivators to detect her whereabouts. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Tian and his companions' expressions darkened. Search. Seal all exits of the Shuo-Fang mountain range. Do not allow her to escape. Understood. Numerous disciples of the Baiyu sect responded in unison, scattering in all directions around the Shuo-Fang mountain range to hunt for Ji Zhiruo's location. This comprehensive search instilled a sense of urgency in the concealed Ji Zhiruo. Given the Baiyu sect's thorough pursuit, it was only a matter of time before she would be discovered. She could only devise a means to delay them and hoped her sister would arrive soon. With a touch of helplessness, she recalled that her communication jade talisman had been damaged during her earlier flight from pursuit. Otherwise, she could have directly informed Ji Ruxue of her position. Shortly thereafter, Ji Ruxue fixed her gaze on the departing disciple of the Baiyu sect and stealthily followed behind. Who exactly is this girl that has incited such ire from our saint's son? One of the Baiyu sect disciples pondered aloud as they searched for Ji Zhiruo's trail. I'll tell you, but you mustn't breathe a word to anyone, replied another disciple, glancing around cautiously. Who do you take me for? A blabbermouth like Jean Daya. The disciple, identifying himself as Jean Daya, patted his chest in assurance. Previously, our saint's son was to form an alliance with the Ji family, but alas, he was rejected by the second young lady of the Ji family and was even rendered incapable in that regard. This girl appears to be none other than the second young lady of the Ji family. What? Are you saying our saint's son is a eunuch? Jean Daya exclaimed, his astonishment causing nearby birds to scatter in alarm. Shoo! The other disciple, hearing Jean Daya's outburst, turned pale and hastily covered his mouth. Lower your voice. I merely heard it from someone else. Do not let this leak out. All right. Jean Daya nodded repeatedly, his face a mask of shock as if he had stumbled upon an earth-shattering secret. He then discreetly retrieved his communication jade talisman to relay this information to his acquaintances within the Baiyu sect. However, not long after they departed, Ji Zhiruo appeared behind them. Before they could react, she swiftly struck, eliminating the two Baiyu sect disciples in a single blow. Subsequently, she concealed her form once more and ventured elsewhere. Within Baiyu City, Ye Tianming and Ji Ruxue had also arrived. Ye Tianming and Ji Ruxue tread upon Ye Kuan. Ye Kuan's speed reached an extraordinary peak within less than a day's time. They had arrived at Baiyu City. Ye Kuan was utterly exhausted, having transformed into human form only to be beset by relentless nausea. At that moment, a young attendant resembling an innkeeper approached with a smile, inquiring, "Have you two come to Baiyu City for business?" Gazing at the attendant, Ye Tianming produced a token from his bosom and replied, "I have been entrusted by the crown prince to come to Baiyu City." Ye Tianming had long concealed his and Ji Ruxue's appearances with spiritual power. To outsiders, they appeared as nothing more than ordinary passers-by, completely unrecognizable as Ye Tianming and Ji Ruxue. Upon seeing the token, the young attendant hastily prepared to bow. "No need for that. Lead us to your manager." This young attendant was one of the covert agents assigned by the Grand Qian Dynasty to the Baiyu sect. The major powers of Taishan Prefecture had previously contended for various resources, even igniting wars, albeit on a small scale, without escalating to the point of mortal conflict between two great forces. All factions employed spies, and the Grand Qian Dynasty was no exception. Had it not been for the recent rise of the Heavenly Demon sect, which compelled the major powers to unite, The covert struggles among the major factions in Taishan Prefecture would have likely intensified. "My lord, this way please." The young attendant promptly gestured for them to follow, guiding Ye Tianming, Ji Ruxue, and Yi Kuan towards an establishment known as the Worry-Free Tavern in Baiyu City. This tavern was the largest in the Baiyu sect, with ingredients sourced from exotic beasts. Consuming these dishes would bolster the health of ordinary individuals, while cultivators would experience significant advancements in their cultivation. The beverages offered were exquisite wines from various regions. All of this came at a considerable cost. Those who frequented the Worry-Free Tavern were either affluent or of noble status within Baiyu City. Only disciples of the Baiyu sect and members of prominent families were deemed worthy to enter. Little did anyone suspect that the Worry-Free Tavern was, in fact, the strongest covert base implanted by the Grand Qian Dynasty within the Baiyu sect. It typically remained dormant, only to be activated in the event of war between the Baiyu sect and the Grand Qian Dynasty. Upon receiving news of Ye Tianming's arrival, Zhang Ju ordered the staff of the Worry-Free Tavern to begin gathering intelligence. When Ye Tianming arrived at the tavern, the proprietor greeted him with a broad smile. "Ah, young Master Yi, you have finally arrived. A room has been prepared for you. Please follow me." The proprietor led Ye Tianming personally to the innermost chamber of the tavern. "Your subordinate pays respects to you, my lord." Upon witnessing this, the tavern owner bowed respectfully to Ye Tianming. He was not well informed about the palace's affairs, only aware that he had received orders from the Grand Qian Dynasty's royal palace that day to investigate the whereabouts of the second young lady of the Ji family, Ji Zhirua. Beyond that, he remained entirely in the dark, even ignorant of who had issued the command. Knowing too much could be perilous, especially for covert agents like them, who were only tasked with relaying messages and executing orders, and were forbidden from asking questions. Naturally, he was unaware that the individuals who had arrived were none other than Ye Tianming and Ji Ruxue themselves. Ye Tianming inquired directly, "What news have you gathered regarding the investigation I assigned?" The shopkeeper respectfully replied, "My lord, all the information from the investigation is contained within this jade talisman." As he spoke, he presented the meticulously prepared jade talisman to Ye Tianming. Ye Tianming received the jade talisman, and with a mere thought, he immediately comprehended all that had transpired. Ji Zhirua had arrived at Baiyu City 5 days prior, only to be pursued the very next night by Baizhantian, the holy son of Baiyu sect, accompanied by numerous disciples. Given the absolute authority of Baiyu sect in Baiyu City, and with Baizhantian himself leading the charge, no one dared approach, and few were privy to the unfolding events. Subsequently, after a confrontation between Ji Zhirua and several disciples of Baiyu sect, she managed to escape. Her flight directed towards the Shuo-Fang mountain range, situated 100,000 miles to the east of Baiyu City. As for the remaining details, the dark guards could uncover no further information. Upon receiving this intelligence, Ye Tianming promptly departed from the Wanyu Tavern with Ji Ruxue, reminding her as they left, "Inform me immediately of any news regarding Ji Zhirua or Baizhantian." Swiftly, Ye Tianming and Ji Zhirua exited Baiyu City, hastening towards the Shuo-Fang mountain range. "Husband, so much time has passed. What if Zhirua?" Ji Ruxue hesitated, burdened by self-reproach. "I should have gone to retrieve Zhirua sooner. Then she would not have encountered such peril. Do not fret, Ruxue. Zhirua will undoubtedly be safe. Should she suffer even the slightest harm, I shall ensure Baiyu sect pays a steep price." Ye Tianming softly offered his comfort. A distance of 100,000 miles was not particularly daunting, and with his speed, he arrived at the Shuo-Fang mountain range in less than half an hour. Gazing down at the mountains, Ye Tianming's consciousness swiftly enveloped the area. However, the Shuo-Fang mountain range spanned a vast 70,000 miles, rendering it impossible for him to cover such an expanse entirely. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he inquired, "Ruxue, do you have anything that Ji Zhirua has used?" Ji Ruxue was taken aback, uncertain as to why Ye Tianming sought items belonging to Ji Zhirua. Nonetheless, she retrieved a jade pendant, stating, "This pendant was worn by Ji Zhirua for a long time." Ye Tianming nodded slightly, and a compass materialized in his hand. This compass, known as the locating compass, was merely a trinket of the low-grade earthly tier. Its function was as straightforward as its name suggested, capable of locating objects and individuals. However, the conditions for its use were rather stringent. It required an item associated with the target to serve as a catalyst, and its effective range was limited to 100,000 miles. Consequently, after acquiring the locating compass, Ye Tianming had relegated it to the confines of his systems repository. neglecting it entirely. To his surprise, it was now proving to be useful. Soon, on the surface of the compass, Ye Tianming beheld a golden butterfly composed of spiritual energy, its wings fluttering as it soared in a particular direction. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Ye Tianming promptly pursued the butterfly, heading towards that particular location. Oh, run if you can. Deep within the Shuafang mountain range, Bai Zhantian led a group of disciples from the Baiyu sect, surrounding Jizhirua. Behind Bai Zhantian loomed a formidable beast, a colossal serpent measuring over 100 feet, crowned with an exceptionally hard, conical protrusion, rivaling a celestial-grade spiritual artifact. Its overwhelming presence cast a shadow over a vast expanse of thousands of feet, suffocating all within its vicinity. This was none other than the apex beast of the Yaoguang realm in the Shuafang mountain range, the devouring sky python. Those of lower cultivation who dared to enter felt their vital energy spiraling out of control, as if they would burst apart at any moment. You almost escaped. Bai Zhantian wore a sinister grin. To capture Jizhirua, the disciples of Baiyu sect had already lost no fewer than 20 lives. Yet, even so, they had nearly let Jizhirua slip away. Now, I have captured this human for you. I hope the Holy Sun will not forget the promise made to me. Rest assured, what I, the Holy Sun, have said will certainly hold true, Bai Zhantian declared. Had it not been for his promise to the devouring sky python to assist in capturing Jizhirua in exchange for helping the python break through to the supreme realm, he might have truly failed this time. Bai Zhantian, I am the second miss of the Ji family. Do you not fear igniting a war between the Ji family and Baiyu sect? Jizhirua exclaimed in fury. She had never anticipated that the devouring sky python would ally with Baiyu sect in the end. A war? If I were to slay you here, who would ever know? The Ji family? Does my Baiyu sect fear the Ji family? Bai Zhantian roared. Upon hearing this, Jizhirua's heart sank. Could it be that she was truly destined to perish here today? Rest assured, the news of your demise will undoubtedly remain concealed, Bai Zhantian sneered, adding, however, before you meet your end, our union must be fulfilled. As he spoke, Bai Zhantian erupted into boisterous laughter, joined by the disciples of Baiyu sect. Suddenly, amidst their mirth, several piercing sounds sliced through the air. The heads of numerous Baiyu sect disciples were severed in an instant. Following this, 10 flying swords emerged from the distance, claiming heads as they flew, leaving a trail of carnage in their wake. These disciples of Baiyu sect barely had time to react before their heads were lopped off. What? Witnessing this scene, Bai Zhantian's expression turned to one of horror as he hastily sought refuge behind the colossal body of the sky-devouring python. As a pinnacle being of the Yaoguang realm, the formidable serpent now swung its immense form, striving to unearth the hidden adversary. In an instant, the arena was left with only Bai Zhantian and the python. One human and one beast. A circle of flying swords encircled Jizhirua, who felt a surge of joy upon seeing them. Just then, a pair of delicate hands reached from behind to support her. Before Jizhirua stood a figure clad in white, arms crossed, with their back turned towards her. Sister. Upon seeing Ji Rushue, a smile flickered at the corners of Jizhirua's mouth as she collapsed into her sister's embrace. Jirua, are you unharmed? Ji Rushue's eyes brimmed with concern as she produced a pill from her hand and promptly administered it to Jizhirua. Who are you? Bai Zhantian bellowed. How dare you meddle in the affairs of my Baiyu sect? The ones who will take your life. Ye Tianming let out a cold snort, extending his hand to summon one of the 10 chaos divine swords, the Qi Shao sword, which flew into his grasp. Quickly kill him. Only if I survive can you break through to the supreme realm. Bai Zhantian urgently shouted at the devouring giant python. Upon hearing this, the enormous serpent squinted its massive eyes slightly and responded, Esteemed one, this matter does not concern me. I shall take my leave. Seeing the devouring giant python retreat, Bai Zhantian panicked. You cannot leave. If I perish, the Baiyu sect will never let you go. They will surely raise the Shuafang mountain range to the ground. And what of it? The python replied nonchalantly. I can depart the Shuafang mountain range at this very moment. Is there not a place for me to reside in the entire Taishan continent? As a formidable demon of the Yaoguang realm, the python was unconcerned about Bai Zhantian's threats. Without the need for a supreme realm powerhouse, it could roam freely throughout Taishan continent. Although the Yaoguang realm may not be the pinnacle of combat power in Taishan, it was certainly among the ranks of the strong. With that, the devouring giant python prepared to leave. Did I grant you permission to go? At that moment, Ye Tianming's voice echoed, imbued with an overwhelming pressure that sent a chill down the serpent's spine. Esteemed one, do you truly wish for us both to perish? The python hissed, its forked tongue flickering as it spoke. Perish? You lack the qualifications for such a fate, Ye Tianming declared, raising the Qishao sword and striking towards the devouring giant python. Realizing his opponent had no intention of letting him go, the python retaliated. It opened its colossal maw, summoning a tempest within the Shuafeng mountain range. In an instant, boulders, trees, and even the corpses of Baiyu sect disciples were all engulfed by the python. Like to devour? Then I shall grant you your fill. With that, Ye Tianming infused the Qishao sword with Ziwei heavenly fire and hurled it forward. As the sword, flickering with violet flames, approached, a glimmer of disdain crossed the python's eyes. It prided itself on being able to consume anything. In the next moment, the Qishao sword was swallowed whole. I have changed my mind. Now I shall consume you. The devouring giant python roared, its eyes reflecting contempt. Initially, it believed Ye Tianming to be a formidable opponent, but it now perceived him as nothing more than a mere fade. If it devoured him, perhaps it could reach the supreme realm without the Baiyu sect's aid. Is that so? Ye Tianming's lips curled into a faint smile as he softly uttered, "Slash." In the next moment, the immense body of the devouring python suddenly contorted in anguish, writhing upon the ground. With a resonant clang, a sound like a sword's cry echoed from its abdomen, and a streak of light erupted from its vital point, returning to Ye Tianming. The Qishao sword, the very sword that had been swallowed by the devouring python, had obliterated its internal organs before piercing through its vital point. What manner of sword is this? My divine devouring technique, utterly ineffective. The devouring python gazed in despair at the Qishao sword in Ye Tianming's grasp, its colossal form thrashing a few times before becoming utterly still. Subsequently, with a mere thought, Ye Tianming summoned the python's gallbladder into his hand. This gallbladder was a prime ingredient for brewing fine spirits, and he had yet to savor the liquor infused with the essence of a Yaoguang realm-devouring python. Who exactly are you? Bai Zhantian stared at Ye Tianming, retreating in terror. Though he was the scion of the Baiyu sect, his youth rendered him lacking in strength. How could he possibly contend against one who so effortlessly dispatched a peak Yaoguang realm-devouring python? Senior, if you spare me, I assure you, the Baiyu sect will grant you anything you desire. I implore you, have mercy. At this moment, Bai Zhantian was consumed by fear, collapsing to his knees in a frenzy of supplication. Observing Bai Zhantian's desperate demeanor, Ye Tianming advanced towards him step by step. Bai Zhantian was the cousin of Ye Shuyu, making them kin. In fact, Ye Tianming had encountered Bai Zhantian a few times during their childhood. Bai Zhantian, oh Bai Zhantian, after decades apart. It is astonishing to see you reduced to such a state. Ye Tianming sighed. It has been decades since we last met. Who are you truly? Upon hearing this, Bai Zhantian was taken aback. The implication of those words suggested that the other party recognized him. By all accounts, you are indeed my cousin. But your grave mistake lies in your actions against Zhira. Ye Tianming spoke lightly. Cousin? Are you from the Qian Dynasty? Yi Wushuang? Yi Yuanming? Yi Xiuzhu? No, that cannot be right. Their abilities are comparable to mine, and you are not one of them. At that moment, countless figures flashed through Bai Zhantian's mind. Yet he could not find a single one that could be matched against the person before him. None of them. Ye Tianming spoke softly. You may refer to me as the sword god of 10 miles. As he spoke, he placed the Qishao sword against Bai Zhantian's neck. Alternatively, you may also call me. At that moment, the concealment surrounding Ye Tianming began to dissipate, gradually revealing his true visage. Soon, a remarkably handsome face came into view for Bai Zhantian. Ye Tianming, he exclaimed in terror, impossible. Absolutely impossible. You are the sword god of 10 miles. Bai Zhantian could scarcely fathom that the illustrious sword god could possibly be Ye Tianming, the same individual he deemed a mere drunken wastrel. Madness. It must be madness. Bai Zhantian continued to scream, unable to accept the undeniable truth before him. You are the first to discover my identity. In light of our familial ties, I shall grant you a swift end. With that, Ye Tianming raised the Qishao sword and swung it toward Bai Zhantian's head. No, I am your cousin. You cannot. Swoosh. Before Bai Zhantian could finish his plea for mercy, Ye Tianming severed his head with a single strike, extinguishing even his soul. Once Bai Zhantian was dealt with, Ye Tianming approached Ji Zhirua and Ji Ruxue. At that moment, Ji Zhirua, having consumed Ji Ruxue's elixir, had nearly recovered. Zhirua, are you all right? Ye Tianming inquired. Husband, Zhirua is gravely injured, Ji Ruxue replied, shaking her head. Her right arm is severely damaged, the bone shattered. I have administered the elixir, yet it refuses to heal. Ji Rushue's eyes reflected a hint of desolation. If this continued, Ji Zhirua would likely be rendered a cripple for life. Ye Tianming took a deep breath, extending his hand to rest upon Ji Zhirua's right hand, channeling strands of spiritual energy into her body as he began to assess her injuries. Her right arm had been ravaged by the venom of the devouring serpent, resulting in shattered bones. Moreover, a considerable amount of time had elapsed. The poison coursing through her system rendered even the most potent holy-grade elixirs and medicinal pills incapable of mending Ji Zhirua's fractured bones. Upon witnessing this, Ye Tianming's heart sank, and his gaze turned fierce. "By you sect," Ye Tianming growled, "Master, perhaps we could attempt bone transformation." At that moment, Ye Kuan approached and said, "Bone transformation?" Upon hearing this, Ye Tianming cast a puzzled glance at Ye Kuan. Ye Kuan's true essence is that of the ancient divine beast, Bai Feng. As his power grows, a multitude of ancient memories begins to surface within him, gradually unlocking one by one. This is an arcane art from antiquity, and it is likely that many are currently employing it. Ye Kuan elucidated, in the past, there were indeed cultivators whose bones suffered irreparable injuries. They would resort to replacing the damaged bones with those of a stronger individual, yet the conditions were exceedingly stringent. Firstly, the bones must still possess vitality, and secondly, the cultivation level of the original owner must surpass that of the individual receiving the bone. Moreover, there was another critical consideration after the bone exchange. There existed a significant risk of the two bloodlines clashing, leading to a backlash. In such an event, the consequences could range from the complete loss of cultivation to outright death. Upon hearing Ye Kuan's explanation, Ye Tianming suddenly recalled that during his time in the Beast Mountain range, he had indeed acquired a sacred bone. He hastily produced the right-hand bone of the saint and inquired, "Is this suitable?" Upon seeing the bone, Ye Kuan's eyes brightened in recognition, and he exclaimed with delight, "Master, this sacred bone is absolutely fitting. The saint is immortal, and his bone still harbors remnants of his vitality, although it has been many years. The aura emanating from this hand bone has diminished to a minimal degree, likely keeping the backlash within manageable limits. If this sacred bone does not retaliate, Miss Zhirua may have the opportunity to comprehend the techniques of the saint from his lifetime." It was said that in ancient times, there existed a family that produced two prodigies, one endowed with a supreme bone and the other possessing a double pupil. This family utilized the technique of bone exchange, grafting the supreme bone from the prodigy onto the wielder, thereby creating a genius of unparalleled potential, possessing both the and the supreme bone. After listening to Ye Kuan's explanation, Ye Tianming turned his gaze towards Ji Zhirua. Although the aura had weakened considerably, being a sacred bone, there still existed the possibility of a clash with Ji Zhirua's energy. Such a predicament would certainly lead to significant trouble. "Proceed with the exchange," Ji Zhirua suddenly declared. "Sister, Brother Tianming, I do not wish to be a burden. Even if there exists only a slim chance, I wish to attempt it." Observing this, Ji Rushue's eyes glimmered with determination, as if she had resolved something profound, and she nodded firmly. "Very well." Ye Tianming turned to Ye Kuan and inquired, "How shall we proceed with the exchange?" Ye Kuan immediately transmitted the method of bone exchange that resided in his mind to Ye Tianming. After digesting the information briefly, Ye Tianming addressed Ji Rushue. "Zhirua is still quite weak. You should return to Baiyu City with her. I will have Ye Kuan protect you." As he spoke, Ye Tianming handed the sacred hand bone to Ji Rushue. "Where will you go?" Ji Rushue inquired. "I will seek justice for Zhirua." With that declaration, Ye Tianming seized the lifeless body of Bai Zhantian and soared into the sky, piercing through the clouds. Has the Holy Sun not returned yet? In the Grand Hall of Baiyu Sect, the sect leader Bai Yuchuan questioned the numerous formidable figures present. He sat atop the sect leader's throne, his gaze sharp and his aura overwhelming. From a distance, Bai Yuchuan resembled a furnace, his energy surging powerfully within him. Reporting to the sect leader, "The Holy Sun has yet to return," a Baiyu sect powerhouse responded from below. "This ungrateful child, where could he have run off to? The whole of Taishan Prefecture is teeming with the celestial demon cult, and he shows no signs of restraint." Bai Yuchuan slammed his hand on the armrest, causing ripples to resonate throughout the hall. Sect leader, something major has happened." Suddenly, a Baiyu sect disciple rushed in, flustered. "What has happened? Has the celestial demon cult attacked?" Bai Yuchuan sprang to his feet, alarmed. No, it's the Holy Sun who has returned." The disciple hurriedly clarified. "Zhantian has returned? What significance does that hold?" Bai Yuan furrowed his brow, questioning why such a trivial matter warranted a report to him. The return of Bai Zhantian was hardly a cause for concern. Sect leader, you should go out and see for yourself, the disciple insisted urgently. Seeing the disciple's anxious demeanor, Bai Yuan felt a twinge of confusion. Could it be that Bai Zhantian had stirred up trouble? If so, he would certainly need to teach that rascal a lesson upon his return. However, as he stepped out of the grand hall of Baiyu sect, the scene that unfolded before him made Bai Yuan feel as though the sky had collapsed upon him. In the Baiyu sect square, countless disciples gathered, gazing upward in awe at a figure in the sky who appeared godlike. The man wore a flowing white robe, billowing dramatically in the wind. Surrounding him were 10 suspended flying swords, encircling the white-robed figure. In his hand, he held a severed head, the unmistakable visage of the deceased Bai Zhantian. At this moment, the protective grand formation of Baiyu sect was fully activated. Yet, under the scrutiny of Ye Tianming's resplendent eyes, the formation revealed numerous flaws, rendering it utterly incapable of inflicting any harm upon him. Ye Tianming hovered above the Baiyu sect, gazing down upon the multitude of disciples below. Who goes there? Bai Yuan, the sect leader, glared furiously upon recognizing Ye Tianming. In an instant, a severed head soared into the air, landing at Bai Yuan's feet. It was the head of Bai Zhantian. Zhantian. Bai Yuan's eyes widened in agony as he cradled his son's head, 2 flames of rage igniting within his gaze. I shall avenge you, my son, and slay this villain, he bellowed. His only son, whom he had nurtured with high hopes as his successor, had been slain, and his head discarded within the sect. This was an unparalleled humiliation for him. How could Bai Yuan possibly accept such a fate? He knew the nature of his son. Yet how could he not protect him, being his father? With immense talent, he had always been somewhat lenient. Even when trouble arose, the Baiyu sect stood behind him, with Bai Yuan himself as the sect leader providing support. Little did he expect that one day his son would be murdered, and his head thrown back into the Baiyu sect. He glared fiercely at Ye Tianming, his rage boiling over with no outlet. Sect leader, this person has breached our sect's formation. We must first ascertain the reason. A powerful member of the Baiyu sect attempted to dissuade him, only to be sent flying by Yuan's furious strike. Fool, once I have dealt with this scoundrel, I shall settle the score with you, Bai Yuan roared, soaring into the air until he was less than 100 yards from Ye Tianming. The two exuded formidable auras, completely unperturbed by the presence of lower-ranked disciples below. The spiritual energy around them surged violently. The air erupted with resounding cracks. Who are you to dare take my son's life? Bai Yuan demanded. You should blame your son for his misdeeds, for bullying the weak and provoking those he should not have. Ye Tianming replied calmly. And yet, you should not have killed him. Do you not realize he is the holy son of my Baiyu sect? Bai Yuan retorted. I am aware. Yet, even if he is the holy son, to kill is to kill. What of it? Is it permissible for him to take lives while others are forbidden from taking his? Ye Tianming mocked. You. Bai Yuan was instantly rendered speechless. Even if my son committed a grave error, you should never have taken his life. The aura emanating from the sect leader of Baiyu clan surged violently, reaching the pinnacle of the supreme realm, with an ominous hint of transcending into the 9 tribulations realm. Today, I shall slay you to avenge my son. Simultaneously, deep within the back mountain of Baiyu clan, a clarion sound resonated. A long blade sliced through the sky, soaring to Bai Yuan's side. Surrounding the blade were the ethereal figures of 5 divine phoenixes, exuding an overwhelming presence. In an instant, the entire Baiyu clan was enveloped by the resounding cries of these 5 divine phoenixes, the clan's treasured spiritual weapon. A top-tier heavenly artifact, the 5 phoenixes rising to the sun blade. The sect leader is truly adamant about this relentless confrontation. Upon witnessing Bai Yuan brandishing the 5 phoenixes rising to the sun blade, some strong members of Baiyu clan sighed in acknowledgement. The death of the Holy Sun has prompted the adversary to come forth. If I were the sect leader, I too would be unable to endure. Yet, if 2 supreme realm powerhouses clash, it would merely provide an opportunity for the heavenly demon sect to gain an advantage. A member of Baiyu clan sighed inwardly, continuing to fixate on the battlefield above. Who is this individual? Judging by his realm, he is merely at the 7th level of the supreme realm, yet his aura does not pale in comparison to that of the sect leader. 10 flying swords encircle him. A swordsman? Could it possibly be him? After careful observation, a strong member exclaimed in astonishment. Is it him? The 10-mile sword god. The name slowly escaped the lips of this strong member, sending ripples of excitement through the surrounding members of Baiyu clan. Since the emergence of the heavenly demon sect, If one were to speak of the most renowned figure in Taishan continent, it would undoubtedly be the 10-mile sword god. Numerous schemes of the heavenly demon sect have faltered due to the 10-mile sword god. Even the initial discovery of the great Zhou dynasty's subjugation by the heavenly demon sect was attributed to him. Such a pity. With the two powerful figures of the heavenly demon sect clashing, one is bound to be injured. As the members of Baiyu clan reflected on this, the battle in the heavens had already commenced. Ye Tianming's 10 flying swords were all imbued with the Ziwei heavenly fire, and his dual pupils widened in intensity. His entire being was in an unprecedented state of focus. This was his first encounter with a peak supreme realm expert. The leader of the Baiyu sect possessed a strength that undoubtedly ranked among the top 5 in Taishan Prefecture. The two engaged in a fierce battle, exchanging blows for several hundred rounds, leaving both Baiyu Chuan and Ye Tianming increasingly astonished. To their surprise, despite being 2 minor realms lower, Ye Tianming was able to match Baiyu Chuan strike for strike. Conversely, Ye Tianming grew more valiant with each exchange. As the 10 Chaos Divine Swords formed a tightly knit sword formation, Baiyu Chuan's attacks fell upon it but could not breach the sword array. After all, these 10 Chaos Divine Swords were born from the chaos itself, nurtured by the heavens and earth. Even imperial weapons paled in comparison to their caliber. Though Ye Tianming's current strength was insufficient to unleash the full might of the 10 Chaos Divine Swords, it was exceedingly simple for him to withstand a top-grade heavenly spirit weapon. Even if Baiyu Chuan were to strike them repeatedly, he could not leave a single scratch. Let alone consider the fact that the 10 Chaos Divine Swords were also imbued with one of the 10 Supreme Divine Fires, the Ziwei Heavenly Fire. This heavenly fire was of the same echelon as the 10 Chaos Divine Swords. Excellent, excellent, Baiyu Chuan exclaimed, stepping back. With this strike, I shall see if you can endure it. Divine Demon, 3 blades. Baiyu Chuan roared, and in that instant, countless strands of spiritual energy converged upon the woofing Chaoyang blade. The ferocious energy even demolished several structures beneath the Baiyu sect. Witnessing Baiyu Chuan's technique, many powerful figures in the Baiyu sect expressed their awe. The Divine Demon 3 blades were a martial art bequeathed by their ancestors, said to have been comprehended by the founder after slaying countless beings from the demon and divine races. One knowledgeable expert began to explain the origins of the Divine Demon 3 blades to the crowd, stating that no expert from either the demon or divine races could withstand the 3 strikes of their founder, thus earning the name Divine Demon 3 blades. Just as he spoke, Baiyu Chuan had already charged toward Ye Tianming, executing a series of razor-sharp strikes as if to cleave the very heavens apart. Humph! Ye Tianming scoffed lightly, forming seals with his hands as the 10 Chaos Divine Swords flew before him. Since that is the case, I shall no longer indulge you. Sun Luo's sword technique. Ye Tianming wielded 10 long swords, creating a flurry of sword shadows behind him. In an instant, countless sword phantoms materialized, enveloping the entire Baiyu sect. This sword technique was a mid-tier sacred martial art rewarded by the system, possessing immense power. It could swiftly transform into myriad longsword illusions, inflicting widespread damage. The resonant sound of swords echoed as numerous sword phantoms pierced towards Baiyu Chuan. In response, Baiyu Chuan bellowed in fury, brandishing his long knife to meet Ye Tianming's sword shadows head-on. Quick, activate the protective array of the sect. The range of this attack is too vast. We cannot allow them to destroy Baiyu sect. Below, many powerful figures from Baiyu sect shouted in anger, hastening towards the heart of the sect to activate the protective array. Ye Tianming and Baiyu Chuan are both formidable figures at the pinnacle of Taishan Prefecture. As their tempers flared and their ultimate skills were unleashed, it became evident that if no intervention occurred, the entire Baiyu sect would likely be annihilated by the time their battle concluded. Soon, the protective array of the Baiyu sect was activated, enveloping the surrounding area of several hundred miles in a radiant shield. Old Shun, do you believe the sect master can contend with the sword god of Tenli? In front of the grand hall of the Baiyu sect, several powerful members were intently observing the fierce clash above. Naturally, in all of Taishan Prefecture, who besides the Qian Emperor can claim to best the sect master? Chuckled the elder known as Old Shin, stroking his beard. Watch closely, everyone. I am certain that the sword god of Tenli cannot withstand the sect master's Divine Demon 3 blades. However, scarcely had Old Shin finished his statement when the jovial atmosphere shifted dramatically. In an instant, after a mere clash of blades, Baiyu Chuan was sent hurtling backwards, crashing heavily against the protective formation of the Baiyu sect. Seeing this, numerous members of the Baiyu sect swiftly took to the skies, rushing to Baiyu Chuan's side. Sect master, are you alright? One inquired anxiously. I am fine, Bai Yuchuan managed to utter, but as he was supported to his feet, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, staining his long robe crimson. Before him, Ye Tianming stood with his sword swirling around him, hands clasped behind his back, quietly observing Bai Yuchuan. The sword god of Tenli indeed lives up to his reputation. I, the sect master, concede defeat. Bai Yuchuan clasped his hands in respect. Having discerned Ye Tianming's identity during their confrontation, it was none other than the illustrious sword god of Tenli. Yet, even if you possess extraordinary strength, daring to intrude upon my Baiyu sect alone shows a lack of respect for our establishment. Bai Yuchuan's tone shifted as he barked at the nearby members of the Baiyu sect. Seize him. The remaining members exchanged glances, and together they surrounded Ye Tianming, comprising no less than 5 supreme-level warriors. Including Bai Yuchuan, there were even 2 at the peak of the supreme realm. I initially believed you might repent, but it appears you are as obstinate as ever. Ye Tianming remarked coldly upon witnessing this formation. Humph, you have slain my son. This blood feud must be avenged. Bai Yuchuan roared. Even if you are the sword god of Tenli, your formidable prowess cannot save you from our combined might. In response, Ye Tianming scoffed. How do you know that I am alone? With that, he spoke with authority, fiery blaze. Netherworld. As Ye Tianming's incantations echoed, 2 colossal whirlpools manifested above the assembly. Each vortex was 100 feet wide, and the moment they appeared, the skies above the Baiyu sect were cast into a profound darkness. The swirling vortex appeared to connect to another realm, one that resembled a purgatory, emanating an aura that instilled trepidation in the hearts of the members of the Baiyu sect. Gradually, 2 colossal figures emerged from the depths of the whirlpool. The first to appear were 2 entities resembling towering pillars, akin to the limbs of some mythical beast. Slowly, these massive beings began to reveal their true forms. One was a Qilin, enveloped in searing flames, which materialized before the Baiyu sect. Upon its arrival, the entire sect seemed engulfed in a sea of fire, with the surrounding void within 1,000 miles being scorched by its heat. The other figure was a wolf king, shimmering with a ghostly light. As it emerged, an overwhelming and invincible pressure radiated from it, causing the strong around to shudder in fear. The Flame Demon King and the Nether Demon King. Ever since the Beast Mountain had been destroyed, they had remained within Ye Tianming's void realm. Now that Ye Tianming was under siege, it was only natural for the 2 Demon Kings to be summoned forth. The sight of these 2 peak supreme realm Demon Kings left the numerous strong warriors of the Baiyu sect gasping in disbelief. How could this be possible? Bai Yuchuan wore an expression of incredulity. How could 2 supreme realm Demon Kings appear here? Moreover, it was evident that they had been summoned by the 10-mile sword god. Master, it is said that the beasts within the Beast Mountain of the Grand Qian Dynasty have already submitted to the 10-mile sword god. These 2 beasts are likely the kings of those very mountains, a strong warrior of the Baiyu sect solemnly remarked. And so what? They are merely 2 beasts. Would we, the Baiyu sect, truly be afraid? Bai Yuchuan bellowed. Despite the presence of 2 peak supreme realm demon kings, they still boasted 5 supreme realm warriors on their side. 2 could hold off the Flame Demon King and Nether Demon King, while the remaining 3 could strike down the 10-mile sword god. It was entirely feasible. Is that so? Then what if he joins in? Ye Tianming's lips curled slightly, and soon after, a long cry from an unknown avian echoed from afar, piercing the minds of every formidable member of the Baiyu sect. A bird appeared from the distance, descending gracefully beside Ye Tianming. Ye Tianming lightly tapped his toes and stood upon the back of this avian creature, the ancient divine beast, Bai Fong. Yukuan. Although his cultivation level remains at the 5th stage of the supreme realm, his essence, being a purebred ancient divine beast, the Bai Fong, is not in the slightest inferior to that of the Blaze Demon King and the Nether Demon King. How could this be? 3 supreme realm demon kings. At this moment, the breaths of the strong members of the White Feather sect grew increasingly rapid. Even Bai Yuchuan found himself unable to remain composed. The situation on the battlefield shifted dramatically. The White Feather sect, which had previously held an advantage in numbers, now found itself suddenly at a disadvantage. Moreover, it appeared that the opposing side was comprised entirely of peak supreme realm experts, while they had only 2 peak supreme realm warriors on their side. If a confrontation were to ensue, it was likely that they would stand no chance against their adversaries. It was even possible that the White Feather sect would face annihilation. Sect Master, the advantage is not on our side. Please reconsider. Sect Master, the matter of vengeance is trivial compared to the larger picture. In an instant, several members of the White Feather sect began to counsel him. Bai Yuchuan's expression darkened, caught in a dilemma, unable to proceed further. Bai Yuchuan, do you still wish to engage in battle with me? At that moment, Ye Tianming's voice resounded. If you desire to fight, I shall oblige. But know that the White Feather sect shall cease to exist after today. Ye Tianming's voice was not loud, yet his words resonated clearly in the ears of every formidable member of the Baiyu sect. Each warrior of the Baiyu sect felt a chill run down their spine upon hearing him, for what Ye Tianming proposed was indeed a feasible course of action. Master, a gentleman avenges himself. 10 years is not too late. Now is not the time, one of the Baiyu sect's warriors urged further. Shall we simply let the death of Zhang Tian pass unpunished? Bai Yuchuan gritted his teeth and uttered this vehement statement. Although the Baiyu sect possessed other supreme beings, they were stationed elsewhere, safeguarding their territories. By the time these powerful figures returned, the Baiyu sect might very well be reduced to ruins. Do you hear me? You of the Baiyu sect should promptly surrender and present all your treasures. Otherwise, we shall raze your sect to the ground. At this moment, Ye Kuan also let out a fierce howl. Upon hearing this, Ye Tianming lightly stepped on Ye Kuan, inwardly cursing him as a fool. It was evident that the Baiyu sect possessed ancestors of the Nine Tribulations realm. If pressed too hard, the emergence of these ancient beings would surely complicate matters. A modest request for benefits could be overlooked. With this in mind, Ye Tianming spoke calmly. Sect leader Bai, do not think that I am merely trying to intimidate you. I have no desire to engage in conflict with the Baiyu sect. Currently, the heavenly demon cult is watching closely, should the Baiyu sect choose to strike. You must consider the consequences carefully. Upon hearing Ye Tianming's words, Bai Yuchuan's pupils suddenly constricted. Indeed, if a confrontation were to ensue, the Baiyu sect could potentially dispatch an ancestor of the Nine Tribulations realm to suppress Ye Tianming and his companions. However, such an action would undoubtedly reveal their vulnerabilities to the heavenly demon cult. A mutually destructive battle would render the Baiyu sect susceptible to attacks from the cult, who were intent on dismantling the major powers of Taishan Prefecture and would seize any opportunity to do so. Realizing this, Bai Yuchuan's expression grew grave. Neither engaging in battle nor refraining from it seemed viable. As Bai Yuchuan pondered deeply, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Let them depart. This ethereal voice was heard solely by Bai Yuchuan, while the other powerful figures remained motionless. Upon hearing this voice, Bai Yuchuan's body momentarily stiffened, his gaze becoming somewhat unfocused, as if he were grappling with an internal struggle. After a brief moment, he cupped his hands towards Ye Tianming and declared, My son's death at your hands was his own doing. You may leave today, from this point onwards. The grievances between the Baiyu sect and yourself shall be considered resolved. Upon hearing Bai Yuchuan's words, Ye Tianming narrowed his eyes and looked towards the depths of the Baiyu sect. There, amidst the ethereal mist, lay the ancestral burial grounds of the sect's formidable predecessors. My friend, within lies 3 inferior-grade heavenly herbs. I hope you will accept them. As he spoke, Bai Yuchuan produced 3 herbs, which slowly drifted towards Ye Tianming. Ye Tianming had received spiritual herbs before. Although he no longer found celestial-grade spiritual herbs appealing, he believed that even the smallest morsel, like the legs of a mosquito, still constituted sustenance. He swiftly gathered these 3 spiritual herbs. In light of this, I shall not hesitate to impose upon you. Ye Tianming spoke lightly, then clasped his fist towards the direction of the back mountain of the Baiyu sect before swiftly departing. The Blaze Flame Demon King and the Nether Demon King, witnessing this, promptly retreated to the Void Realm, while Ye Kuan followed closely behind Ye Tianming. Master, what is the matter with the sect leader of Baiyu sect? Just a moment ago, he was intent on a deadly confrontation, yet now he seems to have cowered and even offered spiritual herbs. Ye Kuan was engulfed in confusion. It was the ancient beings of the Baiyu sect, those formidable figures of the Nine Tribulations realm, who had spoken. Ye Tianming remarked calmly, just now, there was a disturbance in the back mountain of the Baiyu sect. It appears someone is conveying a message to Bai Yuchuan. Likely a powerful figure from the Nine Tribulations realm of the Baiyu sect. They merely wish for Bai Yuchuan to release us. But why would they also bestow upon us precious medicinal herbs? Ye Kuan could not help but inquire. Heaven-tier low-grade medicinal herbs are considered quite valuable in Taishan Prefecture. Yet, the Baiyu sect offers them so readily, and not just 1, but 3 at once, especially to those who bear a vendetta against them. This is utterly perplexing. I have slain Bai Zhantian, and the Baiyu sect has chosen not to pursue the matter, which should have balanced the scales. Now, by gifting us these medicinal herbs, they are simply attempting to create a debt of gratitude, hoping we will assist them in their time of peril. Ye Tianming elucidated, yet Akuan remained somewhat perplexed. Shaking his head, Ye Kuan observed this, and with a light chuckle, Ye Tianming refrained from elaborating further, instead inquiring, "What of Shui and Zhao? They have already been sent to the tavern in Baiyu City, and now await their master." Ye Kuan replied, swiftly escorting Ye Tianming towards Baiyu City. Simultaneously, in the rear mountains of Baiyu sect, Baiyu knelt before 3 coffins, his gaze filled with profound reverence. "Elder, I do not comprehend why we must allow this individual to depart, let alone forge an alliance with him." Yu Quan. The current state of chaos in Taishan Prefecture is dire, with the heavenly demon sect lurking ominously. Do you believe our Baiyu sect can contend with them? Even if we cannot handle the heavenly demon sect, are there not the remaining 3 great powers? The other 3 great powers? A voice from within the coffin scoffed coldly. The Xianyu mansion is the weakest among them, and the Grand Qian Dynasty is shrouded in uncertainty with the emperor in seclusion. As for the Qingyun sword sect, they are a band of mindless brutes. How could they possibly confront the heavenly demon sect? The 10-mile sword deity possesses formidable strength, and with 3 supreme realm demon kings at his side, he is the ally we ought to cultivate. As the voice from the coffin sighed deeply, it continued. Do you think that with our 9 tribulations realm ancestors present, we can remain untroubled? Yet, it is certain that there are also ancient beings of the 9 tribulations realm within the heavenly demon sect, concealed from view. Upon stating this, the voice sighed once more and posed a question. Do you know why the 9 tribulations realm experts of the various powers have not emerged, all choosing to enter seclusion? Upon hearing this, Baiyu Quan's expression shifted, for this was a matter of his own curiosity. Logically, not all 9 tribulations realm experts should be nearing the end of their lifespan. Certainly, a few must still possess several thousand years of life remaining. It is well known that 9 tribulations realm experts can live for up to 10,000 years. It is inconceivable that all of them entered this realm 10 millennia ago. Yet, the reality is that all the 9 tribulations realm experts across the powers are in deep seclusion, giving the outside world the impression that their lifespans are dwindling. Unless their sects face annihilation, they would never act lightly. Baiyu Quan could not help but inquire, "Disciple is unaware. I beseech the elder for guidance." It is because of the heavenly tribulation. The voice from the coffin sighed, unable to mask the evident resignation and melancholy. In the 9 tribulations realm, each level requires one to transcend the heavenly tribulation. Yet, as far as I know, only one individual in the entirety of Taishan Prefecture has survived the 2nd heavenly tribulation. Even he lacks assurance in overcoming the 3rd. Should we make a move, we risk provoking the heavenly tribulation, and in doing so, we could all perish beneath its wrath. Upon hearing the explanation from within the coffin, Baiyu Quan inhaled deeply. He had not anticipated that the reason behind the 9 tribulations realm experts' absence from the world would be such. After a prolonged silence, Baiyu Quan finally spoke. Disciple understands. After bidding farewell to the venerable ancestor of the White Feather sect, Baiyu Chuan let out a long sigh, murmuring, "Is it truly the case that the heavens of Taishan Prefecture are destined to change?" Upon returning to Baiyu City, Ye Tianming promptly arrived at the hidden location of the Qian Dynasty within the city. In the luxurious private chamber at the top, he discovered Ji Zhiruo, who was resting, alongside Ji Ruxue, who was attending to her. "My husband, you have finally returned." Ji Ruxue exclaimed with a sense of relief upon seeing Ye Tianming. Ye Tianming nodded and inquired, "How is Zhiruo?" Ji Ruxue shook her head, her expression laden with concern, and replied, "Her condition has shown no signs of improvement. I shall proceed to replace her bones immediately." Ye Tianming spoke as he produced a fragment of a saintess bone. Ji Ruxue, upon witnessing this, said, "Husband, no matter what, we must not allow Zhiyue to come to harm. She is my only sister. Rest assured, I will certainly heal Zhiyue," Ye Tianming replied. Ji Ruxue nodded, understanding that Ye Tianming was about to treat Ji Zhiyue's injuries, and she quietly stepped outside. Gazing at Ji Zhiyue, Ye Tianming said, "Zhiyue, the bone replacement may be somewhat painful. Bear with it." Ji Zhiyue gently nodded. "I am prepared, Brother Tianming." Upon witnessing the scene, Ye Tianming immediately assumed a meditative posture, channeling his spiritual energy into Ji Zhiruo's body. The process of bone replacement was exceedingly intricate. It required first shattering the segment of Ji Zhiruo's severed hand bone, then meticulously extracting these fragments before affixing them to the saint's bone. Only in this manner could the saint's bone harmoniously meld with Ji Zhiruo's corporeal form. Subsequently, the saint's bone needed to be implanted within Ji Zhiruo's arm. This step was equally arduous and fraught with pain. Should Ji Zhirua falter, she might very well lose consciousness. Noticing the unwavering determination in Ji Zhirua's gaze, Ye Tianming refrained from further words and began, inch by inch, to pulverize the necrotic bone within her. Hiss. In an instant, Ji Zhirua let out a slight sound, beads of sweat cascading down her forehead. Nevertheless, she remained silent throughout the ordeal. Zhirua, if it hurts, feel free to express it. It might alleviate your discomfort, Ye Tianming encouraged. It's all right, continue, Ji Zhirua responded resolutely. After an hour had elapsed, Ye Tianming finally reduced the decayed bones of Ji Zhirua's right hand to a fine powder through the application of his spiritual energy. With a mere thought, he separated this powder from her body, then scattered it over the saint's bone, allowing for a thorough amalgamation. In that moment, the saint's bone erupted in a brilliant radiance, transforming into a lustrous, translucent form. It is a success. Ye Tianming was filled with joy, for this situation indicated that the sacred bone of the sage did not reject Ji Zhirua. It merely needed to be placed within her body. Soon, Ye Tianming commenced the second phase, carefully positioning the sacred bone within Ji Zhirua. He meticulously channeled his spiritual energy, fearful that even the slightest error might result in the failure of the bone exchange. Ji Zhirua, enduring the pain, gritted her teeth resolutely. Meanwhile, after 2 hours, Ji Ruxue remained anxiously waiting outside the room, pacing back and forth, causing Ye Kuan to feel dizzy from her incessant movement. Mistress, could you please refrain from this? I'm becoming quite lightheaded just watching. I'm extremely anxious. If anything goes awry, how will I explain it to father and mother? Ji Ruxue expressed her distress. Rest assured, mistress, the master will undoubtedly succeed. As soon as Ye Kuan finished speaking, the door to the room swung open. Ye Tianming emerged with a heart full of trepidation, yet a trace of joy adorned his face. Beloved, Ji Yue was well now. She was resting. Ye Tianming smiled. Wonderful news. Ji Ruxue was overjoyed and hurried into the room. Upon seeing Ji Yue lying on the bed, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Sister, I am fine. Brother Tianming said I just need to adapt to this sacred bone of the sage, Ji Yue said with a smile. Good, good, as long as you are well. Ji Ruxue replied, a glimmer of tears in her eyes as she sat by the bedside, tending to Ji Yue. Upon witnessing this, Ye Tianming offered a faint smile and turned to descend the stairs. The matter concerning Ji Zhirua had finally reached a resolution, and it was time for him to return to the palace the following day. My lord, I have prepared the meal for you. What do you think? The innkeeper inquired with a cheerful demeanor as Ye Tianming reached the bottom of the stairs. Lead the way, he responded. Ye Tianming merely uttered a few words, and the innkeeper promptly escorted him to a private room. Within, an array of delicacies crafted from various exotic beasts was elegantly arranged, accompanied by fine wine. Upon encountering exquisite wine, Ye Tianming poured himself a jug and began to savor its essence. Suddenly, a notification from the system echoed. Hostess tasted a century-old spiritual wine. Acquiring a celestial-grade superior spiritual herb, the illusory song of the hundred-eyed lotus. Paying little heed to the announcement, Ye Tianming remained unfazed, for he possessed an abundance of celestial-grade herbs. However, curiosity compelled him to inquire, is this wine truly a century-old spiritual wine? Might there be any other varieties available? The innkeeper, upon hearing this, immediately responded with a smile. Indeed, esteemed guest, we have many. This particular wine is just one of 9 exquisite varieties we offer. With that, he instructed a servant to fetch the wines. Shortly thereafter, the servant presented a collection of the finest wines treasured within the establishment. Truly remarkable, esteemed guest. Just a single sip, and you discern the vintage, the innkeeper remarked with a grin. These wines have been our cherished reserves over the years, seldom tasted. It is only in your presence that we have chosen to serve them. As he spoke, the innkeeper poured more wine for Ye Tianming, his demeanor warm and welcoming. Ye Tianming lifted his wine glass and indulged in several consecutive drinks. Ding! The host has tasted a millennium spirit wine. Congratulations, the host has obtained a mid-grade Dao tier elixir. The Qingling Dan. Ding! The host has sampled the green ant wine. Congratulations, the host has acquired a top-grade Dao tier martial technique, the Wuyun Sacred Hand. Ding! As the system's notifications resonated, Ye Tianming amassed a treasure trove of items. The following day, after Ji Zhirua had regained some strength, Ye Tianming prepared to escort the two back to the royal palace. Fortunately, the fusion of the saint's hand bone with Ji Zhirua was remarkably seamless, and now Ji Zhirua's right hand could move freely. The three of them swiftly traversed towards the royal palace atop Yukuan's back.